It is crucial to note that all warships require personnel to operate. Only a fully staffed crew can unleash the combat potential for which the vessels were originally designed. The human inhabitants of the Star Ring sector lacked the formidable technological prowess of the Kunlun fleet or the AI-driven capabilities of the Wolf-Fong Brigade, leading to a significant shortfall in military personnel due to the newly added warships. Consequently, the Star Ring Alliance initiated a conscription campaign. Initially, they sought volunteers for military service. However, due to domestic economic stability, several residential areas faced the embarrassing situation of having no recruits. As the war intensified, the issue of troop supply emerged as the greatest risk, prompting the renowned Star Ring Alliance, celebrated for its freedom and democracy, to adopt a compulsory conscription model. They mandated that 10 of the eligible population, aged between 20 and 40, join the military through a fair and impartial lottery system. Thus, both Kevin and Jeffrey fortuitously drew military service assignments. They had just completed their junior year and were on the verge of entering their senior year, with the university agreeing to retain their student status until their return post-service. While awaiting military transport ships to ferry the new recruits to training camps at the spaceport, the two long-lost childhood friends reunited. "Hey, Jeffrey, this won't do. You appear too naive. I've heard that in the boot camp, the innocent are often bullied and ostracized," Kevin remarked, delivering a light punch to Jeffrey's chest. Kevin was a youthful, vibrant individual, with flowing locks and a handsome visage that had once made him quite popular in school. He epitomized the archetypal youth of the Stellar Alliance, akin to a character from a cinematic narrative. In contrast, his friend Jeffrey appeared as a tall and robust young man. However, despite his imposing stature, a hint of timidity in his demeanor revealed his introverted nature. In truth, as one spent more time with him, it became evident that Jeffrey was a quintessential bookish geek, preferring to remain ensconced in his room, engrossed in research, a stark contrast to his formidable appearance. Jeffrey reciprocated with a gentle tap on Kevin's chest and inquired, "Hey, old buddy, which branch have you been assigned to?" Kevin shrugged and replied, "It seems the military has adjusted our records. You know, unlike you engineering types, those of us in business lack a specialized skill, so I've been allocated to the staff department." "The staff department? Isn't that a non-combat role?" "You're quite fortunate," Jeffrey said with a hint of envy. Non-combat roles typically meant avoiding frontline battles, focusing instead on strategy formulation and drafting various related documents. While it's labeled as non-combat, I'm aware that all of us, like you and me, who are novices in the staff, must undergo training with frontline units. Being a battlefield staff member is hardly different from being in the thick of it, Kevin replied, his tone somewhat disheartened, yet seemingly unperturbed. "By the way, what about you, Jeffrey? Which branch are you assigned to?" Kevin shifted the conversation back to his old friend. "I'm with the frontline, as a ship mechanical maintenance technician," Jeffrey replied, scratching his head with an endearing sincerity. "Hey, perhaps after training, we might even find ourselves on the same spacecraft," Kevin exclaimed, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. As they conversed, a sharp whistle pierced the air. All eyes turned as a colonel strode into the waiting hall, swiftly approaching the front and proclaiming, "Now, cease all conversations. Everyone, line up according to your assigned numbers to board the ship." At this command, chaos erupted in the hall. Some individuals hastily formed lines, while others rushed to their respective waiting areas. Kevin quickly embraced Jeffrey before darting toward his designated hall, having also arrived in haste. Observing the ensuing disorder, the colonel furrowed his brow and bellowed, "Line up within 10 minutes. Board sequentially within half an hour. The ship departs in 1 hour. Those who do not board will be treated as deserters." Similar scenes unfolded in every waiting hall of the spaceport, as these oblivious recruits, unaware of the realities of war, embarked on the journey of their basic training from that very moment. The Star Ring Alliance faces a significant personnel shortfall, with numerous newly constructed vessels awaiting crew members. The time allotted for training new recruits is limited, often less than 5 months, after which they will be assigned to their respective ships. Further training will have to rely on the rigors of actual combat. Not only is the Star Ring Alliance rapidly increasing its forces, but nearly every faction, large or small, has initiated its own conscription programs. The Iron Tide, having been better prepared, may fare slightly better. However, given the current trajectory of events, the scale of warfare is certain to escalate, and the Iron Tide will also implement further conscription plans. During this period, the sole focus of media outlets from various factions has been the war that has nearly engulfed the entire Star Ring sector. Some have dubbed it the First World War of the Star Ring. The conflict spans from the inner to the outer rings of the Star Ring sector, encompassing bustling star systems near the 3 major powers and extending to the fringes of the free citizens' territories. Thus far, over 1,000 factions and billions of individuals have been drawn into the fray, with the combat zone stretching across 2 astronomical units of the asteroid belt. Chapter 119. From new recruit to veteran, Jeffrey has been reassigned as the chief maintenance officer of the fusion engine aboard the supply transport ship S-10117 of the 3rd Brigade. It is hard to fathom that within a year, a new recruit could ascend to such a pivotal role during peacetime. At this juncture, he already holds the rank of lieutenant. Prior to this, he served on 2 frigates. The first was destroyed after being struck in the power chamber. Fortunately, he was not on duty there at the time and narrowly escaped through an escape pod. The second vessel was compromised during a major battle when it fell victim to a surprise attack by enemy small craft, sustaining damage to multiple propulsion nozzles, resulting in a loss of power. Fortunately, the Star Ring Alliance emerged victorious in that engagement. Otherwise, he and his comrades would have faced capture. In the cosmic warfare of the Star Ring sector, the exchange of fire between ships rarely results in the instantaneous annihilation of the opponent. A vessel weighing 10,000 tons is, after all, a relatively small target in the vastness of space. Aside from light-speed weaponry such as laser cannons, even electromagnetic railguns, which operate at speeds exceeding 30 times that of sound, provide ample opportunity for evasive maneuvers at long distances. However, due to technological limitations, while light-speed weapons can strike quickly and accurately, their lethality often falls short. Consequently, in one-on-one engagements or skirmishes involving small contingents, damage to the opposing ships is common. Yet outright destruction remains elusive. The true source of substantial casualties lies in the saturation attacks during large-scale battles, characterized by relentless bombardments and ambushes utilizing space mines and small craft concealed behind asteroids. Given that Jeffrey is already a seasoned veteran, having participated in 2 battles, with the latter being a significant engagement, he has been assigned to a logistics support ship. Many new recruits perceive such positions as relatively safe due to their distance from the front lines. However, as a veteran, Jeffrey is acutely aware that this perception is far from reality. From the ancient times when humanity wielded swords and spears in warfare, the prioritization of logistical support has always been paramount. Logistics serve as the decisive factor in maintaining a military's combat prowess. Even a Class 3 frigate, capable of sustaining hundreds with provisions for an entire year, cannot sustain its firepower for the same duration. The rate of ammunition consumption in warfare surpasses expectations. In fiercely contested battles, a single Class 3 frigate can deplete its ammunition within mere days. A frigate devoid of ammunition becomes nothing more than a drifting coffin in the cosmos, a live target for the enemy. The fusion engine compartment, contrary to common perceptions, is not a cacophony of mechanical clamor, but rather a realm of profound tranquility. The technology of controllable nuclear fusion has matured significantly for humanity, having evolved to the 3rd generation of fusion reactors by the era of the solar system. The generational classification of fusion reactors reflects the maximum elements they can fuse. For instance, the 1st generation can fuse only hydrogen and helium, while the 2nd can ignite carbon after fusing hydrogen and helium under elevated temperatures and pressures. The 3rd generation is capable of initiating fusion reactions involving neon. This design choice does not adhere to the sequential order of the periodic table, but is based on the products of fusion. Hydrogen fusion yields helium, while helium fusion results in carbon and oxygen. The fusion of carbon produces a greater variety of elements, including oxygen, neon, sodium, and magnesium. Consequently, the generation of elements within the fusion reactor follows this sequence, with the proportions of carbon, oxygen, and neon being significantly higher. Despite various factors such as neutron capture and fusion between heavy and light elements leading to the creation of other elements. Thus, elements that can self-generate the requisite materials for subsequent fusion have been adopted as the criteria for classifying fusion reactor generations. Therefore, this sophisticated technology of fusion engines operates in remarkable silence, as the artificial composite shell employs powerful magnetic fields to confine the turbulent plasma within. Jeffrey is responsible for the maintenance of such a device, which primarily involves routine checks of its operational status, promptly reporting any issues, and replacing parts in emergencies when feasible. However, should a core component malfunction necessitating a shutdown and disassembly arise, it is beyond Jeffrey's capability to address. The 300,000-ton cargo ship on which Jeffrey serves as part of a supply fleet comprising 20 other vessels of the same class, accompanied by over 100 Class 3 frigates and around 1,000 small armed ships for protection. Their mission is to provide comprehensive logistical support to the frontline's 3rd Division. This time, they are laden with 5 million tons of ammunition and 1 million tons of other military supplies, setting course for the frontlines. The 3rd Division, a newly formed unit engaging in direct confrontations with the iron tide of warfare, consists predominantly of fresh recruits, with only a few key positions occupied by seasoned professionals. Despite being a newly assembled force, their performance has been commendable, managing to engage the enemy in a seesaw battle on the front lines. The fleet of spacecraft departed from the frontline industrial base of the Star Ring Alliance, navigating towards the deployment site of the Third Corps. Along the journey, numerous abandoned asteroids, once inhabited by humans, came into view. These asteroids, originally the primary settlements of a medium-sized power within this star domain, were hollowed out to create habitable environments with a degree of propulsion and viability. Rather than mere asteroids, they resembled simplified stone vessels. This method of habitation represented the most prevalent form of residence in the Star Ring realm, enabling humanity to dominate this territory from the Free People's star domain to the three major powers. In the past, these asteroids were adorned with various lights and signal towers, which served to guide and alert passing spacecraft while also forming a distributed communication system. However, now they lie in ruins, bearing the scars of weaponry and devastation, with many having been utterly obliterated by nuclear arms. The route is littered with mechanical debris, remnants of a protracted tug-of-war, where the front lines of battle continuously shifted. Areas that were once rear positions could become front lines the next day, only to be transformed into enemy-occupied zones soon after. Most asteroids were equipped with planetary defense systems, land-based defensive weapons that, due to their asteroid hosts, boasted superior performance and firepower compared to shipboard weaponry. Yet, during the exchanges of fire between the fleets, these defenses were thoroughly dismantled. Half of the mechanical wreckage along the route originated from these planetary defense systems, while the other half consisted of the destroyed fleets of both sides. There were over 1,000 10,000-ton class frigates and hundreds of transport vessels exceeding 100,000 tons, along with countless small armed crafts, all perished in this place. Many spacecraft appeared to be only partially destroyed. The vast amounts of metallic debris represented significant strategic resources. However, neither side undertook recovery efforts. The rapid fluctuations of the front lines rendered such endeavors perilous. One might find themselves under attack while still attempting to reclaim resources, leaving them stranded instead. Gazing through the porthole at the channel that resembled a graveyard of spacecraft, with some vessels still flickering lights, Jeffrey's mind momentarily drifted. He recalled a trip he had taken with Kevin to a small power star domain upon graduating from high school, a place strikingly similar to this one. Identical asteroid habitats, similarly influenced by other powers, yet possessing their own unique culture. How was Kevin faring now? They had not been assigned together, nor even to the same corps or unit. Kevin was likely engaged in battle with the Scientific Council. Suddenly, an alarm blared, accompanied by flashing red lights, a warning of an enemy attack. Many of the new recruits in the power compartment jumped to their feet in fright, unsure of how to respond to the unfolding chaos. Jeffrey stood up, his hands resting on his knees, and calmly smiled at the newly arrived recruits. Let us proceed. Prepare the surveillance and remote control devices. We shall relocate to the warehouse for remote monitoring. There remains approximately 1 hour from the moment the alarm sounds to engagement in combat, so we must act swiftly. Having experienced numerous battlefields, Jeffrey no longer panicked at the prospect of sudden confrontation. In less than a year, he had transformed from a novice to a seasoned veteran. This was his fortune, yet it marked humanity's misfortune. Chapter 120. The Burning Star Ring. In contrast to Jeffrey's expectations, Kevin was not present on the battlefield between the Star Ring Alliance and the Scientific Council. Instead, he had been temporarily reassigned to the Free Citizen Star Domain to undertake a mission to eliminate space pirates. These pirates were irregular armed forces supported by various factions, with some large pirate groups wielding firepower comparable to that of regular armies. Thus, dispatching troops to eradicate them was a justifiable course of action. However, Kevin's task was not to genuinely eliminate the pirates, but rather to execute a covert ambush operation. They were to depart from the star domain bordering the Scientific Council and advance toward the outer Free Citizen Star Domain. Upon entering this territory, several medium-sized formations would be reassembled into a new squadron. Their strategy was to encircle the entire Star Ring area, launching an attack from the periphery of the Scientific Council. Intelligence had revealed that crucial research bases and heavy industries of the Council were stationed in this location. Destroying them would secure a victory for the Alliance. This was a desperate attack, and to maintain secrecy, they would operate independently throughout the mission, without any contact with the Alliance, and without carrying supplies. All ammunition and material reinforcements would be procured along the way from various smaller factions. Essentially, this meant engaging in acts of theft. Kevin had also become a veteran. Holding the same rank of lieutenant as his childhood friend, Jeffrey, he had participated in 3 battles against the Scientific Council, all of which ended in defeat for the Star Ring Alliance. Fortunately, his performance had been exemplary. He had repeatedly devised strategies to lead the remnants of his forces back to their base from the brutal battlegrounds. These accomplishments earned him a position as one of the staff officers for this operation. War was not confined to the star domains surrounding the 3 major factions. Even the remote Free Citizen Star Domain was engulfed in relentless conflict. Everyone seemed to possess a rationale for directing their weapons at others. As the war progressed, discussions of who struck first or who was innocent had dissipated. Humanity across every star ring domain had succumbed to a frenzied animosity. As Kevin journeyed onward, he witnessed countless small asteroids reduced to ruins and various spacecraft wreckages drifting in every corner of this star domain. The reassembled squadron boasted an increased military strength exceeding that of a fully manned unit by 20%. This contingent from the Star Ring Alliance represented hope for the entire coalition. The Scientific Council had committed the majority of its forces to the front lines, effectively forcing the Alliance to engage vigorously on two fronts simultaneously. Though the clash with the Iron Torrent was vibrant and intense, the Scientific Council remained at a disadvantage. In truth, while the Iron Torrent did launch attacks against the Scientific Council, it appeared that they did not commit additional forces. Overall, the conflict between the Scientific Council and the Iron Torrent had yet to escalate to a point where both sides were fully engaged. This allowed both factions to allocate more resources to combat the Star Ring Alliance. After reorganizing their ranks, the massive fleet commenced a prolonged silent voyage, which rendered surrounding armed vessels hesitant to approach, for it was likely that such a colossal fleet had never graced the free civilian star domain. Kevin, like all other soldiers, was subjected to inquiries from the official media of the Star Ring Alliance, the majority of whom regarded the Scientific Council as a collective of peculiar individuals. The most criticized aspect of the Scientific Council was their pride in the adult work allocation program, which stripped individuals of their freedom to choose their occupations, a method deemed as inhumane as that of the deranged Iron Torrent. Initially, the Star Ring Alliance had no justification for waging war against the Scientific Council. However, after extensive media portrayal, the Council had morphed into a sinister conspirator, allegedly colluding with the Iron Torrent as an evil force. At first, some remained clear-headed enough to point out the inaccuracies in these media reports, but over time, such voices faded away under the prolonged indoctrination. Fueled by a desire for vengeance, the soldiers ventured into a remote star domain controlled by a lesser power, untouched by the ravages of war. Yet, this power was evidently well prepared, with over 100 vessels stationed around their territory. Soon, this lesser power detected the silent fleet and, after several unsuccessful attempts at communication, commanded their forces to obstruct the fleet's path. However, the silent armada showed no inclination for negotiation, advancing wordlessly onward. Ultimately, when faced with the relentless approach of the fleet, the forces of this lesser power could not refrain from opening fire. Despite the vast disparity in strength, their resolve was fortified by the presence of those they sought to protect. This was their territory, and retreat was not an option. The firepower of hundreds of vessels rained down upon the fleet, which responded with an even more ferocious counterattack. Amidst a deluge of firepower, the mere 100 vessels of the lesser power were obliterated within the span of an hour, leaving no intact ship behind. The battlefield, once a site of conflict, transformed into a graveyard of twisted metal and flesh. The residential asteroids and space factories behind them lay exposed before the fleet, akin to a vulnerable maiden stripped bare before a rogue, for not every faction possessed the means to manufacture or acquire planetary defense systems. Finally, the previously silent fleet issued its first and only response to the lesser power: prepare 100,000 tons of electromagnetic cannon shells and 200,000 tons of supplies within 3 days. In 3 days, we shall accept this shipment. Despite the rulers of this small faction being prepared to risk their lives negotiating with the enigmatic and perilous fleet, the latter fell silent, seemingly choosing to wait 3 days to seize the supplies directly from one of the modest life-sustaining asteroids. A clearly unarmed ship ventured forth towards the fleet. However, as it approached within a certain range, it was obliterated by a single electromagnetic cannon shot. The inhabitants of this star domain soon realized that the fleet had no intention of negotiation. Their sole aim was to await the assembly of the required supplies or to retrieve them themselves after 3 days. Abandoning any lingering hopes of luck, the faction hastily gathered the supplies, and indeed, the fleet departed immediately after accepting them, as if they had never been present at all, leaving behind countless loyal ships and their crews. Such plundering had occurred multiple times, and the smaller factions that had not yet been victimized discovered that many of those who had been robbed lost their military forces, now rendered virtually defenseless. Some ambitious factions would not let such an opportunity slip away, igniting conflict even in the outer regions of the Star Ring that had previously remained unscathed by war, turning this star domain into a theater of flames. Chapter 121. The Peach Blossom Paradise of Kokomia. Kevin was feeling utterly miserable during this period. It was not due to a lack of communication with the outside world, nor had he encountered any troubles. If one were to pinpoint the cause, it would likely be the experiences he had endured lately. Unlike most soldiers, he was a genuine student from a prestigious university. Well, he once was. From a young age, Kevin had meticulously planned his life. He was both thoughtful and courageous in his reflections. While many found the prolonged journey of ambush excruciatingly dull, he remained ever watchful and contemplative. He observed several valiant armies bravely charging into the fray against the invasion of their formidable force, only to be utterly annihilated. He also witnessed the cowardice of some armies, abandoning the very people they were meant to protect in their hasty retreat. In this outermost region of the Star Domain, regardless of the faction, none could rival their fully staffed fleet. Yet, he discerned that before their arrival, although every faction had anxiously adopted a defensive posture, no genuine warfare had erupted. The grand conflicts of the core powers had yet to extend their reach here. It was this fleet hailing from the most powerful faction, that had ignited the flames of war in a place that had previously known peace. This was far from the just war proclaimed by the Alliance. Their fleet, which had ostensibly set out for revenge, had, even before enacting their vengeance, laid waste to many regions still basking in tranquility. This knowledge weighed heavily upon him. He was uncertain whether his actions were right or wrong, even questioning the righteousness of the war against the Scientific Council. The fleet had already traversed half of their journey, and after consuming 10% of their supplies, it was once again time for resupply. Due to the long-distance expedition, they were compelled to continuously replenish their resources to be prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Ahead lies a minor faction known as Kokomaya, reputed to be an extension of the Star Ring Alliance, a prominent entity within this distant stellar region. Under normal circumstances, should the military forces of the Star Ring Alliance require resupply, they would merely need to notify their counterparts, confident in receiving assistance. However, in a bid to conceal their identities and objectives, they opted against direct communication, choosing instead to resort to their previous method of outright plundering. Upon nearing Kokomaya, the fleet of the Star Ring Alliance discerned an unusual atmosphere, markedly distinct from other territories. In virtually every realm they had traversed, heightened vigilance prevailed in the wake of the global conflict. Yet, Kokomaya exhibited none of these defenses. Sensors revealed a bustling array of spacecraft navigating between this faction and its neighboring realms, predominantly commercial vessels of various models. It appeared as a veritable paradise, untouched by the ravages of war. This unique scenario piqued the interest of the fleet's command, prompting an unprecedented halt for silent observation and analysis of this peculiar faction. Soon, they confirmed that Kokomaya indeed seemed insulated from the turmoil of war, engaging in vigorous commercial trade activities. Could it be that this remote enclave remained oblivious to the catastrophic conflict engulfing the Star Ring domain? Such a notion seemed implausible, particularly when just 0.5 astronomical units away, they had encountered another faction equally on high alert. It was inconceivable that they were unaware of the global war. Many in the fleet gazed upon this industrious little faction, reminiscent of the bygone days of the Star Ring Alliance, evoking memories of their own homelands. Despite hailing from disparate planets and even regions, the former vibrancy of the Star Ring Alliance resonated with the same fervor. Yet, as the scale of war escalated, the Alliance gradually curtailed its extensive commercial endeavors, redirecting nearly all resources towards industry, agriculture, and military might. Shortly after the fleet's unexpected pause, as memories began to stir, a vessel emerged from a small asteroid controlled by Kokomaya, unmistakably a Class 3 frigate, heading directly towards the fleet. This development captured the fleet's attention. Although they had ceased their advance, the elite force remained on high alert, with many ships discreetly deploying their weaponry. Despite the presence of only a single Class 3 frigate, the absence of any resupply necessitated a heightened state of vigilance, as the loss of any ship would represent a significant detriment. The frigate approached in a straight trajectory, and soon the fleet recognized that they had been compromised. Typically, while vessels of similar structural design exist, the three major factions boast superior technology and more advanced manufacturing capabilities, endowing their Class 3 frigates with far greater detection ranges than those produced by smaller factions. This disparity had emboldened them to hover undetected in the vicinity, unafraid of being discovered by Kokomaya. However, it was unexpected that this minor faction in such a remote region could detect our presence from such a distance. The speed of that vessel was remarkable. Considering both the distance and velocity, the opposing force would arrive at our location in approximately 5 hours. Soon, the engines of the entire fleet reignited, for maintaining maneuverability in the face of any armed vessels was a stringent requirement for this covert operation. The leading fleet reported its affiliation and destination. Before the ship arrived, a voice boomed through the public channel, inquiring loudly. It was a male voice, seemingly youthful, somewhat unclear in articulation, as if he were chewing on something. The response from our ship was met with silence. Nevertheless, the vessel appeared unfazed. As the man continued on the announcement channel, "Now, don't be like that. If you don't speak, I'll just have to guess 1 TI?" After another brief silence, the voice continued, You likely possess over 200 Class 3 frigates. Such a fleet could not possibly belong to mere space pirates. It must be a regular army. With such discipline and no ship showing any signs of deviation, it indicates a unified military force rather than a coalition. Given your direction, I presume you belong to the Star Ring Alliance? Discovered. The immediate reaction from the higher-ups of the Silent Fleet was to eliminate the source. Yet, the subsequent words on the public channel took them by surprise. No need to be alarmed. It's quite easy to deduce. Previously, the Steel Torrent Fleet attempted to pass through here, but I intercepted them. Your ship's characteristics differ from those of the Steel Torrent. I am quite certain you do not belong to the Scientific Council. Thus, the only faction capable of deploying such a fleet must be the Star Ring Alliance. Chapter 122. The Iron Nail at the Gate. Who are you? After a considerable pause, the commander of the Star Ring Alliance fleet engaged in conversation for the first time during this expedition. The information conveyed by the vessel was so substantial that they felt compelled to regard certain elements of it as critical intelligence. For instance, the mention of the Steel Torrent fleet's prior attempt to traverse this area. "Oh, I suppose I am the custodian of order in this region," replied the young man over the public channel. "Which faction does your ship belong to?" Clearly, understanding the identity of the opposing force was vital for the Star Ring Alliance's raiding fleet, as it pertained to their subsequent actions and responses. "Our words, should not belong to any faction," came the thoughtful reply. He then added, "We currently reside within this territory, and we do not wish for our dwelling to be affected by war. Hence, we temporarily assume the role of order maintainers." "You mentioned that the Steel Council had visited here before? When was that? How many were there? You stated that you intercepted them? And how many are you?" After failing to extract further information from the peculiar vessel, the fleet commander directly posed his most pressing questions. "I do not appreciate your tone. This is hardly a manner of seeking guidance." The young man's voice, tinged with annoyance, muttered before continuing. "However, I can inform you that approximately 3 months ago, a formidable fleet comprised of 2000 Class 3 frigates arrived here, but I intercepted them. You ought to be grateful to me. Had it not been for our intervention, you would have been ambushed long ago." The senior officers of the Star Ring fleet, engaged in a video conference, exchanged glances, unsurprised by this revelation. In truth, they had anticipated the possibility of encountering hostile fleets at the periphery of the Star Ring domain. Nevertheless, a heavily armed fleet of 2000 Class 3 frigates represented an overwhelming force, even surpassing their own military strength. A heavily armed fleet is defined as a battalion solely equipped with 10,000-ton frigates, typically elite units within the military designated for arduous engagements. They could scarcely fathom the outcome had the individual spoken the truth regarding the encounter with the formidable fleet from the Iron Tide 3 months prior. According to the data on paper, their firepower was inferior to that of their adversary, particularly given the latter's arsenal of numerous small spacecraft. This configuration posed no issue against the Scientific Council, but would be severely disadvantaged against the Iron Alliance, known for its proclivity for nuclear weaponry. "What proof do you possess to substantiate your claims?" After a prolonged contemplation, the fleet commander inquired. "I require no proof whatsoever. I merely wish to convey that regardless of your intended destination, you should return immediately," the young man replied. The fleet commander turned to regard all present in the video conference, as well as the trajectory displayed on the monitor concerning that particular vessel. Noticing it was nearing the effective range of the entire fleet, he continued, "Since you are reluctant to divulge, allow me to speculate about your identity." Without waiting for a response, he proceeded with his analysis. "Let us presume your statements are true. You claim to have thwarted the ships of the Iron Tide. Therefore, we can rule out your affiliation with them. If I recall correctly, you also asserted with certainty that we are not a military force of the Scientific Council. This piques my curiosity. What leads you to be so certain we are not associated with the Scientific Council, given that our vessels bear no insignia?" At this juncture, the fleet commander again scrutinized the data on the screen, noting that the vessel had now entered the fleet's maximum effective range. "Thus, while I cannot ascertain the faction to which you belong, there is no doubt that you are more aligned with the Scientific Council." At that moment, the vessel became detectable by the sensors of the Star Ring Alliance fleet. It appeared predominantly silver-white, characteristic of a Class 3 frigate, yet bore striking orange markings on the engines and various other locations. It seemed ill-suited for combat, as the vibrant orange hue would undoubtedly render it a prime target for adversaries on the battlefield. Its speed was remarkable, showing no signs of deceleration. This constitutes an exceedingly unfriendly act, for when the opponent is in a state of rest, regaining high speed requires considerable time. By refusing to decelerate, it implies a desire to maintain a tactical advantage, a mindset typically reserved for adversaries. "It seems I have struck a chord, have I not?" The fleet commander nodded towards several high-ranking officials in the video conference, and in an instant, commands were disseminated through the electromagnetic waves emitted from the flagship. The exhaust ports of every vessel in the fleet erupted with brilliant light, and the entire formation stirred, awakening like a slumbering beast, moving in an orderly yet deliberate manner. The weapon systems of the massive warships had already been activated. Thousands of electromagnetic cannon barrels aboard the third-tier frigates were trained on the trajectory the peculiar ship was destined to traverse. Just as the Star Ring Alliance fleet was poised to enter combat readiness, the strange vessel suddenly engaged its forward deceleration thrusters, causing its speed to plummet until it came to a complete halt. The transition from high velocity to total stillness occurred in less than half an hour, and the fleet's technical officer calculated that such acceleration from high speed to a standstill was nearly at the threshold of human tolerance. This was a blatant violation of conventional spacecraft knowledge. Within the entire Star Ring sector, no vessel of such tonnage possessed such capabilities. Indeed, it resembled a relentless tide of steel. The voice on the public channel resonated once more. Before the members of the Star Ring Alliance could express their indignation over this remark, the voice continued. This vessel is named Iron Nail, and I am currently its captain. First and foremost, let me clarify that we are not affiliated with any faction within the Star Ring sector, nor are we representatives of the Scientific Council. However, we do have more extensive ties with them, though that detail is of little consequence. After a brief pause, noticing that the other party seemed to be awaiting his next words rather than losing their composure, he proceeded. What is most imperative now is that you must immediately cease your acts of armed intimidation. Otherwise, should you open fire, we shall retaliate for your infringement upon the local peace. At that moment, both parties found themselves within each other's weapon range. The Iron Nail stood resolutely before the advancing multitude, akin to a lone hero confronting an army. Chapter 123. The Destroyer of Nozzles. No one can impede the march of vengeance from the Alliance, regardless of your identity or numbers. Our contingent has emerged with no expectation of retreat. If you do not summon your forces, we shall be compelled to break through by force. The commander of the Star Ring Alliance replied, having conducted scans of the surrounding area since earlier without detecting any ambush or nearby vessels. However, the continual reference to we by the other party heightened his vigilance. Perhaps they have concealed themselves among the asteroids? Ships hiding within asteroids are exceedingly difficult to detect. After all, the vastness of space is too immense for anyone to precisely analyze the full scope of a detector's range. Indeed, regardless of which side the armies belong to, they are invariably resistant to counsel. We shall not initiate hostilities. However, should you resort to weaponry or attempt to force a breach, we shall retaliate. The self-proclaimed captain of the Iron Nail reiterated his earlier warning, adding, "Oh, by the way, you may have misunderstood. When I refer to we, I mean my companions aboard this vessel. We are the ship." The commander of the Star Ring Alliance fleet felt a deep sense of affront. This individual was either mad or foolish. No, he was undoubtedly a lunatic. Even a fool would not be so audacious when faced with an entire fleet. Regret washed over him. It seemed the previous time had been squandered. The madman's words held no semblance of credibility, and his own excessive caution in choosing to engage in dialogue with such a lunatic undoubtedly wasted precious time. Was it the result of a prolonged and solitary journey? He inhaled deeply, severed the public communication channel, and commanded, "Attack." Aboard the Iron Nail, the Wolf Fong Brigade finally regrouped. 6 months prior, amidst a tense battlefield, the Scientific Council had dispatched 100 third-class frigates to escort Ding Hao and others back to the Kokomaya Star region to reunite with Tang Sheng and his cohort. Given the current state of war, Tang Sheng and Rod had agreed to await the arrival of the Kunlun mountain fleet before relinquishing the Iron Nail. Thus, as of now, Tang Sheng remained the captain, Rod the first mate, while the unfortunate Zhao Jinhao was relegated to the role of second mate in a brigade that originally had no such position. Kokomaya truly deserved its reputation as one of the most remote minor powers. While other star regions were embroiled in the fervor of a world war, here, the specter of conflict had yet to cast its shadow. After all, this place was far too isolated. In terms of both population and resources, it was not a priority for those engaged in the grand conflict. Although they kept a keen eye on the developments throughout the star region, war seemed a distant reality, until one day, an unusual fleet arrived. This was a restructured heavy fleet, comprising over 2,000 warships, evident from their distinctive weapon systems. Even without any insignia painted upon their hulls, it was unmistakable that these were vessels from the Iron Tide. Upon discovering the two fleets, Tang Sheng ordered Alan to steer the Iron Nail towards them, wishing to inquire about their purpose in this region and to prevent any potential destruction from this massive armada. For the entirety of the Star Ring sector had few places untouched by the ravages of war. However, the solitary Iron Nail evidently failed to capture the attention of the Iron Tide Joint Fleet, which disregarded the flamboyant vessel that had seemingly appeared out of nowhere. They aimed to bypass the Iron Nail and proceed along their designated course. After several futile warnings, Tang Sheng, a man of determination, resolved that if they would not heed his words, he would subdue them before engaging in further dialogue. Thus, in the eyes of the Iron Torrent fleet, a flamboyantly painted spaceship, at that time, the Iron Nail still bore the ostentatious orange livery of the billionaire lord, unwaveringly charged towards a formidable armada of over 2,000 warships. What astonished onlookers was not merely the audacity of a single vessel confronting 2,000 ships, but rather the baffling reality that these 2,000 ships could not land a single blow on the daring ship. Over the course of 3 hours of battle, the Iron Torrent combined fleet launched more than 40,000 nuclear missiles. The resulting nuclear explosions illuminated the vastness of space, casting a radiance akin to that of stars across the entire starfield. This confrontation became one of the most visually stunning battles witnessed by many Kokomians. In the distant cosmos, countless newborn stars flickered on and off, created by the fireballs resulting from the nuclear detonations unleashed by the Iron Torrent fleet. This spectacle was far more exhilarating than any real-time battlefield report from news media, as the citizens of Kokomia viewed that day's conflict as akin to a 3-hour fireworks display, brilliant, dazzling, yet devoid of danger. The outcome was evident. Nearly 700 warships were completely incapacitated due to the missiles' tracking capabilities drawn into the heart of the fleet by the Iron Nail. Meanwhile, over 1,400 warships had their propulsion systems entirely obliterated by the ship's laser weaponry, rendering them immobile. This restraint was due to Tang Sheng's consideration for the humanity aboard the opposing vessels. He opted not to deliver a fatal blow, choosing instead to disable their power systems. Like the Star Ring Alliance, the Iron Torrent fleet also deployed no engineering or supply ships, consisting solely of combat vessels. Now, these stranded warships could only remain in situ, unable to venture anywhere. In truth, had the Star Ring Alliance advanced just 3 astronomical units further, they would have been able to detect the immobilized Iron Torrent ships. Alas, that opportunity had slipped away. A silver corvette weaved through the dense barrage like a storm-battered seabird, narrowly evading strikes at seemingly every moment. Frantic members of the fire control teams aboard countless Star Ring Alliance warships shouted in despair, "This is impossible. This is beyond human capability." Little did they realize, their desperate cries revealed the undeniable truth. This ship was utterly audacious. It refrained from targeting critical areas of its adversaries, such as command bridges, power compartments, or weapon bays. Instead, it exclusively focused on the propulsion ports of nearby vessels, whether the main engines at the rear, the deceleration ports at the front, or the attitude control thrusters scattered around. It appeared that it had no intention of annihilating or slaughtering its foes. Soon, as they found themselves unable to retaliate and were subjected to relentless torment, the morale of this fleet crumbled entirely. Many warships even surrendered without resistance, awaiting the inevitable destruction of their propulsion systems. Initially, while the fighting spirit of the crew remained fierce, even after losing power, the fire control team members continued to operate the ship's weapon systems, attempting to strike back from their limited angles of attack. Upon realizing that their attacks were utterly futile, many abandoned this senseless endeavor. Indeed, numerous warships did not even attempt to escape. They simply shut down their engines and allowed the approaching vessel to obliterate their thrusters before speeding away. Within the unscathed fleet's internal communications, many bestowed a nickname upon this ship, the Destroyer of Thrusters. Unbeknownst to them, the identical steel-tied fleet they encountered also referred to this ship by the same moniker. Chapter 124. Mutual Sightseeing Tour. The Iron Nail was not omnipotent. Despite surpassing the Star Ring Alliance's warships in performance across various dimensions by at least 2 generations, it was still impossible to single-handedly incapacitate the entire opposing force. In truth, whether during previous engagements with the Steel-Tide or this encounter with the Star Ring Alliance fleet, over 100 ships had managed to escape. However, Tang Sheng remained unfazed. Amidst a world war, he believed neither side possessed the resources to dispatch additional fleets for revenge. Furthermore, he had not directly annihilated their vessels. He had merely incapacitated their maneuverability, with the majority of casualties stemming from friendly fire. Should the opposing force seek retribution, the multitude of prisoners of war in his possession would provide him with leverage in negotiations. Unlike the Steel-Tide fleet, which had resolutely ceased communication with the Iron Nail after losing power, the Star Ring Alliance fleet swiftly initiated a communication request and put forth reasonable demands as captives. They requested that those aboard their powerless ships be permitted to rotate personnel for excursions to alleviate the psychological strain and potential insurrection stemming from prolonged confinement in cramped quarters. After deliberation, the Mace Brigade acquiesced to this request, albeit with various stipulations. Firstly, the soldiers would be allowed to board sightseeing vessels provided by Kakamiya for a 20-day interstellar tour to mitigate the stress of living in a stifling environment. However, They would not be permitted to carry any weapons, including but not limited to firearms, knives, modern mechanical repair tools, or any sharp objects, all of which would be subject to security checks upon boarding. Secondly, the sightseeing vessels would operate on a fixed route, passing 6 habitable asteroids without making any stops, while only 2 service asteroids would allow docking and disembarkation for sightseeing. However, expenses incurred on the service asteroids would be the responsibility of the tourists. Thirdly, there would be 5 sightseeing vessels per trip, each accommodating a comfortable long-term stay for 2,000 individuals, thus collectively accommodating 10,000 personnel at a time. These spots would be evenly distributed across each ship, and those who had participated in a sightseeing excursion would not be permitted to join another until all had rotated through. Lastly, the duration of each sightseeing trip, including transport time, would span 20 days. The cost for these 5 sightseeing spacecraft must be settled immediately by the Star Ring Alliance fleet, either in cash or through the immediate payment of weapons, equipment, or supplies aboard the vessels, with no allowance for deferred payments. Services shall commence only upon the full payment being made. Kokomia was once a minor power aligned with the Star Ring Alliance, although historically, the alliance scarcely acknowledged such fringe entities. Nevertheless, Kokomia has continuously emulated the political structure and cultural practices of the Star Ring Alliance. However, the nearest significant power to Kokomia is, in fact, the Scientific Council. When the Scientific Council escorted Deng Hao and others to Kokomia to rendezvous with Tang Sheng and his group, they forged an alliance agreement with Kokomia's authorities. For Kokomia, this was an unavoidable circumstance, as a small power could hardly refuse an alliance with a larger entity, particularly in an era where almost the entire Star Ring sector is engulfed in conflict. Consequently, the Iron Nail has effectively taken on the role of ensuring security in the vicinity of Kokomia, despite being a solitary vessel. Its formidable capabilities render it unmatched in the area. Following the signing of the alliance with the Scientific Council, Kokomia naturally became a vassal of the Council, thus discarding any lingering admiration for the Star Ring Alliance without hesitation. Kevin's vessel utilized a lottery system, and he was fortunate enough to be among the first group of tourists. The sightseeing spacecraft provided by Kokomia is quite comfortable, resembling a specialized interstellar cruise liner. Weighing 80,000 tons, its interior is exceptionally spacious, although it does not compare to the luxurious liners of the Star Ring Alliance. It offers significantly more comfort than the cramped quarters of a warship. After enduring over a year of warfare and several months of arduous travel, veterans like Kevin are indeed weary, not merely in body, but also in spirit. The prolonged tension under high pressure has finally relaxed during this journey. The media in Kokomia bears a striking resemblance to that of the Star Ring Alliance, as the spacecraft provides limited electronic access to news and cultural introductions about Kokomia. These features would typically go unnoticed, yet the soldiers of the Star Ring Alliance find them immensely appealing. Whenever such content is broadcasted, they cease their conversations and attentively watch the videos, even finding enjoyment in the advertisements, having been distanced from the mundane realities of war for so long. During their voyage, they passed closely by 6 modest-sized asteroids inhabited by the Kokomians, observing a variety of spacecraft entering and exiting, visible even to the naked eye. This vibrancy reflects the flourishing development of a power thriving without the looming threat of war, reminiscent of the Star Ring Alliance of the past. It evokes nostalgia among many, prompting reflections on their pre-war lives and leading them to ponder the necessity of war in their leisure moments, especially for individuals like Kevin, who have long engaged in contemplation. This journey has profoundly highlighted the value of peace. Upon docking at the service asteroid, nearly everyone disembarked from the spacecraft to stroll upon the asteroid's surface, relishing a long-forgotten sense of groundedness. Although these asteroids are diminutive and possess remarkably weak gravity, far less comfortable than the artificial gravity aboard the ship, the soldiers, having spent an extended duration within the confines of the spacecraft, eagerly embraced the opportunity to explore these celestial bodies. The experience was entirely distinct from their time aboard the ship. However, the most unexpected destination of the entire voyage was a location that took the soldiers of the Star Ring Alliance by surprise. The travel route, designed by an unknown mischief maker, led the soldiers to the hideout of the Iron Flood fleet. While the earlier part of the journey allowed the Alliance soldiers to relax, the final destination brought them genuine joy. Although many began to reflect on the nature of war, nothing could compare to the delight of witnessing the disgrace of their former adversaries. As the sightseeing vessel glided through the ranks of the Iron Flood fleet, someone discovered that the vessel offered the option to purchase access to public channel communications. Consequently, the airwaves were inundated with the scathing laughter of the Star Ring Alliance soldiers. Some even pooled their resources to launch dozens of fireworks, leaving the Iron Flood personnel utterly bemused. Ultimately, When the Iron Flood realized that their old foes had traveled such a distance merely to mock them, they could no longer contain themselves. Numerous docked warships activated the public channel, leading to a heated exchange with the Alliance soldiers. Later, upon shedding their pride and communicating with the Iron Nail, the Iron Flood learned that their arch-nemesis had encountered similar predicaments and shamelessly spent money to provoke them by sailing right to their doorstep. This was truly intolerable. As a result, the previously withdrawn Iron Flood personnel echoed the same sentiments, flying to the Star Ring Alliance's fleet hideout to engage in their own mockery. The first group of tourists, who had been boasting to their comrades, swiftly grasped the profound meaning of the adage, "What goes around comes around." Thus, the second batch of tourists set forth on the sightseeing vessel with a mission in mind. No one could have anticipated that the two fleets, which had failed to meet on the battlefield, would engage in a form of mutual sightseeing that turned into a contest of mockery. Chapter 125. A sudden turn in the tide of battle. While Tang Sheng and his companions thrived in the idyllic setting of Kokomaya, they remained unaware that although they had thwarted the Star Ring Alliance and Iron Flood's marauders, they inadvertently brought greater trouble to the Scientific Council. Recently, the Council had sensed something amiss, as intelligence indicated that both the Star Ring Alliance and the Iron Flood seemed to be simultaneously withdrawing forces from the areas where they had previously engaged in fierce combat. This region had originally been a stronghold for both sides, with over 5,000 Tier 3 frigates, 700 resource supply ships, and tens of thousands of other armed vessels involved. The star domains where both parties engaged in battle can be described as the most intense battleground of this global conflict. Within a spherical space of a radius of 0.5 astronomical units, several local factions have been utterly obliterated due to this war. Countless inhabited asteroids have been destroyed, and innumerable warships and soldiers are eternally enshrined here. Yet, in a remarkable turn of events, this fierce battleground fell silent over the course of a mere month, as both sides inexplicably ceased their mutual assaults, merely fortifying their respective territories. Reports from the Scientific Council's intelligence organization indicate that it has been 8 days since the last exchange of fire. This situation is exceedingly peculiar, suggesting the emergence of new circumstances that the Scientific Council's intelligence has failed to grasp. Conversely, due to the de-escalation of direct hostilities between the Star Ring Alliance and the Iron Torrent, both sides have redirected more forces to engage in combat against the Scientific Council in other star domains. During this period, it has become evident that the Scientific Council is under immense pressure on this dual-front battlefield. The intensity of this pressure is escalating. What was once a mere military standoff characterized by sporadic skirmishes with the Iron Torrent has now evolved into overt military conflict. Meanwhile, on the front against the Star Ring Alliance, the Scientific Council, which had previously maintained the initiative in warfare, now finds itself in a state of equilibrium due to the substantial reinforcements from the opposing side. Neither the Scientific Council nor the Mace Brigade anticipated that by allowing hundreds of warships from the Iron Torrent and the Star Ring Alliance to escape, both factions would concurrently become aware of a powerful and mysterious force emerging at the distant edges of the star domains, closely aligned with the Scientific Council. Indeed, though only a single vessel, the Iron Nail, has consistently decimated both fleets. Both the Star Ring Alliance and the Iron Torrent are convinced that such an advanced ship could only be produced by a significant power, certainly not an ordinary minor faction. Such capabilities could not be the result of individual actions. The performance exhibited by the Iron Nail represents an overwhelmingly dominant advantage over all three factions, including the Scientific Council. While an individual or small faction might surpass the three major powers in one or two critical metrics, it is utterly implausible for them to achieve comprehensive superiority across the board. The notion of a large force, concealed within the Star Ring domain and possessing technological prowess in warship construction that far surpasses their own, raises unsettling questions. The mere possibility of such a hidden power, of which they are entirely unaware, compels both the Star Ring Alliance and the Iron Torrent to exercise caution. They wish to avoid becoming like the clam and the sandpiper from the ancient human proverb, where one party's conflict benefits a third. Consequently, both sides have tacitly withdrawn their nearly full-scale offensive forces, preparing to confront this enigmatic hidden entity should it choose to strike. As for the Scientific Council, intelligence gathered from the returning warships suggests a possible connection with this mysterious hidden power. How closely intertwined are the two parties? Could it be that this hidden force serves as a clandestine contingency for the Scientific Council? At present, no one knows for certain. Hence, the intensification of military pressure on the Scientific Council serves as a typical probing strategy. The Scientific Council initially intended to remain as mere bystanders, but was inexplicably dragged into the mire of warfare by the Star Alliance, which was already a source of great frustration. Now, it has unexpectedly become the backbone of a world war, a situation that is indeed disheartening. The overall strategy of the Scientific Council is predicated upon intelligence analysis, employing computers to exhaustively evaluate various possibilities through logical reasoning, subsequently confirming choices through voting. However, this somewhat lazy approach has undeniably sown the seeds of calamity for the Council in its current predicament. Analysis necessitates logic, yet the complexities of real life do not adhere to such constraints. In this global conflict, why has one, who was merely a bystander, suddenly assumed the role of a protagonist? A particularly exasperating phrase from the Scientific Council encapsulates this sentiment. This is unscientific. Moreover, the developments did not cease here. The once bitter adversaries, the Star Alliance and the Scientific Council, somehow established contact through undisclosed channels. After cautiously exchanging intelligence, both parties were taken aback. The conjecture regarding the Scientific Council's collusion with a mysterious hidden force was not merely a unilateral analytical outcome. Both sides had initially approached the matter with a cautious, yet serious consideration. However, upon confirming the same conclusion with their adversary, the suspicion of the Scientific Council's involvement with the enigmatic force could no longer be overlooked. There must be a purpose behind this collusion. What could it be? The Star Alliance's analysis inferred that the sudden assault by the Iron Tide against them, along with the large-scale annexation of surrounding forces, was likely orchestrated by the Scientific Council from behind the scenes. The ultimate goal must surely be akin to their own, to stir the waters and thus expand their influence, culminating in the unification of the entire star sphere, imposing their radical ideology of relentless calculation and science upon all. This is a classic example of observing a tiger fight from the mountain, perfectly aligning with the Scientific Council's modus operandi of achieving maximum benefit with minimal cost. Conversely, the Iron Tide concluded that the Scientific Council, upon discovering their strategic intentions, reassessed its implications and deemed that maintaining neutrality would yield greater benefits and provide more strategic flexibility. Hence, it chose not to ally with the Star Alliance against them, likely due to the influence of a fourth, mysterious hidden force. With formidable technological prowess and a history of retaining an advantage in warfare, the ambitions of the Scientific Council appear substantial. While both sides exhibited notable differences in their analytical processes due to the intelligence at hand, the final conclusion was evidently consistent. The Scientific Council's collusion with the fourth mysterious entity harbored significant implications. Armed with this unified judgment, the Star Alliance and the Iron Tide, both seasoned in maintaining a balance of power for centuries, now had preliminary justification for action. Though they could not yet set aside their animosity and hostility, a tacit operation was still feasible. Thus, the Star Alliance and the Iron Tide reached an unspoken agreement to cease hostilities in the contested star regions, transitioning instead to a state of restrained military confrontation. A substantial number of troops have been dispatched to the border regions adjoining the Scientific Council, prepared to exert extreme military pressure in an effort to compel the Council and the enigmatic Fourth Faction to reveal their true intentions. Chapter 126. A call for help. The Scientific Council evidently did not foresee the current predicament. Although they commenced shipbuilding and troop augmentation at the onset of the war, they were not the principal actors in this global conflict. Consequently, they did not mobilize their resources with the same fervor as the Star Ring Alliance, which has aggressively amassed war resources across its expansive domain. It could be said that while the Scientific Council was prepared for an all-out war, they did not reach the level of desperation required for a life-or-death struggle. In terms of territorial control, the Scientific Council was initially comparable to the Steel Tide, both controlling approximately 30% less than the Star Ring Alliance. However, the sudden maneuvers of the Steel Tide allowed its sphere of influence to slightly surpass that of the Star Ring Alliance. The extent of territorial control signifies the potential for warfare. The larger a faction's controlled territory, the greater the natural resources at its disposal, and the deeper its strategic depth. Despite the Scientific Council's current inability to match the territorial expanse of the Star Ring Alliance and the Steel Tide, their holdings remain substantial for a large faction. From a demographic perspective, the three factions are relatively similar, each boasting populations exceeding 1 billion. Fluctuations of 1 or 200 million are negligible given contemporary technological capabilities. However, when it comes to military strength, the Scientific Council lags significantly. At first glance, the military capabilities of the three major powers appear balanced, with no faction able to decisively overcome the others. Yet, the Steel Tide has meticulously accumulated over 10,000 third-tier frigates over several decades, complemented by an innumerable array of supply ships, reconnaissance vessels, and armed crafts. Furthermore, due to long-term preparations, their soldiers possess superior training compared to those of other factions, albeit with their efforts spread across three fronts: the Star Ring Alliance, the Scientific Council, and the smaller factions they seek to annex. This distribution of forces has impeded their ability to gain an overwhelming advantage over either the Star Ring Alliance or the Scientific Council. Meanwhile, the Star Ring Alliance, having been at the epicenter of the conflict from the outset, has integrated its resources and launched an aggressive shipbuilding campaign. Currently, including their standing military forces, they possess over 6,000 third-tier warships alongside their supporting vessels. Had it not been for the lag in training personnel to operate these ships, the acceleration of their military capabilities would likely have been even more pronounced. As for the Scientific Council, they currently command fewer than 5,000 third-tier warships. Their ability to secure an advantage against the Star Ring Alliance stems partly from the fact that the conflict with the Steel Tide has not yet escalated into large-scale battles, allowing the Council to concentrate its limited forces on the front lines against the Star Ring Alliance. Additionally, the Star Ring Alliance has deployed the majority of its military strength to confront the Steel Tide, resulting in a relative depletion of their frontline forces against the Scientific Council. Nevertheless, a sudden tacit understanding between the Star Ring Alliance and the Steel Tide has emerged within a mere 2 months, prompting both factions to simultaneously bolster their military presence along their respective border regions. This predicament was one that the Star Ring Alliance had never anticipated. Although an urgent mobilization of forces had commenced, the construction of ships and training of personnel required substantial time. Distant waters could not quench immediate thirst. Consequently, the Scientific Council found itself compelled to undertake a temporary strategic contraction, seeking to relinquish a portion of its peripheral star territories to diminish its borders with the two opposing factions, thus ensuring that its limited military strength could withstand enemy assaults. Regrettably, this strategic withdrawal did not alleviate the pressure from either the Star Ring Alliance or the Iron Torrent. Rather, it led both parties to suspect that the Council harbored ulterior motives yet to be unveiled, thereby intensifying their collective onslaught. This predicament rendered the Scientific Council quite beleaguered, as it endeavored to withstand the attacks from both sides with insufficient preparations. The situation became increasingly suffocating. Following the dispatch of numerous diplomats for urgent negotiations and the diligent efforts of intelligence personnel, the Scientific Council belatedly recognized that their attempts to navigate a delicate balance had spiraled out of control. They had yet to realize that while the Club of Wolves had mitigated the risks of 2 surprise assaults, it had inadvertently been perceived by others as a mysterious fourth force or a potential backup. The Council mistakenly believed that their strategy of playing both sides had merely prompted a defensive caution among the two factions. Thus, they initiated a series of external communication policies and high-level dialogues, yet these efforts proved futile. Both the Star Ring Alliance and the Iron Torrent soon discerned that no matter how forcefully they pressured the Scientific Council, it remained steadfast in its defensive posture, refraining from deploying any alleged backup or mysterious fourth force to launch a counterattack. Considering the deeper implications of such restraint, both factions grew increasingly apprehensive about potential subsequent actions from the Scientific Council. Furthermore, contemplating the ineffectiveness of direct pressure, they pondered whether it might be prudent to probe this enigmatic fourth force. Following mutual consultations, each faction dispatched a joint fleet exceeding 3,000 vessels to the star region of Kokomia. Together, their naval might surpass 6,000 ships, a formidable display of strength equivalent to that of a significant power. In this tumultuous atmosphere, the smaller factions caught in the throes of war found themselves increasingly bewildered by the shifting dynamics among the 3 major powers. The ebb and flow of attack and defense resembled the wave functions of quantum mechanics. Without observation, one could scarcely predict the eventual state of collapse. This left the smaller factions in awe, marveling at the intricate strategies and alliances wielded by the 3 dominant forces. Meanwhile, the Club of Wolves, engaged in organizing mutual tours between the opposing sides in the Kokomia Star region, remained blissfully unaware of these developments. It was only when the Scientific Council sent out an urgent distress signal that the club realized how, in just a few months of neglecting the progression of hostilities, the Council had become the target of collective animosity. The Scientific Council had come to grasp the gravity of the situation. If the relentless assaults from the Star Ring Alliance and the Iron Torrent continued unabated, their survival would soon be in jeopardy. The combined military strength of 2 formidable powers undoubtedly constitutes an overwhelming advantage, a sentiment that the recent Scientific Council has come to fully appreciate. Due to a misjudgment on their part, their military forces have been unable to receive timely reinforcements. If one were to consider the worst-case scenario, such as the Star Ring Alliance and the Iron Torrent suddenly conspiring to annex and divide the territories of the Scientific Council, the only potential source of assistance would be the distant human civilization branch, the Kunlun Mountain Fleet, whose arrival time remains uncertain. Thus, the urgent plea for help sent to Tang Sheng and others was not a direct call to engage in warfare, but rather a request for the Kunlun Mountain Fleet to expedite their arrival and provide military support. Chapter 127. The solitary warship at this juncture, the Kunlun Mountain Fleet, is, from a cosmic perspective, remarkably close to the star ring region, having even entered the deceleration phase. After traveling at high speeds, it is imperative to reduce velocity in order to successfully dock at the target star system, enabling gravitational capture. Otherwise, they would inevitably miss their mark. Nevertheless, despite their proximity in cosmic terms, their arrival still requires approximately a month, which implies that the Scientific Council must withstand the fierce onslaught of the two great powers for an entire month independently. When Tang Sheng conveyed this news to the Scientific Council, there was a prolonged silence before they replied, "Thank you. We will do our utmost to hold out until then." Consequently, the Star Ring Alliance and the Iron Torrent suddenly discovered that the Scientific Council had initiated a strategic retreat. The Scientific Council previously occupied an area with a diameter of approximately 0.5 astronomical units within the Star Ring region. But they have now contracted their defensive perimeter to two large asteroids, where their industrial and agricultural facilities are more concentrated, situated in the more peripheral zones of the entire Star Ring region. This effectively amounted to relinquishing 60% of their territory. Following the issuance of this directive, the frontline forces engaged in combat began an orderly withdrawal, while the hostile armies of the Star Ring Alliance and the Iron Torrent naturally seized the opportunity to pursue them. As they pursued, they soon realized that the retreating forces of the Scientific Council seemed to possess no boundaries. These forces traversed the first line, deemed by their military command as exceedingly difficult to assault, and encountered no resistance or interception. Thus, they resolved to continue their pursuit. They then passed through the second line, which their command had previously judged to be a fortified bastion maintained by the Scientific Council, yet still found no opposition awaiting them. Some hesitance arose, yet spurred by the allure of military accolades and triumph, they pressed on. It was not until these forces advanced beyond what was considered the core defensive perimeter of the Scientific Council that they still encountered no resistance. This was highly unusual. The frontline troops had now breached three lines previously assessed to be fiercely defended, yet they had faced no opposition whatsoever. As they journeyed onward, these regions, once inhabited by residential asteroids, research asteroids, and service asteroids, now lay desolate. Moreover, upon dispatching personnel for exploration, they discovered that many research asteroids had their equipment dismantled and removed. The chaotic scene bore evident signs of hasty evacuations by the regular occupants. As for the industrial and agricultural asteroids utilized for daily supplies in the surrounding star domains, they seem to have been directly seized by the Scientific Council, a significant strategic asset. With these factories in operation, it could be asserted that the war potential of the Scientific Council remained largely unscathed. The abrupt strategic contraction of the Scientific Council left the Starlight Alliance and the Iron Torrent somewhat perplexed. What was happening? Hadn't they been assured of a sudden offensive? This apparent indifference felt as if they had been caught off guard. In a state of skepticism, they paused their offensive and began reassessing the situation, ultimately deciding to wait for the combined fleet of over 6,000 Tier 3 frigates to probe the mysterious fourth party before proceeding with their next move. The information regarding the fleets of the Starlight Alliance and the Iron Torrent was not strictly concealed, allowing the intelligence organization of the Scientific Council to obtain it, subsequently issuing a warning to the Wolf-Fong Brigade. "Captain, the fleet comprises over 6,000 Tier 3 frigates, along with a significant number of other vessels. This appears to exceed the capacity that the Iron Nail can handle." Evans's previously buoyant mood soured upon receiving this news. Based on historical analyses of previous engagements with vessels in this star domain, it was estimated that the Iron Nail could contend with approximately 500 Tier 3 frigates at once. Any fleet exceeding this number would greatly compress the maneuvering space of the Iron Nail, raising the probability of its destruction from under 30% to over 90%. Alan's voice resonated appropriately at this moment. "Could we not adopt a strategy of systematically dismantling the fleets of both factions?" suggested Zhao Jinhao. "That is unfeasible," came the reply. "While such an operation may appear executable on paper, it could easily lead to neglecting our defense. We hold a crucial role in Kakamiya, as we can deter both the Starlight Alliance and the Scientific Council from launching a surprise attack in this direction. Should both armies converge here, attacking one side would likely allow the other to pivot and strike directly at the Scientific Council, effectively exposing our allies' flank to the enemy." After a moment of contemplation, Tang Sheng dismissed this proposal with a thoughtful stroke of his chin. "Does this mean we must remain steadfast in the Kakamiya star domain?" inquired Su Xiaoxiao, clutching Tang Sheng's arm. Ever since they pretended to be a couple, Su Xiaoxiao had been inseparable from Tang Sheng, and it seemed they had tacitly accepted a romantic relationship, much to the chagrin of the other members of the Wolf-Fong Brigade. Theoretically, even when faced with more than 10,000 Tier 3 frigates, the Iron Nail possessed means of escape in the vastness of space. However, The Scientific Council has aided me in finding all of you. One might say they are our saviors. If we were to focus solely on fleeing, I, on both moral and ethical grounds, could not accept it, Tang Sheng said in Dondut. Wherever you are, I shall be, Su Xiaoxiao chimed in, embodying the essence of unwavering support. Boss, you underestimate us. Since the Scientific Council has assisted us, we shall stand firm here and provide them with a stable rear guard. To everyone's surprise, it was Evans, who has always prioritized safety, that first responded in agreement. Indeed, although the Scientific Council's system is somewhat peculiar, it resonates deeply with me. Ding Hao nodded in concurrence. Precisely, came the unified acknowledgement from all members of the Wolf Fang Brigade regarding Tang Sheng's assertion. Now, Uncle Rod, we are faced with a true war. One where failure could mean death. Hence, you and Taylors may need to relocate to the habitation asteroid of Kokomaya. At that point, the ruler of Kokomaya will likely announce their surrender. According to the principles of the Star Ring Alliance and the Iron Flood, they would not harm civilians. So you should be quite safe. Tang Sheng smiled at Rod, buoyed by the support of his comrades. What do you mean? Are you planning to dispose of me now? This iron nail is my ship. I merely lent it to you temporarily. You think you can just cast me aside? No way. Rod shot back at Tang Sheng, his eyes wide with indignation. Aware that Rod's bluster concealed his acceptance of the underlying sentiment, Tang Sheng looked earnestly at Rod and said, Uncle Rod, this time it truly is a life or death endeavor. Rod produced a still unfinished premium cigar, lit it, and took a puff, casually gesturing with it as he replied. I am not new to this. I don't need you to teach me. Just ensure Taylors is settled. At hearing Rod's intent to distance himself, Taylors, who had been quietly seated, abruptly stood and declared, No, I want to be with Uncle Rod. And everyone else too. I am not a coward. Casting a sidelong glance at Taylors and taking a deep drag from his cigar, Rod turned to Tang Sheng and said, Then let us all go together. Even if we send him to Kokomaya, this kid will probably blame us for life. People must face death eventually. Since this is Taylor's choice, we ought to respect it. As Rod noticed Guan Xiaoya wanting to interject, he waved his hand to halt her, continuing, Do not persuade him. From what I know of Taylors, even if we send him back to Kokomaya, he would sneakily pilot a small ship back to the Iron Nail. Then we would have to figure out how to get him back on board. Upon hearing this, Taylors, slightly embarrassed, scratched his head and sat down again. Yet his expression radiated determination. Tang Sheng regarded both Taylors and Rod, suddenly smiling as he remarked, Since you have decided to stay, you must be aware that currently, neither the Scientific Council nor the Kunlun fleet can provide us with support. Kokomaya is simply too weak. Their combat capability is negligible. Faced with a fleet of over 6,000 Tier 3 warships, Tang Sheng turned to survey all members of the Wolf Fang Brigade and declared, We shall be the most solitary warship in this star domain. Chapter 128. Fight to the death. The enemy seemed to arrive later than anticipated. Unbeknownst to Tang Sheng and his companions, the Star Ring Alliance and the Iron Tide fleet, after communication, had rarely united their forces to confront this legendary invincible vessel, evidently considering the possibility of being systematically dismantled. However, upon their arrival in the Kokomaya star domain, they were still met by the singular, mysterious ship adorned in silver and orange hues. At this moment, a fierce argument erupted aboard the Iron Spike. President Duashi, I have warned you. Your military strength is futile against the artillery of such a colossal fleet. Surrender is your only option. Do not attempt any reckless sacrifices. Tang Sheng exclaimed, frowning as he addressed the president of Kokomaya via video link. Despite Tang Sheng's outburst, the portly president of Kokomaya maintained a cheerful demeanor, responding, Mr. Tang, we Kokomians revere the lifestyle of the Star Ring Alliance, for they are the mightiest force in this star domain, and we aspire to be a similarly formidable power. However, we are not like those other sycophantic factions. Our admiration stems from a genuine desire for success. Over the past few centuries, the Star Ring Alliance has never regarded us with even a passing glance. Instead, it was the Scientific Council, under the threat of war, that established an alliance with us. Are we to be allies who feast and drink together in peace, only to abandon each other in times of conflict? The jovial expression on President Dua Shi's face faded, replaced by a solemn countenance as he said, Bear in mind, we Kokomians have established our nation on the chaotic periphery of the Star Ring. Those who can forge a stable power in such a tumultuous region are no cowards. Stepping aside from the camera, Tang Sheng was taken aback to see a group of soldiers in military attire behind him. They saluted him in unison, proclaiming, Kokomaya, we vow to uphold the pact. We shall fight to the death. Then, the soldiers gathered their duffel bags and filed past the camera, revealing a military transport aircraft's boarding area to the right, where many soldiers queued to enter the plane. Gazing at those soldiers whose fates were already sealed, Tang Sheng found himself at a loss for words. He believed that Kokomaya understood the gravity of facing a fleet of 6,000 Tier 3 warships, yet they resolutely embarked on the path of battle. Thus, he too took a step back and offered a military salute in return. As the soldiers departed, the camera captured the citizens of Kokomia gathered in a distant square, brandishing banners and placards. Once the soldiers had left, they erupted in cheers, exclaiming, "Kokomia, we vow to uphold the pact. We shall fight to the death." The members of the Wolf Fong Brigade found themselves swept up in a surge of fervor upon witnessing such a stirring spectacle, and they instinctively rendered a military salute. Tang Sheng exhaled a long breath, releasing the tension that had been pent up within his chest, and solemnly declared, "Kunlun Fleet, Wolf Fong Exploration Brigade, Iron Nail, we shall stand guard here to protect the people of Kokomia from the invasion of the Star Ring Alliance and the Iron Flood. We shall fight to the death without retreat." This marked Tang Sheng's inaugural announcement of the name Kunlun Fleet to the outside world. Aware that there might be enemy intelligence agents among the populace of Kokomia, he refrained from elucidating the significance of the Kunlun Fleet. He did not even divulge the information regarding the impending arrival of reinforcements within a month. His decision to reveal the name was entirely inspired by the spirit of alliance exhibited by the citizens of Kokomia. However, he remained steadfast in maintaining the confidentiality of sensitive matters. In the vast expanse of space, a fleet of 6,000 third-tier frigates was arranged into two formations, encircling the core region of Kokomia. While it may seem exaggerated to claim that 6,000 frigates could effectively blockade a star domain, the reality was that a far greater number of accompanying vessels were present, including intelligence-gathering ships, supply vessels, information relay ships, electronic warfare ships, and various combat and bombing-type small armed vessels, totaling in the tens of thousands. This was no longer a heavy fleet attempting long-distance raids with supplies and munitions. It was a fully organized frontline main battle fleet coalition. Previously, the only opposition in the star domain to these two fleets was the Iron Nail alone. However, subsequently, over 100 third-tier frigates and thousands of small armed vessels emerged from several minor asteroids in Kokomia. These frigates appeared rather antiquated, merely better maintained than those of space pirates, yet still significantly more dilapidated compared to the ships of the enemy coalition. Conversely, the small armed vessels of the Kokomia military showcased a much more robust appearance, as they were designed and manufactured independently by Kokomia. These vessels swiftly positioned themselves behind the Iron Nail, forming their own line. This lent a semblance of presence to the Iron Nail, which had appeared somewhat solitary. Although the number of these vessels paled in comparison to the enemy's forces, it was certainly better than having none at all. The joint fleet of the Star Ring Alliance and the Iron Council felt a twinge of unease, uncertain of the identities of these newly joined ships. After all, the Iron Nail was constructed based on the prototype of a third-tier frigate from the original solar system era, which added a layer of confusion. From the perspective of the coalition, while the Kokomian frigates appeared rather worn, they pondered the possibility that these vessels might possess capabilities akin to the highly advanced third-tier frigate. Based on previously gathered data, it was conceivable that these several thousand ships could indeed pose a significant threat. Thus, both sides found themselves in a temporary standoff. Regarding the vessels that have settled in this vicinity, neither the Star Ring Alliance nor the Steel Torrent made an immediate attempt to render assistance. Firstly, the war is not yet concluded, and their presence there ensures greater safety. Furthermore, who can ascertain whether those within are indeed allies? What if there lies an ambush? However, shortly thereafter, both factions received communications from their respective headquarters, indicating that an anomaly had arisen on the battlefield of the Scientific Council. It was time to truly probe this enigmatic fourth faction. Consequently, after clandestine discussions through secure channels, they dispatched over 3,000 small armed vessels to lead the charge. Thus, the defense of Kokomia commenced. It is worth noting that combat in the cosmic expanse resembles submarine warfare more than traditional aerial battles, as it is delineated across 6 dimensions: fore, aft, port, starboard, above, and below. Nevertheless, from the perspective of the overall distribution of the various factions within the Star Ring sector, the tendencies lean towards a planar rather than a volumetric formation. This inclination arises from the dual influences of gravitational and centrifugal forces. All rotating bodies exhibit a tendency to flatten. For instance, the asteroid belt within the Star Ring sector comprises a multitude of asteroids formed from the primordial nebula as it collapsed under the combined effects of gravity and centrifugal force, resulting in a variety of sizes. A significant factor contributing to this phenomenon is the gravitational perturbation caused by the 2 massive brown dwarfs at the center, which prevented the nebula from coalescing into sufficiently large planets. However, from a macroscopic viewpoint, almost all asteroid orbits are fundamentally coplanar. We refer to this common orbital plane of celestial bodies as the ecliptic. Therefore, on a grand scale, it resembles a disk-like planar system. Why then do the major factions advance along the ecliptic rather than pursuing a perpendicular trajectory to ambush their foes? The answer lies in the concentration of the majority of the galaxy's material within the ecliptic plane. Traversing perpendicularly necessitates a far greater expenditure of energy, undeniably diminishing the vessel's speed and increasing their visibility to adversaries. Chapter 129. The Moth to the Flame. There was no need for the Iron Nail to engage. It was the Kokomian forces that proactively confronted the small armed vessels. The Kokomian army, stationed on the periphery of the Star Ring sector for years, is not devoid of combat prowess. This region is rife with skirmishes among minor factions and the plundering of star pirates. Despite this tumultuous environment, the Kokomian forces have maintained decades of stability, proving to be a formidable military presence in the vicinity. Faced with an enemy several times their number, they charged forward without hesitation. This was not only a testament to the commitment of this small faction's army, but also a reflection of their indomitable spirit. Capitalizing on the advanced nature of their weaponry, the coalition's small armed vessels initiated hostilities first. The electromagnetic cannons and laser weaponry unleashed a barrage akin to a torrential downpour in the cosmos, weaving a net of firepower directed at the Kokomian vessels. In the dim expanse of space, numerous points of light emerged, signifying the destruction of Kokomian ships. Yet, the remaining vessels did not retreat. They continued to weave through the onslaught of enemy fire, maneuvering and striving to break free from the dense web of attacks. An increasing number of comrades have been vanquished. Though these gallant crew members had not fired a single shot before their demise, they remained steadfast in their vow to fight to the last breath. Eventually, a select few vessels managed to breach the barrage of fire unleashed by the initial wave of attacks. However, before they could even catch their breath, a subsequent onslaught arrived. This was a volley of nuclear missiles launched by the small-armed spacecraft of the Iron Flood. These missiles, possessing a slower initial velocity, did not arrive in synchrony with the laser and electromagnetic cannon fire. Yet, just as the Kokomia vessels broke through the first wave of assault, the missiles appeared before them. In the vacuum of space, sound could not traverse. One could only witness fireballs erupting in succession, swiftly extinguishing. Alongside the extinguishing flames were the lives of these valiant Kokomia soldiers. The over 1,000 small-armed spacecraft at the forefront were annihilated in an instant, with only a fortunate few managing to draw close to the enemy's formation. However, faced with an adversary that outnumbered them by hundreds, these vessels scarcely had time to launch their weapons before being claimed by the second wave of attacks. Nonetheless, their sacrifice was not entirely in vain, as trailing behind these small-armed ships were hundreds of third-class frigates that navigated the safe passage forged by their fallen comrades, now within range to engage the enemy. As third-class frigates, even those vessels whose service life exceeded 2 centuries remained unparalleled among the small-armed ships, being the largest specialized warships humanity had constructed thus far in the Star Ring sector. Their formidable armor, abundant power, vast ammunition reserves, and extended operational capabilities rendered these vessels, designed over 400 years ago during the Solar Era, the undeniable protagonists of war in the present Star Ring domain. The combined firepower of the 100 third-class frigates was no less formidable than that of the thousands of small-armed ships, obliterating hundreds of enemy vessels caught unawares in an instant. However, their opponents were not mere brigands or small factions of comparable strength, but rather the fully manned main fleets of 2 of the 3 major powers. These small-armed ships did not engage the third-class frigates in close combat. As there was no necessity for such a confrontation, they swiftly retreated. Behind them lay over 6,000 vessels of the same class as the third-class frigates, albeit equipped with more advanced technology. In truth, the original tactical application of these small-armed ships was to exploit openings during skirmishes among the third-class frigates, rather than face them directly. This time, the coalition's fleet of third-class frigates did not hesitate or delay. It was evident that the additional frigates were merely part of the military force of the Kokomia faction, which was both outdated and inferior. Throughout the conflict, the singular third-class frigate that surpassed all others in performance remained a solitary entity, with no emergence of further vessels of comparable excellence to warrant concern. In light of this, there is no room for hesitation. The coalition forces launched a full-scale assault. Given that this enigmatic power remains shrouded in mystery, it is only fitting to deploy a more formidable military might to uncover the true capabilities behind this mysterious spacecraft. Over 6,000 Tier 3 vessels ignited their thrusters, hurtling toward the Iron Nail. As for the 100 or so Tier 3 corvettes of Kokomia, they did not receive a single glance. Once they entered the range of attack, a barrage ensued, reducing them to mere interstellar dust. Upon receiving a request from the Kokomian military, the crew of the Iron Nail, who had refrained from initiating an attack, gazed at the array of real-time battlefield reports and videos relayed by the detection devices, their eyes brimming with tears. Guan Xiaoya, seated in the medical officer's chair alongside Taylor's, covered her mouth in disbelief as she watched their allies gallantly charge toward the enemy, only to vanish like moths to a flame within the chaotic web of weaponry. Taylor's, biting his lip and with tears in his eyes, silently absorbed the images displayed by Alan, perhaps already sowing the seeds of resilience within his still-maturing heart. Inspired by the bravery of their comrades, Rod struck the first officer's console with a powerful fist, producing a resounding clang, while his beard quivered slightly. Su Xiaoxiao shut her eyes, unable to bear witness to the fate that awaited the Tier 3 corvettes. The members of the Wolf Fong Brigade observed the indomitable spirit displayed by the remote nation of Kokomia, rivaling that of any great power. Zhao Jinhao murmured. Why do they feel compelled to make such fearless sacrifices? Perhaps it is precisely because they possess such a spirit that they can endure in this chaotic and desolate starfield. I had never considered that even a minor force could ignite the brilliant sparks of human civilization, replied Tang Sheng, seeing the enemy's main forces finally mobilizing. He donned his spacesuit helmet and commanded, Alan, initiate a 30-second countdown. We prepare to engage. Let the humanity of this starfield witness the brilliance of our Kunlun mountain fleet. Upon hearing Tang Sheng's words, the others returned to their seats, securing themselves in position and donning their spacesuits. They were about to face the most perilous and intense battle ahead, where their spacecraft could be obliterated at any moment, and their spacesuits would serve as their last line of defense. Chapter 130. Before dawn, as Kokomia and the Wolf Fong Brigade found themselves in dire straits, the predicament of the Scientific Council did not improve either. Upon learning that the previously concerning fourth faction seemed to possess merely a single spacecraft of transcendent technology, the Star Ring Alliance and the Steel Tide seamlessly advanced their front lines toward the core defensive perimeter of the Scientific Council. Their current consensus was clear. Since this so-called fourth faction has remained elusive, it is likely that its true strength is not worth revealing. It is even possible that the Scientific Council merely achieved breakthroughs in certain technologies, allowing them to fabricate such a groundbreaking Tier 3 corvette. Given the circumstances, it is imperative that the Scientific Council is no longer afforded additional time. Once they achieve mass production of that spacecraft, the dynamics of war will spiral irrevocably out of control. Thus, the most prudent course of action is for the Star Ring Alliance and the Iron Tide to decisively vanquish the Scientific Council, dividing its technology, territory, and populace among themselves. Failure to do so could result in an utterly reversed conclusion. Upon establishing a unified objective, both parties promptly set their plans in motion. The global conflict instigated by the Star Ring Alliance and the Iron Tide has irrevocably transformed into a war for the annihilation of the Scientific Council. The star systems previously vacated by the Scientific Council have been entirely occupied by the Star Ring Alliance and the Iron Tide. Despite their utmost efforts to consolidate their front lines and urgently bolster their military strength, the Scientific Council remains at an overwhelming disadvantage in the face of the alliance of these two formidable powers. The sole reason the military continues to resist is that they have no ground left to retreat to. Behind them lie the two large asteroids, T1 and T2, which house nearly all of the Scientific Council's industrial and agricultural infrastructure, as well as its population and research teams. A retreat would mean that over 1 billion souls and centuries of technological advancements would be devoured by the predatory forces of the two alliances without a trace. The military of the Scientific Council has forged a defensive line around their core perimeter, constructed from battleships and flesh. Despite facing relentless assaults from the combined forces of their adversaries, they have managed to hold their ground. Furthermore, the Scientific Council has received reports from the Wolf-Tooth Brigade indicating that the Kunlun fleet will arrive in the Star Ring sector in 17 days, poised to provide immediate military assistance upon arrival. 17 days may seem a fleeting moment, yet for the Scientific Council, it stretches longer than the 400 years spent maintaining the balance among the three great powers. As the countdown reached 15 days, the production capabilities in the rear could no longer keep pace with the consumption of battleships and troops at the front, leading to a gradual diminishment of the Council's military strength. At 13 days remaining, the Scientific Council issued a full mobilization order. All spacecraft, whether civilian, agricultural, or law enforcement, began conversion for armament. Even the cargo ships, originally designed for transportation, were retrofitted with long-range, high-power laser weaponry, turning them into mobile artillery platforms. By 10 days remaining, the first batch of retrofitted civilian spacecraft departed to support the frontline troops. However, on that day at 2,145 hours, the entire crew of the first wave perished in battle. With 9 days left, the second and third batches of retrofitted civilian vessels reached the front lines, but the Scientific Council's remaining forces dwindled to a mere 30%. At 7 days remaining, thousands of emergency manufactured space mines were deployed at the front. a desperate measure reminiscent of the billions of mines that had previously sealed off the Star Ring sector for 4 centuries. By 6 days remaining, the Star Ring Alliance and the Iron Tide, utilizing vast swarms of drones, deciphered the minefield blockade plan. Consequently, the enemy breached the core defensive perimeter, compelling the Scientific Council to transition to a planetary defense strategy. T1 and T2 asteroids simultaneously activated their planetary defense systems, which are not the typical residential asteroid defense mechanisms, but rather a super defense system composed of thousands of defensive artillery arrays scattered throughout the near-Earth orbit. On the 5th day of the countdown, the Scientific Council received a confidential communication and identification code from the Iron Nail, which was supposed to be the responsibility of the May Squad. The direct transfer to the Scientific Council indicated that the situation aboard the Iron Nail was extremely perilous, with the imminent risk of destruction. Tang Sheng had lost track of the days. Within a spatial expanse exceeding 700,000 kilometers in diameter, the Iron Nail survived due to Alan's unparalleled operational prowess. This was partly because the adversary struggled to execute coordinated combat effectively, and also due to Alan's superhuman reaction speed in real-time control. At this moment, the Iron Nail bore no resemblance to its once flamboyant paint job, as it was now marred by numerous scars. Some of these were abrasions sustained from debris after destroying enemy ships, while others were scorch marks from narrowly avoiding enemy fire. Even now, the Iron Nail continued to navigate at high speed, frequently altering its course. Occasionally, the thrusters around its hull would illuminate suddenly, indicating that Alan was making urgent directional adjustments. Due to the presence of laser weaponry, the Iron Nail had to maintain erratic, random movements to evade being locked onto by the enemy's fire control systems. Once locked, the laser weapons could strike their target instantaneously. Thus, the Iron Nail sustained a state of high-speed motion, yet it could not reach its maximum velocity. As speed and maneuverability are inversely proportional, the faster the speed, the more sluggish the alterations in trajectory. At this juncture, the Iron Nail's velocity was a carefully calculated balance determined by Alan's formidable computational abilities. Despite the battle raging for several days, the hail of projectiles in space remained dense, with nuclear detonations flashing intermittently. Amid the concentrated firepower of lasers and electromagnetic cannons, the Iron Nail resembled a butterfly dancing in the wind, seemingly precarious, yet managing to avert disaster at the most critical moments. Undoubtedly, this was a perilous dance on the edge of a blade. In fact, the Iron Nail had already endured several hits from laser weapons and electromagnetic cannons. In such a dense barrage, even with Alan's advanced computational skills, it was impossible to fully perceive and master every facet of the battlefield, thus achieving perfect evasion. Fortunately, as a Class 3 frigate, the Iron Nail's metallic craftsmanship, in conjunction with that of the Kunlun fleet, significantly surpassed that of humanity in the Star Ring domain. Its armor was sufficiently thick and robust, preventing any fatal damage thus far. However, it was clear that the Iron Nail could not rely on luck indefinitely. Perhaps the next hit would strike a thruster, severely compromising its maneuverability and consequently increasing the likelihood of being hit again. Supporting until now, Tang Sheng could no longer guarantee that the Iron Nail would endure in the Kakamiya star domain until the end. After communicating with the Kunlun fleet, Tang Sheng transmitted the encrypted orders and identification codes for docking with the Kunlun fleet to the Scientific Council via the Iron Nail's secure communication system. Should the Iron Nail be destroyed here, the Scientific Council would still be able to autonomously connect with the arriving Kunlun mountain fleet. Chapter 131. The night on the second day of the countdown, the planetary defense system of the Scientific Council began to show vulnerabilities under the formidable firepower of the enemy. Several small armed vessels had breached the fire blockade of the planetary defense system and invaded the airspace above the T1 capital star. Although there remained defensive systems on the ground, this indicated that the planetary defense system was starting to collapse under the overwhelming military strength of the adversary. Alida was an ordinary staff member in the 8th Agricultural Zone of the Scientific Council on T1 capital star, responsible for the daily maintenance of the spirulina medium No. 675. The spirulina medium is a closed spherical water tank made of transparent polymer material, approximately 30 meters in diameter, equipped with 2 pipes for inflow and outflow. Designed to simulate the optimal ecological environment for spirulina to proliferate en masse. Alida's daily tasks involved monitoring the water quality, nutrient levels, microbial content, and population distribution within this culture medium to ensure the simulated ecosystem functioned in the most favorable conditions for spirulina survival. Spirulina is a genetically modified algae that grows and reproduces more rapidly, retaining its original name due to its foundational nature. This algae serves as one of the most vital food sources for humanity within the Scientific Council, rich in high-quality proteins, fatty acids such as linoleic acid, carotenoids, vitamins, and various trace elements like iron, iodine, selenium, and zinc. It can be processed as a primary food source for humans or transformed into raw materials for subsequent agricultural production, including aquaculture. The 8th Agricultural Zone, where Alida worked, remained one of the few operational agricultural production areas within the Scientific Council, responsible for the food supply of the entire Scientific Council too. After 5 days of cultivation, it was time to harvest this batch of spirulina. Alida operated the control panel to extract the spirulina and water from the culture medium through the outflow pipe, where a specialized filtration system was in place to collect the spirulina from the water. With all operations completed, Alida could finally rest. This marked the 5th consecutive day of her work, and according to wartime work protocols, everyone must complete an entire production cycle before taking a break. However, this so-called break did not entail returning home. Rather, it meant resting in the factory's break room. This was a unique mechanism of the Scientific Council, ensuring that all personnel remained under military protection at the workplace, as the available military forces were severely insufficient, leaving living areas unprotected. In the break room, she picked up her personal digital terminal, attempting to connect with her husband, but the communication device emitted a notification indicating a disruption in the connection. She once again attempted to connect with her son's school, only to be met with the same disheartening message of disrupted communication. She had heard during her time off that, due to the ongoing war, both sides were engaged in efforts to sabotage each other's communication networks, resulting in widespread interruptions. Reluctantly, she switched her personal digital terminal to a passive broadcasting mode, finally managing to receive some signals. She meticulously scoured the news feeds for updates regarding her husband and son, hoping to ascertain whether they remained safe. The 17th district was perhaps one of the few non-productive areas still under military protection, serving as an educational zone with a comprehensive educational system spanning from kindergarten to university, gathering all school-age children, students, and teachers from the surrounding regions. In a primary school classroom, the educational activities continued undeterred by the war. It seemed that the administration had chosen to maintain classes, perhaps believing that if learning were to cease, the large number of children gathered together would lead to more chaotic behavior, making management even more difficult. Psalm, while listening to the teacher's complex mathematical explanations, rested his chin on his hand, drifting into daydreams. He had not seen his parents for nearly a month. During his last weekend at home, his father had promised to take him to the recording of Super Brain Show, and his mother had agreed to get him a new personal digital terminal. Yet now, almost a month had passed with no school break in sight. Sam overheard the teachers discussing the reasons for the ongoing conflict. He understood that it was a war between his faction and others, but the true implications of war eluded him. To him, war simply meant the unfortunate separation from his parents. In Sam's class, at least half of the children were similarly lost in their thoughts. Surprisingly, the usually strict mathematics teacher and homeroom instructor refrained from correcting them. In fact, she herself was at a loss for words, having not returned home for a month, with her own family also out of contact. The teaching and learning that occurred in the classroom had devolved into a mere form of management. In such dire circumstances, no one seemed to care whether any real learning took place. Suddenly, the artificial lights in the classroom extinguished, prompting startled cries from several students, while some mischievous children seized the opportunity to create a ruckus. The female homeroom teacher quickly quelled the noise, and as darkness enveloped the room, the luminescent chemical coatings began to glow, providing just enough light to navigate the floor. The teacher swiftly organized the students to exit the classroom in an orderly fashion and led them to the underground defense shelter of the entire educational building, a drill that had been rehearsed almost every other day during this tumultuous period. The process was executed smoothly, without incident. At that moment, all faculty and students from the school gathered in the shelter, situated 180 meters underground, where they would be safeguarded from the devastation of a nuclear strike. Interestingly, in this subterranean space, the sounds from the surface could be perceived more clearly and rapidly. The intermittent tremors throughout the underground facility indicate that the enemy has thoroughly breached the planetary defenses and is currently bombarding the surface defense systems of the T1 asteroid. The most recent bombardment occurred alarmingly close, potentially targeting the military defensive forces in this area. The underground construction remains devoid of power supply, likely due to the enemy's assault on the electrical system, or possibly because the power was prioritized for the surface defenses, resulting in a complete blackout across Sector 17. In the pitch-black depths of the facility, younger children are gripped by fear as the distant rumbling from above transforms into a dull roar, akin to a monstrous growl. Unable to contain their terror, they burst into tears. The sound of sobbing proves contagious, prompting some older children to join in. In an instant, the underground complex is filled with cries, and even the more tender-hearted female teachers cannot suppress their own tears. Amidst the chaos, a boy's voice emerges, recognized by the tearful class teacher as belonging to a student named Sam. The boy begins to sing a lullaby that has been passed down through generations in the scientific council. The night has fallen. Do not cry. Little brother sleeps. Little sister sleeps. Father and mother have toiled all day. They are weary. Do not awaken them. Children, sleep now. Fear not. When you wake, the day will dawn. His melody reverberates through the darkened facility, and soon the teachers join in harmony, followed by the children who have yet to weep. Eventually, even those who wept from fear cease their cries and join the song. The once terrifying atmosphere of the underground is gradually dispelled by the chorus, transforming the setting into a mere nightfall. All they must do now is await the dawn. Tomorrow, the long-absent Kunlun fleet will re-emerge. The efforts to cultivate a sense of warfare in recent days have proven somewhat unsuccessful, and I found the writing process quite arduous. This chapter stands out as one of my more satisfactory efforts. I recognize the reason. In my haste to progress the plot, I neglected to depict many essential everyday scenes, which deprive the reader of emotional resonance. As a newcomer, mistakes are inevitable. I shall be more attentive to the details in future writings. Chapter 132. The Light of Dawn. Adelaide is a researcher in the 7th Applied Research Department of the T1 Stellar High Energy Physics Institute. Instead of remaining in the laboratory conducting experiments, he now dons a spacesuit, seated in an armored personnel carrier, wielding a portable laser gun instead of scientific instruments. In the wake of an emergency mobilization order, all non-supply personnel have been dispatched to the battlefield, regardless of rank, age, or gender. This is a defensive struggle, and all are acutely aware that what they are safeguarding is not merely their own lives, nor even the scientific council as an entity, but rather an ideal led by scientists who believe they will guide humanity out of this stellar domain and into the vastness of the cosmos. Before departing, Adelet attempted to communicate with his wife and son, but predictably, he failed. Instead, he left behind a handwritten letter expressing his love for his wife, his care for his son, and the unspoken words he had longed to share. He chose to leave a written message, fully aware that even video and voice messages would likely fail to transmit in the current battlefield conditions. Subsequently, he and his colleagues from the research lab boarded a transport vehicle, armed and ready, to be deployed with the ground troops. They were destined for the front lines. With the planetary defense system utterly collapsed, any location where enemy ships landed was deemed the front line. The transport vehicle traversed a residential area turned to ruins by hydrogen bombs. Despite the devastation surrounding them, it was fortunate that no one resided there. Suddenly, the vehicle came to a screeching halt, causing all inside to lurch forward. Thankfully, everyone was clad in spacesuits, and no one was injured. An officer quickly exited the passenger seat, rushed to the back of the transport, swung the door open, and shouted, "Get out! Hurry! We're encountering the enemy ahead." Before he could finish, a bullet from an electromagnetic submachine gun struck him, piercing his visor and hitting his head, resulting in a gruesome splatter within the confines of his helmet, before his body crumpled to the ground. This shocking scene stunned the occupants of the transport. Though they were voluntary researchers ready for battle, none possessed combat experience. Many had never witnessed such bloodshed before. They were frozen in place, unable even to feel fear. Shortly after, the driver leapt from the vehicle, shouting to the paralyzed group, "Don't just stand there. Come out and help us organize a counterattack." Observing the still-seated individuals, the driver fired a laser shot into the interior, creating a gaping hole in the roof, which finally jolted the bewildered researchers into action as they scrambled out of the vehicle. "You, follow me. Shoot where I direct you. If I don't tell you to fire, do not shoot. Random gunfire will attract concentrated enemy fire." The driver issued a brief command before charging towards the front of the convoy, with the new recruits hurriedly trailing behind. The group soon encountered what appeared to be a ground force from the Star Ring Alliance, whose primary mission was to seek out and eliminate the ground resistance forces on T1, as well as to guide aerial strikes. The enemy seemed equally unprepared for an encounter amid the nuclear devastation, despite initiating the attack. The two sides exchanged gunfire in front of a partially standing building, with the enemy occupying one half, while the mobilized scientists took cover behind the transport vehicle, ready to confront their adversaries. Indeed, given the weaponry at their disposal, neither the walls of the buildings nor the armored vehicles could withstand the onslaught of laser and electromagnetic artillery. Yet, hiding behind objects provided a semblance of security, even in the face of the inevitable futility of such defenses. The driver leading Adelet and his companions did not seek refuge behind the vehicle to engage the enemy. Instead, he seized the opportunity amidst the chaos of gunfire to maneuver from behind the collapsed debris, preparing to flank the adversaries. Although Adelet and his comrades were novices on the battlefield, the researchers possessed sharp intellects and quickly discerned the driver's intentions. Consequently, no one in the squad fired blindly as they advanced, despite occasional stray bullets whizzing past, startling them momentarily, but ultimately failing to disrupt their composure. The driver expertly navigated the team around the rubble and into a large crater, formed for reasons unknown, which lay at a right angle to the partially standing building, where they took cover. He detached his weapon's targeting system and connected it to the display on his arm, cautiously extending it beyond the crater's edge to survey the situation. As suspected, while the enemy was preoccupied with engaging their front, they remained vigilant against other approaches. At least 10 adversaries were stationed to defend their flank, and it was uncertain if any rudimentary automated countermeasures had been deployed. Turning to the 30 or so researchers who had followed him, he contemplated the odds. Then activated the squad channel, stating, "There are over 10 enemies defending our direction, while we number more than 30. From a firepower perspective, we have an opportunity for a strong assault, but we must eliminate at least half of those defenders in our initial strike to have a chance." Pausing for emphasis, he continued, "Launching a strong offensive guarantees that some will fall. As for who becomes the target of the enemy, that is left to chance. Those who feel fear may still retreat along the path we came. There is time. However, once we commence the assault, should I observe anyone attempting to withdraw, I will execute them on the spot in accordance with Article 12 of the Military Management Regulations of the Scientific Council. You have 10 seconds to decide." With that, he adjusted his stance, crouching low to the ground, surveying the faces of his comrades. Despite being a group of over 30 newly armed researchers, not a single soul chose to withdraw. After 10 seconds, the driver nodded, rose, and faced the enemy, declaring, "Prepare, follow my lead for the assault." 3, 2. As he reached the count of 2, a sudden cry echoed over the public communications channel within the spacesuits. "Airstrike. Take cover. Airstrike." The driver's expression shifted dramatically. He looked up to see an armed spacecraft rapidly approaching from the distance. In the ensuing chaos of cannon fire and high-energy bombs, the location of their main force erupted in plumes of black smoke and flashes of red light. This support team, under the enemy's aerial bombardment, was swiftly brought to the brink of annihilation. The dust and debris propelled by the explosion soared higher and farther under the low gravity of the asteroid, leaving a fine layer of dust upon the visors of all present. Adelet gently brushed away the dust from his visor and exchanged a glance with those beside him, both feeling the weight of darkness before them. Although this aerial bombardment had not claimed their lives outright, it had nearly extinguished their hope. They were situated over 80 kilometers from the nearest friendly controlled zone, and in a battleground rife with enemies, survival for this group of inexperienced recruits seemed nearly impossible. More than 30 volunteer recruits turned their gaze toward the driver, who had collapsed onto the ground, his hands frantically rubbing at his visor as he muttered, "Don't look at me. I don't know what to do." In that moment, Adelet realized that the driver appeared to be no more than a boy, scarcely 20 years old. Raising his eyes toward the distant enemy warships, Adelet observed the numerous trails of flames darting through the sky, a stark indication that the air supremacy of T1 had been entirely seized by the enemy. The ground forces of T1, stripped of air support, were undoubtedly poised to face relentless assaults from the adversary's armed vessels, with little capacity for resistance. He continued to gaze further into the depths of space, faintly perceiving some flickering stars. He knew these were the remnants of the Scientific Council's fleet, still engaged in battle despite the capital's star having fallen. They had not yet relinquished their mission. Thoughts of his wife and son flooded his mind, wondering whether their farming district or educational zone had suffered enemy attacks. Yet, he quickly dispelled the terrifying notion, as he found himself in a nuclear-devastated residential area, unable to fathom the potential horrors his family might be facing. An overwhelming urge to ascertain the status of his family's sector surged within him. He adjusted his personal digital terminal to receive broadcast transmissions, and a fervent voice soon emanated within his visor. "Hold on. Hold on. Reinforcements are coming. All comrades of the Scientific Council, please hold on. Our reinforcements are on the way." Unbeknownst to Adelet, a misstep during the terminal's adjustment had inadvertently transmitted this voice to the squad channel. Thus, everyone heard the frantic, tearful voice repeating the plea for nearly half a minute. "Hold on. Hold on. Reinforcements are coming. All comrades of the Scientific Council, please hold on. Our reinforcements are on the way." Then, an unexpected brilliance illuminated their surroundings, as the skies above T1 erupted in a multitude of bright lights. Explosions of greater magnitude than nuclear detonations. Thousands of such explosions ignited almost simultaneously, like the first light of dawn piercing through the darkness, bestowing a glimmer of hope upon this beleaguered planet. Chapter 133, The Appearance of Devaxi, the 57th president of Kokomia, perhaps the final president. Kokomia had declared war on both the Star Ring Alliance and the Iron Tide in order to forge an alliance with the Scientific Council. The army of Kokomaya was utterly annihilated by the enemy within less than an hour of the war's inception. The reason he could still stand in the square alongside the people of Kokomaya, gazing at the twinkling stars above, was due to a valiant group of individuals and a spacecraft engaged in a final showdown with the adversary. Kokomaya lacked the advanced apparatuses of a scientific council to broadcast the situation into the cosmos. Thus, all Kokomaya's inhabitants could do was tilt their heads skyward, deciphering the intermittent glimmers in the firmament to ascertain the approximate location of the iron nail. Each flicker signified the explosion of a nuclear bomb or a colossal vessel. The citizens of Kokomaya were gripped by apprehension, fearing that after one of these flashes, no further illumination would follow, an ominous sign that the last flicker would herald the end for the iron nail. Every individual clenched their fists in silence. The square enveloped in an eerie stillness, as they all gazed upward at the recurrent flashes. The iron nail, already riddled with damage, continued to evade the deluge of firepower with remarkable tenacity, its exterior marred by the marks of various weaponry. A third of its shielded armor had been compromised, yet 70% of its thruster outlets remained operational. This was the result of Alan's efforts to preserve the ship, allowing the remaining thrusters to barely evade lethal assaults aimed at its critical points. Inside the iron nail, the air had nearly dissipated, but fortunately, everyone had donned their spacesuits from the outset, a decision that had saved the lives of all aboard. Notably, at this moment, Rod gripped the control stick, utilizing his flying experience to cooperate with Alan in maneuvering the remaining 70% of the thruster outlets. Rod erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Ah, what a thrill. I told you all, I was once the pilot of a Tier 3 frigate. Had the forces not been swallowed by the iron tide, I might have been a general by now. If only I had been allowed to co-pilot sooner, I could have preserved 90% of the current thrust capacity." His eyes fixated on the ballistic trajectory calculations relayed by Alan through the iron nail's battlefield perception system, while deftly maneuvering the control stick to evade incoming projectiles. Alan would interject into the control system during unforeseen circumstances that caught Rod off guard, guiding the ship through perilous evasions. With Rod's participation, Alan liberated a portion of computational power, enabling the iron nail to analyze enemy trajectories with greater speed and precision. At this juncture, the iron nail had already obliterated nearly 1,000 Tier 3 frigates. Unlike previous encounters, where the enemy vessels were ambushed in a state of inertia, this time, the Tier 3 frigates and the iron nail were both in rapid motion, with an even greater number and denser firepower. In addition to evading enemy attacks, they had to target the adversary's weak points to dismantle these formidable frigates, which boasted substantial defensive capabilities. Nevertheless, despite this, the enemy still possesses over 5,000 warships. And to the naked eye, there appears to be no discernible reduction in their numbers. Suddenly, alarms blared within the iron nail, indicating that an enemy-launched nuclear missile had locked onto them and accelerated to a speed that posed a significant threat to the iron nail itself. Alan promptly intervened in the flight attitude control, and after some time, the iron nail veered back towards the incoming nuclear missile. Given the missile's already rapid speed, allowing it to maintain its pursuit could result in it accelerating further until it delivers a fatal blow to the iron nail. The optimal strategy to counter it was to confront it head-on and employ laser weaponry to obliterate it. As the iron nail executed its turn, nearly all vessels of the Allied fleet in the vicinity sensed a brief moment of hesitation from the iron nail. Although it lasted but an instant, it was perceptible to the reconnaissance ships closely monitoring the battlefield and those approaching it. Had this vessel finally reached its limits? How many days had it been operating at such high speeds? Over 10 days, perhaps? This was utterly inconceivable. This was the immediate reaction of many hostile ships. The iron nail continued its charge towards the nuclear missile that had been pursuing it. A brilliant laser shot forth, detonating the missile when it was still over 30 kilometers away from the iron nail. This was a standard nuclear warhead with a yield of 100 megatons, producing a massive fireball directly in front of the iron nail. However, this time, the iron nail did not swiftly adjust its orientation to evade the fireball, for several other identical missiles were also en route. Should the iron nail deviate from its course, it would inevitably be targeted by these additional nuclear warheads. 30 kilometers was but an instant for the high-speed iron nail. This strategy had been meticulously crafted by the Allied fleet, continually analyzing and calculating the performance parameters of the iron nail. Previously, there had been numerous tactical attempts, all of which the iron nail had deftly evaded. Yet this time, multiple thruster ports on the iron nail had been damaged, resulting in a loss of its initial agility and maneuverability. The Allied fleet's tactics had succeeded. The iron nail had nowhere to escape. To their astonishment, the iron nail did not attempt to evade. Instead, it accelerated directly toward the fireball of the nuclear explosion. Soon, it emerged from behind the fireball, its forward shield-shaped armor deformed by the intense heat of the explosion's core, and its forward thruster completely compromised, with signs of thermal damage evident all over its body. However, unlike its usual practice of retreating, the Iron Nail pressed forward. Initially, the Allied fleet suspected that its maneuvering thrusters had also failed, but as the Iron Nail continued to accelerate and adjusted its direction several times, they realized something was amiss. This formidable and enigmatic vessel seemed intent on fleeing. Had the combined military might of multiple major powers finally instilled fear in this strange ship? In their pursuit to shatter the confidence of the Kokomians and to capture this power without bloodshed, the Allied fleet remained resolute in their goal of conquest rather than annihilation. Thus, the scene from the front lines was swiftly broadcasted, its signal enveloped by the widespread interference of the electronic warfare spacecraft, covering the entirety of the Kokomaya star domain. The people of Kokomaya, unsurprised, witnessed the departure of the Iron Nail. Yet, they felt no anger. The Iron Nail had performed admirably, even achieving what could be deemed miraculous. With the strength of a single vessel, it had stood resolutely against a colossal fleet of over 6,000 Level 3 frigates and tens of thousands of various armed ships for a full 17 days. Tears welled in their eyes as they gazed at the receding figure of the Iron Nail, not weeping for their own abandonment, but for the hero's desperate bid for survival. President Divisi stood in the square, fists clenched and lips pressed tightly together as he observed the display on one side of the plaza, which too had received footage from the Allied fleet. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. Although the warships of the Allied fleet did not pursue, over 100 small lights had crossed their line and were hurtling towards the Iron Nail, accelerating ever faster. Nuclear warheads, someone exclaimed. These missiles had undoubtedly been chasing the Iron Nail for some time. They were not recently launched, as they had already attained a remarkably high velocity. The footage clearly illustrated that these warheads were faster than the Iron Nail. The reason they had not yet caught up was due to the Iron Nail's continuous evasive maneuvers. "Run!" cried a child's voice, drawing attention to a little boy being held by his father. "Run quickly!" he shouted again, his fervent cry igniting the crowd like a spark to a barrel of oil. The people of Kokomaya erupted in unison. "Run! Escape! Push forward!" Various shouts of encouragement filled the air, each a genuine hope from the hearts of the Kokomaya people. They earnestly wished for this marvelous ship to evade capture. As the luminous point of the Iron Nail vanished from the screen, the crowd's cries did not wane, as if its escape signified a victory for all. Suddenly, the display illuminated with hundreds of bright white dots, unmistakably the result of the nuclear warheads exploding. These bright points dominated the screen, rendering the scene beyond them obscured. Each Kokomaya citizen felt a pang of anxiety. Was the miraculous ship unharmed? As the white dots began to fade, a vessel emerged from the distance, returning. "It's the Iron Nail," someone gasped. "Why is it coming back? To meet its demise? Why not flee?" These thoughts echoed in the minds of the onlookers as they pondered the meaning of that voice. Yet soon, the reason became clear. Behind the Iron Nail, a massive fleet materialized, and as they drew nearer, both the Allied fleet and the people of Kokomaya beheld the sight. A formidable armada composed of thousands of warships. These warships are no longer mere third-class frigates. They have witnessed that the main vessels of this fleet are, astonishingly, second-class frigates, which only the three major powers have clandestinely preserved and hesitated to utilize, reserving them solely for research purposes. Moreover, behind the multitude of second-class frigates, they beheld the legendary largest spacecraft crafted by humanity, the first-class keel chamber that belonged to the era of the solar system. This fleet silently trailed behind the Iron Nail, and undoubtedly, this was the objective the United Fleet sought to achieve, to probe the true nature of the enigmatic fourth faction. At last, this mysterious fourth force has made its appearance. Chapter 134. Overwhelming force. The United Fleet comprises the frontline combat troops of the Star Ring Alliance and the Iron Torrent, distinct from the previously dispatched emergency recruits, as they are seasoned professionals honed by years of rigorous training. Confronted with the sudden emergence of an unfamiliar fleet, they remained unflustered, swiftly exchanging insights within the encrypted channel established between both parties and promptly formulating a new operational strategy. The fleet, which had initially halted its pursuit due to the Iron Nail's accelerated retreat, resumed its advance, rapidly regrouping into a formation with Star Ring Alliance frigates at the forefront, Iron Torrent frigates at the rear, and accompanying vessels retracting in haste. This arrangement was deliberate, for the Star Ring Alliance's warships excel in close combat, while the Iron Torrent's nuclear missiles necessitate distance to achieve optimal velocity. Clearly, after more than 10 days of combat alongside the Iron Nail, the two fleets, originally hastily assembled, had developed a certain rapport. The formation they now presented was evidently more suited for fleet engagements rather than the extermination of a few adversaries. When the formidable fleet made its entrance, the United Fleet promptly ceased the live broadcast. Despite only glimpsing a few fleeting seconds of footage, the inhabitants of the Kokomaya asteroid erupted in fervor. Was this mysterious fleet the Kunlun Mountain Fleet, proclaimed by the Iron Nail at the onset of the war. As the new fleet drew closer, the signal receiver in the square regained transmission on a specific frequency, this time revealing an unfamiliar male voice. He appeared youthful, donned in an unprecedented military uniform, and solemnly declared, "This is the military command of the Kunlun Mountain Fleet, joint command of the 1st and 2nd Battalions. On behalf of the Kunlun Mountain Fleet, we hereby announce our formal intervention in the civil war of human civilization within the Star Ring sector. All military forces receiving this broadcast are required to cease fire immediately and accept mediation. Failure to comply will be regarded as hostile actions, subjecting you to our retaliation." Upon hearing such a commanding proclamation, despite the considerable complexity of the information conveyed, the people of Kokomia could not contain their exuberance. They embraced and leaped in joy. What could be more exhilarating than witnessing the arrival of reinforcements in the face of impending defeat? President Daiwasi, too, excitedly waved his tightly clenched fists, reaffirming that his choices had indeed been astute. The sacrifices of the Kokomia military had not been in vain. Although only a fleeting glimpse lasted mere seconds, he distinctly discerned that the colossal, sci-fi designed flagship among the fleet was indeed the main force. If these warships possessed capabilities and combat prowess akin to that of the Iron Nail, conquering the entire Star Ring domain would pose no challenge, would it? Clearly, the Allied fleet had also received this widespread broadcast. However, as two seasoned military coalitions, how could they be intimidated into surrendering by mere words from the enemy? A military engagement must be resolved on the battlefield. All would be settled through combat. Faced with the imposing enemy fleet, the Allied fleet maintained exemplary combat discipline, with thousands of ships arranged in perfect formation, unwavering in their stance. Meanwhile, smaller armed vessels retreated to the inhabited asteroids of Kokomaya, planning to use the civilians residing on these celestial bodies as hostages to instill caution in this seemingly formidable fleet. Thousands of small armed ships swiftly approached the asteroids, with some provocatively skimming close to their surfaces. The inhabitants of Kokomaya quickly noticed these small armed vessels and surmised their intentions. Regardless of whether the ships in space could hear them, they could not help but shout profanities at the vessels hovering above. However, just as the armed ships surrounding the inhabited asteroids were basking in their moment of bravado, they were suddenly met with an unforeseen barrage of lasers erupting from the advancing Kunlun fleet. In an instant, the armed vessels encircling the inhabited asteroids erupted into a dazzling display of explosions, akin to a series of firecrackers igniting, transforming them into interstellar debris. The warships of the Kunlun fleet maintained their momentum, pressing forward toward the Allied fleet without issuing any further communications. It was evident that unless the Allied fleet executed an emergency maneuver or opened fire, a collision was inevitable, compelling them to make an immediate declaration. Given the speed of the Kunlun fleet and the distance between them, even a deceleration at this point would be too late. Both sides had entered each other's firing range. Soon, the Allied fleet provided their answer, retaliating against the Kunlun fleet with electromagnetic cannons, laser weaponry, and nuclear missiles, launching a relentless barrage toward the enemy. The laser weapons struck first, targeting the Kunlun fleet, only to leave the Allied forces astounded as they witnessed a pale blue ripple enveloping the massive warships. The lasers, upon contact, ignited arcs of the same hue, revealing the Kunlun fleet's latest innovation, a plasma barrier derived from remnants of Baal civilization spacecraft, designed to counter high-frequency electromagnetic waves. Following this, the electromagnetic cannons struck the first enemy ship, yet proved utterly ineffectual against the armor of the over 100,000-ton second-tier frigate. The projectiles from these outdated third-tier frigates were akin to mere tickles. After enduring the initial wave of attacks, the Kunlun fleet's warships did not afford the recently launched nuclear missiles any time to accelerate. They did not employ any extravagant means of attack. Instead, they executed a simple yet devastating barrage of laser weaponry. The nuclear missiles, along with the entire fleet of the United Armada, were transformed into a sea of fire comprised of explosive infernos. The distribution of this barrage was so uniformly executed, and its accuracy so precise, that it appeared to be meticulously rehearsed. Not a single attack was superfluous or repetitive, and within a mere second, all of the Tier 3 frigates were obliterated. The immense flash generated by the explosions illuminated the expanse of cosmic space for over 10 seconds, bathing the previously unilluminated small celestial bodies of this star region in the radiant glow of nuclear fusion. The Kunlun fleet, having left behind a dozen Tier 2 frigates to manage the aftermath on the habitable asteroid of Kokomia, wasted no time and surged forward through the fiery chaos without deceleration, propelling themselves toward the distant horizon. Observers at that moment would undoubtedly discern that the fleet was advancing directly towards the location of the Scientific Council. The reason for the Kunlun fleet's unwavering speed was due to their command vessels, equipped with formidable detection systems, which had already ascertained that the Scientific Council was on the brink of a comprehensive retreat, with enemy ships on the capital star T1 and the vice capital star T2 commencing ground operations. In a bid to reach the Scientific Council with utmost urgency, the Kunlun fleet opted for a rapid, linear approach, cutting straight through the outer fringes of the ringed star domain toward T1 and T2. Initially, navigating through such a densely packed asteroid belt, akin to planetary rings, would have posed significant risks for fleet formations due to the chaotic and disorderly presence of asteroids and meteoroids threatening their high-velocity passage. However, this notion only applied to the technologically inferior human civilization of the ringed star domain. Under the might of the Kunlun fleet's formidable close combat weaponry, an unobstructed corridor was remarkably carved through the entire star ring domain, free from any large meteoroids. Although over time, this corridor would inevitably be replenished by newly arriving asteroids and meteoroids due to gravitational influences, it would persist for decades, establishing itself as the interstellar expressway from the inner ring to the outer ring of the star ring domain. The F-3265 was one of the last remaining Tier 3 frigates of the Scientific Council, captained by their ace commander, surrounded by comrades who had nearly vanished from sight. The survival of this vessel relied partly on exceptional tactical skills and partly on sheer fortune. At that moment, the F-3265 had exhausted all kinetic and nuclear weaponry, leaving only 4 laser weapons at its disposal. The direst predicament was that, more than 10 seconds prior, its rear propulsion engine had been utterly destroyed, rendering it immobile. In the fierce theater of space warfare, a ship stripped of maneuverability was akin to a coffin filled with crew members. Several enemy vessels that had been engaged with the F-3265 for an extended period began to close in, poised to annihilate it completely. At that moment, the crew aboard F-3265 suddenly noticed that their surrounding enemies were inexplicably exploding one after another, diminishing in number at an astonishing rate. As they searched for the cause, they were astounded to discover an unprecedentedly massive fleet charging towards them with an imposing aura, leaving no enemy vessel capable of evading their attacks, and systematically obliterating them without any means of resistance. Soon, the communications officer on F-3265, a middle-aged female lieutenant, under the captain's orders, repeatedly broadcast a message through the signal towards planet T1. Hold on. Reinforcements are on the way. Fellow members of the Scientific Council, please endure. Our reinforcements have arrived. Chapter 135. Reactions from all sides. The new leader of the Star Ring Alliance, an elderly man with flowing golden hair, frequently took to the podium during the conflict with the Scientific Council. In a recent speech, he reiterated the nefarious nature of the Council, claiming that his ability to see through their machinations was entirely due to his keen love for the Alliance. He praised the frontline troops as the finest young men in the history of the Star Ring Alliance, attributing their great victories to his sagacious leadership. For it is well known that no one understands warfare better than he does. This new leader even contemplated awarding himself a Patriot Medal and a Peace Medal to honor his own illustrious achievements. The media of the Star Ring Alliance has relentlessly promoted the righteousness of this war, drowning out the few voices that found it peculiar that a torrent of steel was attacking them while they were striking the neighboring Scientific Council. The overwhelming majority of the populace, seemingly invigorated, cheered for this extraordinary leader whom they had elected, although the war was not yet entirely concluded. In the eyes of this omniscient leader, the remaining 2 large asteroids on the battlefield were no different from a victorious culmination of the war. Thus, he eagerly prepared to announce the victory, proclaiming that the grotesque regime of the Scientific Council, which had lingered in the Star Ring region for over 4 centuries, was destined to be eradicated by the righteous Star Ring Alliance, and that the billions of unfortunate souls brainwashed by evil would soon embrace democratic liberation. At this moment, he was rehearsing in front of a mirror for the impending victory declaration speech. Feeling somewhat irked, he lamented that the draft he was to deliver had been penned by some fool below, laden with obscure quotes and peculiar phrasing, which undoubtedly complicated his oration. While he maintained a fervent leader's image outwardly, it was essential to acknowledge that he was, after all, an elderly gentleman whose vitality could not rival that of the youth. Just then, his personal secretary unexpectedly barged into the office, an undeniably inappropriate breach of decorum. The sudden intrusion of the secretary left our all-knowing new leader in a state of great irritation. Just as he was about to utter the infamous line he once delivered during a live speech to a subordinate who had made a colossal blunder, "You're fired," the secretary, with a look of terror, shouted, "It's bad. Our frontline troops have completely lost contact." What? The all-knowing new leader questioned if he had misheard. Was it possible that the multitude of recent speeches had caused him to hallucinate? "Leader, I mean, our frontline troops have lost contact. I'm referring to all the forces engaged in the Scientific Council Capital Star Domain campaign. They have lost communication. All of them. The shock of the news left the secretary somewhat disoriented, causing his words to tumble out in confusion. Lost contact. What does that mean? The new leader quickly seized upon the crux of the secretary's words. According to reports from more distant ships, they are believed to have been annihilated. The secretary managed to reply after swallowing hard. The new leader maintained a posture of inquiry, extending his neck for nearly a full minute before retracting it, placing one hand on his hip and pointing an accusatory finger at the secretary. Bolton, listen, this is not amusing at all. If you wish to tell jokes, allow me to share one. You, yes you, Bolton, are fired. Huh. The secretary, known as Bolton, was momentarily taken aback. The new leader withdrew his hand, adopting a pose with both hands on his hips, visibly irritated as he turned in a circle, stopping to glare at Bolton. Bolton, I don't know what has been bothering you lately, but your speeches have become increasingly dreadful. And now look at you, barging in without knocking to deliver a bad joke, while I'm preparing for my speech practice. Do you have any idea how hard I've been working to divert public attention from our collaboration with the Steel Tide? I've been getting only 6 hours of sleep each night. If you believe you are irreplaceable, you are gravely mistaken. I receive 1,000 resumes for personal secretaries every day, and I assure you, no one understands how to find a new secretary better than I do. I mean, Bolton raised a hand, seemingly perplexed, but was abruptly interrupted by the new leader. You're fired. The new leader gazed at Bolton, shaking his head in disappointment. Bolton, with a furrowed brow and a head tilted in confusion, was left questioning the situation. Had the new leader truly lost his mind over this dreadful news? Suddenly, the office communicator chimed with a request for communication from the military. As the new leader walked towards his chair, he turned his head to Bolton, saying, Listen, Bolton, you need to leave this room now and submit your resignation to Jessica. I will note on your record that you left for health reasons. Otherwise, I will simply record that you were dismissed due to incompetence. Bolton watched as the new leader took his seat and connected to the communicator. After a brief pause, he sighed, opened the door, and exited. The newly appointed leader, having only heard the initial 3 reports from the military chief, leapt up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, exclaiming in outrage, You scoundrels! Are you all conspiring to mock me? I refuse to believe it. With my numerous warships and spacecraft, how could they possibly be annihilated in an instant? Scoundrels! I shall not listen. I shan't listen. It's like a turtle reciting scripture. Within less than a day, the mysterious reinforcements from the Scientific Council completely eradicated all foreign ships that had invaded their territory. Had it not been for the urgent need to rescue the numerous civilians suffering from a lack of medical resources, this fleet might have launched a counterattack into the realms of the Stellar Ring Alliance and the Iron Torrent. In light of the significant loss of over half of their forces, the Iron Torrent hastily redeployed its remaining military strength to the front line adjoining the Scientific Council. Meanwhile, it seemed that even greater turmoil had unfolded within the Stellar Ring Alliance. The enigmatic new leader, upon learning of the near-total annihilation of his forces, reportedly descended into madness due to the overwhelming blow. His temporary successor was none other than his closest secretary, the renowned hawk, Bolton. Upon assuming his interim position, Bolton immediately addressed the outraged populace, declaring that the Stellar Ring Alliance would exact revenge on the Scientific Council and its accomplices at any cost. The remaining smaller factions obediently heeded the counsel of the self-proclaimed first and second ranks of the Kunlun fleet, opting for a ceasefire to observe the unfolding events. They had no choice but to halt hostilities, for any ships that dared to continue fighting, regardless of their allegiance, were utterly annihilated by the patrols of this mysterious fleet. Chapter 136. Reforging Order. Bolton could hardly have anticipated that merely moments away from being dismissed, he would find himself elevated to the position of the highest leader of the Stellar Ring Alliance, albeit temporarily, just half an hour later. He felt grateful for having spent that time in the corridor, calming his nerves. Had he rushed out to submit his resignation to Jessica, such an extraordinary stroke of fortune would never have fallen into his lap. It is noteworthy that although he was merely the acting supreme leader, the current wartime context meant that his term was not bound by a fixed duration, as elections could not be conducted under such conditions. This is why, upon taking office, Bolton was exceedingly proactive in responding to public sentiment, simultaneously announcing a vow of vengeance against the Scientific Council and its accomplices. He believed that as long as a prolonged conflict was maintained, his tenure could potentially surpass that of those leaders elected under normal circumstances. The Iron Torrent exemplified a typical military governance force, one that would not be deterred by a few defeats. Rather, they would gather their strength and retaliate fiercely. The Kunlun fleet swiftly obliterated the coalition forces within the Scientific Council's former star domain in a remarkably short time, resulting in a complete inability to relay information about the details of this battle. This led to a grave misjudgment between the Stellar Ring Alliance and the Iron Torrent, with both parties mistakenly believing that this mysterious fourth faction had long been concealed within the Scientific Council's star domain, executing a highly successful strategic surprise attack that decimated the Allied fleet. A fleet descended like celestial beings, swiftly sweeping through the Allied forces. A possibility neither side had dared to contemplate, for it transcended their understanding. Soon, the Kunlun fleet issued a joint statement with the Scientific Council. In this declaration, the Scientific Council vehemently condemned the inhumane actions of the Iron Tide and the Star Ring Alliance in instigating war, articulating a profound critique of their detrimental impact on the peace of the entire Star Ring domain. Furthermore, it revealed the sordid history of both entities over several centuries, exposing the Iron Tide's recurrent wars of annexation every few decades and the Star Ring Alliance's duplicitous facade of promoting democracy and freedom while fostering its own proxies and perpetuating peaceful transformations among smaller factions. This statement resonated deeply with many minor powers and sparked significant reactions even within the free civilian star domain, especially following recent incidents where smaller factions, seeking self-preservation, had joined the Star Ring Alliance only to be extorted. The second part of the statement, issued by the Kunlun fleet, refrained from elaborating on its identity, simply referring to itself as an organization dedicated to upholding human civilization's order. It contained a brief yet unequivocal assertion. Both the Star Ring Alliance and the Iron Tide must bear full responsibility for the world war that has nearly engulfed the Star Ring domain. The Iron Tide was held accountable for instigating the conflict, while the Star Ring Alliance was charged with its escalation. Responsibility, in this context, entailed the relinquishment of all resistance, unconditional surrender, and the obligation to provide reparations to all affected parties in this war. This portion of the statement was largely dismissed as a farce by most factions, save for those few who had witnessed the formidable strength of the Kunlun fleet. The undeniable fact remained that the joint fleet of the Iron Tide and the Star Ring Alliance had all but obliterated the Scientific Council, and the combined military potential of these two powers was overwhelmingly dominant throughout the Star Ring domain. However, it seemed that these factions conveniently overlooked the reality that the very fleet that had nearly annihilated the Scientific Council was itself eradicated within days. Naturally, the Star Ring Alliance and the Iron Tide disregarded this statement, engaging instead in a war of words with the Scientific Council, creating a tumultuous exchange that vividly illustrated the nature of great power diplomacy to the numerous smaller factions. While embroiled in this verbal skirmish, the Star Ring Alliance and the Iron Tide were not idle. They commenced a new round of military buildup, intending to construct a legion of over 20,000 third-tier frigates within a month. In the past, only the coalition of these two great powers had the initiative to wage war, as no other military force in the Star Ring domain could rival their combined might. Initiating conflict would have been tantamount to courting death. To this day, both powers have maintained this mindset, believing that once they enter the realm of verbal confrontation, they possess ample time to prepare their military. However, they could never have anticipated that the current Star Ring star domain is no longer the same as it once was, for the Kunlun fleet is now present in this realm. Upon discovering the military ambitions of the opposing forces, the Kunlun fleet promptly issued a statement declaring that the militaristic actions of the Star Ring Alliance and the Iron Torrent constitute a severe provocation. Should these actions not cease within 3 days, the Kunlun fleet will launch an assault, aiming to annihilate all military capabilities and heavy industrial resources of the adversaries. Naturally, the Star Ring Alliance and the Iron Torrent responded with their usual bravado, yet thereafter, there was no further discourse. When the formidable fleet of the Kunlun fleet simultaneously appeared over the capitals of both factions, these two superpowers, which had dominated the Star Ring star domain for over 4 centuries, found themselves utterly bereft of military strength. All heavy industrial factories, relevant scientific research bases, as well as the remaining and newly formed military forces were completely obliterated. The leadership of the Iron Torrent, displaying remarkable resolve, collectively chose to end their own lives, while the high-ranking officials of the Star Ring Alliance, recognizing the gravity of the situation, opted for surrender, including the previously hawkish Bolton. The conclusion of this world war, which engulfed the entire Star Ring star domain, in such a manner was beyond the imagination of all. It was as if, amid a tempest of raging winds and swirling sands, accompanied by ominous clouds and the booming of thunder, the outcome was but a few drops of drizzle. In the blink of an eye, before nearly all factions could fully comprehend the unfolding events, the war had concluded. The entire Star Ring star domain was enveloped in an eerie atmosphere, pondering the origin of this so-called Kunlun fleet, which possessed the absolute might to overpower the 3 major powers. At that moment, it became evident to all that even with the inclusion of the Scientific Council, the 3 major factions stood no chance against the Kunlun fleet. just when everyone presumed that the Kunlun fleet would seize the moment to unify the star ring star domain, thereby becoming the first significant power to restore unity in centuries. The Kunlun fleet announced the cessation of hostilities. They expressed a desire for all remaining factions to unite and reconstruct the order within the star ring star domain. Furthermore, the Kunlun fleet offered to assist in rebuilding the homeland and pledged to help restore the technological prowess of the star ring star domain to the zenith of human civilization during the solar system era. Chapter 137. A visit to the Kunlun fleet. The latest statement from the Kunlun fleet left all factions within the star ring star domain somewhat bewildered. In the days following the release of the statement, these factions painstakingly analyzed every word and punctuation mark, gradually coming to terms with its implications. It appeared that the Kunlun fleet did not intend to unify the entire star ring star domain. Moreover, what did they mean by aiding the restoration of the technological levels of humanity from the solar system era? Did their declaration imply that they possessed the pinnacle of technology from that epoch? Despite the myriad opinions circulating, no faction dared to seek counsel from the invincible Kunlun fleet regarding this matter, as all factions were striving to comprehend the latest declaration from the Kunlun Mountain Fleet. The Scientific Council had already organized a delegation of high-ranking members to embark on a reception spacecraft of the Kunlun Mountain Fleet, destined for one of the primary Dragon Keel compartments of the warship group. This marked the inaugural formal meeting between the two parties. Half of the high-ranking officials from the Scientific Council had perished in previous conflicts. However, they swiftly replenished the corresponding seats according to the principle of replacement, permanently reserving a position for Ding Hao. In total, 366 senior members attended this meeting at the primary Dragon Keel compartment, with none absent. Upon entering this second-class frigate, each individual curiously surveyed the entirety of the vessel. Indeed, remnants of second-class frigates from the bygone era of the solar system are preserved among the three major factions. Yet, due to the loss of technological prowess, not even the Scientific Council, renowned for its scientific acumen, has been able to successfully replicate one. A complete spaceship entails not only the independent design, manufacturing, and integration of various systems, such as material technology, propulsion systems, control systems, life support systems, weapon systems, detection systems, fire control systems, and communication systems, but also necessitates a comprehensive industrial framework supported by thousands of production factories, numerous specialized research institutions, educational and training systems, and a unified civil society with centripetal force. A combat vessel exceeding 100,000 tons cannot be constructed by a fragmented entity like the Star Ring Alliance, rife with mutual suspicion and discord. Within the Kunlun fleet, certain scholars of civilization research contend that without a unified civilizational framework, a society lacks both the impetus and capability to construct a warship of such magnitude. The scientists of the Scientific Council were not unfamiliar with second-class frigates. While the few they had in their possession did not undergo extensive navigation testing, but remained in laboratories for continuous analysis, disassembly, and reassembly, they were well acquainted with the intricacies of a warship of over 100,000 tons, particularly those engaged in system integration. However, it is noteworthy that the second-class frigates of the Kunlun fleet have diverged significantly from those of the original solar system era. Firstly, there were substantial differences in cabin configurations. The second-class frigates of the solar system era were manned by over 5,000 personnel, while those of the Kunlun fleet are staffed by slightly more than 1,000. This reduction is attributable to the extensive application of artificial intelligence and autonomous robotics, which have greatly supplanted human labor. The decrease in personnel naturally led to a reconfiguration of cabin layouts, resulting in a significant enhancement of comfort in the living quarters aboard the Kunlun fleet's second-class frigates, alongside an increase in the number of compartments for autonomous robots. The energy and weapon compartments have also been adjusted and expanded. In summary, based solely on cabin configurations, it is evident that a second-class frigate from the Kunlun Mountain Fleet has surpassed its solar system era counterpart in performance across various dimensions. The formidable electronic systems and the main control AI of the Kunlun Mountain Fleet have surpassed the data acquisition capabilities and comprehensiveness of spacecraft from the era of the former solar system by an order of magnitude. This advancement allows the ship's controllers to gain a more profound and meticulous understanding of nearly every inch of the vessel's performance, enabling the most accurate assessments of the spacecraft's status. Their main control AI can almost entirely assume command over the operations of the warship, a fact that the Iron Nail has unequivocally demonstrated to all. A select group of senior officials in relevant fields have come to realize that the various autonomous robots traversing the ship, endowed with remarkable self-discipline, are high-tech creations that humanity of the former solar system era could not have conceived. Within just over an hour of navigation, The senior members of the Scientific Council gleaned insights into the technological prowess of the entire Kunlun mountain fleet from this second-class frigate. The level of technology they witnessed far exceeded their own and even surpassed that of humanity during the solar system era. However, what truly astonished them was the first-class keel chamber, which had vanished from the star ring domain for 4 centuries. Each senior member of the Scientific Council marveled inwardly at the grandeur of the civilization capable of crafting such a colossal structure. They could even see that multiple second-class frigates and their most familiar third-class frigate, the Iron Nail, were docked at the keel chamber. This cylindrical structure, exceeding 4,000 meters in length and 400 meters in diameter, features a primary interface at both the top and bottom, along with a total of 30 secondary interfaces around its circumference. Approaching it, one is confronted with an immense spacecraft that seems to stretch into infinity. Strictly speaking, the first-class keel chamber is not a warship, but serves as the command center and core functional chamber of the entire fleet of the former solar system civilization. The frigate executed a high-speed docking maneuver with a precision that appeared perilous to the senior members of the Scientific Council. After a series of standard operations, including airlock integration and fine-tuning of air pressure, they finally stepped aboard the first-class keel chamber, a place they had only encountered in textbooks but had never seen in person. The interior of the keel chamber is a multi-layered concentric cylindrical structure, comprising approximately 60 layers from the outer side to the central axis. At the center lies a device that facilitates the rotation of the entire keel chamber and its docking with secondary and tertiary units. This system features an extraordinarily intricate design and processing technology, allowing for a segmented, rotational bearing system. It is equipped with over 15 fusion reactor engines, sufficient to provide varying artificial gravity to each group of 3 interfaces in the lower units after docking with 30 secondary units, all of which possess multiple subordinate units. It can accelerate these lower units to a speed of 5 times the speed of light. Of course, this represents the Scientific Council's understanding of the first-class keel chamber from the former solar system era, while in reality, the capabilities of the Kunlun fleet's first-class keel chamber are likely even more formidable. Chapter 138. A visit to the Kunlun mountain fleet upon exiting the airlock. The senior members of the Scientific Council immediately perceived a gravity in the third node chamber that felt heavier than that on the asteroid, yet was not uncomfortable. This was the standard Earth gravity simulated within the chamber. The Dragonbone chamber is meticulously divided into 10 node rooms, each equipped with 3 interface chambers. Each node room has the capability to rotate at varying speeds around the central axis, thereby creating distinct artificial gravity environments. The floors of nearly all chambers within the Dragonbone chamber are oriented perpendicular to its central axis, allowing centrifugal force to simulate gravity, enabling individuals to stand upon the ground as the chamber rotates. In accordance with the designs established during the era of the solar system, the primary Dragonbone chamber can connect front and back, forming a longer and larger composite spacecraft, while the 30 secondary interfaces surrounding it facilitate direct connections to secondary units. These secondary units serve as the principal carriers for various essential functions of the human fleet, predominantly featuring a cylindrical shape with diameters ranging from 100 to 200 meters, and lengths often extending to several hundred meters. They too can rotate around their internal central axis. The dimensions of these secondary units vary based on their functions, encompassing storage chambers for various supplies, which, unencumbered by the need for prolonged human habitation, can reach substantial sizes, potentially approaching 50,000 tons. Smaller units, such as secondary corvettes, are typically around 100,000 tons in size. Additionally, there exist numerous functional secondary units, including industrial chambers for the production and processing of various materials, including food, recycling chambers designed to repurpose residual outputs from the consumption processes of other chambers, and research chambers dedicated to a spectrum of scientific endeavors. Secondary units possess several to numerous secondary and tertiary interfaces, allowing for interconnectivity among themselves and with tertiary units. The tertiary units represent the most fundamental components of the human fleet, generally adopting a cylindrical structure, equipped with 1 or more tertiary interfaces, somewhat akin to submarines from Earth's past. Primarily, tertiary units serve as basic functional modules, such as living quarters for everyday human activities, operational chambers for the movement of personnel and supplies within the craft, and multifunctional chambers providing educational, medical, dietary, and entertainment services for daily life. They also include collection chambers responsible for gathering nuclear fuel and biosphere recycling materials upon the fleet's arrival at supply star systems. Notably, corvettes like the Iron Nail also belong to the category of tertiary units, as the reception staff introduced the hierarchy of units and their functions. Established since the solar system era, the senior members of the Scientific Council could scarcely conceal their curiosity. Much of the information had previously been gleaned from scant remnants of records, containing only fragments of descriptions or sporadic images and videos. Now, witnessing the pinnacle of human civilization from the solar system era firsthand, though not of their own creation, fulfilled a dream cherished by many since childhood. Subsequently, the group entered a spacious, independent hall, which, based on its furnishings, appeared to be designated for multi-person meetings. Under the guidance of the staff, the senior members of the Scientific Council took their seats in the circular arrangement of the conference hall. Following this, the military leaders of the Kunlun fleet, assisting them, along with some accompanying diplomatic personnel, also took their places, not to mention the members of the Wolffang Brigade. Meanwhile, Rod and tailors were assigned to tour the entire Dragonbone Chamber. The inaugural formal meeting between the Scientific Council and the Kunlun fleet has truly commenced. During the gathering, diplomats fervently introduced the history and pertinent details of the Kunlun fleet to the senior members of the Scientific Council. Even the high-ranking officials, still grappling with the aftermath of the War of Annihilation, were profoundly moved by the arduous journey of the Kunlun fleet and its indomitable spirit in overcoming hardships to restore the splendor of human civilization. Upon learning that the Kunlun fleet had engaged with at least 4 extraterrestrial civilizations, they felt a dual pang of shame for the stagnation of humanity in the Star Ring region over the past 4 centuries and a rekindled passion for cosmic exploration. Although there had been brief introductions prior, this occasion allowed both parties to exchange comprehensive information regarding their respective histories and articulate their developmental philosophies. Given that the Scientific Council was initially selected by the Wolffang Brigade as the representative of human civilization in the Star Ring region to engage with the Kunlun fleet, there were significant parallels in their developmental ideologies, establishing a solid foundation for future collaboration. As the atmosphere of self-introduction grew increasingly fervent, a senior member of the Scientific Council lamented, as branches of human civilization, "It is indeed a disgrace that we in the Star Ring region chose civil strife under such promising circumstances. Had we not engaged in civil war, I believe we could now possess a primary keel chamber akin to that of your esteemed fleet. Only with multiple large vessels equipped with primary keels can humanity genuinely aspire to become an interstellar species." Upon hearing this, the representatives of the Kunlun fleet exchanged glances with members of the Wolffang Brigade. Tang Sheng offered an apologetic smile to the senior council member, stating, "I apologize, everyone. Due to confidentiality principles, I did not fully disclose the details of the Kunlun fleet at the outset." Observing the puzzled expressions of the Scientific Council members directed at him, he continued, "This primary keel chamber is no longer the flagship of the Kunlun fleet. It now serves merely as a secondary chamber equipped with enhanced functionalities." The senior members of the Scientific Council collectively froze in astonishment, their eyes widening at the revelation that a chamber surpassing the performance of the primary keel units from the solar system era was merely a secondary chamber. What then? Could the flagship of the Kunlun fleet be? Without delay, a diplomat from the Kunlun fleet interjected, "Now that we have become allies who have fought together, there is little reason to maintain secrecy. Our current flagship is a billion-ton vessel named the Solar System, which, due to its immense size, may pose challenges if it were to enter the Star Ring region, potentially causing inconveniences for other smaller factions. Thus, it is currently anchored at the periphery of this star system." As anticipated, a wave of gasps echoed from the 366 senior members of the Scientific Council. A vessel exceeding 1 billion tons? What a monumental concept. An immediate buzz of discussion arose among the high-ranking officials of the Scientific Council. After a considerable while, the murmur of discussion subsided, and an enthusiastic senior member inquired, "May we visit your mothership?" We refer to the solar system. Chapter 139. The request of the Scientific Council. Observing the group of senior members of the Scientific Council, completely captivated by the myriad of novel phenomena to the point of neglecting their primary concerns, the diplomatic representatives of the Kunlun fleet exchanged bemused glances. Finding the situation somewhat amusing, one of the diplomats kindly interjected, "Esteemed members, while visiting the solar system is undoubtedly feasible, we must first address the severe devastation wrought by the war upon the entire Scientific Council. Should we not prioritize how to mend these war-inflicted wounds?" However, it was evident that the Scientific Council had already deliberated on this matter internally. Another senior member, presumably in charge of this sector, took the floor and stated, "In truth, we have devised 2 plans for post-war recovery. However, one of these plans may necessitate the substantial assistance of the Kunlun fleet." The diplomatic representatives of the Kunlun fleet, of course, could not acquiesce without first hearing the specifics, so they smiled and awaited the continuation of the senior member's discourse. The senior member, showing no sign of hesitation, proceeded, "I believe through our previous communication, your esteemed party understands that the Scientific Council is fundamentally an organization aimed at technological advancement. The pursuit of scientific exploration has always been our steadfast commitment. Science, in essence, is humanity's means of comprehending the universe. Those confined within the rings of stars cannot indefinitely progress along the path of science. Thus, if possible, we do not intend to reconstruct the scientific council on the original asteroid, as we did in the past. With sincerity, he gazed at the representatives of the Kunlun fleet and stated earnestly, therefore, on behalf of the scientific council, I request the assistance of the Kunlun fleet in constructing a fleet capable of leading all members of the scientific council in interstellar navigation. Upon concluding his appeal, he and the other senior members of the scientific council turned their hopeful gazes toward the diplomatic representatives of the Kunlun fleet. The representatives exchanged glances, and one of them smiled at Dr. Ding Hao, saying, Dr. Ding Hao, I believe you would be better suited to address this question. The senior members of the scientific council then directed their eager expectations toward Ding Hao, one of their own. Ding Hao, with clarity, cleared his throat and responded. The scientific council originally comprised a population of 1.5 billion. This war has, according to rough estimates, resulted in the loss and disappearance of 200 million individuals. To err on the side of caution, and considering factors such as redundancy backup systems, we shall calculate based on the full 1.5 billion population. To accommodate such a vast populace for interstellar travel, the total tonnage required for the fleet would need to reach 20 billion tons. Presently, the Kunlun fleet does not possess such a substantial demand, and thus lacks the industrial production capacity to construct a fleet of this magnitude within a generation. Upon hearing this, some members of the scientific council felt a surge of urgency, eager to rise and advocate further. However, upon noticing Ding Hao's hand gesture to calm them, they promptly took their seats again. Ding Hao continued, however, the Kunlun fleet possesses the latest generation of universal 3D printing modules, an upgraded version of the crucial universal 3D printing modules that humanity lost to the Star Ring Alliance. The Kunlun fleet is willing to share this technology with the scientific council free of charge, though this does not include any relevant alien technological advancements acquired by the Kunlun fleet. This declaration sent a wave of excitement through the upper echelons of the scientific council. The universal 3D printing module. It encapsulated one of the most painful memories for humanity across the Star Ring domain. It was the destruction of all universal 3D printing modules by their ancestors that rendered humanity incapable of reconstructing more advanced spacecraft, resulting in a regression of several centuries in their shipbuilding capabilities. Industrial capacity is profoundly reliant on technological accumulation. Many industrial products, while fundamentally simple in principle, cannot be manufactured without a foundation of accumulated technology. Consider the era when humanity had yet to embark on large-scale ventures into space, when silicon-based chips served as the primary processors for computers. The most crucial device for fabricating these silicon chips was the photolithography machine. Though many understood the principle behind photolithography, during a certain period, only a single company in one nation could produce the most advanced machines, illustrating the effects of technological accumulation. With the loss of universal 3D printing modules, the Star Ring Alliance effectively forfeited centuries of technological progress. Many technologies had to be redeveloped from scratch, which is one of the primary reasons it took 400 years for humanity within the Star Ring Alliance to regain the technological level of their solar system forebears. Now, the Kunlun fleet's willingness to share the latest universal 3D printing module technology free of charge, despite not including the most recent alien technologies, signifies that many previously theoretical devices could now become a reality. Should the Kunlun fleet permit it, they could even use these universal 3D printing modules to produce additional modules, exponentially enhancing the industrial capabilities of the scientific council. The ambitious construction of a massive fleet consisting of 20 billion tons would no longer be a project spanning centuries, but rather an attainable goal within a single generation. As the exhilaration began to subside, a sense of caution emerged among the leaders of the scientific council. Someone tentatively inquired, if you are willing to share the universal 3D printing technology with us, what price must the scientific council pay in return? A diplomat from the Kunlun fleet smiled and replied, Dr. Ding Hao has already made it clear, it is a gratuitous sharing. To allay their concerns, the diplomat continued. The willingness to share without charge is based on three key considerations. Firstly, the scientific council has assisted the Wolf Fong Brigade in locating all of their members. While you may perceive the Wolf Fong Brigade merely as a vanguard exploration team, they are indeed a legendary unit of our Kunlun fleet. Even if they are but an ordinary advanced scouting party, they remain an integral part of the Kunlun fleet. Assisting them equates to aiding the entire Kunlun fleet, and we are committed to repaying any civilization or organization that has supported the Kunlun fleet. Secondly, the humans of the Star Ring domain share a common ancestry with us. We originate from the same mother civilization, akin to brothers. We are profoundly pleased to encounter kin within this vast and distant galaxy. The existence of humanity in the star ring domain alleviates our sense of solitude, reflecting the goodwill the Kunlun fleet holds for its blood relatives. As for the third point, due to the involvement of higher-level secrets pertaining to the Kunlun fleet, you may need to wait until you reach our mothership, the solar system, where our fleet commander will elucidate these matters personally. Chapter 140. The Engineering Marvel, Solar System. Upon confirming the technical assistance from the Kunlun fleet, the senior members of the Scientific Council promptly proceeded to the mothership, the solar system, which was currently stationed on the periphery of the star ring domain. They traversed the interstellar high-speed corridor cleared of nearly all asteroids and meteorites by the Kunlun fleet's warships and approached the designated location of hydrogen bomb space mines at the outer edges of the original star system. Here, some of the senior members of the Scientific Council curiously inquired, "How did you manage to navigate through this dense array of hydrogen bomb space mines? In the past, we have attempted to send unmanned vehicles through this minefield, but the sheer number of mines posed significant challenges. Their explosions also generate intense electromagnetic pulses, allowing only the smallest probes to pass through by sheer luck, while slightly larger devices would inevitably trigger the detection systems of these mines." A diplomat from the Kunlun fleet responded, "Indeed, we were quite astonished when we detected such a vast quantity of space mines. The construction of so many mines indicates the severity of the civil war your ancestors endured." Noticing the awkwardness among the senior members of the Scientific Council, he quickly continued, "We employed a strategy of autonomous robot positioning followed by area clearance. We utilized highly autonomous unmanned vessels to mark the hydrogen bomb space mines in the minefield, leveraging the fleet's firepower to determine the launch directions and locations, subsequently clearing the area piece by piece. It took approximately 18 hours to create a passage wide enough for 2 combat teams to traverse. This was an emergency measure, as the Iron Nail and your forces continued to provide support. Now, we can systematically eliminate these nuclear mines with numerous unmanned vessels. It is merely a matter of time." As he finished speaking, he observed flashes in the distance, likely indicating that the Kunlun fleet's unmanned mine-clearing vessels were at work. Standing nearby, Tang Sheng chimed in, "In fact, individuals from the Star Ring domain have successfully navigated through minefields before." At this moment, he beckoned Rod over and, with a gentle push, said, "Uncle Rod, it was indeed thanks to 2 modified tug spacecraft that we traversed the minefield." Rod and Thales had also been invited to visit the solar system ship, and upon hearing Tang Sheng recount his proudest achievement, he could not help but feel a sense of pride himself. He then shared his experience of piloting the tug spacecraft to assist Tang Sheng and others in their search for the Iron Nail. The audience was taken aback, particularly the senior members of the Scientific Council, who felt a profound impact. Previously, they had rationally concluded that navigating a manned spacecraft through a spatial minefield was exceedingly perilous, and from a safety perspective, they had never truly attempted it. To their astonishment, this individual named Rod had indeed breached the perilous 400-year-old spatial minefield, relying on his exceptional piloting skills and precise calculations. While it was true that many space mines had become ineffective over the years, and luck played a role, this incident underscored a significant issue. The Scientific Council, due to their past rational judgments, may have inadvertently forfeited the opportunity to create miracles through audacity. One must not underestimate the gravity of this realization. Logically speaking, it indicated that while the Council's operational model could adequately address most ordinary situations, it proved inadequate in the face of extraordinary circumstances. Both Rod's crossing of the minefield and the developments in previous conflicts demonstrated that the Council's reliance on big data and calculations to dictate direction was flawed. However, this was not the time to deliberate on such matters. Thus, amidst Rod's boasting, the spacecraft gradually exited the area, heading towards the fringes of the ring star domain. Eventually, a colossal artificial construct emerged within the view of the spectators. Considering the issue of artificial gravity, almost all large human spacecraft are designed in a symmetrical axial structure, typically resembling disks or cylinders. The solar system ship was no exception. From a distance, it bore a resemblance to a core module. Yet, as they approached, all realized that the mothership of the Kunlun fleet could be described by but one word: immense. Its weight of over 100 million tons rendered the nearby 100,000-ton class secondary escort vessel akin to a mere toy, its vast form reminiscent of a large asteroid. The senior members of the Scientific Council, all of whom were scientists, understood that such a colossal vessel involved technologies far surpassing those of humanity during the solar system era. Without the significant advancement and support of disciplines such as materials science, structural engineering, and mechanical engineering, constructing such an outer shell would have been impossible. Even if the materials were merely piled together in accordance with the external shape, the sheer weight of over 100 million tons would cause catastrophic deformation due to gravitational stress. not to mention the complexities of the associated power systems, propulsion systems, control systems, and life support systems. A civilization lacking in advancement and unity could never successfully construct a vessel of such magnitude. Upon boarding the spacecraft, the Scientific Council was warmly welcomed by the Kunlun fleet's mothership. Many inhabitants, curious about their long-lost kin with whom they had been separated for centuries, flocked to the vicinity of the internal transit system to witness the occasion. The Kunlun fleet had also organized a high-level reception to honor the visit from the Scientific Council. In truth, the intricate details of technical assistance had already been discussed in prior meetings. This visit to the solar system was primarily aimed at enhancing mutual communication. As the senior members of the Scientific Council beheld the lush parks and the shimmering oceanic chambers within the solar system, they were utterly astounded. This was not merely a simulated environment constructed on a distant planet. It was a meticulously replicated natural habitat within a colossal spacecraft. Observing children frolicking in the park and couples enjoying their dates left the council members speechless. The environment surpassed that of large asteroids, as the artificial gravity authentically mimicked Earth's conditions, rendering life aboard such a vessel nearly indistinguishable from that on Earth. This was an advantage that artificial cities relying merely on the feeble gravity of large asteroids could not offer. Furthermore, they toured the Kunlun fleet's industrial chambers and the esteemed research facilities that the Scientific Council held in high regard. Here, they truly grasped the profound heritage of this branch of human civilization. Fully automated factories operated with remarkable efficiency, requiring only a minimal number of engineers to meet the comprehensive needs of civilization. Society functioned seamlessly with the collaboration of autonomous robots, allowing individuals to chart their professional paths based on their demonstrated talents and interests. In this respect, the Kunlun fleet bore some resemblance to the Iron Flood, yet it placed greater emphasis on personal choice, whereas the Iron Flood enforced compulsory allocation. Within the Kunlun fleet, individuals faced only the challenges presented by their academic or professional endeavors. There were no wars, no survival struggles, and no existential uncertainties about the future, creating a societal model that evoked envy among all humanity in the Star Ring region. This state could only be achieved through a robust technological foundation, formidable scientific prowess, and a well-established social system. As for the research facilities, the members of the Scientific Council were visibly enthralled. Holding a device the size of a baby formula can for storing antimatter, they marveled at the advancements being demonstrated by Professor Ding Hao, who eloquently explained the next generation of devices, now only the size of a soda can. It became starkly evident to them the technological chasm between themselves and the Kunlun fleet. Frankly speaking, without a technological explosion, this represented a technological gap of several centuries. Some recalled Mr. Claude from the Star Ring Alliance, who had proudly showcased his device the size of a house, only to find himself at a loss when confronted with Professor Ding Hao's innovations. Countless groundbreaking technologies, once regarded as mythical by the Scientific Council, such as the new generation of gene modification techniques, plasma electromagnetic weaponry protection technologies, and autonomous robotics, are only partially revealed through a single visit. Seizing the opportunity presented by this visit, the Scientific Council reached an agreement with the Kunlun fleet to send visiting scholars and international students to immerse themselves in each other's societal and educational frameworks during the Kunlun fleet's 2-decade stay in this star system. Furthermore, they agreed to foster trade, tourism, and other initiatives between their citizens, paving the way for comprehensive and profound collaboration. Chapter 141. Grand Construction and New Circumstances. After finalizing the details of technical assistance with the Kunlun fleet, the Scientific Council, still reeling from the scars of war, witnessed the highly efficient arrival of the fleet's technical assistance team at their T1 and T2 large asteroids. Without the luxury of time to heal from their wartime wounds, the Scientific Council mobilized all available resources to embark on an ambitious construction endeavor alongside the Kunlun fleet. With the Kunlun fleet only scheduled to remain in this star system for 20 years, every moment was precious if the Council aimed to fulfill its long-held aspiration of leading all its members away from the Star Ring region within a generation. The technical assistance team from the Kunlun fleet delivered 20 versatile 3D printing units. Though seemingly modest in number, these 20 devices effectively represented 20 universal factories, capable of replicating thousands of identical machines within 3 years, provided ample raw materials were available. Such production would suffice to dismantle the 2 large asteroids, each exceeding 1,000 kilometers in diameter, and generate billions of tons of spacecraft within 15 years. Indeed, the Scientific Council planned to deconstruct its capital and secondary capital planets into spacecraft to accommodate all its members in their exodus from this star system. With departure imminent, the 2 remarkably rare large asteroids in this star system held little allure. This methodology exemplifies the Scientific Council's commitment to a science-led and pragmatically driven approach. With the assistance of the Kunlun fleet, the Council devised a 20-year development plan, aspiring to establish its interstellar fleet within this timeframe. This ambition surpassed the 30-year development plan initially set by the Kunlun fleet in the Kelvin star system, particularly considering that the Kunlun fleet began with merely over 200,000 inhabitants, while the Scientific Council boasted a population exceeding 1 billion. With the myriad technological support from the Kunlun fleet, this audacious plan was well within reach. As the Scientific Council fervently embarked on its grand construction, the Star Ring region grew increasingly vibrant. The Steel Tide and the Star Ring Alliance had been utterly stripped of their military capabilities, their governmental structures dismantled. Now, these two former powerhouses resembled two plump morsels, under the predatory gaze of surrounding factions eager to carve a piece from them, just as they had once oppressed these very powers. At this moment, Mr. Rod, the once celebrated tycoon from the remote realm of Kokomaya, has returned to the Star Ring Alliance. Kokomaya, initially a small and obscure power, fortuitously allied with the Scientific Council during the previous World War. In their unwavering commitment to the Alliance, they faced annihilation but were ultimately rescued by the enigmatic Kunlun fleet. Today, although Kokomaya has lost its entire military, it stands as one of the victors of this world conflict. No faction dares to underestimate Kokomaya, which is supported by the last remaining superpower, the Scientific Council, and the seemingly extraterrestrial Kunlun fleet. Everyone is aware that the last entity to underestimate Kokomaya was the Star Ring Alliance, alongside the Steel Torrent. Having visited the Kunlun fleet, Rod and Thales did not leverage their connection with the Wolf Fong Brigade to apply for membership in the Kunlun fleet. Despite their qualifications based on their assistance to the brigade, they both declined the invitation proposed by Tang Sheng. Rod's rationale is rooted in his deep ties to the Star Ring domain, where he was born, raised, and has spent his life. Witnessing the chaos wrought by his own kin upon the system that nurtured him, he feels compelled to remain and hopes the Kunlun fleet can aid all humanity here, helping them escape their divisive state and enabling genuine self-development and empowerment within this domain. Thales, on the other hand, expressed his unwavering loyalty to Rod, stating he would follow him wherever he goes. In truth, the Kunlun fleet already harbored plans to assist humanity within the Star Ring domain, given their shared lineage. If the Kunlun fleet could extend help to alien civilizations like the insectoid, it would naturally extend similar aid to their own kin. Originally, the Kunlun fleet intended to support the Scientific Council in unifying the Star Ring Alliance to assist all humanity here. However, they were taken aback when the Scientific Council expressed a desire to evolve into an interstellar nomadic civilization. Although this diverged from the Kunlun fleet's initial intent, it exceeded their expectations. A civilization aspiring towards the cosmos possesses far greater developmental potential than one can find to a single star system. And the Kunlun fleet welcomed the Scientific Council's ambition. Perhaps in the future, when the two parties meet again, they may ignite even more brilliant sparks of collaboration. Now that the Scientific Council has charted its course forward, it becomes imperative to select a force capable of unifying the entire star domain for cultivation. Hence, Kokomaya, which has forged a profound friendship with the Wolf Fong Brigade, has entered the sights of the Kunlun fleet. After a thorough examination of Kokomaya's structural framework, the experts of the Kunlun fleet deemed it fully adaptable for implementation across the entire star domain. After all, Kokomaya's system is essentially a replica of the Star Ring Alliance, a superpower that has withstood the test of time. Why wait for these smaller factions to negotiate a charter and form a grand alliance before providing technological assistance? Historical evidence from the Scientific Council regarding various human factions in the Star Ring domain suggests that such an outcome is nearly unattainable. The human civilization of the Star Ring star domain, having long existed in a state of division, has succumbed to severe internal strife. In the absence of external interference, they find themselves in a perpetual cycle of merging and splitting, rendering the formation of a unified alliance nearly impossible within a short time frame. The Kunlun fleet, with only a mere 20 years at their disposal, cannot afford to wait for the myriad of smaller factions to disentangle their intricate relationships. Consequently, the plan to support Kakamiya in unifying the entire Star Ring Alliance emerged under the auspices of the Scientific Council and the Kunlun fleet. Rod, desiring to remain, naturally assumed the role of one of the pivotal executors of this ambitious plan. Reassuming his identity as a prosperous merchant of Kakamiya, Rod returned to the Star Ring Alliance, this time as a representative of the victorious faction. With the backing of the Scientific Council and the Kunlun fleet, whether genuine or feigned, numerous smaller factions began earnest negotiations with Kakamiya, contemplating the formation of a highly unified branch of human civilization with greater developmental potential. Unlike the internally coherent values of the Scientific Council as plans, Kakamiya faced the formidable task of achieving unification across the entire star domain within a decade through negotiations and warfare. Only with 10 years remaining would the Kunlun fleet provide extensive technological assistance and talent cultivation programs. This decade, amidst rapid societal advancement, holds the potential for the re-establishment of a unified worldview. Otherwise, following the departure of the Kunlun fleet, the artificially coerced assembly of human civilization within the star domain risks fracturing anew. Chapter 142. 20 years for the cosmos. 20 years is but a fleeting moment. Even for the Kunlun fleet, whose members boast lifespans exceeding 4 centuries, it is merely the duration of a brief slumber. However, for the inhabitants of the star domain, 20 years is ample time to forge a remarkable era. For Kakamiya, now to be referred to as the Star Ring civilization, these 20 years culminated in the realization of their grand aspiration to unify all human factions within the star domain. They accomplished a complete overhaul of their societal structure, creating a system markedly distinct from the capital-driven framework of the original Star Ring Alliance and the military government model of the Steel Tide era. Instead, they established a novel societal system led by a market economy, dynamically regulated by the highest governing body of civilization. This innovative structure was meticulously designed by the Kunlun fleet after thorough analysis of the historical and societal frameworks of the star domain's various factions, incorporating elements of the mainstream societal prototypes while instituting critical improvements. Simultaneously, the populace of the Star Ring civilization came to realize that the seemingly alien Kunlun fleet was, in fact, not extraterrestrial but rather long-lost brethren of humanity, hailing from the same earthly civilization within the solar system. Upon uncovering the true identity of the Kunlun fleet, the citizens finally found solace in the presence of this formidable force operating behind the scenes. As the Kunlun fleet announced its departure, it became evident that such a formidable civilization harbored no desire to linger in a starless expanse. 12 years following the unification of the entire star domain, the Star Ring civilization annually selected its most exceptional students to study abroad with the Kunlun fleet. Concurrently, the Kunlun fleet dispatched numerous technical aid personnel to assist the Star Ring civilization in swiftly mending the scars and damages wrought by war. Kevin, once a university student within the Star Ring Alliance, later enlisted as a military advisor. He fought valiantly on the front lines against the Council of Sciences before being assigned to a covert mission in Kokomaya. It was during this mission that his fleet encountered defeat at the hands of a reconnaissance ship from the Kunlun fleet, leading to his fortunate capture and subsequent withdrawal from the conflict. He bore witness to a staggering battle where a single battleship withstood the might of 2 fully equipped fleets, as well as the sight of the Kunlun fleet's armada sweeping through to obliterate his own coalition. As a young man continuously reflecting on the nature of war, he refrained from viewing the adversarial relationship between the factions in a simplistic manner. He believed that although the Star Ring Alliance began as a victim, it bore significant responsibility for the escalation of the war. This conviction inspired him, upon returning to the Star Ring Alliance, to dedicate 7 years to humanitarian efforts aimed at healing the wounds of war. It was only after the unification of the entire Star Ring domain and the establishment of the Star Ring civilization that he realized his dream of founding a company focused on the trade of metallic ores. With the Council of Sciences engaged in extensive construction and facing pressing deadlines, he recognized a lucrative opportunity. After several attempts, he successfully navigated the complexities of trading with the Council, and he is now one of their largest suppliers of vital rare metals. In contrast to his early exit from the theater of war, his childhood friend Jeffrey was not as fortunate. Jeffrey remained entrenched in the tumult of combat, serving even after the Star Ring Alliance's inexplicable alliance with the Iron Tide, maintaining a sufficient number of warships along the border. Initially, he enjoyed remarkable fortune on the battlefield. Despite several perilous encounters, he emerged unscathed, earning promotions and multiple commendations. He became known within his unit as Jeffrey the Indestructible. For as long as he was aboard any ship or vessel, regardless of the mission or battle, it would remain impervious to destruction, even when targeted at critical points. This moniker rendered him a coveted presence in the fleet, with everyone eager to have the legendary talisman aboard their ship. However, the indestructible Jeffrey did not sustain injuries on the battlefield. Instead, after the cessation of hostilities following the alliance with the Iron Tide, he suffered severe wounds from an unfortunate accident caused by a subordinate's maintenance error. Fortunately, he was ultimately rescued. But at a tremendous cost, he lost his right arm and right leg, and a significant portion of his right face was disfigured. Consequently, the indomitable Jeffrey became a severely disabled individual who could only navigate the world through a wheelchair. However, it was precisely due to this injury that he returned to the rear hospital for recuperation, thus distancing himself from the front lines and narrowly escaping the indiscriminate assault by the Kunlun fleet, which obliterated the entire military might of the Star Ring Alliance. Following the establishment of the Star Ring civilization, the Kunlun fleet dispatched a substantial number of personnel to provide technological assistance to the entire civilization. It was through this assistance that Jeffrey, who was destined to remain permanently disabled, found redemption. The Kunlun fleet possessed advanced limb regeneration technology, which utilized one's own cells to restore individuals rendered disabled by severe injuries to their former selves. As a result, Jeffrey was able to regain the right arm he had lost in the war. With his arm restored, Jeffrey recalled that he still retained his student status, prompting him to return to school and continue his studies. During this time, he showcased his innate talent for machinery. Despite being somewhat older than his peers, he was selected to further his education at the Kunlun Fleet's Academy. After 5 years of study, he returned to the Star Ring civilization and established his own high-tech mechanical workshop, concurrently becoming a university lecturer. This was a requirement imposed by the Star Ring civilization, mandating that anyone trained by the Kunlun Fleet must engage in educational work for at least a decade upon returning, in order to cultivate more skilled professionals. Two childhood friends, separated by the ravages of war and their respective experiences, had not encountered one another since joining the military. Their paths diverged so completely that they lost all communication. Until one day, at the invitation of the Scientific Council, Jeffrey attended an academic conference. Having missed his flight and consequently boarded a cargo spaceship operated by a private company to reach his destination. On board the vessel, the two childhood companions, now approaching middle age, unexpectedly reunited. Despite nearly 2 decades having passed since their last encounter, the moment they laid eyes on one another, they instantly recognized each other. Amidst the astonished gazes of their fellow passengers, they approached one another in silence, extending their hands to perform an elaborate series of gestures reminiscent of the flamboyant greetings of their youth, before embracing tightly. Chapter 143. 20 years later, in comparison to the Star Ring civilization, the advancements made by the Scientific Council over the past 2 decades have reached astonishing heights. Freed from the burden of a decade-long mission to unify the Star Ring star region, the Scientific Council was afforded ample time for learning and development. They have demonstrated through their achievements that their system is even more conducive to scientific research than that of the Kunlun fleet. In the brief span of 20 years, the technological prowess of the Scientific Council has fully restored to, and even slightly surpassed, the pinnacle of human achievement during the era of the solar system. This was an unforeseen development, even for the Kunlun fleet. Initially, the Kunlun fleet believed that it would suffice for the Scientific Council to spend 20 years mastering the application of universal 3D printing modules to construct a formidable interstellar fleet. Furthermore, they anticipated that utilizing this 2-decade period to cultivate a sufficient number of spacecraft maintenance personnel would be a remarkable achievement. However, contrary to their expectations, the members of the Scientific Council not only reached this goal by the 10th year, but in the subsequent decade, a plethora of prodigious students emerged. These students not only completed their studies at the Kunlun fleet, but some even kept pace with the current technological research endeavors of the fleet. Upon their return to the Scientific Council, they significantly enhanced its research capabilities and laid a solid foundation for nurturing the next generation of researchers. Moreover, the entire research progress of the Kunlun fleet benefited from this influx of exceptional students from the Scientific Council. Their assistance accelerated advancements in numerous fundamental research domains. Ultimately, this allowed the Kunlun fleet to liberate more researchers to explore frontier fields, undoubtedly propelling the scientific development of the fleet. This phenomenon was, in fact, a dividend of the vast population base within the Star Ring star domain. Adelaide, once a researcher in the 7th Applied Research Department of the High Energy Physics Institute of the Scientific Council, took up arms and became a volunteer soldier when war erupted, at a moment when the Scientific Council was on the brink of total conquest. During a failed reinforcement mission, they narrowly escaped annihilation, but fortunately, they received support from the Kunlun fleet at the last moment. After the war, he returned to his previous position, continuing to shine in his original field of high-energy physics applications. Upon resuming his duties, Adelaide embarked on a new research endeavor, exploring a cutting-edge mechanism for generating gamma rays. Gamma rays are produced due to transitions between nuclear energy levels, resulting in electromagnetic waves of exceedingly short wavelengths. Historically, there were 2 primary methods for generating gamma rays. One involves obtaining them through nuclear reactions, such as nuclear explosions or decay. However, this method either fails to provide a stable output or results in an excessively steady and weak emission, limiting its applications. The alternative method employs ultra-short, ultra-intense pulsed lasers interacting with plasma to generate extremely short wavelength photons, which are essentially gamma rays. While this approach also serves as a means of gamma ray production, it incurs substantial energy losses in the generation of the pulsed laser, rendering it less than ideal. Adelaide and his team endeavored to harness the now-mature fusion reactors to extract gamma rays from stable fusion reactions, achieving an ideal transition from weak, steady outputs to high-power explosive emissions. This gamma ray generation mechanism will undoubtedly expand the artificial production methods of gamma rays, making large-scale applications of gamma rays feasible. It is precisely due to this project that Adelaide and his team were granted the opportunity to study and conduct research at the Kunlun fleet. Despite the painful separation wrought by war, Adelaide found it exceedingly difficult to part from his beloved wife and children. Nevertheless, the opportunity to conduct research with the Kunlun fleet was a long-cherished aspiration of his. After conferring with his spouse, he decided to join the team and embark on his scholarly pursuits within the Kunlun fleet. This esteemed fleet placed great significance on the research. For although their technological prowess far surpassed that of humanity in the star ring domain, their combat experience was markedly inferior. The fact that the Kunlun fleet, despite possessing centuries of advanced technology beyond that of the star ring domain, still relied on methods akin to those of their human counterparts in warfare, underscored a stagnation in their weapon development. This illustrated that the Kunlun fleet represented a civilization where weaponry had not kept pace with technological advancement, a troubling reality for an interstellar nomadic civilization. While not every extraterrestrial culture harbors hostility, wandering the cosmos poses the grave risk of encountering a more formidable and unfriendly civilization, which could lead to their defeat or even annihilation. Adelaide's research, once perfected, held the potential to culminate in a novel weapon, which the Kunlun fleet dubbed the gamma ray cannon. Valued for his contributions, Adelaide and his team spent a decade within the Kunlun fleet, where they absorbed advanced theoretical knowledge while employing cutting-edge experimental apparatus. They also benefited from scientific subsidies provided by both the Scientific Council and the Kunlun fleet. The prospect of engaging in a beloved vocation while reaping substantial material rewards was nothing short of exhilarating. Soon, team members welcomed their families to the Kunlun fleet, where their descendants could access the exceptional education offered by the fleet, significantly enhancing their future competitiveness. Their partners could also pursue their studies in relevant fields at their own expense. As the Scientific Council had long upheld the virtue of learning and looked down upon those who did not engage in their professional work, this cultural ethos, cultivated over centuries, instilled a powerful intrinsic motivation for learning in everyone. Today marked the day when Adelaide's family was to depart from the Kunlun fleet and return to the Scientific Council. Several days prior, they had entrusted a moving company with the task of sending their belongings back to the council. In the past few days, Adelaide had taken a leave of absence, taking his 26-year-old son Sam, his wife Alida, now an agricultural expert, and their 12-year-old daughter Zavida on a tour of the Solaris. The Solaris was not only the flagship of the Kunlun fleet, but also the largest spacecraft known to humanity. It featured various parks and open-air botanical and zoological research institutes that could entirely simulate Earth's environment, making these venues the most coveted tourist attractions in the star ring domain over the past 2 decades. Regrettably, due to considerations of safety and environmental protection, the number of approved tourists for the solar system flagship is strictly limited each year. Adelaide, however, managed to secure an invitation to visit this remarkable vessel through the connections of a researcher from the Kunlun fleet with whom he had previously collaborated. Otherwise, he would have been unable to acquire one of the scarce monthly tickets, which number merely 1 million, especially considering that the population of the entire star ring domain, including the Scientific Council, is nearing 10 billion. In 3 hours, they were to embark on their journey aboard the solar system flagship, and it was foreseeable that in their lifetimes, they would most likely never again set foot on this marvel of human engineering. At that moment, the family of 4 was dining in a restaurant located within the ship's transit hub. This upscale establishment features walls constructed from transparent polymer materials, situated at a small protrusion on the outermost edge of the vessel. Through the clear walls, one could behold the infinite twinkling of stars amidst the bustling activity of surrounding spacecraft. Observing his young daughter, who was leaning against the transparent wall gazing at the distant starlight, and glancing at his eldest son, who was engrossed in chatting with his online girlfriend, Adelaide exchanged a knowing smile with his wife, Alida. Although they were about to leave the Kunlun fleet, where they had lived for over a decade, the Scientific Council offered a worthy alternative. They had been assigned to a primary keel cabin, which bore an almost identical resemblance to their former residence, ensuring a sense of comfort. Most importantly, the joy of being together as a family was truly delightful. Chapter 144. Farewell. 2 decades swiftly elapsed, marking the day for the Kunlun fleet to embark anew. Throughout these 20 years, the Star Ring civilization had re-established unity across the entire Star Ring domain, emerging as the true sovereign of this brown dwarf binary star system. Despite the myriad challenges that persisted in this civilization, which had only achieved unification 12 years prior, Humanity within this star system had nonetheless taken the crucial first step toward cohesion. Both the Kunlun fleet and the scientific council were inclined to believe that, with human ingenuity and the lessons learned from 4 centuries of division and conflict, those remaining in this region would cherish the hard-won opportunities for peace and development. After 2 decades of nurturing and technological assistance, the Star Ring civilization had acquired the necessary conditions to support its own technological advancements, both in talent reserves and industrial capabilities. Moreover, the knowledge that 2 ambitious human civilizations, the Kunlun fleet and the scientific council, still existed in the depths of the cosmos provided further motivation for their own growth and expansion. Given such favorable conditions, if the Star Ring civilization were to choose division or succumb to becoming a degenerate civilization, then no one would be able to assist them in rising again. In contrast to the Star Ring civilization, the scientific council proceeded with greater ease, as its members did not face the monumental task of reintegrating the entire star domain. From the very first year, they embarked on an inclusive project to construct a grand fleet. During the initial 5 years, all resources were devoted to the replication and construction of versatile 3D printing modules. By the conclusion of the 5th year, they possessed a total of 16,640 such modules. Remarkably, within a subsequent 5 years, they successfully accomplished the monumental task of building a fleet capable of handling billions of tons. The following decade saw the scientific council fully harnessing this achievement, akin to a parched sponge fervently absorbing the essence of knowledge from the Kunlun fleet. At present, the 3 emerging branches of human civilization are on the verge of diverging paths. The Star Ring civilization has tentatively restored its technological prowess to that of humanity during the solar system era. Although its foundation is still somewhat fragile, it has established its roots. Time alone remains the determining factor. The scientific council has surpassed the original technological standards of the solar system era, facing similar challenges as the Star Ring civilization. Nevertheless, in terms of overall technological capability, the scientific council unequivocally qualifies as an I-class civilization. As for the Kunlun fleet, equipped with an array of extraterrestrial technologies, it is generally regarded as a mature I-class civilization, albeit with certain capabilities that transcend this classification. The awaited day has finally arrived for the Kunlun fleet and the scientific council to embark on their journey. Both parties prepared to depart from the brown dwarf binary star system, ready to forge their own paths. In a poignant farewell, the 3 diverging branches of human civilization detonated over 100 nuclear devices as a celebratory display. This was a festivity uniquely belonging to humanity. Across the motherships and capital planets of the 3 factions, broadcasts of the leaders' speeches resonated, capturing the attention of nearly every individual eager to witness this grand farewell address. The images of the 3 leaders were synchronized into a single frame, their backgrounds seamlessly replaced by an AI-generated depiction of a blue and white planet, Earth, symbolizing their original homeland. The first to speak was the president of the Star Ring civilization, Divisi, who remained to continue the development of this faction. Since the unification of the Star Ring domain under Kikimia, he has served as the inaugural president, currently in his 2nd and final term lasting 10 years. In the visual presentation, while the background remained unchanged, the images of the other 2 factions faded, leaving only that of the Star Ring civilization. Standing behind the president were notable high-ranking officials, among them Rod, distinguished by his gray hair and beard, puffing on a pipe, alongside a handsome young man who bore a striking resemblance to the grown-up Tylos. The portly figure of President Divisi finally spoke. Ladies and gentlemen of all 3 branches of human civilization, today marks the day of our parting. Here, we must first express our gratitude to the Kunlun fleet, which has acted as a gentle elder brother during the most critical moments of our suffering. They emerged in our lives like elder brothers in families where parents are absent, assisting us in resolving the myriad issues we could not tackle alone. We understand that both the Kunlun fleet and the scientific council believe that civilization cannot remain forever cradled in its own infancy. Thus, you have chosen to venture into the cosmos, while the Star Ring civilization has opted to remain here, a decision we do not regret. For at present, we lack the strength to lead all away from this place as the mother civilization of the solar system once did. Hence, we have chosen to stay and continue to gather our strength, for a unified and hopeful human civilization has been reborn in this star region, rising from the ashes. We firmly believe that with our own efforts, when we have amassed sufficient strength, we can establish this place as the new mother civilization of humanity, sowing the seeds of civilization in every corner of this vast star system. Over the past 20 years, to prevent our people from feeling abandoned by a more advanced human civilization, the leaders of the Star Ring civilization collaborated with the Kunlun fleet and the scientific council to set a self-motivating goal to transform the entire Star Ring region into the mother civilization of humanity in this large galaxy. After all, They possess the largest population and the richest resources among the three branches of civilization. As long as we do not descend into a fallen civilization, we possess greater potential than the other two branches that have chosen to become wandering civilizations. After 2 decades of promotion and education, this goal has been embraced by all. Now, under the resounding words of the President's speech, it has garnered the applause of everyone present. Next, we hear from the Scientific Council. Lacking a supreme leader and with its members engrossed in research, they have little experience in public speaking. Therefore, they have dispatched a diplomat to deliver their address. Expressions of gratitude have already been articulated by the Star Ring civilization, so we shall refrain from reiterating them here. We understand that no amount of thanks can genuinely repay the Kunlun fleet for their assistance. This marks the Scientific Council's inaugural interstellar voyage. As we set our sights on a yellow dwarf star located 127 light-years away, designated as XHXYKXY176208155797873. According to observational data, it is a solar-type system harboring multiple planets. We have chosen this as our first destination, hoping to encounter an extraterrestrial civilization with whom we can communicate, and also to assist the Star Ring civilization in mitigating a potential extraterrestrial threat from the nearest vicinity. Of course, on our maiden voyage, we shall embrace the honor and dreams of human civilization, enveloped in goodwill and anticipation. We aspire for this journey to enable the Scientific Council to shine as a brilliant branch of human civilization in the cosmos, akin to the Kunlun fleet. We also hope that, amidst the vast universe and prolonged travels, the Scientific Council can evolve into a powerful and benevolent independent civilization, much like the Kunlun fleet. Finally, I extend my heartfelt wishes for the 3 known branches of human civilization within this vast galaxy to fulfill their dreams, ushering in a new era and evolving into a perpetually progressive civilization. Chapter 145. The final gift as the elder brother of the 3 human civilization branches. The Kunlun fleet naturally takes the stage last, with the speech delivered by the esteemed fleet commander, Zhang Yu. Fellow members of the grand family of human civilizations, the Kunlun fleet is immensely delighted that each branch of our human civilization has found its purpose and strives towards it. As was eloquently stated earlier by the representatives of the Star Ring civilization and the Scientific Council, to become a great civilization, one must harbor a grand dream. To realize this monumental aspiration, we must exert every effort and explore all avenues to develop and strengthen ourselves, continuously advancing in the process. It is easy to maintain fleeting passion, yet sustaining long-term progress is a formidable challenge. Many are aware that the Kunlun fleet has encountered several extraterrestrial civilizations, ranging from those in the nascent stages of technological evolution to advanced civilizations that have faced cataclysmic disasters, including our own human civilization. Throughout the annals of each civilization's history, there are invariably cycles of repetition and even regression. We hope that in the days to come, we can all navigate smoothly and successfully. However, I must emphasize, should any of us encounter various setbacks, at that moment, please do not despair, nor fear. Persevere with unwavering determination, just as the Scientific Council of the past did, never losing faith and courage to forge ahead, regardless of the circumstances or environment. In this universe, civilizations may rise and fall at any moment. Let us, the branches of human civilization, strive together to survive and flourish. We yearn for the possibility of reuniting, even at the very end of time. As we approach this moment of parting, the Kunlun fleet has prepared 2 gifts for the Star Ring civilization and the Scientific Council respectively. The gift for the Scientific Council will be personally delivered to you upon our separation, while the offering for the Star Ring Alliance will be presented today. At this juncture, Zhang Yu paused, glancing back at the staff behind him, who nodded in acknowledgement. He then turned back with a smile and inquired, "Is Mr. Rod still present?" Upon hearing his question, the camera suddenly panned to reveal Rod, who had been standing behind President Devasi, caught off guard while puffing on his pipe. He was startled to find himself on the screen visible to all of humanity, causing him to choke on a mouthful of smoke and cough several times before regaining composure. During the process of consolidating the power of the Star Ring star domain, Rod played a significant role in close collaboration with the Kunlun fleet. At this moment, he had become the lifelong advisor to the Star Ring civilization, no longer the naive free man who had once piloted tugboats with little worldly experience. Now, with ample experience in public speaking, Rod, despite a slight initial awkwardness, managed to regain his composure and responded, "Captain Zhang, I am here." Zhang Yu pulled forth a figure familiar to all, Captain Tang Sheng, and remarked, "It appears our esteemed Captain Tang Sheng has long owed Mr. Rod a debt, specifically the promise of a Class 3 frigate. Although Mr. Rod has previously expressed his disinterest in the vessel, the Kunlun fleet has never been one to neglect obligations. Therefore, after considering 20 years of accrued interest, We have resolved to convert this frigate into a gift for all the denizens of the Star Ring civilization. This gift entails our commitment to create a more habitable environment for humanity within the Star Ring civilization. We shall manufacture a star, a true star. Upon uttering this declaration, both the inhabitants of the Star Ring civilization and the members of the Scientific Council were momentarily rendered speechless. What had the admiral of the Kunlun fleet just declared? Each individual exchanged bewildered glances, questioning the veracity of their own hearing. A star? A genuine star? While stars are the fundamental constituents of visible matter in the universe, omnipresent in nature, it is noteworthy that the star ring domain consists solely of a binary brown dwarf system, devoid of any stars. Despite the widespread acknowledgement of the Kunlun fleet's superior technology and extensive collection of extraterrestrial advancements, it seemed implausible that they possessed the capability to transform the environmental conditions of an entire cosmic region. Following Zhang Yu's speech, the live broadcast shifted from his visage to the vastness of space. The current imagery was presumably transmitted from another vessel of the Kunlun fleet, as the mothership was prominently featured in the scene. This mothership, a colossal supercraft weighing over 100 million tons, had never truly ventured into the heart of the star ring domain. Its immense size and mass rendered it vulnerable to collisions amidst the densely populated asteroid and meteor fields that characterize the region. Not to mention its gravitational pull would inevitably attract nearby celestial objects. However, it now activated its engines and commenced a gradual approach toward the interior of the star ring domain. Incredibly, from a distance, it appeared as though the asteroids, meteors, and cosmic dust ahead were imbued with sentience, parting to either side and revealing a pristine navigational pathway. Once the vessel, designated the solar system, had passed, these previously displaced objects slowly drifted back to their original positions. This spectacle was reminiscent of ancient human myths, akin to Moses parting the sea, albeit in this instance, the solar system was cleaving through all matter obstructing its path in the cosmos. As the solar system advanced, it seemed enveloped by an invisible shield, compelling any approaching matter to yield to its presence, only to revert to its natural state once the vessel had safely traversed. The visual impact was nothing short of breathtaking. One might recall that Ding Hao once articulated, any technology that transcends understanding is indistinguishable from magic in the eyes of a lesser civilization. At last, the solar system came to a halt near the two brown dwarfs at the core of this galaxy. Here lies the very heart of the galaxy, where two brown dwarfs revolve around one another, forming the core of this celestial realm. Suddenly, an inexplicable wave emanates from the forefront of the solar system, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil pond. The space ahead manifests a discernible sense of disorientation to the naked eye. Then, all witnesses behold as the two dark brown dwarfs abruptly accelerate their rotation, as if someone had pressed the fast-forward button on a video, drawing ever closer in their rapid whirls. The tumultuous movements of these core celestial bodies seem not to disturb the entirety of the galaxy. The asteroids, meteorites, and even the interstellar dust within the asteroid belt remain oblivious to any gravitational shifts. As these two celestial entities draw nearer, a peculiar phenomenon arises. Their mutual rotation and proximity create an elliptical orbit around which they spiral. Whenever they approach each other at their periapsis, a dark crimson halo emerges around them, resembling two glowing embers from a distance. As they drift apart, this radiant aura gradually diminishes. Their positions fluctuate, reminiscent of poorly connected light bulbs flickering intermittently. This flickering results from their immense gravitational tides, wherein kinetic energy transforms into gravitational potential energy, incessantly tugging at the cores of the two bodies, generating prodigious heat. This heat subsequently converts into photon radiation, which, as they move away, carries energy with it, causing them to dim. Finally, as the brown dwarfs close in, glowing a fiery red, they collide with tremendous force. A colossal sphere of light ignites at the core of the galaxy, a magnificent radiance birthed from the merger of these two grand celestial entities. As the amalgamation progresses, the brilliance intensifies, illuminating even the smaller bodies within the galaxy, introducing the concept of daylight, a phenomenon previously unseen in this cosmic expanse. During the merger, the smaller brown dwarf is torn asunder, transforming into several luminous fragments. An unseen force seems to bind these remnants, preventing them from dispersing, instead ensnaring them around the larger brown dwarf. They are soon drawn into the embrace of its gravitational pull. As the blinding luminosity fades, the two brown dwarfs that once occupied the core vanish, leaving behind a solitary body emanating an orange-red glow. Unlike its predecessors, which dimmed upon distancing from their gravitational source, this entity emits a steady and enduring light, occasionally expelling plumes of plasma from its surface. At this moment, the video transitioned to the perspective of the solar system spacecraft, drawing closer to the celestial body, allowing a clear view of the planet's surface, which exhibited a granular structure resembling grains of rice. This formation is a characteristic of most stars, resulting from thermal convection currents rising from the convective zone to the surface photosphere, akin to the bubbling of water when it reaches a boil. It could not be more evident. This is a genuine star. This celestial body, ignited into a fusion reaction, was born from the merger of two brown dwarfs, achieving the minimum mass required to be classified as a true star, although it is merely a red dwarf that has just reached the lower limit of stellar mass. With a surface temperature of just over 2,700 degrees, half that of the Sun, and a luminosity a mere 1/6000th of the Sun's, it is indeed a bona fide star. Over the course of trillions of years, barring any external influences, it will consistently emit its own light and heat. The star ring star domain, previously shrouded in darkness, has now basked in the first rays of sunlight since its inception, courtesy of this newly formed red dwarf. Chapter 146. The information of cosmic civilizational order at the outermost edge of the star ring star domain. One has departed from the encompassing spherical cloud that enveloped the entire region, a remnant of the early nebula from which this star system emerged. The distance from here to the human-inhabited areas of the star ring star domain is nearly 0.2 light-years. To the naked eye, the central star of the newly born star ring star domain appears merely as a minute speck of light, indistinguishable from other stars in the cosmos. A colossal fleet of spacecraft, spearheaded by the flagship of the Kunlun fleet, the solar system, has gathered here. This assemblage comprises vessels from both the Kunlun fleet and the Scientific Council's fleet. This location marks the point where the two fleets will part ways. The Kunlun fleet will proceed as originally planned to the star region inhabited by the Baal civilization, while the Scientific Council will venture towards a yellow dwarf star located 127 light-years away, identified as the most likely candidate for the emergence of advanced life. Based on thorough analysis, from this juncture, both parties will embark upon divergent paths in their journey, perhaps to reunite after many years, or perhaps to bid farewell, never to cross paths again. Aboard the solar system, the high-ranking officials of the Kunlun fleet convened in a conference room for a final meeting with their counterparts from the Scientific Council. Ladies and gentlemen, began Captain Zhang Yu, the commander of the Kunlun fleet, with a smile. As previously mentioned, we shall present a gift to both the Star Ring civilization and the Scientific Council. The gift for the Star Ring civilization has already been delivered prior to our departure, that very star. With anticipation in the air, the senior members of the Scientific Council awaited his next words. The spectacle of the Kunlun fleet creating a star is certain to become a legendary tale within the annals of the Scientific Council, serving as a target for their aspirations henceforth. The scene before the Scientific Council had transcended their comprehension, as the mere analysis of how the Kunlun fleet accomplished such feats could spawn numerous specialized disciplines. With the advent of a stellar gift, even the most composed and materially indifferent members of the council could not help but feel a twinge of excitement. This gift, perhaps not as resplendent as a star, was in fact a message. Although it was merely a piece of information, its significance, in our eyes, far surpassed the value of a single star. We had engaged in fervent discussions regarding whether to disclose this information to you. For once you were privy to this message, you would be bound by its content. It could illuminate your path forward, yet simultaneously constrain your journey ahead. We now place the decision in your hands, hopeful that you will deliberate and determine whether to seek this knowledge. Upon hearing this, the higher-ups of the Scientific Council were left bewildered. What sort of message could hold such value as to eclipse that of a star? It could both guide their trajectory and impose limitations on their future endeavors. One member ventured to inquire, "So, what is the nature of this message?" However, Zhang Yu, suppressing a smile and adopting a grave demeanor, shook his head and replied, "The only information we can impart is what has just been stated. Should you learn this message, even the slightest additional detail would bind the Scientific Council to its contents, much like the Kunlun fleet. Therefore, we can share only this much, as it is closely related to the future development and voyage of the Scientific Council. You must consider with utmost seriousness whether you wish to know this message. For this reason, we are willing to wait for your decision for 24 hours. Receiving such a response indicated that the Kunlun fleet would not offer further guidance. The higher-ups of the Scientific Council commenced a significant discussion regarding this message. They first analyzed the potential implications of its content, finding it impossible to speculate based on the clues provided by the Kunlun fleet. They then examined the possible consequences of this message, which yielded some conclusions. The repercussions, as per the hints from the Kunlun fleet, were primarily twofold. 1. It would illuminate a clear direction for the Scientific Council, evidently a favorable outcome. The other, it might impose certain constraints on the Council's future cosmic explorations, likely a disadvantage. With an understanding of the consequences, they could analyze their own objectives to arrive at the desired answer. What is the aim of the Scientific Council? Is it aimless wandering through the cosmos? Certainly not. The aimless drifting is merely a process, with the intent of exploring the unknown and striving for perpetual advancement. Considering the potential outcomes of the message, it became apparent that the Scientific Council indeed needed this information. Gaining insight into their trajectory or developmental goals would serve as a tremendous source of momentum for any civilization's progress, a prospect that no civilization could willingly dismiss. In a remarkably brief span of 3 hours, the higher echelons of the Scientific Council reached a consensus. They recognized the necessity of acquiring this information. Consequently, the Kunlun fleet conveyed to the Scientific Council the revelations regarding the cosmic civilizational factions and their self-identification gleaned from the new Nostrit civilization. This revelation left the entire Scientific Council in a state of astonishment. Indeed, such a pinnacle of civilization existed within the cosmos. The demonstrated abilities of this civilization suggested an extraordinary capacity to manipulate space itself, an almost godlike power. It was no wonder that the Kunlun fleet asserted that once they obtained this knowledge, it would illuminate their path forward. Knowing that the prowess of technology could reach such heights, the primary objective and motivation of both the Kunlun fleet and the Scientific Council would undoubtedly be to evolve into an existence akin to that of the new Nostrit civilization before they achieve parity in technological advancement. As for the restrictions imposed, it was clear that civilizations, such as the Kunlun fleet, which had become privy to the factions of cosmic civilization, would face expulsion or even annihilation if they exhibited characteristics akin to the adversarial factions of the new Nostrit civilization, regardless of their own claims to belong to a particular civilizational faction. Although the means by which the new Nostrit civilization became aware of whether two civilizations communicated information about cosmic factions remains shrouded in mystery, it stands to reason that a civilization of such immense power would not leave such conspicuous vulnerabilities. This, too, elucidates why the Kunlun fleet refrained from disclosing this information to the Star Ring civilization. After all, the Star Ring civilization currently harbored no plans for interstellar navigation. Informing them of this news would yield no particular advantage, but rather impose constraints upon their developmental paradigm. Chapter 147. Setting sail with gratitude toward the Kunlun fleet. The Scientific Council embarked on their journey, their hearts a blend of excitement and trepidation. They needed to swiftly establish their core civilizational values and, in the days to come, utilize these values to determine their guiding principles. However, this concern lay solely with the Scientific Council. In the expanse of the starry sky, thousands of first-tier Dragonbone vessels formed dozens of interconnected fleets, an awe-inspiring spectacle that evoked memories among the veteran crew of the Kunlun fleet. Reminiscent of the bygone era of the solar system's fleeing fleet, brilliant ion flames erupted from the rear of the fleet. This time, it was not akin to the previous year's drills conducted by the Scientific Council. This was a genuine voyage into the unknown, an irrevocable journey. Over 1 billion humans would henceforth distance themselves from their homeland, departing from familiar star realms, embarking on a long and solitary odyssey to reach unfamiliar star systems in pursuit of the secrets that would ensure the perpetual advancement of their civilization. The Kunlun fleet, remaining in place to watch the Scientific Council depart, did not linger for long. Soon, 200 first-tier Dragonbone vessels, along with their secondary and tertiary units, reconfigured into 10 formations and docked with the solar system vessel. At that moment, the Kunlun fleet coalesced into a singular entity, with all ships relying on the power of the solar system vessel, equipped with vacuum zero-point energy engines, to accelerate toward their destination. The recent expedition to the Star Ring star domain has been nothing short of a divine revelation for humanity, allowing them not only to transcend a prolonged state of division, but also to achieve remarkable advancements across various domains, from culture to technology. Similarly, the Kunlun fleet has reaped substantial rewards, most notably the affirmation that they are no longer the sole representatives of humanity within this vast star system. This revelation has effectively alleviated the fleet's existential solitude, even though none of the factions established miniature wormhole communication devices for mutual correspondence. This decision stemmed from the desire for independent development, making information isolation the most prudent approach. Moreover, the fleet has amassed invaluable experience in providing technological assistance and talent cultivation to the Star Ring civilization and the Scientific Council, further solidifying the foundational advancements achieved through technological leaps. Particularly significant was the acquisition of warfare data from over 400 years of civil conflict within the Star Ring, which has equipped the Kunlun fleet, having little prior experience in interstellar warfare, with primary resources for optimizing warship and weapon designs. In fact, during the final decade spent in the Star Ring, the Kunlun fleet clandestinely constructed 3 prototypes of even more advanced warships, surpassing the capabilities of second-rate frigates in both technology and firepower. as they have yet to be officially finalized. These vessels are temporarily designated under the internal codename Hammerhead Shark-class destroyers. Unlike frigates, which are tasked with protecting Allied vessels, destroyers within the Kunlun fleet are intended for initiating proactive assaults aimed at decisively defeating or annihilating adversaries. A Hammerhead Shark-class destroyer measures 500 meters in length, with a diameter of 120 meters and a maximum weight of 200,000 tons. Its hull is crafted from the latest alloy materials, which exhibit a strength 57 greater than that of the original frigate alloys, while reducing weight by 34. This explains how the dimensions of this warship have expanded significantly, while its total weight has only doubled compared to the second-rate frigate. In contrast to the conventional armaments of the original frigates, laser weapons, electromagnetic cannons, and nuclear missiles, the new warships are equipped with a sophisticated directed energy weapon system that integrates lasers, microwaves, and high-energy particle beams. Given humanity's mastery of plasma laser shielding, the Kunlun fleet recognized the limitations of traditional laser weaponry and thus developed this advanced system to penetrate the defensive mechanisms of enemy vessels sharing similar operational principles. The primary armament comprises 7 directed energy weapon cannons, 5 next-generation electromagnetic kinetic cannons, 25 interstellar missiles, and a variable number of small to medium-sized directed energy and electromagnetic kinetic interception systems, capable of effectively engaging 30 independent targets within a radius of 2 million kilometers. In addition to being a formidable firepower platform, the Hammerhead Shark-class destroyer functions as an independent drone platform. It is equipped to carry 500 small, unmanned combat aerial vehicles with an operational radius of up to 300,000 kilometers, while its advanced AI and battlefield awareness systems enable it to command 3,000 additional small drones within its operational range. One could assert that this singular warship embodies the essence of a fleet. Ultimately, the most significant achievement lies in the liberation of scientific productivity, enabling the illustrious Kunlun fleet, composed of numerous eminent scientists, to preliminarily grasp the enigmatic vacuum zero-point energy engine. They have developed a pioneering application of gravitational field control, a feat that transcends the current level of civilization and can only be realized through this extraordinary engine. The gravitational field manifests as the curvature of space induced by matter, essentially representing the distortion of space caused by gravity. Historically, within the confines of human knowledge, the sole method to manipulate gravitational fields has been through variations in material mass. However, the vacuum zero-point energy engine, originating from the New Nas civilization, has introduced a potential for a black box operation of gravitational fields. This remarkable engine features 3 energy output ports, one connected to the energy system of the solar system ship as the primary energy output device, another linked to its propulsion system as the power output device, and the final port commandeered by the scientific department for various experiments. Through extensive research on this vacuum zero-point energy engine, scientists have discovered its remarkable ability to intelligently adjust the types of energy it outputs. This implies that, should humanity desire, it can continuously provide an array of known energy forms. This capability undoubtedly entails a comprehensive energy conversion mechanism at work, and if humanity can decipher it, it would signify the mastery of a grand unified theory. The grand unified theory, often referred to as the source of physics, posits that all forces in the microscopic realm can be distilled into 4 fundamental interactions: gravitation, electromagnetism, the strong nuclear force, and the weak nuclear force. Theoretically, everything in the universe is a result of the interplay of these 4 forces. The pursuit of understanding the interconnections and unification of these fundamental interactions is what constitutes the grand unified theory. Achieving a grand unified theory would grant humanity the theoretical capability to create all things within this universe or enable the transformation of all entities therein. The vacuum zero-point energy's ability to convert various forms of energy indicates its application of principles related to the grand unified theory. To date, humanity has unified the electromagnetic force, the strong nuclear force, and the weak nuclear force, yet gravity remains the elusive final piece of the puzzle that humanity yearns to unify but has yet to achieve. Regrettably, humanity possesses but a single vacuum zero-point energy engine, and no one dares to dismantle it for scrutiny. It is conceivable that humanity may lack the capability to deconstruct this machine, as no one is willing to genuinely attempt it. Those daring enough to undertake such an endeavor would undoubtedly be condemned by civilization as anti-human, facing dire consequences, possibly even being launched into the depths of the universe at light speed. Thus, humanity has yet to glean relevant knowledge from the vacuum zero-point energy engine. However, this does not preclude the possibility of employing ingenious methods to utilize it. After all, it can intelligently output the energy it generates. Consequently, under the innovative experimentation of a group of visionary scientists, the Kunlun fleet has finally mastered the technique to directly output gravitational fields. 4. According to the ancient and accurate equation of mass-energy equivalence, mass is indeed equivalent to energy. Due to the nature of black box operations, the Kunlun fleet could only proceed through gradual experimentation until recently achieving a preliminary level of applicability. The inaugural official application of this capability involved the gravitational confinement of 2 brown dwarfs, successfully merging them into a new star. In this experiment, the Kunlun fleet also accomplished the precise control of gravitational fluctuations, ensuring that they did not affect the entire star domain. Had the AI knocked from the Nas civilization, which gifted the Kunlun fleet with vacuum zero-point energy, been aware of this application developed by humanity, it would surely have smiled knowingly. As this gravitational control technology represents a rudimentary version of a spatial confinement system. Now, the time has come for the Kunlun fleet to embark on its journey. As it prepares for the second official application of gravitational control. In the cosmic void, precisely 1 astronomical unit from the solar system, an inexplicable powerful gravitational force suddenly manifested. Unlike other gravitational influences that act in all directions, this force exclusively attracted towards the solar system. As a result, the solar system vessel gradually accelerated from its initially static state, soon achieving a remarkable velocity. Upon reaching the source of this gravitational force, it abruptly vanished. By this point, the vessel had accelerated to the speed of light, surpassing any propulsion achieved by pulse or jet engines, with no energy fluctuations in other directions. Shortly thereafter, another gravitational source appeared ahead, enabling further acceleration of the solar system vessel. The Kunlun fleet intends to use this method to accelerate the vessel to 10 times the speed of light. Beyond that, due to the overwhelming velocity and the limited range of gravitational sources that vacuum zero-point energy can generate, precise control for further acceleration will become increasingly challenging. Consequently, the vessel will once again activate its Hall effect engines, utilizing a subtle yet sustained acceleration to elevate its speed beyond 20 times the speed of light. Thus, the Kunlun fleet embarks on its journey once more. Chapter 000. Conclusion of Volume 3. The third volume, Deep Space Old Friends, has finally come to an end. To be frank, I am not entirely satisfied with this volume, as I was rather occupied during its writing. I often found myself sleeping at 3 in the morning and rising at 8. Many scenes depicting the daily lives of humanity in the star ring regions that I wished to describe in detail were left unwritten. And the individual stories of each member of the Wolf-Fong Brigade were also neglected. This has resulted in a lack of atmospheric buildup during the climactic battle, making it difficult for readers to resonate with the narrative. These omissions have left a significant sense of regret regarding this volume. In the next volume, I shall be mindful of this issue and will not skip over substantial descriptive passages in my eagerness to advance the plot. In summary, this book has now reached nearly 400,000 words. The academic performance has been dismal. During its initial recommendation, my work on Tomato occasionally garnered a daily readership of 1,000, but after it fell from recommendation, that number dwindled to merely 300 to 400. Recently, with the commencement of the school term, it has further plummeted to just above 200. I initially believed that student readers were uninterested in this genre. However, to my surprise, half of my audience comprises students. I recall reading an article stating that science fiction only finds its audience when a nation experiences rapid technological advancement and a significant uplift in living standards. For it is only when the populace harbors hope for the future that they become more attuned to works pertaining to it. This suggests that my readers are indeed individuals who cherish life and are filled with optimism. On the platform of Tushio, the responsibility of crafting recommendation phrases largely falls upon the writer. Occasionally, with a stroke of luck, a well-crafted recommendation can achieve hundreds of thousands of views. Yet such occurrences are exceedingly unstable. I typically accumulate 10 chapters before penning a recommendation. If there are readers from Tushio, I encourage you to engage more, allowing me to see that you are genuinely invested in this narrative. Historically, the comment sections on both Tomato and Tushio have seen little interaction. I recall only 2 IDs engaging in discussions about the plot on Tomato. I hope my readers will contribute more to the discourse, as your insights might inspire me in new ways. This may indeed be the inherent mechanism of Tomato, where most works decline significantly after their initial surge. Nevertheless, the narrative of this book has only just begun. Advanced civilizations beyond humanity have yet to make their true appearance in the cosmos. Crafting a relatively orthodox science fiction narrative is quite challenging. Conceptualizing an extraterrestrial civilization that adheres to logical and objective physical laws, while also possessing unique characteristics and engaging in interactions with the Kunlun fleet, is a formidable task that has left me quite overwhelmed. The ensuing tales of the Kunlun fleet are extensive, and I plan to introduce more alien civilizations. Therefore, I hope that those who appreciate this book will continue to lend their support. Lastly, in order to plan for the next volume, I will need to take a day off on September 4th, during which there will be a pause and updates. Thank you all for your understanding. To share a little insight, the design of a sci-fi artifact for the upcoming volume has stymied me due to my limited knowledge, making it difficult to provide a coherent explanation. Thus, I have enlisted the help of a graduate student specializing in the field to assist with the design. I hope to achieve a striking concept. Chapter 148. Current affairs of the Kunlun fleet in the vast expanse of the universe. Time seems to lose its significance. Had the Kunlun fleet not implemented a rotating duty strategy, but rather adopted a collective hibernation system, perhaps the entire fleet would remain oblivious to the passage of time and the alterations in space. With the ability to control gravitational fields, the Kunlun fleet has reached impressive speeds in linear acceleration, taking less than a month to attain the maximum velocity achievable through gravitational acceleration, and with continued propulsion, it is on course to reach 25 of the speed of light. Centuries have elapsed, and the Kunlun fleet has now entered a phase of deceleration. Deceleration differs significantly from acceleration. The proximity of gravitational fields is of paramount importance. If the gravitational field is generated too close to the vessel, it could risk tearing apart the already colossal Solaris. Conversely, if the gravitational field is too distant, the ship, while in high-speed motion, may not decelerate in time and could slip beyond the control range, resulting in catastrophic failure. Thus, the positioning of gravitational fields at varying speeds necessitates meticulous calculation and validation. For this expedition to the star system inhabited by the Bale civilization, the Kunlun fleet has adopted a more prudent approach by dispatching an advanced reconnaissance team. Initially, the Wolf Fong Brigade set out independently, arriving 5 years ahead of schedule. However, drawing from past experiences, the Kunlun fleet has not deployed just one exploratory team this time, but two. The second team, under the leadership of Zhao Jinhao, comprises the Copper Wall Brigade, consisting of Zhao's disciples. Unlike the Wolf Fong Brigade, the Copper Wall Brigade is equipped with a state-of-the-art Hammerhead Shark-class destroyer, alongside 5 second-class frigates equivalent to the Wolf Fong and 5 third-class frigates comparable to the Iron Nail. This formidable fleet is set to reach the target star system 2 years after the Wolf Fong Brigade. During their independent voyage, the Copper Wall Brigade will be commanded by Captain Zhao Jinhao. Once they rendezvous with the Wolf Fong Brigade, command will transfer to Captain Tang Sheng of the Wolf Fong. This strategy is employed due to the various perilous situations the Wolf Fong Brigade has encountered in previous missions, necessitating ample reaction time for the Kunlun Fleet headquarters. However, with sufficient response time, the Wolf Fong Brigade may find itself without timely assistance in the face of danger. To alleviate such precarious circumstances, the deployment of the second exploratory team has become essential. This signifies that should the Wolf Fong Brigade encounter a perilous situation that the Kunlun Fleet can manage, the Copper Wall Brigade will serve as their rescue contingent. Conversely, if the danger surpasses the Kunlun Fleet's capabilities and necessitates retreat, the headquarters will have adequate time to escape. Currently, the Wolf Fong Brigade is preparing for full crew awakening as they near their target star system, positioned a light year away. Here, the Wolf Fong will activate all forward engines to initiate deceleration, and all personnel will be awakened by the ship, SAI, Allen. The previous 2-person rest rotation will conclude, and they will commence preliminary information gathering, data analysis, and intelligence assessment regarding the target star system. The ultimate conclusion of the Wolf Fong Brigade will determine the viability of further exploration, as both the Wolf Fong and the trailing Copper Wall Brigade, along with the Kunlun Fleet headquarters, still possess considerable speed. A resumption of acceleration and a potential course deviation remain plausible. Meanwhile, the Copper Wall Brigade is in a continuous and stable deceleration process, executing a strategic shift rotation among its fleet of 10 vessels. Compared to the formidable Wolf Fong Brigade, their configuration is indeed far more luxurious, boasting a significantly larger fleet of spacecraft and a total personnel count reaching 20,000. This contingent not only includes the exploration team led by Zhao Jinhao, but also encompasses over 19,000 military personnel assigned to warships, nearly 1,000 engineers, medical teams, and dozens of diplomatic representatives. However, despite this seemingly impressive arrangement, they ultimately remain under the management of the Wolf Fong Brigade. Otherwise, given Tang Sheng's bureaucratic tendencies, how could he tolerate a situation where his former apprentice oversees a larger contingent than himself? It is certain that he would vociferously express his discontent before the fleet's commander, Zhang Yu. Although the outcome may be dire, the Copper Wall Brigade serves as the final bastion of the Kunlun Fleet, which likely inspired its name. If the Wolf Fong Brigade were to overlook any threats to the Kunlun Fleet's headquarters, the more numerous and technologically advanced Copper Wall Brigade would proceed to conduct extensive reconnaissance of the target star system upon arrival. Only after their confirmation would the Kunlun Fleet's headquarters transition into a full deceleration phase, preparing for a formal entry into the designated star system. What? You inquire, if even the Copper Wall Brigade failed to identify potential threats to the Kunlun fleet's headquarters? In such a case, one must resign to fate, for humanity cannot evade all dangers. As for the Kunlun fleet headquarters, it is essentially the solar system vessel, throughout prolonged interstellar journeys, to ensure that the fleet, consisting of ships of varying specifications, achieves a unified cruising speed while conserving fuel and biological resources. All other vessels are docked with the solar system ship. Presently, the solar system ship, much like the Copper Wall Brigade, is operating under a shift-based strategy, allowing even a fleet commander like Zhang Yu to enjoy designated hibernation periods. However, the rotation schedules for him and other leadership personnel differ from those of ordinary crew members. Within the Kunlun fleet, all individuals, excluding underage personnel who have yet to graduate and secure employment, participate in this rotational duty strategy. Thanks to the extensive utilization of highly advanced AI and autonomous robots, the entire Kunlun fleet can maintain basic deep space operations with merely 600,000 personnel. Considering the total population of the Kunlun fleet exceeds 24 million. With over 18 million adults engaged in work, this means that the 600,000 can labor for 5 years, allowing them to enter hibernation for 150 years. Even those miners who graduate and enter the workforce must also hibernate after 5 years of service. Thus, for the entire fleet, centuries of deep space travel equate to merely a decade in their experience, which is trivial for modern humans boasting an average lifespan of 400 years. However, the leadership operates under different circumstances, as they must be prepared to address sudden events like the disappearance of a magnetar. Consequently, the leadership typically follows a rhythm of 2 years of work followed by 10 years of hibernation. While their hibernation duration still far exceeds their working time, it is substantially greater than that of the general populace, resulting in an accelerated aging process. For instance, Zhang Yu, upon his initial arrival in this unfamiliar and vast star system, was merely a young man in his 30s. Now, however, his biological age has reached 160 years. Although this age seems youthful compared to the average lifespan of 400 years among modern humans, it starkly contrasts with Tang Sheng and others, who, despite being biologically over 80, were merely in their 20s when he first arrived. His rate of aging exceeds theirs by more than double. Perhaps this is one of the costs of leadership. Chapter 149. The daily life of Luo Song. Luo Song is a member of the first generation of the Kunlun fleet and has recently celebrated his 90th birthday. Like all ordinary individuals, he was awakened from a 150-year hibernation. Luo Song's role is that of a data collector in the plant chamber of an industrial farm. In truth, he serves as a data auditor. Essentially, all data can be gathered using AI-controlled instruments. Despite the advanced nature of contemporary AI technology, capable of simulating human interaction through emotional simulation systems, there remains a possibility for logical errors. Consequently, while AI typically operates without fault, any errors that do occur can be significant, rendering manual auditing an indispensable step within the current structure of the Kunlun fleet. It is impractical to verify data one by one, as no AI can rival the processing speed of human cognition. Thus, the work primarily involves sampling for data verification, where a portion of data is randomly selected for manual inspection and comparison, essentially a task devoid of substantial technical complexity. Initially, Luo Song was not an exemplary student, attending the least prestigious technical school and pursuing the most unremarkable field of study, ultimately graduating with barely passing grades. Even during the era of significant development and employment allocation in the solar system, such a background rendered him undesirable to any employer. Ordinarily, students in his predicament would be assigned to military technical academies for a year of training before entering active service. However, Luo Song's short stature and corpulence prevented him from meeting the physical standards required for military enlistment, resulting in his rejection from the armed forces. After a year of waiting for employment, he was finally assigned to the 2nd Dragonbone unit of the original Asian Fleet's 233rd Squadron, tasked with data collection for the industrial farm. The Kunlun fleet has since developed a comprehensive talent cultivation program. Given the extraordinary extension of life, education can no longer be confined to the youth. Lifelong learning has become essential for everyone. Thus, each employee is not only required to fulfill their occupational duties, but is also assigned learning tasks. These tasks are not strictly mandated, but can be chosen based on individual strengths or interests, albeit with periodic examinations. The final results of these examinations contribute to one's professional advancement system. This professional advancement system was designed by the Kunlun fleet to prevent the entrenchment of social classes and the erosion of the populace's ambition. It primarily assesses individuals based on their regular work performance and examination scores, granting priority for promotion or reassignment to those with higher scores. Although the number of positions within the Kunlun fleet is limited, making it difficult to spontaneously generate a plethora of new professions akin to those found in a planetary civilization. Technological advancements will invariably give rise to novel job opportunities. The implementation of a social nurturing system ensures that the Kunlun fleet will not face uncontrollable baby booms, thus providing everyone with a degree of upward mobility. Despite the fleet's job allocation system and a basic provision of essential living supplies, a limited market economy remains in place. Following the distribution of fundamental resources by the fleet, individuals earn a certain amount of digital currency post-employment. The amount is uniform across all positions, including that of the commander. However, those who receive exceptional evaluations from AI or who make notable contributions may be awarded bonuses, which can lead to income disparities ranging from several to even dozens of times. Fortunately, the work intensity aboard the Kunlun fleet is relatively low, allowing citizens ample leisure time beyond their professional duties and medical studies. This free time can be spent at one's discretion, whether resting, engaging in recreation, embarking on entrepreneurial ventures, or pursuing creative endeavors. The currency earned can be freely traded or utilized to procure goods produced by others, such as films, novels, and games, or to acquire luxury items directly from the fleet, including naturally grown food. With a career advancement system and a limited market economy, the populace of the Kunlun fleet finds itself in a phase of learning or entrepreneurship. Education enables individuals to either advance or transition to preferred roles, while entrepreneurship fosters the creation of additional job opportunities, allowing for direct ascension to middle management and the realization of personal value. However, Luosong stands apart from the majority. He does not dedicate his free time to serious study or entrepreneurial pursuits, instead indulging predominantly in various forms of entertainment. This tendency stems from a laid-back disposition developed in his youth. Despite possessing the capability to learn and work diligently, as genetically modified humans are not inherently incapable of mastering specialized knowledge, he struggles with persistence, often succumbing to the temptation of returning to his usual habits after only a few days of effort. As colleagues come and go, Luosong remains anchored in his position. Lacking notable talent and possessing neither striking physique nor appearance, he has not attracted the attention of potential partners, resulting in a solitary existence for over 90 years. Devoid of companionship, colleagues frequently advance or transition to other roles just as friendships are beginning to form, leaving him with few connections over the decades. In his personal life, he lacks a partner to provide mutual care and concern. Over time, he gradually lost confidence in himself and ultimately relinquished his efforts. He continued his studies, though whether he absorbed any knowledge remained a mystery known only to the heavens. He now attended examinations, yet he had grown indifferent to the outcomes. In his leisure moments, Luosong indulged in novels, films, music, games, and culinary delights, mastering every facet of enjoyment within the Kunlun fleet. Remarkably, more than 60 years had passed in his physical life without a single job transfer, promotion, or even a moment of creative expression. Not even a single guide on the pleasures he excelled in had he penned. Thus, he remained in this ordinary position for over 60 years. While one could not say he was exceptionally diligent, he at least had not committed any significant errors. Chapter 150. The Silent Galaxy. When the Wolf Fong arrived at the outskirts of the Bailiki Galaxy, 5 years had already elapsed. Throughout this extensive period, the Wolf Fong fleet endeavored to conduct various explorations of the Bailiki Galaxy to gather data for analysis. As a side note, owing to its association with the Bailiki civilization, this galaxy was provisionally named the Bailiki Galaxy. Humanity intended to confirm its final designation based on the Bailiki people's own nomenclature following their communication. The Bailiki Galaxy is a quintessential binary star system, with its primary star, Bailiki A, bearing a striking resemblance to our Sun. It is a G-type main sequence star with a mass approximately 11 times that of the Sun. The secondary companion star, Bailiki B, is a red dwarf with a mass merely 16 times less than that of its primary. These two stars orbit a common center of mass at a relatively close distance. Within this binary system, 5 major planets reside in their internal orbits, with the outermost being 2 ice giants, Bailiki G and Bailiki F, comparable in size to Neptune. Situated approximately 31 and 20 astronomical units from the central star, respectively, each boasting 19 and 54 satellites. In the intermediate position lies a gas giant, Bailiki E, with a mass about twice that of Jupiter, adorned with a colossal planetary ring and over 100 significant observable moons. Additionally, there exists an asteroid belt composed of multiple clusters of asteroids, positioned slightly closer to the star than the gas giant. Further inward in the asteroid belt are 2 smaller terrestrial planets. The innermost, Bailiki C, has a mass about 78 that of Earth, while the other, Bailiki D, is approximately 112 of Earth's mass. Notably, Bileiki D has an orbital period of roughly 400 days, based on the energy emitted by the two central stars. Combined with the size of Bileiki D and the stellar radiation it receives, it is determined that this terrestrial planet resides within the habitable zone of the Bileiki galaxy. This galaxy, aside from being a binary star system, bears a remarkable resemblance to our original solar system and Earth, with both its stars and habitable zone planets closely mirroring the environment that fostered humanity's emergence. Perhaps this is why the Bileiki civilization, like humanity, is also composed of carbon-based life forms. Life forms inevitably undergo convergent evolution in similar environments, even if separated by countless light years. Upon confirming the general structure of the target star system, the Wolf-Fong Brigade promptly commenced a more extensive investigation of this galaxy. Their first endeavor was to capture various forms of communication signals. Humanity had previously examined the remnants of spacecraft belonging to the Bale civilization, discovering that this was a civilization that had long since begun employing electromagnetic waves and possessed equipment capable of supporting broad-spectrum electromagnetic communication. Furthermore, humanity had deciphered a substantial amount of linguistic information from the Bale civilization. However, after a protracted month of monitoring, the Wolf-Fong Brigade found that regardless of the methods employed, they could neither detect nor extract decipherable electromagnetic signals from the cosmic background radiation. Additionally, no traces of Bale civilization activities were discovered, whether through anomalously high-energy particle flow signals or laser-type signals. This exceeded the original expectations of the Kunlun fleet, as the Bale civilization had demonstrated a standard of Type 1 civilization thousands of years ago, being an advanced society skilled in genetic engineering and the application of electromagnetic energy. Thus, as such a civilization, the Bale should have been quite active within its home star system, generating electromagnetic signals that radiated across a range of at least thousands of light years. Electromagnetic waves can propagate without reliance on any medium, theoretically enabling them to travel infinitely far, with their speed in a vacuum equating to that of light, propagating spherically throughout space. Based on this characteristic, humanity and many advanced civilizations utilize electromagnetic waves as carriers for specific information, referred to as electromagnetic signals. The strength of these signals diminishes with increasing distance. Therefore, although the Bale civilization's electromagnetic signals theoretically radiated across thousands of light years, at such distances, the signals would have attenuated to levels difficult for human technology to detect. Nonetheless, the Wolf-Fong Brigade currently occupies a position remarkably close, only about 100 astronomical units from the central star. At this proximity, it should theoretically be feasible to detect the various electromagnetic waves emitted by the Bale civilization. Logically, a star system hosting an advanced civilization should be bustling with electromagnetic signals. However, the entire galaxy now lay in utter silence, a reality that profoundly exceeded human expectations. After analyzing the data, Ding Hao arrived at two potential hypotheses. The first posits that the Bale civilization may have abandoned electromagnetic waves or high-energy particle beam communication methods over the course of thousands of years. For a civilization capable of interstellar travel, even light-speed communication methods may fall short of fulfilling the demands of ultra-long-distance communication. Thus, even the nascent Type 1 civilization of humanity chose to employ miniature wormhole communication devices to achieve real-time communication over vast distances, which remains the only known method of faster-than-light communication. If the Bale civilization had discovered the secrets of spatial wormholes, it is reasonable to believe they would also opt for this more suitable communication method for interstellar civilizations. However, even the miniature wormhole communication devices consume an immense amount of energy, to the extent that even a third-class frigate equipped with fusion reactors boasting billions of kilowatts cannot adequately power such devices for normal operation. Only vessels with a greater energy output, like the Wolf-Fong, possess the capability to supply the necessary energy for these communication systems. Should the Bale civilization have begun to proliferate the use of faster-than-light communication devices, after all, the absence of any electromagnetic signals would suggest otherwise. Their energy acquisition level must certainly surpass that of the current Kunlun fleet. If this is indeed the case, it becomes imperative to alert the Copper Wall Brigade and the Kunlun fleet headquarters of potential dangers. Generally speaking, civilizations that have mastered greater energy acquisition capabilities tend to exhibit superior technological advancements, implying that in the event of armed conflict, the adversary may possess a technological edge. Reporting this intelligence back to the fleet will assist them in formulating various strategies to address possible scenarios. Of course, there remains the possibility that the Bale civilization is no longer active within this star system. This situation bears resemblance to the earlier expedition of the Wolf-Fong Brigade to the Nas civilization's home system, wherein various reasons may have led the Bale civilization to depart from their home system, resulting in the absence of any signs of their activities here. At present, It remains uncertain which scenario is accurate. Further proximity will be required for the Wolf Fong to utilize a broader array of observational methods to ascertain whether any extraterrestrial activity persists within the entire star system. For instance, through spectral analysis of the atmospheric chemical compositions of various planets or satellites, signs of advanced civilizations would undoubtedly manifest in numerous unnatural traces. In the presence of the gathered individuals, Tang Sheng, after indulging in a moment of affection with Su Xiaoxiao, requested that she relay this observational result along with Ding Hao's conjecture to the Copper Wall Brigade and the Kunlun Fleet Headquarters. Chapter 151. The ruins of a Level 1 civilization as the Wolf Fong traversed the Oort cloud of the Baal system and entered the inner space of this star system. The brigade confirmed the earlier perplexing absence of any electromagnetic signals from civilization. The Baal civilization had vanished, much like the Nas civilization before them. There were no signs of ongoing civilizational activity throughout the entire star system. However, in contrast to the Nas civilization, it was evident that the Baal civilization had disappeared quite recently, with many satellites and their home planet still bearing the remnants of their activities, alongside numerous architectural ruins. Members of the Wolf Fong Brigade even spotted a decommissioned satellite while passing through the Oort cloud. Evans skillfully maneuvered a drone to retrieve the satellite, which, upon disassembly, revealed that its metallic composition was comparable to the current technological level of the Kunlun fleet. Nevertheless, it still utilized silicon-based chips, indicating that this civilization's electronic technology lagged significantly behind that of humanity. Yet, considering their ability to engineer an intelligent species with just a handful of experts, their biological capabilities must indeed surpass those of contemporary humanity. Through the analytical dissection conducted by Evans, it has been determined that this satellite is akin to an early warning device intended for the detection of extraterrestrial craft. Regrettably, due to the passage of time, its internal energy system has ceased to function. This energy system is a type of nuclear decay battery, a technology that humanity has long since mastered and utilized. The Baal civilization, classified as a Type 1 civilization, has left its mark throughout the core regions of the galaxy, with traces of their activities found on the 19 moons of the outermost giant planet. Enormous mining machinery has been installed on these frozen rocky satellites. Although it is unclear how long they have been inactive, faint remnants of once thriving industrial activities can still be discerned from the vast, deep excavations and pits. These industrial endeavors have permanently altered the geomorphology of the satellites, rendering them unrecognizable from afar. Yet, once optical telescopes can be employed, one can observe the extensive, canal-like trenches carved by machinery, stretching for hundreds of miles. According to AI Allen's multi-device detection analysis, these are the remnants of an entire mining vein that has been hollowed out. Additionally, there are colossal craters, exceeding 10 kilometers in diameter and depth, resulting from the extraction of subterranean minerals. The Wolf Fong dispatched a disposable unmanned spacecraft, equipped with autonomous ground robots, to a moon for close-range exploration. The condition of these machines was notably peculiar. Being distant from the central star, these satellites receive insufficient stellar energy radiation and exist in a state of extreme low temperatures, with an average temperature of approximately 51 Kelvin, equivalent to minus 222 degrees Celsius. Such extreme cold can lead to the embrittlement of many metals. However, it is evident that the materials of these machines are composed of a special alloy, which retains considerable metallic properties even at such low temperatures. The ground robots, following pre-established task priorities, first circled around the mining machinery, meticulously gathering data on its external form before entering the machine's interior through an open access point of unknown function. Upon entering this access point, the robots quickly arrived at a space of approximately 50 square meters, resembling a hall. Within the hall, there are two doors. After deciphering the Baal inscriptions on the doors, the autonomous robot opted for the door leading to the living quarters. Utilizing its portable laser cutting tool, it successfully created an access interface solely for its own passage. The autonomous ground robot then placed a communication relay device on the floor of the hall, a wired apparatus designed for situations requiring signal transmission between two independently shielded metal spaces. One end was positioned outside, while the other remained within, ensuring that signals could be conveyed even from inside. Upon entering the living quarters, the robot faithfully documented all that it could observe. The previously sealed area, shrouded in darkness for an indeterminate duration, was once again illuminated by the robot's powerful lighting system. Inside the space, approximately 4 meters high and around 30 square meters in area, was furnished with various tables and chairs, resembling a lounge area. 3 walls of the entire hall each possess 3 open entrances, all leading to similarly sized rooms of approximately 20 square meters. Within those chambers, arrangements resembling beds appear to serve as resting places for the personnel operating the mining machinery. As Tang Sheng and his colleagues reviewed the video footage transmitted by the autonomous robots, they discerned that the entire resting area had largely preserved its original appearance. They noted that, judging by the displayed items and the various household goods that, although frozen into blocks, were still recognizable, there seemed to be no signs of evacuation. These belongings appeared to have been casually placed there just yesterday, now merely frozen overnight. They even observed some items that resembled food left open on the table. However, the floor bore traces of disorder, and the entire video footage did not present an orderly evacuation, nor did it exhibit the chaotic nature of an emergency departure. It resembled a scene of normal life, albeit devoid of its inhabitants. "How peculiar," murmured Ding Hao, stroking his chin as he gazed at the image projected across the hall. Currently, the Wolf Fang vessel boasts a holographic projection hall, capable of rendering the environment surrounding the robots in a fully immersive 3D holographic format. This allows the Wolf Fang team to conduct field investigations in a significantly safer manner. "It is indeed strange that there are no signs of evacuation here," Tang Sheng remarked, surveying the surroundings. "If there was no evacuation, then where are the people inside?" Su Xiaoxiao inquired, seamlessly following Tang Sheng's line of thought. Yet, no one responded to her question. Perhaps each person was preoccupied with the same query in their minds. After the autonomous robots thoroughly examined the resting area, they found no signs of hibernation pods or corpses belonging to the Bailey people, and thus proceeded to the working area. The working area was filled with numerous instruments and operating stations, yet like the living quarters, it still bore no signs of evacuation and showed no traces of the Bailey people. "Wait, everyone, take a look at this," Guan Xiaoya exclaimed, approaching a console projected in the room. Everyone gathered around to see a toppled cylindrical object on the console, from which a liquid had evidently flowed out and solidified into a hard mass. Along the edge of the console, some droplets of liquid remained frozen, unable to drip down. Commander Allen of the Highball directed the autonomous robot to conduct a composition analysis. Due to a brief communication delay of several seconds, it took a while for the preliminary composition of the substance to be displayed before the group. The analysis revealed a liquid primarily composed of water, containing trace elements and impurities. Given the shape of this object, could it be a water cup? I wonder why it was overturned, causing the water or beverage to spill out. Evan speculated with a hint of confusion. There were also small amounts of the same liquid at the bottom. But what about this irregularly shaped patch nearby? Tang Sheng and Ding Hao crouched down to investigate a large dark patch on the ground. Chapter 152. Extinction. According to the robot scans, this dark patch is similarly composed of a substantial amount of water and impurities, albeit with a greater concentration of the latter. Due to its size, the autonomous robot is equipped with limited devices, preventing it from fully analyzing the composition of these impurities. Through the holographic projections provided by the robot, the members of the Wolf-Tooth Brigade discovered similar dark patches in multiple locations. Moreover, Tang Sheng and his companions retrieved the projection records from the previously designated rest area, uncovering analogous findings on the ground and seeding that had previously gone unnoticed. This exploration pertains solely to a mining satellite. Yet similar discoveries have been made on other mining satellites. Like the first, these celestial bodies exhibited no signs of evacuation. The various industrial ruins displayed a semblance of normalcy in both operation and habitation. In fact, many of these industrial remnants revealed warehouses brimming with supplies. Although these storages had suffered damage due to prolonged neglect and extreme cold, it was evident that prior to their degradation, the items had been meticulously stored, devoid of any appearance of haphazard abandonment. This situation raises perplexing questions. If an evacuation had indeed taken place, whether orderly or urgent, the conditions within these industrial ruins would not reflect such orderliness. In the event of an emergency evacuation, the arrangement of items and biological materials would certainly betray signs of chaos. Conversely, if the evacuation were planned, the substantial supplies within the warehouses would not have been so carelessly discarded. Furthermore, the operational panels of many machines indicated that a significant number were likely in a powered and operational state. It was as if the inhabitants of these ruins had vanished into thin air. After investigating the industrial planet, the Wolf-Tooth Brigade continued their journey toward the habitable zone. Upon passing the gas giant by Leiji E, they encountered a spacecraft maintaining a stable orbit. This vessel, substantial in size, at least 1,000,000 tons, was suspended in a circular trajectory around by Leiji E. By the time it was discovered, it had long ceased operation, being drawn by the planet's gravity in a continuous orbit. Cautiously, the Wolf-Tooth Brigade approached the craft, attempting various communication methods to establish contact, albeit to no avail. This prompted Tang Sheng to quip, "Are the inhabitants of this civilization all introverts?" The Bai-Leiji people on the planet of the insectoid civilization were the same way. No matter the message sent, they offered no response. Once again resorting to drone probes for contact, the Wolf-Tooth Brigade discovered through scanning, that this spacecraft was an ancient relic dating back at least 5,000 years, having not been activated in a considerable time. As inferred from the state of its propulsion ports, the ship, characterized by an elliptical or egg-like shape, measured approximately 10 kilometers in length and an average diameter of 4 kilometers. Its design bore a striking resemblance to the spacecraft encountered by the Wolf-Tooth Brigade within the insectoid civilization. Tang Xing observed that the spacecraft was adorned with an abundance of verdant hues. It appeared that this civilization had a profound affinity for the color green, as evidenced by the various vessels, wreckage, and artifacts linked to the insectoid civilization, all bearing the same green livery. After conducting an initial inspection that tentatively ruled out any immediate dangers, the drone approached the spacecraft, extending its mechanical arms to grasp the protrusions on its exterior and facilitate a landing, subsequently transporting 2 autonomous machines aboard. Upon a thorough examination, the Wolfang squad deduced that this vessel resembled a scientific research station, housing numerous instruments suspected to be related to research, along with a multitude of external docking interfaces. However, the condition of this spacecraft mirrored that of the industrial ruins previously explored, showing no signs of evacuation. Nevertheless, within the spacecraft, the Wolfang squad observed scenes indicative of chaos. In certain corridors, doorways, and the main hall, there were signs of disarray, with damaged facilities and scattered items, reminiscent of the aftermath of a brawl among humans. Moreover, the interior of the research space station was marked by large patches of deep brown ice, particularly prevalent in areas exhibiting signs of turmoil. Ultimately, Evans issued a directive for the autonomous robots to specifically search for the spacecraft's computer or control systems, but they discovered that these devices had long succumbed to irreparable degradation due to the ravages of time. Clearly, this spacecraft could not elucidate the mystery surrounding the disappearance of the Byliki people. Subsequently, the Wolfang squad journeyed to the Jupiter moon Byliki D, a planet whose surface was nearly entirely cloaked by cities constructed by the Byliki. Even the vast oceans covering 60% of the surface were dotted with floating urban structures. Yet, it remained a desolate world. Logically, the home planet of a civilization should be one conducive to life. Yet despite Byliki D's position within the habitable zone and its temperate climate, it exhibited no vitality. On this planet, not only had the Byliki vanished, but all forms of flora and fauna had also disappeared, rendering the entire world akin to a manufactured toy, rife with artificial remnants yet devoid of any signs of life. The Wolfang squad noted numerous desiccated plants. Compositional analyses revealed that these organisms were similar to terrestrial plants, relying on the carbon cycle for survival. Despite the presence of weather phenomena such as wind and rain, these withered plants had not decayed over the millennia, indicating a probable absence of microorganisms on the planet. Regrettably, the robots of the Wolfang squad were not equipped with microbial detection devices nor advanced material spectrometers, limiting their analysis to basic compositional assessments without yielding detailed data. These peculiar circumstances have heightened the vigilance of the Wolf-Tooth Brigade to its utmost. To this day, they have only interacted with the artifacts of Baal and the star system through autonomous robots, never having made direct contact with these creations or retrieved any specimens for study. Ultimately, in order to fulfill their mission of exploring the entire star system in a timely manner, the Wolf-Tooth vessel did not linger long near any single planet, but rather continued its journey towards others. Over the course of 2 years, the Wolf-Tooth, employing various autonomous robots, has garnered a general understanding of this star system, ultimately uncovering that some event appears to have led to the extinction of all life forms. With the arrival of the Copperwall fleet, the Wolf-Tooth Brigade was granted a more ample supply of personnel and equipment, allowing for a more profound and meticulous exploration to commence. Under the scrutiny of additional personnel and equipment, although a concrete cause remains elusive, the team of scientists led by Ding Hao reached a consensus that aligns with the current findings. The Baal civilization has perished, and all life forms within the Baal star system have been extinguished. Chapter 153. Seeking the cause. What could have caused the extinction of all life within an entire star system? This question has become the most urgent inquiry for the Kunlun fleet. A Type 1 civilization is nearly impossible to extinguish, as achieving this level of advancement allows for interstellar travel. Civilizations capable of such journeys typically disperse across vast expanses of the cosmos, rendering them resilient against annihilation from war or natural disasters. The entire Wolf-Tooth Brigade, along with the Copperwall fleet and their accompanying personnel, have busied themselves with the task at hand. Whatever force could extinguish the Baal civilization could also threaten humanity within the Kunlun fleet. This is a mission they must see through. After extensive investigation and research, they seem to have unearthed a clue. Approximately 4,000 years ago, before humanity ventured into this unfamiliar large star system, a supernova explosion occurred roughly 120 light-years away from this location. The source of that supernova was a massive star, a high-luminosity blue supergiant, with a mass exceeding 100 times that of the Sun and an immense intrinsic luminosity. Such stars exhibit extreme instability due to their exaggerated fusion reactions, where gravitational forces and internal light pressure fail to achieve equilibrium, resulting in the expulsion of vast amounts of material and significant mass loss. Ultimately, this leads to a scenario resembling a supernova explosion, with immense ionized gas clouds emitting radiation of various colors forming at the ends of its rotational axis. Known as emission nebulae. The greater the mass of a star, the shorter its lifespan. A star of this magnitude typically survives only 1 to 3 million years. Without a doubt, in its final moments, it will culminate in a supernova explosion, or rather, an extraordinary hypernova explosion. The ultimate fate of this star is to collapse into a black hole during an immensely powerful supernova explosion, driven by its own overwhelming gravitational force. As it undergoes this collapse, the immense energy generated will violently erupt in jets from its poles, resulting in colossal gamma-ray bursts. The total energy output from the gamma-ray bursts produced by such massive stars during a supernova can surpass the cumulative radiation energy emitted by all the stars in a vast galaxy over many years. This staggering energy will sweep through its trajectory at light speed, spanning a maximum angular cone of 20 degrees and an average of 12 degrees, impacting everything within thousands of light years. From humanity's current understanding, no Type 1 civilization could withstand an assault of such energy density. Coincidentally, the front fleet of the Kunlun Armada has observed traces of gamma-ray bursts near a black hole located 120 light-years away. Various autonomous robotic probes have indicated that many planets in this vicinity appear to bear signs of having been swept by gamma-ray bursts. Through extensive exploration and data analysis, humanity has begun to form a preliminary understanding of the Biliki civilization. Consistent with prior knowledge, the Biliki civilization excels in biology and electromagnetic sciences, yet remains relatively undeveloped in computer science and mechanical automation. Their mechanical artifacts reveal a reliance on silicon-based chips, long obsolete to humanity, with some carbon-based chips indicating a potential direction for future technological advancement. The results from the exploration of over 30 planets and more than 600 ruins suggest that they have not yet unlocked the quantum computing technology tree. However, this does not imply that their information processing capabilities are inferior to those of humanity. Adjacent to every silicon or carbon-based processing unit in the Biliki civilization, there exists a space, often found to contain traces of proteins. Based on analysis, the scientific team led by Deng Hao unanimously concludes that the Biliki civilization likely possesses an artificial biological computer to assist their chips in computation and information processing. Determining whether biological computing is more advanced than quantum computing is a challenging proposition. Humanity has discovered that the Biliki civilization is notably reserved, showing little interest in colonizing other star systems or exploring the universe. Their primary fascination lies in constructing various biological laboratories, resulting in the majority of the ruins discovered by the exploratory fleet being either mining factories or diverse biological research facilities. The scientific team posits that their advanced electromagnetic technology may have developed as a byproduct of creating conditions for biological experiments. Were it not for the numerous artificial constructs indicating a mastery of mature technologies beyond mechanical automation, one might mistakenly consider the Biliki civilization akin to humanity's past, which, in a mere 400 years, concentrated all technological advancements toward space travel. Who could have summoned the construction of an incomprehensible multitude of biological laboratories by these entities? To the extent that humanity suspects their entire societal division of labor revolves around biological experimentation, thus, the exploration team, based on the information at their disposal, logically deduced a narrative they deemed reasonable. A reclusive, geeky civilization, engrossed in biotechnological research on its home star system, was abruptly struck by a gamma-ray burst over 4 millennia ago. The entire system underwent a high-energy sterilization process amidst the ultra-high energy density of gamma rays. Consequently, all life forms on this planet were eradicated, from the closest moons, Taylor C and Taylor G, to the most distant. No organism survived this cosmic catastrophe. This conclusion, along with various exploratory data, was transmitted back to the Kunlun fleet, where experts at the fleet's headquarters assessed the credibility of this conclusion to be over 70. Thus, the Taylor star system was reclassified as a non-threatening system. The entire Kunlun fleet resolved to officially venture into this star system, once home to a magnificent Level 1 civilization, in hopes of acquiring some technological knowledge from the Bale civilization, particularly in the field of biology. However, out of caution, the exploration fleet remained prohibited from direct contact with these Bale civilization relics, as their conclusions were only 70 credible. leaving nearly 30 open to other possibilities. Currently, the Kunlun fleet headquarters is just over 2 years away from arrival, a time frame that humanity can well afford. This decision by the Kunlun fleet aligns perfectly with Evan's old adage, safety first. Chapter 154. The Great Excavation Era. The arrival of the Kunlun fleet headquarters breathed life into the Bale system, which had remained dormant for thousands of years. This star system, initially very conducive to the existence of carbon-based life forms, had become silent for various reasons, yet now began to exhibit a semblance of its former vitality. Upon arrival, the Kunlun fleet headquarters commenced a thorough and cautious exploration, primarily to mitigate any undiscovered dangers. Simultaneously, a 10-year archaeological excavation plan was devised, as humanity desperately needed the genetic technologies of the Bale civilization, foundational for extending human lifespan. Until the advent of faster-than-light travel, lifespan remains the greatest constraint on how far a species can journey, and the Kunlun fleet, as a civilization dedicated to exploring the cosmos and advancing technology, greatly requires enhancements in longevity. Initially, humanity undertook exploration through the deployment of autonomous robots. However, following a significant discovery, alternative voices emerged within the Kunlun fleet. This was the discovery of a small urban relic on a rocky moon of Bale E. The remnants belonged to a colonial city of the Bale people, featuring well-structured areas for living, education, production, and research. A group of autonomous robots unearthed several computer systems of significant reparable value within the educational and research sectors. These computers were transported back to a primary dragonbone chamber, where, following restoration, humanity gleaned insights into genetic technology. Among them are various technologies that humanity aspired to achieve but could not, alongside a suite of theoretical systems independently discovered and refined by the Bale civilization. This discovery immediately captured the attention of scientists in related fields, prompting a flurry of experimental validations that nearly confirmed the immense value of this theoretical framework for the current Kunlun fleet. It even holds the potential to significantly enhance human longevity once more. This revelation ignited a fervor among many for the exploration of Bale civilization relics, with numerous individuals, including high-ranking officials, advocating for a selective expedition to these sites, especially after preliminarily ruling out the potential dangers of this star system. After all, the autonomous robots possessed insufficient equipment for the task, and their exploratory capabilities cannot rival those of humans. Ultimately, under the strong recommendations of these advocates and the allure of Bale civilization's monumental technological legacy, the Kunlun fleet resolved to lift the ban on human exploration, permitting entry into the relics of the Bale civilization. Given that these relics are scattered throughout the entire star system, and with the Kunlun fleet's manpower being woefully inadequate, even the exploration of the home planet Bale D seemed an insurmountable challenge, let alone that of the entire star system's relics. Consequently, a registration channel for civilian exploration teams was specially opened, allowing the public to apply for a 30-day leave to embark on expeditions to the Bale civilization relics after fulfilling a designated workload. During the exploration, participants would receive subsidies for regular working hours, with substantial bonuses awarded for the discovery of valuable new technologies. This policy sent a wave of excitement through the populace, akin to the gold rush of Earth's era, as everyone eagerly anticipated the chance to venture into the Bale civilization and perhaps strike it rich, thus reaching the pinnacle of their lives. Upon hearing of this policy, Luo Song too felt a fleeting thrill, as this represented one of the rare opportunities for him to experience a new role. In his entire life, he had never attempted any other job, and the thought of exploring alien civilization relics was undeniably exhilarating. However, less than a day later, he abandoned this notion. Upon reflection, he realized that exploring alien relics would entail arduous climbs and navigating treacherous terrains within the ruins, coupled with the necessity of working tirelessly for 3 months to earn just 30 days of exploration time, equating to 4 months without a break. The mere thought of such exhaustion was daunting, and he doubted his ability to endure it. Initially, Luo Song believed he would languish in his position for several more years, or even decades, until the Kunlun fleet embarked on another mission. Yet, one individual altered this plan. She was a young woman with whom he had worked for 2 years, a member of the new generation of humanity born during the Kunlun fleet's dealings with the insect civilization. Her name was Liana, a girl of unremarkable appearance yet with a vibrant and cheerful personality, now in her 50s. During their time together in the industrial farms plant module, they shared a period of great joy. To understand Rozan's character, one must recognize his introverted nature and reluctance to engage in excessive social interactions. After work, he prefers to return home to indulge in anime and video games, which has always made him feel awkward when communicating with colleagues. In the past, he never attended gatherings arranged by his coworkers. However, The arrival of Liana transformed everything. Her vivacious and cheerful demeanor did not disdain Rozong's laid-back lifestyle. Rather, she expressed genuine interest in his hobbies as a homebody. They have spent countless nights gaming together at Rozong's home and have even shared a passion for the same animated series. She is one of the few who could coax him out of his home for meals. Over the past 2 years, Rozong has even harbored some unrealistic thoughts about this bright girl who has become like sunshine in his life, bringing him an inexplicable warmth. He even made efforts to change his current state of living. Yet, just as Rozong began to attempt self-improvement, Liana was accepted into a position as a laboratory technician, departing from the industrial farm. Although they maintained some contact, Liana became too busy with work to meet Rozong again. After losing this ray of sunshine, his life turned dark once more. He abandoned his attempts at change and reverted to his former lethargy. However, just as he had given up on signing up for the exploration of the Bale civilization ruins, he received an invitation from Liana to team up. She had not forgotten her long-lost friend and invited him to join the exploration, allowing them to reconnect without interfering with their necessary work. Truly a win-win situation. Sunshine once again illuminated Rozong's life. Upon receiving Liana's invitation, he hesitated not a moment and promptly submitted his application through his personal digital terminal to the queue system. After all, the Kunlun fleet required normal production and operation. Not everyone could abandon their posts to explore ruins. Thus, those applying for exploration needed to queue. And during this time, they could complete their work in advance, ensuring that their exploration did not disrupt the fleet's original production plans. Consequently, Rozong, who had rarely worked overtime and always left on time during breaks, embarked on his first ever 3-month stint of overtime. Chapter 155. Preparing to depart, Rozong could hardly believe he had endured 3 months of continuous work without a break. Initially, he thought he would give up within 5 days, as that was the longest he had previously managed. Yet this time, an unseen force seemed to drive him forward, making the monotonous routine of work surprisingly enjoyable. Fortunately, a single plant pod was equipped with only one data collector. Otherwise, others would have been alarmed by his unusual behavior during this period, especially when he occasionally burst into fits of giggles. Rozong took the rare opportunity to visit a personal image management studio for some self-improvement. This establishment amalgamates haircuts, facial treatments, and styling, allowing clients to select their desired appearance, with robots executing the specific tasks. The transformed Luosong is no longer the disheveled figure of a middle-aged man with greasy hair and a scruffy beard. Instead, he sports a neat short hairstyle. And after a facial treatment, his beard has been tidied up, leaving only a subtle ring of stubble around his mouth. He appears significantly more spirited, even exuding a hint of masculinity, to the extent that when he encounters 2 acquaintances on his way home, they fail to recognize him. The meeting point agreed upon with Liana is at the 3rd port of the solar system's external aviation, a gathering place for their small team. They will convene here to procure the additional equipment necessary for their exploration, planning to set off the following day. This team comprises 4 individuals, including a charming couple who are life partners and colleagues of Liana, alongside Luosong and Liana herself. Luosong pondered whether Liana would fail to recognize him due to his drastic change in appearance. Wearing a cowboy hat and carrying a backpack, he stood atop a designated platform at the port, observing the bustling exploration teams below. From behind, it would indeed be difficult to recognize him as the once disheartened and unkempt man from days prior. The port is now teeming with self-organized exploration teams, typically consisting of 3 to 7 members. Each team is free to choose their desired destination for exploration. In truth, many do not genuinely seek to uncover anything within the ruins. Instead, they perceive this 30-day exploration opportunity as a form of adventurous tourism. While Luosong was lost in thought, gazing at the scene below, a short-haired girl suddenly poked her head out beside him, casting a glance his way. Upon recognizing Luosong's face, she promptly slapped him on the back, exclaiming with a smile, "Luosong, is that really you?" The unexpected slap nearly startled Luosong out of his wits. He turned to rebuke the intruder, but, upon seeing her face, transformed his irritation into a grin, chuckling, "Hee. You're here." Turning around, he then noticed that behind the short-haired girl stood a man and a woman, Liana's colleagues and life partners, whom he had previously seen on video. Liana stepped forward, nudging Luosong to walk a few steps ahead, then stood beside him to introduce the pair. "Zihan, Yuxuan. This is my esteemed senior, Brother Luosong. Brother Luo, this handsome gentleman is Zhang Yuxuan, and this beautiful lady is Chu Zihan. They are both colleagues from our laboratory." Zhang Yuxuan, the gentleman, smiled, nodded, and extended his right hand towards Luosong, saying, "Brother Luo, we have heard much about you from Anna. She mentioned you are particularly knowledgeable about life and an expert in plant growth environments. We look forward to your guidance during this exploration." Luosong was momentarily taken aback. He had never before received such an appraisal. Upon closer inspection of the other person's expression, he discerned that it was not intended as mockery. Being somewhat inarticulate, he extended his right hand for a handshake, nodding and smiling as he said, "Oh, it's nothing. We look out for one another." As Zhang Yuxuan withdrew his hand to converse with his partner, Li Anna elbowed Luo Song gently, leaning closer to whisper in his ear, I may have exaggerated a bit in front of them earlier, so please don't give me away, or I'll feel quite embarrassed." Luo Song felt a tickling sensation in his ear from her breath. The man, having been single for over 90 years, felt his face heat up from his ears to his neck, and he could only manage a foolish chuckle, saying, "Haha, I won tea, I promise." Soon, buoyed by Li Anna's spirited demeanor, the atmosphere warmed considerably. After a brief period of familiarization, the four of them proceeded to the store to acquire additional gear for their expedition. Each exploration team was provided with a spacesuit at no cost by the fleet. This innovative suit was lightweight, featuring a built-in alloy mechanical exoskeleton that enhanced the wearer's physical capabilities, and it could withstand extreme temperatures ranging from -250 to 450 degrees, making it suitable for both space and extraterrestrial environments. Additionally, each participant received 2 ground robots and 1 aerial robot, the ground robots capable of carrying extra equipment and assisting in emergencies by transporting injured team members. Naturally, the Kunlun fleet would also supply the exploration team with ample nutritional provisions, portable inflatable tents, and a variety of optional instruments and equipment. The four had previously allocated their roles and selected their gear. Li Anna was responsible for assessing the relics and the surrounding living conditions. Zhang Yuxuan would monitor and evaluate various instruments, and Chu Zihan would collect biological remnants or specimens. As for Luo Song, he was tasked with assessing the ecological environment associated with the relics and civilization, a role that bore some relation to his profession. However, despite the Kunlun fleet providing a wealth of equipment, each exploration team had specific needs, prompting many to spend additional funds to purchase or rent gear, as well as to acquire tastier food and living essentials, thereby ensuring a more comfortable experience and greater opportunities for discovery once they entered the alien ruins. The group proceeded to rent several portable professional devices they deemed necessary before heading to the supply area to select superior rations. "What do you think of the military's individual rations? The nutrition seems quite rich, and I've heard the taste is decent," Zhang Yuxuan inquired, holding up a standard military ration from the Kunlun fleet. This convenient food was portioned for 1 meal per person and was a staple across military units, offering around 10 different culinary varieties. "What do you think, Luo Song?" Li Anna teased, poking at the flab around his waist. While this ration was palatable for the first couple of meals, consuming it for an extended period could lead to monotony. The rations mentioned are, in fact, the daily sustenance of the military. Should we embark on an expedition to explore ruins, the energy expenditure of our bodies would far exceed that of our usual activities. Thus, I propose selecting a food source that is more energy-dense, preferably in a compact form. Luo Song, as a quintessentially lazy individual and a homebody, is remarkably well-versed in such convenient foods. He eloquently shared his life experiences, leaving Zhang Yuxuan and Chu Zihan, the couple, momentarily stunned. After rummaging through the food section for quite some time, Luo Song produced 2 cans, exclaiming, "I personally recommend these 2 types of canned goods. In my left hand, we have a fluid compressed food, which is high in calories and digests slowly. One can suffices for an entire day of high-intensity physical exertion, making it incredibly space-efficient. In my right hand, we have solid compressed granules made from vegetables and meat, which can be rehydrated for convenience or consumed directly as a snack. If conditions permit, they can even be cooked into a full dish. Despite its small size, it yields a substantial pot of braised cauliflower and meat. Both types of canned food boast delightful flavors and a plethora of combinations, providing satiety without the worry of hunger when energy is not in short supply." Luo Song's expert commentary not only left his teammates dumbfounded, but also astonished other teams shopping nearby, who did not expect such a professional approach to selection. Although he appeared short and stout, he carried a certain charisma. Could he possibly be a relative of the legendary chef Gao Qiu, known for having conquered the culinary preferences of the insectoid civilization? Chapter 156. The Frozen Planet. This is the icy giant satellite of the planet Beilei F, ranking 3rd in size within its satellite system, with a diameter exceeding 800 kilometers. Its mass is sufficient to allow it to form a regular spherical shape under its own gravity. Although it lies far from the habitable zone of the Beilei system, the Beilei civilization has established 3 immigrant cities here. One city stands proudly on the surface, while the other 2 are submerged beneath the ocean. Through the interpretation of certain recovered computer data, humanity discovered that the Beilei people refer to it as Namigalashi, meaning the frozen ocean. Namigalashi possesses a small, yet not completely cooled metallic core. Similar to other terrestrial planets, This celestial body is composed of silicate rocks, enveloped by a vast ocean with an average depth of 80 kilometers. Due to its distance from the central star, surface temperatures hover around minus 160 degrees Celsius, resulting in a thick ice layer ranging from 5 to 10 kilometers covering the outermost layer. Overall, the planet exhibits a structure reminiscent of a multi-layered sugar ball. Under the influence of the gravitational force from the ice giant Belagiev, which is 12 times the mass of Earth, Namigalashi experiences its own tectonic activity. Consequently, its seabed is home to numerous active underwater volcanoes. The dual forces of these volcanoes and tidal pressures create an internal ocean with an average temperature of around 10 degrees Celsius. Furthermore, when the permanent ice layer on the surface cracks due to tidal forces, it can erupt in plume-like frozen fountains reaching heights of up to 200 kilometers. The environment here theoretically supports the existence of various carbon-based life forms, which may elucidate why the Bale civilization opted to construct a settlement for colonization in this location. The team led by Rosong has chosen an underwater city on Namigalashi. Due to the planet's relatively low gravity, even at depths reaching tens of thousands of meters, the water pressure remains manageable, allowing access even with the current technology of the Kunlun fleet. This site was selected because the original home planet of the Bale civilization, Bale D, has already attracted a considerable number of inhabitants eager to explore the vicinity, including habitable asteroids, remnants of space stations, and other satellites, which have become inundated with exploration teams. Indeed, some sites have witnessed dozens of teams converging upon ancient relics, resembling popular tourist destinations. After deliberation, Rosong and his team deemed this location suitable for exploration, as it had seen relatively few visitors. Remarkably, they were the first exploration team to arrive at this underwater city, following only a robotic team that had previously traversed the area. The profound ice layers and the deep ocean may well harbor preserved microorganisms or valuable protein remnants within the underwater city, an ideal choice for a team genuinely aspiring to achieve significant discoveries. As no other exploration teams had visited this planet during their batch, Rosong and his companions were among the last to arrive here after waiting for the transport vessel to deliver others to their respective destinations. This process took them over 10 days. Fortunately, the journey time did not count toward their overall exploration time, and they were also granted exploration employment subsidies. This effectively provided them with an additional 10 days of leisure, leaving no room for complaints. Upon reaching the surface of Namigalashi, they first arrived at the sole ice-covered city, which features a man-made fissure leading directly to the ocean beneath the ice. Here, more than 10 personnel are stationed to oversee and maintain the autonomous robotic exploration teams, while also accommodating and assisting civilian exploration teams like theirs. You must be Liana, Zhang Yuxuan, Chu Zihan, and the Rosong team greeted a staff member in a spacesuit, extending a handshake as they entered the ice city. I must commend your discernment. We have been controlling unmanned robots for exploration here. There are 3 immigrant cities in total. This is one, and 2 more lie several dozen kilometers below. As he spoke, the individual tapped his foot on the ground and continued. One underwater city has suffered flooding and is now submerged. You have chosen the only remaining city that is still intact. He gestured towards a nearby portable inflatable shelter, indicating they should proceed in that direction, leading the way while reiterating. According to the manual, I must remind you once more, upon descent, do not remove your spacesuits lightly. You will need to establish an inflatable camp immediately, and all operations requiring the removal of your spacesuits must occur within the camp. For instance, in the context of dining, convenience, and the topic at hand, he turned back to scrutinize the 4 individuals through their visors, then whistled and remarked, like that thing you all understand. Ahem. Zhang Yuxuan cleared his throat twice to mask his embarrassment. After all, he and Chu Zihan were the only couple in the group, and he perceived those words as directed at them. To his surprise, Luo Song felt equally flustered. As a seasoned introvert and an aging singleton, he had never been on the receiving end of such jokes. Had it not been for the helmet of his spacesuit, everyone would have noticed his face turning an alarming shade of purple. Conversely, Liana and Chu Zihan exhibited no reaction, perhaps due to a lack of comprehension regarding the man's insinuation. The portable inflatable shelter is a structure crafted from dual layers of high molecular membranes interwoven with specialized metallic threads. Upon production, it is tailored to a specific shape and dimensions. By merely filling it with inert gas, one can create a multi-room inflatable emergency dwelling. Once deflated, it can be compacted into a lightweight container no larger than a single bed. This inflatable shelter originally evolved from emergency escape pods, designed to serve as a final line of defense for individuals unable to reach the lifeboats during dire circumstances aboard a spacecraft. The design principles were derived from the human civilization of the ring star domain. Due to technological loss, their spacecraft lacked reliability, which led to the development of such technology, proving to be remarkably practical. Subsequently, the Kunlun fleet acquired this technology and enhanced it with their own innovations. The materials used in the inflatable shelters are characterized by their robust, yet lightweight durability, capable of withstanding pressures equivalent to hundreds of tons per square centimeter, and functioning effectively in temperatures ranging from -250 degrees to 400 degrees. Internally, they possess insulation and pressurization capabilities, maintaining a safe usage period of approximately 1 week in the vacuum of space, while on a planetary surface, their utility can extend even further, depending on the environmental conditions. For instance, in the environment of Namaglaris, they could function adequately for a month or so without issue. Each inflatable shelter features a corridor approximately 5 meters in length leading from the entrance to the main hall, serving as a decontamination chamber equipped to eliminate external pollutants. High-powered ultraviolet lights are employed to sterilize and disinfect all individuals entering. This measure aims to minimize the risk of introducing alien viruses and other toxic or radioactive contaminants into the living area. The 4 individuals, Luo Song and his companions, would rest here for the night before embarking on a submarine voyage to their destination, the underwater city. Chapter 157. The underwater city on the following day. The quartet boarded a submarine that bore a strikingly antiquated design and spent half a day descending to their destination. The appearance of the underwater city diverged significantly from Luo Song's imaginings. It was not the colossal transparent dome-covered city he had envisioned. Instead, it resembled an assembly of numerous segments akin to submarines or spacecraft, reminiscent of an archaic space station. While the gravitational pull on this planet is minimal, the pressure found several kilometers beneath the ocean remains formidable. Thus, such a design for an underwater city is more scientifically plausible and aligns with the technological level of the Bale civilization. Through a previously opened and transformed entrance by the autonomous robots, they arrived at the underwater city, which, according to observations, consists of approximately 70,000 compartments of varying sizes. By human standards, this city is capable of accommodating a population in the millions, rightfully earning its title as a city. Given their group's exploration timeframe of 30 days, it is impossible to thoroughly investigate this place. Thus, Liana, as the initiator, decided that their primary goal should be to locate the biological laboratory of the Bale civilization. Even if they were to find something valuable in 1 or 2 compartments and study it for 30 days, it would be more meaningful than merely skimming through the entirety of this underwater city. Since the autonomous robots had already conducted a preliminary exploration of the entire city and created a relevant map, they could save considerable time by searching for compartments marked as suspected research laboratories on the map. The underwater city was remarkably well preserved. Despite the loss of energy supply, it still maintained suitable atmospheric pressure, and the air composition was barely breathable for contemporary humans. However, for safety reasons, no one would be foolish enough to attempt breathing the air. These compartments ranged in diameter from approximately 20 to 50 meters, each previously hosting a multitude of plants. Within each compartment, remnants of carbonized branches from the deceased plants were scattered, along with the soil used for cultivating them. Naturally, due to years without watering, the soil had hardened into clumps as solid as stone. Rosong diligently remembered Liana's instructions and faithfully assumed the role of a seasoned plant growth environment expert, beginning to collect soil samples from each compartment as he progressed. Observing his professional demeanor, both Liana and Chu Zihan felt a twinge of embarrassment. As the responsible personnel for environmental assessment and specimen collection, they had yet to immerse themselves in their roles. Consequently, they commenced their respective tasks, collecting specimens and measuring data judiciously without impeding the team's advancement. The temperature throughout the city hovered around 22 to 25 degrees Celsius. Although they had not yet reached the true seabed, they were merely hundreds of meters away, where the overall seawater temperature was significantly higher than that near the surface. Despite the absence of an energy supply, heat exchange was sufficient to elevate the temperature within the underwater city to levels similar to the surrounding environment. The 4 soon located the first suspected laboratory according to the electronic map. However, the state of the place was rather dismal, with an unknown substance smeared across the area. Though it had dried, the yellowish-brown stains were exceedingly repulsive, prompting them to swiftly abandon this site in favor of the second suspected laboratory compartment. The second suspected laboratory was in much better condition, a medium-sized compartment with a diameter of 30 meters. While it was insufficient to set up their inflatable tent, it conveniently connected to a larger compartment with a diameter of 50 meters, providing ample space to unfold their 3-bedroom inflatable tent. As they completed inflating the inflatable house and arranged for the autonomous robots to install the equipment and supplies, it was already midday of the following day. However, for the sake of safety, the few individuals who had not rested for a full day and night adhered to the exploration manual's guidelines, thoroughly disinfecting the entrance corridor before entering their quarters to rest. During this time, Luo Song, who had been plagued by restless thoughts and insomnia, succumbed to his exhaustion and swiftly fell into a deep slumber. On the third morning, revitalized, Li Anna aroused Luo Song from his dreams. Groggy and yawning, he made his way to the hall, surprised to find only Li Anna present. "Where are Zhang Yuxuan and Chu Zihan? Aren't they up yet?" he inquired. Li Anna, rarely blushing, pulled him to the dining table and pointed to a breakfast spread, saying, "Forget about them. They're too tired. Let us finish breakfast and then head to the laboratory." Luo Song hesitated momentarily, but suddenly recalling something, his face flushed as he hurriedly began to eat. After they consumed their meal, they left a note for their still sleeping companions and donned their spacesuits before venturing out. Arriving at the laboratory they had selected the previous day, Luo Song carefully examined the surroundings. Through their explorations, the crew of the Kunlun fleet had learned that while the Baal civilization possessed laboratories in various disciplines, the majority were dedicated to biology. This civilization, somewhat obsessed with biotechnological advancements, had nearly as many biological labs as those of other fields. The laboratory they had chosen appeared to be one such biological facility, as evidenced by the various transparent compartments and the array of instruments within. It seemed to be focused on the study of microscopic organisms, and Luo Song even spotted several devices resembling human optical microscopes. The inflatable house served as their living quarters, the designated area for the entire team. The exploration manual of the Kunlun fleet explicitly prohibited bringing any external materials into the living quarters. Thus, if the exploration team wished to analyze data, they had to either bring a second inflatable house or conduct on-site investigations. Given the limited resources a team could carry, the inflatable house, while lightweight, was still sizable once inflated. Consequently, Luo Song and his companions opted not to bring a second one. Instead, they placed some analytical instruments directly within this experimental module, as preliminary analyses indicated that the pressure, air composition, humidity, and temperature in this underwater city would not adversely affect these instruments. Before long, they were immersed in their work, extracting and analyzing the samples collected the previous day. By the time Zhang Yuxuan and Chu Zihan, having rested sufficiently, arrived hand in hand at the laboratory, Luo Song and Li Anna had already obtained the analysis results from their first day's samples. Li Anna reported that the air composition consisted of 70 nitrogen, 27 oxygen, 0.006 carbon dioxide, and 2.94 other non-toxic gases, making it breathable for the current crew of the Kunlun fleet. Additionally, no microorganisms or proteins were detected in the air. This indicates that the environmental needs of the Beileji people are remarkably akin to those of humanity, a fact that was already substantiated during their initial encounters with the insect civilization. Furthermore, the analytical results from Rasen reveal that the soil utilized for cultivation is replete with a multitude of minerals and trace elements, devoid of any toxic substances. Upon learning that Rasen and Liana had commenced their work early on, Zhang Yuxuan and Chu Zihan felt somewhat embarrassed and promptly set about their own tasks. Chapter 158. The metal capsule's 7 days have elapsed, and Rasen and his companions have begun to acclimatize to the environment of the underwater city. The oppressive sensation that initially pervaded this confined space has diminished significantly since their arrival. Over this period, the four have increasingly perceived that choosing the underwater city of Namaglares was indeed a splendid decision, as they have discovered that it appears to differ somewhat from other locales. Logically, the ocean, at depths of several dozen kilometers, ought to provide a sufficiently thick protective layer for this underwater city. Given that gamma-ray bursts have not evaporated the planet's oceans, it suggests that the supernova explosion occurring 120 light-years away did not precisely target the Beileji star system. Otherwise, no planet here would retain such abundant water. Thus, it is more probable that this location was merely brushed by the residual gamma-ray burst triggered by the supernova. It is noteworthy that hypernovae from stars exceeding 100 solar masses can release energy equivalent to millennia of output from an entire galaxy in one event. Had it specifically targeted the Beileji star system, it is inconceivable that this planet would still harbor such vast quantities of water. Given the substantial presence of oceans, one would expect the underwater city to host surviving microorganisms. However, during these 7 days, the four have made no such discoveries. The most valuable find thus far has been Zhang Yuxuan's identification of a seemingly significant computer within the laboratory, which holds the potential for repair. If they could retrieve unencumbered academic papers from this restored computer, their exploratory team would be richly rewarded. While some have made discoveries, others have not. Chu Zihan, for instance, has failed to collect any valuable biological remnants or specimens. Although charred plant stems have been found in other chambers, their utility is limited to microscopic examination, as their interiors have long since dehydrated and carbonized, leaving little room for further research. Although numerous data reports are available, much of this information has likely been gathered by exploration teams on Beileji's home planet, Beilei D, where the botanical environment is superior, allowing for the observation of a wider variety of carbonized plant stem structures. In fact, Liana and Rasen have not yielded substantial findings either. The ecosystem of the underwater city has been disrupted for several millennia, rendering both the original living conditions of the Beilei people and the habitats of their native flora non-existent. The current composition of the air does not entirely represent the atmosphere that Bai Lu and his companions breathe, nor does the present soil accurately reflect the environment in which Bai Lu and the plants flourish. However, the vast underwater city can become rather monotonous. So to alleviate their boredom, the 4 members of the team decided to split into 2 groups and explore different, more distant areas, with the understanding that they would return by day's end. On this particular day, Luo Song and Liana arrived at a new zone, which the map indicated had once been a large chamber, approximately 50 meters in diameter, resembling a plaza. Yet, it was much like the first laboratory they had encountered, with the walls and surfaces smeared with a brownish substance reminiscent of desiccated human vomit. "We should leave quickly," Liana suggested, her skin crawling at the sight of the chamber's condition. Just as Luo Song was about to agree, he suddenly halted, struck by a realization. The repulsive brownish stain seemed only to be located on the floor, the furniture, and near the corners. He directed his light upwards towards the walls and ceiling, confirming that indeed, those unsightly marks were absent in higher areas. He reached out and grabbed Liana, who was about to step forward, causing her to shiver and nearly draw her weapon in fright. "What's wrong?" she asked, puzzled by his sudden action. "Anna," Luo Song pondered, "what exactly is this disgusting substance on the ground? Why is it everywhere?" Liana paused, taken aback by the question. She only knew that it was revolting and had not thought to investigate further. Raising her arm, she consulted her personal digital terminal and replied, "It appears to be ubiquitous. Others have examined similar substances in surface cities on other planets. It seems to be a mixture formed over time from a puddle of water and a significant quantity of polymer materials." Luo Song furrowed his brow even further upon hearing this, continuously scanning the ceiling and higher walls, as if searching for something. "What are you looking for?" Liana inquired curiously. After a prolonged search, Luo Song stopped and fixed his gaze on Liana. "Why is it that this substance only appears on the ground or lower surfaces, while it is absent at higher elevations? Don't you find that peculiar?" Liana, upon hearing this, mimicked Luo Song's earlier action of looking upwards and indeed confirmed his observation. A chill crept up her spine, causing her to shudder involuntarily. She edged closer to Luo Song and whispered, "What does it matter? Perhaps we should collect a sample to take back. There's nothing particularly noteworthy here anyway." Feeling Liana draw near, Luo Song felt a weight lifted from his shoulders and replied, "That seems reasonable. Perhaps we might discover something unique in this underwater city." Liana nodded and nudged him, saying, "Well then, you collect it." Luo Song used his tools to extract a portion of the coagulated brownish mass from the ground, placing it into a sealed bag, and the two departed from the chamber, clearly indicating that Liana felt quite uncomfortable remaining in that location. The 4 individuals once again convened in the laboratory. Zhang Yuxuan and Chu Zihan found nothing of significance, leaving only the object brought back by Luo Song for analysis the following day. However, to their dismay, this item was indeed a conglomeration of macromolecular substances pressed together. To be precise, its composition bore a striking resemblance to the components of proteins, likely representing a product of protein transformation. The trio huddled together to analyze the material's composition, while Zhang Yuxuan continued to inspect the apparatus within the laboratory. Suddenly, he exclaimed, prompting everyone to turn their attention to him. They beheld him extracting a metal capsule, roughly the size of a milk powder canister, from a human-height sealed chamber. This metallic capsule was impeccably sealed, revealing no discernible seams for access. After all 3 had handled it, Luo Song gently shook it, discovering it felt akin to a water cup being swayed, as though it contained liquid within. Zhang Yuxuan utilized his personal digital terminal to scan a segment of text inscribed on the sealed chamber, and after translation, the 4 discerned that it bore the inscription, Universal Carbon-Based Microbial Resistance Vaccine. Chapter 159. Discoveries of the astronomical team recently. Astronomer Zhao Dongbang found himself infuriated. What nonsense was this about a supernova explosion 120 light-years away leading to the extinction of the Bale civilization? The scientific department's astronomical team had merely identified the remnants of a supernova that erupted around 4,000 years ago, approximately 120 light-years from here. No one had claimed that this supernova was responsible for the civilization's demise. Who was it that irresponsibly disseminated such unfounded conclusions? Was it those in the astronomical team dabbling in side projects and media? It seemed imperative to rectify the academic atmosphere. This was utterly unacceptable. Reflecting on this, Zhao Dongbang couldn't help but reminisce about the Scientific Council, a branch of human civilization that would never permit such a blunder. This sentiment was shared among many scientists regarding the Scientific Council, as its structure inherently fostered a close relationship with the scientific community. However, Zhao's indignation was not without merit. For the astronomical team had indeed discovered a black hole at a distance of 120 light-years and, based on other evidence and calculations, determined it to have originated 4,000 years prior. Yet, there was never any evidence indicating that the Baal civilization was extinguished by the supernova explosion of this black hole. Although initial detectors had revealed some carbonized plant tissues exhibiting signs of radiation damage, this alone could not substantiate the claim that the plants perished due to gamma-ray bursts. Subsequently, the geological team unearthed evidence confirming that this star system had indeed experienced gamma-ray bursts. However, such findings actually demonstrated that the Baal civilization could not have been annihilated by these bursts. The geological scientists discovered that, while the star system had encountered gamma-ray bursts, the amount of radiation was not as substantial as previously imagined, insufficient to cause the extinction of the entire Baal population. Moreover, the astronomical team had recently obtained crucial evidence through observation and calculation. The axis of rotation of the black hole is not aligned with the Baal system. Through calculations and simulations derived from mathematical models, it is evident that the axis of rotation of the massive star at the time of the supernova explosion was also misaligned with the Baal system. It is plausible that the Baal system was only marginally affected by the gamma-ray burst. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for such a myriad of intact relics to remain on those planets, and the frozen moons, far removed from the habitable zone, could not possibly harbor abundant organic compounds such as water, methane, and butane. The immense power of a gamma-ray burst would ionize and obliterate the atmosphere of every rocky planet, evaporating oceans composed of water or methane within mere seconds. If not directly exposed to a gamma-ray burst, the Baal civilization, given its technological prowess, would be unlikely to face extinction. Thus, the current conclusion regarding the extinction of Baal civilization is fundamentally flawed. Beneath the surface of this extinction issue lies a potential threat to the safety of all humans within the Kunlun fleet. Zhao Dongbang, armed with this pivotal evidence, knocked on the office door of Minister Kai Yongfan of the Science Department. Immediate cancellation of the National Exploration Team plan is imperative until the Kunlun fleet uncovers the true secret behind the extinction of the Baal civilization. The evacuation order was received on the third day after the Rosong team acquired the metallic capsule, coincidentally as the 4 members returned from the underwater city to the surface city. Their return to the surface city on the 14th day was specifically due to this metallic capsule. Due to limited equipment, Rosong and his companions were unable to bring devices capable of detecting the contents within the metal. Furthermore, the capsule appeared exceptionally unique, likely of immense value, compelling them to transport it back to the surface city. This location serves as an official exploration base, equipped with more sophisticated and comprehensive tools. Their intention was to utilize the neutrino detection apparatus here to ascertain the nature of the contents within the metallic capsule. The neutrino detection apparatus does not merely detect neutrinos. Instead, it employs the remarkable penetrating power of neutrinos to investigate the interiors of sealed objects like the metallic capsule, which other detection devices cannot penetrate. Neutrinos are electrically neutral leptons that travel at nearly the speed of light and interact very weakly with other matter. The interaction cross-section of neutrinos increases with energy, prompting the scientists of the Kunlun fleet to invent a device that leverages high-energy neutrinos to probe the internal structure of materials that are difficult for other particles or waves to penetrate. This is the essence of the neutrino detection apparatus. Upon monitoring, they not only confirmed the presence of organic substances within the metallic capsule, but also discovered that the metal itself is a novel alloy, exhibiting exceptional radiation shielding and thermal insulation properties. Moreover, they found that the metallic capsule possesses interfaces. Although the craftsmanship is so refined that these interfaces are imperceptible to the naked eye, just as they were beginning to reap the rewards of this capsule, the National Exploration Team plan was abruptly halted. Although tinged with regret, the 4 of them felt that their harvest from the underwater city was substantial, and they believed it would undoubtedly garner them significant rewards. Thus, the 4 did not feel any regret, for the remaining days could readily be exchanged for paid leave. They had grown disinterested in the idea of paid vacation. Instead, their discussions revolved around the substantial bonuses they might receive and how to spend them. I want to buy a plethora of delicious treats and indulge in some retail therapy at the shopping district. Shall we go together when the time comes? Anna dreamily envisioned the moment of receiving a handsome bonus, her eyes sparkling with excitement. I've had my eye on a few games for quite some time. Now I can finally accumulate them all at once. Moreover, I know a restaurant in Cabin 66 that serves exquisite food. Ross couldn't help but indulge in his own daydreams. We plan to move to a residence with a garden, and then officially register as true life partners, Zhang Yuxian said with a smile, glancing at Chu Zihan. Suddenly, Ross noticed that Anna's eyes dimmed momentarily upon hearing their words, but she quickly masked her feelings, standing up with hands on her hips to declare, "Then I want to be your neighbor. I also want Brother Ross to help me tend to the garden." Over time, Ross had subtly realized that Anna seemed to regard him merely as a congenial older brother. However, her gaze towards Zhang Yuxian held a different quality, one of admiration mixed with a hesitant distance. Despite being a somewhat older young man, Ross, who had navigated through various anime and gaming worlds, was not emotionally naive. In fact, he was rather perceptive about matters of the heart. Initially, he assumed Anna shared a close bond with Chu Zihan, which led him to invite Zhang Yuxian along with her. Yet, as time passed, he discovered that Chu Zihan was entirely focused on Zhang Yuxian. The true reason for forming the exploration team was that Anna had invited Zhang Yuxian, who then brought along Chu Zihan, prompting Anna to include Ross. An elderly crew member, also in his 90s, observed the four with a sigh, muttering to himself, "Ah, youth is truly wonderful." Chapter 160. Unexpected events. By the time Ross and the others returned to the 160th keel cabin, it was already midday of the second day. The 160th keel cabin was designated to accommodate the first batch of 100,000 team members returning from their explorations. Everyone was required to undergo a comprehensive series of examinations, from physical assessments to genetic screenings, followed by a 15-day isolation in designated cabins before being permitted to return to the solar system. This was a newly instituted directive. Previously, there had been no such 15-day isolation requirement. Some speculated that it was a standard protocol for returning from foreign star systems with established ecosystems. The precise reasons for this decision were not disclosed, yet nearly everyone surmised it was related to the sudden cancellation of civilian exploration missions, likely due to new discoveries in the Baal and surrounding star systems. Given the large number of individuals, with many having various findings, each team had to queue for their assessments. The metallic capsule discovered by Ross and his team was scheduled for examination at 8 o'clock this evening. They would need to personally attend the laboratory to witness their discovery and ascertain its value. Among the four, Luo Song and Li Anna appeared somewhat fatigued, thus opting not to dine with Zhang Yuxuan and Chu Zihan in the ship's dining area. Instead, they retreated to their designated temporary dormitory. The four of them occupied a standard accommodation comprising 4 independent rooms along with a communal hall, where they would reside for the next 15 days. Upon returning to the hall, Li Anna chose not to enter her room. Instead, she settled onto a bar stool and began to sip slowly from a bottle of fruity gin. Observing her, Luo Song refrained from intervening and instead quietly took a seat on the sofa behind her. Within a mere 10 minutes, Li Anna had consumed 2 glasses of gin, a classic spirit also known as Dutch courage. As the effects of the alcohol began to take hold, she buried her face in her hands and wept. Luo Song, seated on the sofa, gazed at her silhouette, harboring a flicker of speculation, yet feeling ill-equipped to articulate his thoughts. It was the first time he had witnessed the usually vibrant and cheerful Li Anna in tears. Although he felt a pang of discomfort, he was at a loss for words to console her. "Luo Song, you must have noticed, haven't you?" Li Anna's voice, tinged with sorrow, suddenly reached him. Luo Song's cheeks quivered as he attempted to respond, yet found himself speechless, his mouth agape without knowing what to say. "Am I foolish?" she continued, still cradling her head. Luo Song scratched the back of his head, finding her questions challenging to address. "Or do you think I am wicked?" she pressed on, seemingly disregarding his silence. "They are such a loving pair, yet I am plagued by these unrealistic thoughts." Had she just confessed her feelings for Zhang Yuxuan? A voice in Luo Song's mind seemed to mock him. "But I was the one who met Yuxuan first. We've known each other since school. I've worked diligently, hoping to transfer to the same department as him." It dawned on Luo Song that her transfer was indeed motivated by her desire to work alongside Zhao Zishuan. "Luo Song, do you think I am terrible? He is already with Chu Zihan, yet I still long to be near him." "Wait, didn't she just say that?" Luo Song pondered, momentarily distracted before realizing Li Anna was now standing right before him. This once cheerful girl was now disheveled, her face smeared with tears and mucus. While others might find her appearance unappealing, to Luo Song, she looked utterly forlorn. He hastily rose to respond. No, you are not bad." "Yes, I am bad. Deep down, I secretly wish they would break up. I am indeed a wicked woman," Li Anna retorted, pouting. No, everyone has the right to have feelings for others. Your affection for him is your own prerogative. At least you haven't interfered with their lives, have you?" Luo Song gestured reassuringly. Li Anna stared at him, her tear-filled eyes wide with disbelief. "Really?" Luo Song, feeling a sudden wave of anxiety under her gaze, nodded fervently. Li Anna took 2 steps closer to him and asked directly, "So, do you have someone you like?" Upon hearing this, Luo Song's face flushed from his forehead down to his neck. His heart raced as he pondered, what does she mean by that? Has she discovered my feelings for her? Just as Luo Song was about to stammer out an explanation, a sudden snoring broke the silence. He looked up to find Liana had collapsed onto the double sofa before him. With a deep sigh, Luo Song felt a mix of relief and regret. At 7 in the evening, after a day of exploration, Zhang Yuxuan and Chu Zihan sent a communication request to Luo Song and Liana, signaling that it was time for their discoveries to be evaluated. The four had agreed to meet at the entrance of the identification laboratory. Liana, seemingly oblivious to her earlier inebriation, cheerfully tidied herself up and pulled Luo Song out the door. The four of them queued at the entrance of the laboratory to receive their experimental suits. Once attired, they entered the experimental chamber, which had been transformed from a large conference room into a fully enclosed space, ensuring complete isolation. The air and water within were all on a closed loop, designed to prevent the return of any hazardous items that could be brought back by civilian exploration teams, given that over 4,000 peculiar objects were already stored in this laboratory. The group returned with a laboratory computer and a metal capsule containing an unknown liquid. The laboratory first examined the computer equipment and confirmed it was indeed reparable, earning each of them a reward of 10,000 yuan. Although modest, this sum represented 2 months' worth of average income, bringing joy to all. Next came the metal capsule. Although a neutrino detector analysis had previously been conducted at their urban base, the laboratory opted for another analysis to ensure caution. This analysis aimed not only to ascertain the internal state of the substance, but also to understand the structural composition of the metal capsule for a proper opening method. The metal capsule was secured to a machine's arm, and just as the staff prepared to activate a more precise neutrino detector, an overwhelming inertia suddenly surged through the chamber. The artificial gravity vanished, propelling everyone towards a wall, resulting in a violent collision. The entire structure trembled intensely. Chapter 161. The incident. Luo Song and the 3 staff members were propelled by the immense inertia, crashing into the nearby wall. Luo Song, the shorter and plumper of the group, found himself positioned against the wall in the direction of the force, effectively becoming a human cushion for the others. Then, the ship's intercom crackled to life, revealing that the severe incident was caused by a malfunction in the vessel's rotation system. Although each spacecraft has always been attended to by maintenance personnel and autonomous robots for regular inspections, the primary hull compartments are, after all, relics produced several centuries, nearly a millennium, ago. Despite humanity's experience with hibernation technology, which has allowed them to perceive that time has not elapsed significantly, many individuals have only aged less than 100 years biologically. Nevertheless, these ships and their myriad mechanisms have continued to operate uninterrupted throughout the years. In fact, several similar incidents had occurred in the past, and the Kunlun fleet had already begun preparations for the decommissioning of this batch of spacecraft, alongside plans to construct a new fleet, though execution had yet to take place. Little did they anticipate that this time, it would be encountered by Luo Song and his companions. Once artificial gravity ceased to function, everything within the room began to float. The 4 of them struggled to extricate themselves from their tangled positions, only to discover that the condition of the other 3 personnel appeared dire. The workers closer to the neutrino detector were in peril, since this detector was not originally a fixture of this compartment. It was merely placed on the ground with minimal reinforcement. Moments prior, the detector had collided with one of the workers, and although it now floated in midair due to weightlessness, the struck individual seemed to have lost consciousness, drifting unresponsively in a corner. The 4 hastily maneuvered their bodies and, with the assistance of the other 2 workers, managed to retrieve the unconscious colleague. As the others were busy assessing the condition of the fallen worker, Luo Song instinctively glanced at the neutrino detector. This fleeting glance, however, sent a chill down his spine. He observed that the mechanical arm grasping the metallic capsule was left with only a shattered outer shell, while its contents had evidently vanished. Luo Song quickly scanned the vicinity, noting that there were no liquid spheres like water, which could form in a zero-gravity environment, floating nearby. He recalled the label on the metallic canister that housed the capsule, which read Universal Carbon-Based Microbial Resistance Vaccine, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Meanwhile, the others were still preoccupied with the injured individual, struggling to position him upright while patting his back. In a zero-gravity environment, an unconscious person could easily choke on their own saliva. Liana was supporting the head of the injured worker to facilitate another colleague in examining his pupils and breathing when she felt someone tugging at her arm with considerable force. Frowning, she turned to see Luo Song anxiously shaking her arm while staring intently at something in the distance. Just as she was about to urge him to assist rather than hinder, she heard his voice, tinged with panic. That metallic capsule has been breached. Its contents are missing. Initially, Liana assumed Luo Song was merely concerned about the loss of a reward, thinking it trivial to worry about bonuses at such a critical moment. However, she suddenly realized that the metallic capsule was what the Beileji civilization referred to as the Universal Carbon-Based Microbial Resistance Vaccine. As a member of the biological laboratory, she recalled that many vaccines were derived from modified viruses. A chill surged from the depths of her heart, just as the unconscious staff member began to regain awareness. She promptly released her grip, allowing others to assist the injured individual, and then turned her gaze toward the metallic capsule. Alongside Luo Song, she saw no floating spheres of liquid. Liana inhaled sharply, an immediate sense of gravity enveloping her. It had previously been established that the metallic capsule contained liquid, which meant that once the structure was analyzed, the substance would be placed within a sealed container before any attempt to open it, to prevent internal materials from leaking and contaminating the entire laboratory. Now, the metallic capsule had unexpectedly ruptured within the laboratory. If it harbored an alien virus, it was likely already leaking and dispersing throughout the space. The absence of visible liquid spheres indicated that the liquid had rapidly evaporated into a gaseous state upon leakage, a form of matter notoriously difficult to contain. With this realization, Liana swiftly pivoted, eager to relay this information to her colleagues. However, upon turning, she was confronted with the sight of the staff members, along with Zhang Yuxuan and Chu Zihan, supporting the injured individual as they entered the laboratory's access code. "No, stop!" cried Luo Song and Liana in unison. Yet, it was too late, as the others turned to them. The switch light on the laboratory door transitioned from red to green, and with a click, the door swung open. Seeing the concerned faces directed towards them, Liana quickly divulged the news of the metallic capsule's rupture, emphasizing the possibility that it contained a vaccine, essentially a virus. In an instant, the expressions of everyone shifted dramatically. Without a moment to spare for the injured individual, two staff members hastily secured the door once more. They approached the metallic capsule, scrutinizing it carefully, and after a brief hesitation, propelled themselves towards a wall, striking a button encased in a transparent cover with force. As their blow connected, the cover collapsed inward, and the button was activated. In that moment, the laboratory's lights transformed to a vivid red, and alarms blared, initiating the automatic closure of all laboratory doors. This was a Level 1 alert aboard the spacecraft, indicating an emergency state. Such an alarm would only sound in the event of an enemy attack or a catastrophic incident threatening the lives of all aboard. In fact, at that moment, not only were the doors of the experimental chamber sealing shut, but all isolation doors across every section of the vessel were entering closure procedures. The button within the experimental chamber had merely been specified in the management manual. No one had anticipated its actual functionality. Initially, the entire Kunlun fleet had assumed that no life could exist on this planet under the gamma-ray burst from a nearby supernova, preparing only for radiation and toxic substances. Little did they know, at this critical juncture, that the button would prove to be operative. Chapter 162. Symptoms: the complete sealing of the ship in the No. 160 Dragonbone chamber occurred with remarkable swiftness, taking merely half an hour. The entire spacecraft was partitioned into distinct operational zones according to a predetermined protocol, allowing each node chamber to function independently. Within this mode of autonomous operation, the ecological circulation systems of each node chamber would operate in isolation to prevent mutual interference. Furthermore, within each chamber, additional subdivisions would be delineated based on the specific functions of the compartments, ensuring further isolation among these areas. The region occupied by Luo Song and his companions was the laboratory section of the 7th node chamber. At that moment, the ship's captain was inquiring about the cause that had triggered the first-level alert. After a fervent discussion among Luo Song and the others, they elucidated the reasons, compelling the captain to take the matter seriously. If their assertions were indeed correct, and this was a vaccine produced by the Bale civilization, then it was undeniably necessary to seal off the entire vessel. Consequently, the captain promptly issued orders to dispatch a newly formed medical team to the laboratory to collect air samples for data analysis. Additionally, specialists were sent to inspect the air circulation system of the 7th node chamber to ascertain how many compartments had exchanged air with the laboratory during the preceding time frame. Before long, the medical team arrived at the laboratory where Luo Song and his colleagues were stationed. After erecting a rudimentary disinfection passage at the entrance, they wheeled in various instruments. Some members retrieved the remaining half of a metallic capsule from a mechanical arm, while others extracted air samples directly from the environment. Additionally, a few collected samples from the laboratory's air exchange device and commenced data analysis utilizing their equipment to ensure the safety of the other compartments. The air exchange system of the laboratory had been halted, and the medical team had brought along 3 portable air recirculation devices. These devices were capable of absorbing the air within a confined space and, through an intricate internal system, converting carbon dioxide back into oxygen for re-release. They served as a means to temporarily maintain the balance of oxygen and carbon dioxide in enclosed environments. Everyone awaited the examination results in hushed anticipation. Liana and her 2 colleagues, although not specialists in vaccine-related fields, gathered around to observe the analysis process. Suddenly, the staff member who had been struck by the neutrino detector began to cough violently, accompanied by the sounds of retching. His distress immediately captured the attention of the medical experts within the team. Two members swiftly approached him, and through his transparent headgear, they observed his complexion darkening as he continued to cough and gag. One medical team member began to inquire about the individual's condition, while another commenced an examination of his protective suit. "I feel dreadful, nauseous, and I want to vomit. My stomach also feels somewhat unsettled," the afflicted staff member rasped, his breathing evidently becoming labored, a fact that he seemed to be unaware of. The protective suit provided by the identification experimental chamber is composed of a mere layer of high molecular material, comparable in thickness to ordinary clothing, distinctly different from the space suits designed for operation in extreme environments. Its sole purpose is to envelop the human body and shield it from external contaminants. A vigilant member of the medical team discovered a substantial tear in the protective suit beneath the worker's armpit. It was evident that the worker had inadvertently ripped his suit during the recent impact. His condition rapidly deteriorated before their eyes. He began to breathe laboriously and soon attempted to brace himself as he heaved violently. Overwhelmed by nausea, he felt an urgent need to remove his mask. The medical team member responsible for assessing his condition closely monitored the worker's facial expressions, noticing an alarming darkening of his skin interspersed with yellow spots. His gaze became unfocused, and upon closer inspection, it was apparent that his pupils were obscured by a thin film, indicative of lens opacification. Moreover, the condition of his facial skin had worsened significantly. We understand that healthy skin is typically hydrated and taut. However, this individual's skin had become notably lax, discolored, and dry, exhibiting signs of severe distress. What could possibly be afflicting him? Rawson had not accompanied Liana and the others to examine the instrument data, as it was beyond his expertise and comprehension. He merely awaited the experts' conclusions. Thus, he remained behind, observing the two medical team members tending to the injured worker. Had he consumed anything unusual for dinner? The medical team member did not respond immediately to Rawson's query, but directed his attention to the other laboratory staff. "He ate the same working meal as us, provided by the unit and delivered by the autonomous robot," one of the laboratory staff replied. Promptly, the medical team member inquired of the spaceship's AI, "Please investigate the preparation and delivery processes of the working meal from the identification experimental chamber to rule out the possibility of food poisoning." The AI's voice resonated from the ceiling. "Beep. Inspection complete. No abnormal processes detected." While this inquiry was underway, another medical team member had already extracted several probe lines from an emergency personal medical device and applied them through the tear in the worker's suit to his body. After a brief startup chime, the device projected the individual's vital signs. His heart rate had surged to over 150 beats per minute. Arterial blood oxygen saturation had plummeted to 85, and his blood pressure had dropped to just above 60. Witnessing such alarming vital statistics, the medical team member hastily retrieved an oxygen tube from the corner and connected it to the worker's mask. At this moment, the individual appeared to be losing consciousness. The medical team shook his arm, inquiring about his condition, but he instinctively shook his head without any response. They patted his shoulder, and he suddenly vomited, the digested matter splattering onto his face mask. To prevent him from suffocating on his own vomit, the medical team deliberated and ultimately decided to remove his mask. The concern about potential exposure to an unknown alien virus became secondary. If they did not remove the mask, he would either drown in his own vomit within minutes or succumb to a lack of treatment. Once the mask was removed, the medical team used antiseptic wipes to clean his face, only to discover that his symptoms had worsened within just a minute or two. In Chapter 163, the virus was discovered. In a matter of minutes, the man's face transformed from that of an ordinary person to an ominous black hue, with yellow spots developing into blister-sized welts. His skin began to crack and curl grotesquely. By this point, he had completely lost consciousness. The time from the onset of his coughing to this alarming state was no more than 10 minutes. Luo Song observed the two medical team members bustling around the afflicted individual, suddenly feeling a chill run down his spine, prompting him to inspect his own attire. He thoroughly examined himself, finding no visible damage on the front, but he could not assess the back. Turning to the two medical team members preoccupied with the emergency, he glanced back at Liana and her companions, who remained oblivious to the situation. After a moment of contemplation, he swam over to them. Liana suddenly felt a tap on her shoulder. Turning around, she found it was Luo Song. He scrutinized her back, his gaze unervingly thorough, prompting her to inquire, "What is it?" Luo Song relayed the sudden onset of the illness, causing the trio monitoring the data to finally turn their attention to the afflicted staff member. Luo Song then requested Liana to check his protective suit for any damage on his back. After a meticulous inspection, she found no issues. They then proceeded to examine Liana's protective suit together. While they were engaged in this mutual inspection, a startled cry emerged from nearby. They turned to see Zhang Yuxuan and Chu Zihan standing apart, each gripping the other's waist. From Luo Song's perspective, he noted that both of their suits bore two small tears. Suddenly, a realization struck him. The locations of the tears corresponded precisely to where they had collided with him when the gravity system had failed. He quickly looked down at his own waist, shoulder, and pockets, and indeed, he found 3 small punctures the size of a fingernail in those very areas. Following his lead, Liana also discovered a tear on her shoulder. Why do all 4 collision points bear marks? Luo Song was filled with questions as he meticulously searched his body, distinctly recalling that he had donned this protective suit without any sharp objects on him. Soon, however, he uncovered the explanation. From the 3 marks, he extracted 3 metallic shards. Judging by their material and hue, they were indeed fragments from a shattered metal capsule. A chill surged from Luo Song's feet to the crown of his head, leaving him with a tingling sensation on his scalp. He had witnessed firsthand how that staff member had transformed from a normal individual into a ghastly figure in mere minutes. As the 4 exchanged bewildered glances, a member of the medical team responsible for air analysis suddenly exclaimed, "I found something." This shout immediately captured the attention of the quartet, who, without a moment's hesitation, rushed to the air testing device. The medical team member glanced at them and, while operating the equipment, explained, "I detected an anomalous substance in the air sample taken from the laboratory, measuring between 100 to 200 nanometers." He then projected a hologram from the device, revealing a scattering of spherical objects. Amplifying one of the spheres, they observed an irregular orb. Through the electron microscope's image, they could discern a membranous structure enveloping it, adorned with irregular cilia, while the interior appeared semi-transparent and exhibited a deeper color at its core. This was identified as an anomalous substance because we have never encountered such an object of this size and appearance in the atmosphere of any spacecraft. The medical team member concluded. "Now, let us examine what it truly is," he said, resuming his position at the device to employ another detection method for this unidentified material. He refrained from loudly sharing his findings with his fellow testers, as he wished to avoid influencing their analytical process with his own judgments. As the device activated, the holographic projection morphed once more, revealing the anomalous substance rotating in all directions, before transforming into an animated 3D model. This was a holographic 3D model generated by AI through various scanning methods. "It's a virus." The medical team member immediately recognized the true nature of the unidentified substance. For a material of this size, possessing a protein shell and exhibiting unidentified molecular chemical compounds, the conclusion was unmistakable. It could only be a virus. Soon, a member of the medical team became engrossed in his research, magnifying the 3D model once more to showcase the ciliary structures on its exterior. He murmured to himself, "I have never encountered such an unusual chemical molecule. It bears resemblance to the commonly utilized protein degradation targeting chimeras, known as PROTAC, yet it possesses a certain distinctiveness. This structure appears to be more exquisitely crafted." As Luo Song attentively absorbed the medical team member's exposition, he was suddenly startled by the sound of a woman coughing. Though faint, the cough struck him like a clap of thunder. Indeed, this was a virus. Moreover, the protective suits of several individuals had been torn. Just moments ago, another person had also suffered a significant tear in their suit and had rapidly succumbed to severe symptoms. He immediately turned to Liana, but she was engrossed in examining the enlarged molecular structure, seemingly unaffected by any cough. At that moment, the cough echoed again. It was none other than Chu Zihan from the other side. Her partner, Zhang Yuxuan, noticed her distress and hurriedly placed a supportive hand on her shoulder, inquiring with concern, "Are you all right?" Chu Zihan gently shook her head, ready to speak, when Luo Song's grave voice interrupted. "Do not be complacent. That individual also began with a cough." He gestured towards a colleague who lay on the ground, receiving aid from 2 medical team members, then grasped Liana's hand, saying, "Come on, Anna. Let us see what has happened." Liana, taken by surprise at his sudden grip, instinctively attempted to pull away. However, Luo Song's serious demeanor made her pause, and she acquiesced to being led away. Observing this, Zhang Yuxuan also took hold of Chu Zihan and moved towards the afflicted individual. Chapter 164. The great infection. The stricken worker's face was now obscured in a deep, dark hue, the discoloration extending from his visage down to his neck, where numerous swollen, glistening blisters were visible, some of which had begun to rupture and ooze fluid. The 2 medical team members attending to him were at a loss, helplessly witnessing the deterioration of his condition. The blisters swelled at a visibly alarming rate, bursting, only to leave behind necrotic skin that revealed the underlying red muscle. Furthermore, his hair and eyebrows began to fall out, his consciousness becoming hazy and disoriented, as he weakly uttered incoherent sounds. Before long, He was utterly unrecognizable as a human. His nose and eyes melded together due to extensive skin necrosis, large patches of skin sloughing off, presenting the ghastly appearance akin to severe burns. Liana and Chu Zihan trembled in fear, while Zhang Yuxuan, astonished, inquired, "What has happened to him?" A member of the medical team, while assisting the individual with medical wipes to cleanse the oozing pus from his skin, remarked, "All of his current symptoms appear to align with an exceedingly severe case of radiation sickness. Yet, even the most acute radiation illness does not manifest this rapidly." Another member of the medical team interjected, "This is untenable. We must administer emergency treatment. The medical environment here is inadequate. Quickly, request an urgent transfer from above." Lo Song, observing the ghastly state of the afflicted individual, shuddered and stammered, "I believe our protective suits. They seem to be compromised." The two medical team members immediately turned their attention towards him. Lo Song hastily added, "I think we, too, may need to relocate to a medical pod with superior facilities." The two medical team members promptly connected with their supervising leader, relaying a brief update before he nodded towards Lo Song and the others, stating, "All individuals who were in this room must accompany us to Medical Pod 720 for a comprehensive examination." Subsequently, he and another member of the medical team swiftly approached the corner containing the emergency hibernation pod, carefully placing the individual inside before detaching the pod and wheeling it to the entrance of the assessment laboratory. The hibernation pod is designed to maintain human cells in a state of preservation, reducing cellular activity to nearly a standstill without causing death. No one knows if the pod will prove effective. It is a last resort, with the hope that the environment within may alleviate the patient's symptoms. At this moment, not only Lo Song and his three companions, but also the two uninfected staff members from the original experimental pod were summoned to follow, with strict instructions to adhere to their new route. What followed was a period of waiting. They needed to remain patient until all unrelated personnel were evacuated from the necessary compartments leading to Medical Pod 720. The efficiency of the entire Dragon Bone Pod 160 was remarkable. Within less than 10 minutes, the relevant compartments were cleared. Under the guidance of the ship's AI, the 6 individuals followed the 2 members of the medical team, pushing the ailing staff member out of the experimental pod. Lo Song could still see through the transparent molecular material of some other compartments, where many people gathered before the clear walls, observing their procession. Amidst the urging voices, Lo Song found himself hastening alongside the others in the direction indicated by the AI. After traversing 2 additional compartments, his attention, previously focused on the external situation, was abruptly drawn to a series of acute coughs. He quickly redirected his gaze to the group, discovering Chu Zihan engulfed in a violent coughing fit, accompanied by bouts of retching. Her symptoms mirrored those of the afflicted individual at the onset of his illness. Zhang Yuxuan appeared somewhat anxious, gently patting Chu Zihan's back. Yet his efforts bore little fruit as her coughing persisted unabated. Soon, a flying autonomous robot swiftly approached Chu Zihan, prompting Zhang Yuxuan, with Li Anna's assistance, to secure the incessantly coughing Chu Zihan beneath the robot. Due to the absence of artificial gravity in the 7th node chamber, she could only be towed forward by autonomous flying robots. At that moment, onlookers outside the transparent walls seemed to witness this scene, and a murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Suddenly, someone in the throng began to cough, causing the tightly gathered spectators to disperse with a rustle, forming a circle around the coughing individual. Soon, coughing and vomiting began to manifest among many in the various compartments of the 7th node chamber. The ship's AI swiftly issued commands, dispatching numerous autonomous robots throughout the 7th node chamber to assist in maintaining order and rescuing the afflicted. However, an increasing number of individuals began to exhibit symptoms of infection, including many personnel in the medical compartments. Within a mere 20 minutes, nearly 10,000 cases of symptomatic infection emerged in the 7th node chamber, accounting for 30% of the current population in that node. The entire 7th node chamber descended into chaos. Some individuals, gripped by fear, rushed back to their rooms, locking themselves in tightly, determined to ignore any knocks at the door. Those displaying symptoms attempted to force their way into the medical compartments, resulting in a blockage in the passageways between the various chambers. The ship's AI tirelessly dispatched autonomous robots to assist the afflicted in moving toward the medical compartments while also striving to clear the congested corridors. Simultaneously, it broadcasted relevant information in hopes of calming everyone and encouraging compliance with the ship's management directives. Before long, the entire crew was aware that a mysterious virus had erupted explosively in the 7th node chamber of the 160th keel compartment. In just 7 minutes, Luo Song and his team arrived at the designated medical compartment, still unaware that a widespread contagion was sweeping through the entire 7th node chamber. At that moment, only 29 minutes had elapsed since the first symptomatic individual had begun to exhibit signs of illness. They first arranged for urgent treatment for Chu Zihan, followed by comprehensive examinations for each member. Subsequently, the medical staff responsible for receiving patients attempted to reopen the cryogenic chamber, only to be horrified to find that the condition of the first symptomatic individual had not improved. Rather, it continued to deteriorate. This indicated that the virus remained active, even within the confines of the cryogenic chamber. The situation for the first symptomatic individual worsened. The medical staff endeavored to assist him in removing his protective suit. However, due to numerous ruptured blisters, a viscous fluid adhered his skin to the suit. When they attempted to separate his skin from the protective attire, a mere tug resulted in a significant portion of his skin being torn away. As the suit was removed, his skin kept peeling off, while a thick fluid inexplicably seeped from his muscle tissue. According to calculations by the medical auxiliary AI, given his current rate of fluid loss, the daily transcutaneous loss of moisture could reach up to 13 liters. After considerable effort to detach the suit clinging to his body, the medical staff commenced a thorough examination. They discovered that his lungs were filled with a substantial amount of fluid, making breathing exceedingly difficult, necessitating the immediate use of a ventilator. His internal organs began to deteriorate rapidly, with the mucous membranes of his entire digestive system peeling off in large patches, leading to severe and uncontrollable diarrhea. It was calculated that his fluid output could reach 5 liters in a single day. Simultaneously, he experienced significant internal hemorrhaging, prompting the medical staff to initiate blood transfusions and rehydration immediately. Fortunately, humanity has successfully invented versatile artificial plasma. Otherwise, the time spent on pre-transfusion diagnostics could have cost him his life. Upon examination, it was revealed that his skin exhibited ulcerative breakdown, and his internal organs, including the brain, suffered varying degrees of permanent damage. Almost every tissue in his body displayed signs of infection, accompanied by elevated heart rate, rapid respiration, high fever, and concurrently, low blood pressure, low blood sugar, and deficiencies in various trace elements. Chapter 165. The supervirus. The human body is a complex system composed of cells as its fundamental units of operation. In a healthy individual, each system coordinates with one another while maintaining its essential functions. The human body resembles a finely tuned machine, reliant on the harmonious collaboration of its components to operate normally. However, this particular patient teetered on the brink of collapse. This was a supervirus of unprecedented destructive power in human history. It took merely 30 minutes from the onset of symptoms for his physiological functions to approach total failure. Without various medical interventions, it is believed that he would not have survived this ordeal. In truth, he was left with barely a breath of life. Analysis revealed that this ferocious virus had obstructed nearly all protein synthesis within his body, wreaking havoc on the genetic chains of his cellular structures, rendering them incapable of normal replication and self-repair. This explained the severe symptoms resembling radiation sickness exhibited by the patient, as high doses of radiation similarly devastate cellular genetic chains, preventing proper repair and replication while halting protein synthesis. Although significant nuclear radiation yields such outcomes, it typically involves a precursor phase, characterized by initial radiation symptoms, a latent period, where the body may temporarily regain normal sensations, and a manifest period, during which various symptoms of radiation damage emerge. However, this virus defied such patterns. It lacked even the concept of a latent period. Upon entering the human body, it immediately invaded the cells, replicating itself at an alarming speed, which accounted for the body's inability to endure beyond 30 minutes. Just as the medical personnel reached preliminary conclusions, the door of the medical chamber suddenly swung open, and dozens of additional medical staff surged in. At that moment, the spaceship's AI announced that a large-scale outbreak had begun in the 7th node chamber. Subsequently, hundreds of afflicted individuals were brought to the medical chamber by drones, plunging the entire facility into a flurry of activity. At this juncture, Chu Zihan began to exhibit exacerbated symptoms. Her once fair skin now bore a dark hue interspersed with yellow patches, and her breathing grew increasingly labored. Previously, she could articulate her physical sensations to the medical staff and confide her fears to Zhang Yuxuan, but now she has nearly lost her ability to speak. Zhang Yuxuan grasped her hand, standing anxiously beside the medical personnel, pleading for assistance to save his life partner. At that moment, an imposing man could not contain his tears. Li Anna covered her mouth and bent her body, feeling an overwhelming sadness despite her long-standing affection for Zhang Yuxuan upon witnessing Chu Zihan's current state. Luo Song swam to her side, hesitating momentarily before placing his hands gently on her shoulders, offering quiet comfort. More than 20 minutes have elapsed since the initial identification of the viral entity. The entire biological research team of the Kunlun fleet is now gathered, analyzing the data, and some preliminary findings have emerged. This is a carbon-based biological virus with an average size of 200 nanometers. featuring a dual-mode structural shell adorned with a unique array of chemical molecules. These chemical compounds bear a resemblance to the protein degradation-targeting chimeras known as PROTAC. It is well understood that all cell membranes possess distinct antigens, and only the correct key can unlock them, granting access to the interior of the cell. PROTAC, which stands for proteolysis-targeting chimeras, is a chemical molecule composed of 3 parts. One end binds to a ligand known as an E3 ligase, while the other end attaches to intracellular proteins, connected by a linker. Such molecules can bind to E3 ubiquitin ligases and intracellular proteins, facilitating the recruitment of targeted proteins to the vicinity of E3 ligases for multi-ubiquitination, ultimately leading to degradation by the proteasome, thereby acquiring the ability to enter the cell. However, PROTACs require specific key matching for different cells, whereas this virus's new chemical molecules exhibit even more formidable properties. They possess the capability to identify proteins that are typically not recognized as antigens and use them as indirect targets, effectively transforming them into keys. In simpler terms, these chemical molecules act as universal keys, granting access to any cell's interior. Once this virus infiltrates a cell, it replicates and proliferates within the host cell, disrupting the host's protein synthesis and DNA replication, leading to metabolic chaos. Concurrently, the extensive replication of the virus results in damage to numerous organelles within the cell. Eventually, as the cell becomes inundated with progeny viruses, it will undergo lysis and death, releasing a multitude of proliferative offspring. Research has revealed that this virus is a DNA virus, primarily functioning as a gene knockout mechanism, strikingly similar to the CRISPR-Cas gene editing system commonly employed by humans. The CRISPR-Cas gene editing system, originating from the repetitive genomic sequences of archaea, serves fundamentally as a surveillance mechanism designed to identify and eliminate foreign viral genes that integrate into its own nucleic acid chains, thereby preserving the purity of its maternal genes. This remarkable immune system, evolved by archaea, was discovered by humanity and subsequently harnessed for genetic engineering, allowing for the precise excision of specific gene fragments, thus earning it the moniker of gene scissors. The gene knockout capabilities of this system are extraordinarily potent, enabling the removal of virtually any segment of carbon-based genes, be it single-stranded RNA, double-stranded DNA, or even more complex sequences, theoretically facilitating unhindered excision. Scientists from the Kunlun fleet were astounded upon witnessing such formidable gene editing capabilities, coining the term gene hammer to describe this power, as it not only allows for arbitrary gene segment cutting, but can also utterly reduce an entire gene chain to a mere collection of basic nucleotides, akin to shattering a meticulously assembled structure into fragments with a hammer. This elucidates why those infected exhibit such severe symptoms. Firstly, the virus itself replicates, and upon releasing progeny viruses, it destroys host cells. Secondly, cells invaded by the virus are swiftly rendered dysfunctional as their internal, normally operative gene chains are entirely obliterated. From a theoretical standpoint, this virus appears to be a supervirus capable of transcending species barriers, infecting any organism whose genetic unit is composed of carbon-based chains. Chapter 166. Collapse and Madness. This is a perilous virus unlike any humanity has previously encountered, one so easily transmissible and lethally potent that it defies imagination. Chu Zihan has begun to exhibit internal bleeding and skin ulceration. The once beautiful girl is now unrecognizable. In a mere 20 minutes, her hair has fallen out. Her body oozes pus, and her skin is rendered fragmented due to the rupture of blisters. At this moment, she is engulfed in a haze of consciousness, unconsciously uttering sounds of pain. Zhang Yuxuan, feeling utterly helpless, clings to the edge of the hospital bed, yearning to grasp his companion's hand, yet fearing the contact with her wounds, which lack intact skin. He can only weep and plead with the nearby medical staff for assistance. Meanwhile, the examination reports of the 2 staff members who accompanied the medical team have emerged. Without exception, all 6 individuals have contracted this virus. The variation in their physical constitutions accounts for the differing onset of symptoms. Luo Song gazes at the red warning mark on his health report, feeling dizzy. Though he is yet to display signs of infection, visions of his own body succumbing to decay and death flood his mind, prompting an involuntary shiver. Just as Luo Song is lost in these troubling thoughts, a resounding thud reverberates through the medical chamber. He turns to discover a group of strangers bursting in without protective gear, some of them coughing loudly and urgently. The crowd surged towards the doctors who were engaged in resuscitation, desperate for treatment. However, as they approached and caught sight of the first afflicted individual, they recoiled in horror. The initial patient had become little more than skin stretched over bones, the skin itself translucent enough to reveal the faint movement of internal organs beneath. Due to extensive internal bleeding and the outpouring of purulent tissue, compounded by the virus proliferating within at an alarming rate. He was sustained solely by intravenous nutrition and artificial blood. Medical personnel observed with dismay that his bone density was plummeting, indicating that the virus likely possessed the capability to decompose and extract inorganic materials from the host's body. The healthcare workers patiently explained to the gathering crowd that, given their current knowledge, they could not treat such a condition. They could only prolong the patient's life as much as possible while awaiting the experts from the entire Kunlun fleet to analyze the virus's structure and DNA to develop an antidote. Witnessing the grotesque transformation of the first patient, many in the crowd succumbed to despair, particularly those displaying early symptoms. They coughed incessantly, gasping for breath. Their expressions vacant as they stared vacantly at the afflicted figure, as if the medical staff's words had pronounced their own death sentences. "We're doomed." Suddenly, a voice rose from the crowd, followed by an impassioned proclamation. "My brother used to work in a pharmaceutical company, and he told me that the development cycle for a new drug typically exceeds 5 years. We cannot wait that long." This declaration sent a wave of gasps rippling through the crowd. A healthcare worker, sensing the rising panic, stepped forward to offer reassurance. "We are pooling the entire fleet's resources. I assure you, results will come swiftly. Please, remain calm. You have not been infected." "Of course you'd say that," came another voice from the throng, punctuated by a fit of harsh coughing. Indeed. This sentiment resonated with a fraction of the crowd, who voiced their indignation. "We need treatment. Surely there must be some medication to alleviate the symptoms?" Others clung to a flicker of hope, inquiring further. "We have nearly exhausted all known remedies, chemical and genetic alike. This virus is exceedingly peculiar. It can exhibit targeted chemical resistance within mere minutes, and gene therapies prove ineffective against it, capable of dismantling any form of chain gene," came the somber reply. "Then, there's no cure for this affliction?" a trembling voice questioned. "Alas, until the fleet devises a rapid means to eradicate this virus, we find ourselves without options," the healthcare worker murmured, bowing their head. In an instant, the crowd erupted in chaos. Some wept uncontrollably, others curled up in despair, while a few, whose conditions had worsened, began to vomit. Observing such a scene, the healthcare worker endeavored to offer words of comfort, saying, "Everyone, please remain calm. We must have faith in the fleet and in our civilization. In the past, no matter how dire the circumstances, did we not persevere? However, how could we possibly maintain our composure?" The medical bay of the 7th node was only equipped to accommodate a little over 10,000 individuals at once. Yet now it housed at least 30,000, perhaps even more. Look at that critically ill patient. Without life support equipment, he would have perished long ago. We cannot possibly save this many lives. Someone screamed in despair. Suddenly, a piercing alarm blared, emanating from the location of the first infected individual. The holographic projection above him displayed that all vital signs had flatlined. Humanity had encountered its first casualty to this virus. It was as if a switch had been flipped, unleashing a wave of fear. A portion of the crowd surged towards the site of the first patient, with some shouting, "Quick, grab the life support equipment." The remaining individuals, ignited by a flicker of hope, clung to the notion that perhaps these machines could serve as their last lifeline. Even though they knew the equipment could not cure the illness, their collective thought was that maybe they could endure until the fleet devised a solution. Some medical personnel attempted to counsel these individuals, aware that the untrained handling of such equipment could lead to further damages, exacerbating the already strained resources of the 7th node. Yet, the panicked crowd was consumed by an instinctual drive for survival, viewing any obstruction as a threat to their lives. Soon, a rampant outbreak of infection erupted within the 7th node, as the entire facility shared a common life support system. The virus spread rapidly through the shared air circulation and water systems, along with the chaos of the agitated crowd, leading to the complete downfall of the 7th node. Only a few, who had donned protective suits or space suits due to work or other reasons, remained uninfected. The spread of panic, however, outpaced the virus. Those still capable of movement rushed towards the medical bay and the exit. The captain, through the ship's AI, repeatedly broadcasted to the entire 7th node. For the safety of the ship, the 7th node has been temporarily sealed. The doors cannot be opened. Please remain calm. The entire Kunlun fleet will mobilize medical personnel to assist the 7th node. Yet, the terrified populace was impervious to reason, frantically pounding on the doors, desperate to flee this hellish nightmare. Some even resorted to various engineering tools in an attempt to dismantle the exit, prompting the captain to order the AI to deploy autonomous robots to apprehend them. The 7th node had transformed into a harrowing examination of human nature, both internally and externally. This virus had been designed by a doctoral student. As a brief elucidation for the previous chapter, PROTAC, proteolysis targeting chimeras, represents a cutting-edge technology that can target various biological proteins, thereby facilitating intrusion into cellular interiors. This tool serves as a means to configure various keys that can unlock the gates of cellular walls. Currently, this technology represents a cutting-edge advancement primarily utilized for the degradation of certain proteins with ambiguous targets, specifically in the realm of pharmaceuticals. Presently, scientists are endeavoring to harness this technology to directly deliver drug molecules into cells for chemical interactions. However, they are currently encountering challenges, as some macromolecular drugs remain unable to penetrate the cellular interior. CRISPR, clustered regularly interspaced short palindromic repeats, consists of short palindromic repeat sequences that are clustered and spaced in a regular manner within bacteria, serving as an effective means of adaptive immunity against viral invasion. The full designation of Cas is CRISPR-associated protein, a DNA endonuclease guided by crRNA. When the DNA substrate is complementary to the guide RNA, Cas9 cleaves the invading exogenous DNA. Readers familiar with genetic engineering may have already heard of the CRISPR-Cas system, which has significantly lowered the barriers for human gene editing and has greatly advanced the development of gene editing technologies in modern medicine and biological research. Both of these technologies are at the forefront of innovation. We have attempted to broaden our perspective and envision more advanced systems based on their functionalities. Consequently, we devised a terrifying virus. Chapter 167. Hell on Earth. Long before anyone shouted that their doom was imminent, Luo Song sensed something amiss. Having played numerous games and watched a plethora of anime, he keenly detected the unusual atmosphere among the newly arrived individuals. Swiftly, he grasped the grieving Liana, who was lamenting her viral infection, and seized the opportunity to escape through the wide-open passageway while the group engaged in a dispute with the medical personnel. Just as they dashed out of the passageway, a cacophony of voices clamoring for medical equipment erupted from the medical chamber behind them. The situation outside did not appear to be any better, as the passageway connected not to the enclosed section they had previously traversed, but to an open external area teeming with individuals crying out in despair and chaos due to their collapse and hopelessness. Luo Song stood bewildered, surveying the tumultuous scene before him, unsure of how to proceed. At that moment, Liana regained her composure, realizing that she had been pulled out of the medical chamber by Luo Song. Initially taken aback, she suddenly recollected something and made a dash back toward the medical chamber. As the gravity system had not yet been restored, everyone had to rely on fixed objects for support, or, akin to swimming, advance through bodily movements propelling themselves through the air. Consequently, Liana's speed could not match the rapidity of someone sprinting on solid ground. Just then, Luo Song regained his senses and, seeing Liana turning back towards the medical chamber, seized her ankle. Looking down, Liana saw Luo Song and cried out, "Luo Song, what are you doing? Those people inside have lost their minds. Do not enter," Rosong exclaimed in a hushed tone. However, Zhang Yuxuan and the others remained within. Liana protested, beginning to kick her legs in an attempt to free herself from Rosong's grasp. Unintentionally, Rosong was struck in the face by her foot, a sharp sting coursing through his nose, causing tears and mucus to flow freely. Startled, Liana quickly halted, seizing a piece of cloth that drifted by, seemingly from nowhere, to assist Rosong in wiping his face clean. "Ah, no, Liana, don't go in. Chu Zihan is already beyond help. I just saw Zhang Yuxuan begin to cough," Rosong said, rubbing his nose. The news left Liana momentarily stunned, but she promptly turned back towards the medical chamber. Rosong grasped her arm once more, and as he met her tear-filled gaze, he hesitated before earnestly stating, "Do not go. Let them complete their final journey together." Liana could no longer contain her tears, crystalline droplets cascading down her cheeks, glistening as they drifted down the sides of her face. Although she refrained from vocalizing her sorrow, she covered her mouth with one hand, her shoulders trembling with silent sobs. Rosong understood her heartache. The yearning to hold on while feeling utterly powerless mirrored his own emotions at that moment. "Attention, all personnel in the 7th node chamber. In 5 minutes, the gravity system will be restored. Please secure yourselves to fixed objects to prevent any accidents." The voice of the ship's AI resonated throughout every compartment of the 7th node chamber, capturing the attention of many. Instinctively, numerous individuals began to tether themselves to stationary objects, seeking to avoid the potential peril of gravity abruptly returning and causing them to fall from their floating state. Yet, for reasons unknown, Rosong suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. Perhaps the captain intended to redirect the attention of those in the 7th node chamber who had succumbed to fear and lost their sanity. The captain's speech had hinted that many had gathered at the external passageway of the 7th chamber. A spark of inspiration ignited within him. Perhaps they should head there in hopes of being among the first to transfer to other medical units. With that thought, he quickly pulled the still sorrowful Liana along towards the external passageway. To gain speed, he strapped a canister of oxygen, which he had fortuitously grabbed earlier, around his waist. Although this oxygen tank was no larger than a sizable bottle of soda, it contained half a tank of high-pressure liquid oxygen, capable of providing continuous oxygen for an hour in a compact form. As he explained his plan to the tear-streaked Liana, he pressed the switch on the oxygen tank. With the rush of oxygen propelling them forward, he and Liana began to swiftly navigate through the zero-gravity section of the vessel. They had to act quickly. Once the gravity was restored in 5 minutes, it was highly likely that all compartment doors would close. And if they found themselves outside the medical chamber when their conditions flared up, they might not endure even an hour. However, just after traversing a section of the cabin, Luo Song heard a cough emanating from beside him, followed by a second and a third. He could distinctly recognize it as Liana's voice. Anna's symptoms were beginning to manifest. Luo Song immediately turned the oxygen tank switch to its maximum setting, for he understood that once the symptoms commenced, Liana would likely lose consciousness within 20 minutes. The precious moments he had to converse with this girl, who radiated warmth like the sun, were slipping away with each passing second. The journey from their current position to the nearest external access door typically required 15 minutes on foot. Now, utilizing the thrust of the oxygen tank, he was uncertain whether he could reach their destination before the gravity was restored. Liana ceased her sobbing, coughing as she allowed Luo Song to hastily pull her from one compartment to another. She felt as though she was beginning to develop a fever, her head slightly spinning. While the surroundings blurred past her peripheral vision, there was a peculiar sense of lightness enveloping her. Despite the fatigue creeping into her body, she found herself surprisingly enjoying this sensation. Although Luo Song's actions were in blatant violation of the Kunlun fleet's standard protocols, this was an unprecedented experience for her. A girl who had always adhered to the rules. Suddenly, she felt less sorrowful than before. The regret of not having had the opportunity to express her feelings for Zhang Yuxuan seemed to diminish significantly. She glanced up at the man gripping her hand, entirely focused on steering their flight. In the past, she had perceived him as dull, neither tall nor handsome, lacking charm and talent, appearing as unremarkable as she felt in school. Her initial willingness to engage with Luo Song stemmed from recognizing a reflection of herself in him. Yet now, witnessing his intense concentration, she found him surprisingly dependable. Chapter 168. The story of Liana. Liana had always been an ordinary girl, neither beautiful nor unattractive, neither intelligent nor dull. During her school years, she performed averagely in academics and sports, with teachers and classmates alike offering her only mediocre assessments. She had neither close friends nor adversaries, often remaining unnoticed, a mere background character in her class. As such a commonplace girl, Liana navigated through her primary and secondary education unremarkably until she encountered a strikingly handsome young man in college. He was dazzling, a leading striker on the sports field and a top student academically, excelling in both studies and personal interests. Liana had never encountered anyone so exceptional. He seemed like a towering mountain, while she felt like a small mound at its base. Despite knowing that someone so radiant belonged to a different world, she could not help but fall for this boy. Perhaps it was simply the pangs of youthful infatuation or the phenomenon of love at first sight. Though she was but a mere shadow, Liana employed various subtle strategies, typical of young women, to make the acquaintance of a certain young man. Although their familiarity was limited, they managed to exchange contact information, occasionally greeting one another with casual encounters as they walked a few steps together. The young man treated her no differently than others did, yet simply walking alongside him on the campus pathways brought Liana immense joy. Thus, throughout her years in university, she neither dared to boldly express her affections nor relinquish the delicate bond they shared, ultimately leading to their graduation. After graduation, Liana was assigned as a data collector in the agricultural facility of the 7th Dragonbone cabin, while the remarkable young man was placed in Laboratory No. 78 aboard the solar system. The disparity between his excellence and her ordinariness might have destined them to remain as two parallel lines, forever apart. However, this unassuming girl refused to accept her fate. She resolved to strive harder, enrolling in an evening study program to secure a reassignment closer to him. Consequently, she embarked on a rigorous study schedule, even more demanding than her university days. Yet, after several months, her progress was disheartening. She needed to learn a new field while simultaneously filling the gaps in her previous education. Diving into textbooks, she found the endeavor arduous. For interdisciplinary learning is no trifling matter, especially for someone as ordinary as her. Months of sleepless nights nearly led her to commit a significant error at work. Fortunately, a colleague named Luo Song noticed her mistake and promptly alerted her, allowing her to correct it and avert a reprimand. From that point, Liana began to pay attention to this short, stout senior. Through the whispers of other colleagues, she learned that he seemed to have some social difficulties, rarely participating in gatherings and consistently performing his tasks with a steady, unremarkable precision. His approach to evening studies was merely a formality, lacking any semblance of ambition. Many colleagues even privately dubbed him the first slacker of the plant cabin. However, Leanna held a different perspective. She believed that everyone has the right to choose their own path in life. Why should one expect success from everyone? Why should everyone be compelled to strive? Perhaps Luo Song was simply a laid-back individual who sought nothing beyond the ordinary. Why mock him? This senior, Luo Song, mirrored her former self, unnoticed and uncared for. Others only recognized his mediocrity, failing to see that dedicating oneself to a task for decades is, in itself, an extraordinary feat thus. She endeavored to initiate conversations with Luo Song, and after persistently inviting him to dinner twice as a token of gratitude, she discovered that he did not possess social barriers. Rather, he was simply reluctant to engage with strangers. Very soon, Liana became well acquainted with Rosong and began to understand his peculiar hobbies, which others found strange, gaming and anime. However, Liana saw nothing odd about it. She even joined him in watching anime and playing games. For some unknown reason, the time spent with Rosong brought her an unparalleled sense of relaxation, erasing the strenuous feeling of gazing up at towering mountains that had once burdened her. Perhaps it was this ease alongside Rosong that harmonized Liana's life rhythm, resulting in remarkable improvements in her studies. Not only did she no longer need to dedicate as much time to learning as before, but she also achieved better results. She could even find the occasional time to pursue anime and games with Rosong. During her years in the plant pod, those were perhaps the most relaxed years of Liana's life. She was able to indulge in leisure while swiftly progressing in her studies. With Rosong, the slacker by her side, she ceased to be merely an inconspicuous passerby in everyone's eyes. With him accompanying her in gaming and anime, life no longer felt so monotonous and dreary. Ultimately, after several years of diligent study, she received a professional rating of A and successfully obtained the qualification for a job transfer. That night, Liana found herself unable to sleep. Torn between the tranquil life she had and the long-cherished dreams she was on the verge of realizing. On the day she learned of her transfer qualification, she even asked Rosong for advice on whether she should make the transition. That fool simply replied, "Hee, transferring is quite good." Thus, she continued to chase that dream, which had become somewhat blurred. Upon arriving at the biological laboratory aboard the solar system ship, she unexpectedly encountered the boy she had always regarded as a towering figure. She thought this time she had finally caught up with his pace and perhaps should muster the courage to express her feelings to him. However, at the welcoming banquet, he appeared before her with a beautiful girl by his side, introducing her as his life partner. Consequently, she could only settle for being friends with him and them. The work in the laboratory became increasingly hectic, yet she no longer had that chubby companion to share anime and games with. In this laboratory, where everyone was the epitome of excellence, she found herself reverting to her former anonymity, just another passerby. Yet this time, she had learned to be broad-minded from that chubby friend. She no longer felt inferior or despondent about her mediocrity. Instead, she accepted her shortcomings with grace. Though life in the laboratory was not as leisurely as in the plant pod, it was by no means arduous. Chapter 168. You too can radiate your own light and warmth. Ahem, Rosong. A voice jolted Rosong from his deep focus as he hurried along. Just a bit further. Only 3 more chambers to go. Seizing a moment while flying along a straight path, he glanced back at Liana, whom he was leading. She was coughing persistently, yet her eyes shone brightly as they met his. A sudden rush of concern filled him, prompting him to turn his gaze back to the front. Rosong, ahem. Do you resent me for dragging you into the exploration team? Liana asked, her voice hoarse but intent as she stared at him. How could I? Even if you do not call me, I desire to go, Luo Song replied with a chuckle. Nonsense. Cough, you won't go? Cough, you'll just stay at home playing games. Liana immediately exposed Luo Song's falsehood. This time, Luo Song did not respond to her right away. As they approached a sharp turn, he adjusted the direction of the oxygen tank's jet and navigated the curve unscathed. After a moment of contemplation, he did not look back and said, I do not blame you truly. It was you who called me. Liana paused slightly, then seemed to comprehend something, a flush of crimson gracing her cheeks. With a huff, she inquired, cough, why? Because it was you who called me. Luo Song reiterated, his tone calm, yet resolute, still not turning to face her. The air suddenly fell silent as he continued to pull Liana forward. He traversed another compartment, with only 2 more sections remaining before they could reach the nearest external passageway. Suddenly, a man's cough echoed through the air. Luo Song, too, began to exhibit symptoms of infection. When did this start for you? Liana asked, seemingly unfazed by his coughing as she posed a question that seemed disconnected, or perhaps, even if she was concerned, she felt there was nothing to be done, so she chose not to dwell on it. Tell me, cough. When you obtained the qualification for reassignment, Luo Song still did not look back, or perhaps he was hesitant to do so now. Then cough. Why did you tell me reassignment is quite good? Liana pressed further. Cough, it is indeed quite good. You are truly foolish, he replied with a cough, chuckling softly. The pair reached the end of the final compartment, and as they were about to pass through the compartment door to the section leading to the external passageway, Liana suddenly released the oxygen tank strapped to Luo Song's back with her other hand. The unanchored oxygen tank burst forth, escaping the control of Luo Song's left hand, causing both of them to lose acceleration. In a flurry, Luo Song managed to grasp a nearby steel pipe, stabilizing himself. He looked at Liana in confusion and asked, "What's wrong?" At that moment, Liana's coughing intensified. She glanced at her personal digital terminal, noting that only a minute and a half remained, signaling Luo Song to secure himself for the impending restoration of artificial gravity. Then, with earnestness, she gazed at Luo Song and said, "Cough, Luo Song, do not be vague. Cough, you must sincerely say that phrase to me." "Cough, what phrase?" Luo Song adjusted his posture to ensure that when artificial gravity returned, he would not fall headfirst to the ground, perplexed by her request. "Cough, Luo Song, although I have never harbored any particular feelings for you, cough. I do not dislike you. Cough. Now I give you an opportunity. Cough. Will you say that phrase to me?" Though Liana struggled to catch her breath amid her coughing, she fixed her gaze on Luo Song. In that instant, Luo Song grasped the essence of her words, his face turning a deep shade of crimson, the composure he had previously maintained evaporating in an instant. Upon witnessing Luo Song's demeanor, Liana coughed and laughed through her tears, scolding him. "Cough, Luo Song, you big scoundrel. Cough, if you dawdle any longer, cough, by the time my condition worsens, cough, you will no longer wish to utter those words to me. Cough. No, that won't happen." Luo Song hastily waved his hand. "Scoundrel. Cough. Do you intend to wait until then? Cough. To say it again? Cough. If you don't speak, cough, I shall return to the medical bay." Liana felt her strength waning, her body growing increasingly feeble, yet she feigned turning back, preparing to retreat. "Cough, Liana. Cough, I like you." Just as she had turned, Liana heard those words, and tears streamed down her face. It turned out she was not the invisible one, nor merely a passerby. At least in this world, there was someone who genuinely held her in their heart. Wiping away her tears, Liana turned back, closed her eyes, and said to Luo Song, "Kiss me." "Huh." Liana opened her eyes again, exclaiming, "Cough. What a fool." She then took the initiative, kissing Luo Song deeply. It was a long kiss, and only when the artificial gravity restored did they part. Liana gathered her hair behind her ears and lowered her head to ask, "Cough. Luo Song, cough, why do you like me?" Luo Song, as if in a dream, touched his head and replied, "Cough, because you are like the sun in my life." After a brief silence, Liana asked again, "Cough, are you taking me to the external passageway, cough, intending to break out of the seventh node chamber?" Seeing Luo Song nod earnestly, Liana smiled and said, "Do you know? Cough, if we break out of the seventh node chamber, cough, it could lead to an infection of the entire ship." A sudden sense of foreboding rose within Luo Song, and he hurriedly grasped Liana's shoulders, saying, "Cough. But you need treatment." Liana allowed him to hold her shoulders, smiling softly at him. "Cough. The sun radiates light and warmth to others. Cough. Even in despair, cough. One should not become like others and harm others." Luo Song stared at her, shaking his head repeatedly, saying, "Don't cough. Don't give up. Cough. As long as we get out, there will be a way." Liana's cough intensified, and she began to feel a distinct wave of nausea. Suddenly, she broke free from Luo Song's grasp, cupping his face and saying, "Cough, Luo Song, stop deceiving yourself. Cough, we may not wait for the treatment plan to arrive. Cough. Promise me, do not let this virus, cough, leave the seventh node chamber." Tears streamed down Luo Song's face as he could no longer hold them back. Deep down, he suspected they were among the first infected, and given the acute mortality rate of this virus, it seemed nearly impossible for them to survive until the Kunlun fleet developed a cure. He tightly embraced Liana, saying, all right, cough, I will stay with you." However, Liana suddenly broke free from his grasp, fixing her gaze upon him as she exclaimed, "No, cough, I do not want you to accompany me, cough. I do not want you to witness me, cough, transforming into that." After catching her breath, she continued, "Cough, it is we, cough, who brought this virus, cough. Back to the fleet, cough, prevent them, cough, prevent them from opening the doors, cough, and from allowing the virus, cough, to infect the entire fleet." Upon finishing her words, she wrapped her arms around Rozong's neck and gave him a deep kiss once more. Then, pushing him away, she pointed at the slowly closing hatch, declaring, "Cough, go cough. My man Liana, cough, do not be a passive bystander. Cough, be a sun, cough. You too can emit your own light and warmth like the sun. Cough. Go and stop them from destroying the door." Rozong gazed at Liana. Her fair complexion was now marred by darkening spots. He shut his eyes and let out a deafening roar. He turned and swiftly picked up a short, broken metal rod lying nearby, charging towards the hatch. Cough. What a fool cough. I hope you can be saved, Liana muttered as she slumped against the wall. In truth, her desire for Rosong to thwart those frenzied individuals from demolishing the door stemmed not only from her reluctance for him to see her disfigurement due to the worsening illness, but also from her wish to prevent others from spreading the virus outside the seventh node chamber. She understood that the entire vessel, or rather the entire Kunlun fleet, was presently focused on the few external passage doors of the seventh node chamber. These doors would not be permitted to open until an effective medical solution was discovered. However, once a viable treatment was identified, the fleet would promptly dispatch medical personnel for rescue. If Rosong could help secure the door, then should a treatment be swiftly found, he, as a key contributor, would have the opportunity to be rescued first, as he had fallen ill later than she had, granting him more time to await salvation, even if it was merely a few extra minutes. She lifted her head and caught sight of Rosong's silhouette squeezing through the gap of the closing door. Just as it slammed shut with a resounding thud, everything was now left to fate. She had done her utmost. Chapter 169. Guarding the door. The section housing the external passage door was a room situated near the central axis of the ship in every node chamber. This area, equipped with enormous differential devices, remained fixed in position relative to the other node chambers. Typically, this section would not be sealed, thus lacking any guards or checkpoints. At that moment, approximately 100 individuals gathered there, seemingly uninfected, all donned in makeshift protective suits. The closed door separated them from the safety of the other node chambers, instilling in them a sense of abandonment by the fleet. They utilized the tools at hand, attempting to breach the door in hopes of escaping from this forsaken place. A man wielded a high-frequency vibrating knife, the origin of which remained a mystery, as he desperately attempted to slice through a metallic hatch. Yet, the door proved too formidable for the vibrating blade. After laboring for over half an hour, he had barely carved a 1-centimeter incision into the half-meter-thick metal barrier, an almost negligible achievement. Meanwhile, another individual had procured some unknown materials to concoct a batch of thermite, hoping to burn through the hatch. Thermite, a mixture of aluminum powder and refractory metal oxides, ignites with a ferocious reaction, reaching temperatures of up to 2,500 degrees Celsius. However, even such extreme heat was ineffective against the highly heat-resistant door. Others gathered, employing various methods to attempt direct destruction of the walls. They were gripped by terror, praying and cursing in their desperation to escape the hellish confines of the seventh node chamber. Yet, the only response came from the ship's AI, coldly urging them to remain calm. In such dire circumstances, how could one maintain composure? Their fear only intensified, amplifying their cries and curses. Suddenly, a loud shout pierced the air, drawing everyone's attention. A figure clad in protective gear burst into the chamber, wielding a metal pipe. Another fool seeking fortune, many thought, as they resumed their futile prayers and curses, or continued their destructive efforts. However, the newcomer dashed to the hatch and, contrary to expectations, did not join the fray against the door. Instead, he swung his pipe at the vibrating knife, which was already severely worn from cutting and under strain. With a resounding crack, the vibrating knife shattered. The man who had been operating it froze in disbelief, then glared at the intruder. Among them, his knife had proven the most effective, yet this interloper had just rendered it useless. He glared daggers at the sudden intruder, his eyes filled with a fury that seemed capable of devouring him whole. As he prepared to confront this interloper, the stranger was overtaken by a violent fit of coughing. This bout of coughing momentarily halted all activity. "He is an infected one," someone in the crowd shouted, and chaos erupted as the group scattered like sheep fleeing a wolf, creating a wide berth around the newcomer. It was Luo Song. With his back to the door, he faced the crowd of would-be demolishers, catching his breath. He then used the steel pipe to knock over a couple of piles of unlit thermite. Turning to face the 100 or so individuals before him, Luo Song, a reclusive man, had not confronted such a crowd since graduating from school. In the past, he would have been paralyzed by nerves, unable to utter a word. Yet today, his mind was filled with the words of Liana, who had just accepted his confession. "My man, Luo Song, shall not be a mere salted fish. Be a sun, and you too can radiate your own light and warmth. Stop them from destroying the door." Then, he spoke clearly and deliberately. "No one, cough cough, can breach this hatch." The crowd fell silent, perhaps because they found Rawson's words utterly incomprehensible. "Have you lost your mind? Remaining in the seventh node chamber only means waiting for death." Someone shouted loudly. "Indeed, the fleet has abandoned us. If you wish to die, don't drag us down with you." Another voice echoed in agreement. Rawson coughed a few more times, feeling slightly breathless, yet the words of Liana reverberated in his mind, and the scenes from moments ago replayed incessantly. He felt a surge of strength rising from within. Thus, he shouted, "Opening the hatch will, cough cough, release the virus into other node chambers." Cough, cough. We cannot open the door. Damn it, if you want to die, don't take us with you. Someone yelled in anger, throwing a wrench towards him. Rasen quickly dodged, and the wrench struck behind him with a clang. Another fit of coughing ensued, and Rasen increasingly struggled to breathe. Resolutely, he unfastened the visor of his protective suit. Taking a deep breath, he felt a slight relief without the constraints of the mask. As he unveiled his protective suit's visor, a cacophony erupted from the crowd, and they retreated a few steps. Feeling somewhat more at ease, Rasen turned to face the crowd once again, asserting, "No one shall, cough cough, open this door." Instantly, another uproar broke out among the crowd. Some cursed the captain and the fleet, while others began to hurl insults at Rasen. A few, clutching an assortment of items, edged closer to him, their intentions growing increasingly aggressive. This group, having succumbed to fear and lost their reason, could erupt violently at any moment if their hopes were obstructed. With a sudden sound, another object was thrown in Rasen's direction, but it fell short and missed him entirely. However, this act incited a fury within Rasen, who had rarely shown anger. His eyes widened as he turned towards the source of the projectile, and seeing more insults hurled, he could no longer contain himself. He raised the iron rod in his hand and hurled it back in that direction. The crowd scattered like frightened birds, yet some, slower to escape, were struck by the iron rod, letting out cries of dismay. Another scream followed, as the makeshift protective suit of one individual was torn open by the rod, prompting them to clutch the gash and scramble away in panic, causing those around them to recoil in fear, inadvertently damaging their own suits in the process. This act momentarily quelled the throng, who now hesitated to make any further moves. Thus, Rasen stood alone, confronting the crowd at the hatch. Chapter 170. Analyzing the virus. The science department of the Kunlun fleet has now summoned all personnel related to biology, including those still teaching at academic institutions. The entire Kunlun fleet, comprising approximately 100,000 individuals engaged in the realms of biology and genetic engineering, has been urgently assembled, occupying the space of 20 chambers aboard the solar system. They are collectively analyzing the newly emerged virus within the 160th keel chamber. In close proximity, another 30 chambers are occupied by medical personnel who are collaboratively devising treatment protocols. Fortunately, within the 7th node of the 160th keel chamber, several medical pods managed to secure their external passages, allowing for a relatively tranquil environment for analysis and experimentation. At present, in the absence of viral samples, these medical rooms serve as the sole laboratories for the fleet's research and analysis of the virus. Relevant personnel have formed multiple teams to scrutinize different aspects of the virus. Engaging in fervent discussions, they must elucidate the virus's structure, pathogenic mechanisms, and transmission methods in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, the death toll in the 7th node of the 160th keel chamber will continue to escalate, culminating in total fatalities. However, they soon discovered that this virus epitomizes perfection. To put it succinctly, from the perspective of its transmission mechanism, any form of contact, be it respiratory, dermal, or through bodily fluids, can result in infection if just 3 viral particles successfully invade any cell within the human body. The virus replicates at an astonishing rate. Upon first witnessing its self-replication process through an electron microscope, many scientists doubted their own observations, suspecting an accidental fast-forward. This phenomenon allows merely 3 viruses to invade any cell within a host organism, completing the cycle from self-replication to cellular destruction and subsequent invasion of neighboring cells in approximately 1 minute. Simultaneously, the unique chemical composition of the virus's outer shell enables it to penetrate nearly any cellular membrane, effectively infecting not only animals, but also plants, fungi, and archaea. It resembles a thief wielding a universal key, capable of unlocking car doors, house entrances, or safes with the same instrument. Carbon-based life forms, fundamentally composed of cellular units, find themselves largely defenseless against this virus's intrusion. Furthermore, within its DNA lies a genetic hammer that can indiscriminately sever all known and conceivable types of genetic chains. As long as an organism's genetic material comprises carbon-based organic macromolecules, it can theoretically be dismantled by this virus's genetic hammer. This signifies that the virus is indiscriminate across species. Highly infectious, and once contracted, it leads to rapid onset and death, a flawless virus. Its infection patterns and mechanisms are nearly insurmountable. Genetic scientists have identified a plethora of unrelated gene fragment combinations within the virus's DNA, indicating that it has been incessantly substituting its genetic material with superior variants. The so-called superior genes, in this context, pertain to the characteristics of viruses, those that are more readily capable of infection and exhibit rapid replication. While biologists and medical scientists have yet to make significant advancements, informaticians have managed to procure some data. This information was derived from analyses conducted on the remnants of the Bale civilization's computers, where AI discerned potential correlations with the virus in question, subsequently validated by expert review. Within the vestiges of Bale civilization's data, a particular initiative was mentioned, proposed by a scientist over 5 millennia ago. At that time, the Bale civilization had attained a Type 1 status, possessing interstellar navigation capabilities. Although their nature did not lead to extensive space exploration, they did dispatch unmanned probes to investigate nearby stellar systems. In a star system merely 7 light-years away, their probes encountered a primitive microorganism that, despite its rudimentary nature and independent evolution in another galaxy, theoretically possessed the potential to infect the Bale people. This revelation inspired the Bale scientists, as they had previously encountered analogous issues during their exploration of their own solar system. The Bale civilization had discovered carbon-based microorganisms of varying origins on several moons. Although these organisms could not directly infect the Bale, certain other life forms within their ecosystem were afflicted. The notion emerged: if a universal artificial vaccine could be designed to combat all carbon-based life forms, the Bale civilization would no longer need to fear potential infections from extraterrestrial carbon-based entities. Thus, the scientist embarked on a meticulous study that spanned several centuries, ultimately resulting in the creation of a product he named the Universal Carbon-Based Microbial Resistance Vaccine. This technology was intended to shield the Bale from any incursion of carbon-based microorganisms. By amalgamating various viral characteristics, a novel virus was birthed, whose primary function was to excise foreign invasive genetic fragments, thereby preserving the purity of its own genome. Quickly, this virus garnered widespread recognition and acclaim, prompting the entire Bale civilization to prepare for a comprehensive vaccination campaign for all its citizens, thereby endowing them with resilience against all carbon-based microorganisms. However, the manufacturing costs of this vaccine proved exorbitant, raising concerns about the duration required to reach the entire population through conventional production and administration. To address this dilemma, another scientist proposed a modification of the vaccine, transforming it into a virus capable of self-propagation. By meticulously crafting the genetic structure, it was envisioned that once the majority of cells within a Bale individual were embedded with this virus, its proliferation could be automatically halted. This approach would necessitate the production of only a limited quantity of the virus, subsequently allowing it to disseminate rapidly throughout society via contagion. Ultimately, the goal was to embed the virus within all Bale cells, akin to the role of chlorophyll in terrestrial plants or mitochondria in animal cells. In merely over a century, the Bale people successfully completed the vaccination process, liberating themselves from any concerns about the genetic manipulation by carbon-based life forms. However, unbeknownst to them, this seemingly monumental initiative ultimately precipitated the downfall of Bale civilization. Chapter 171. The treatment plan. The development of a versatile vaccine against carbon-based microorganisms commenced smoothly. As genetic technology had long been a domain of profound expertise for the Bale civilization, swiftly, their scientists identified numerous suitable genetic combinations and ingeniously crafted a novel vaccine. To accommodate all organisms with carbon-based genetic material, they meticulously considered various scenarios, enabling the vaccine to infiltrate and invade diverse biological cells through molecular compatibility, thus ensuring that any unknown viral intrusions into Bale bodies would be swiftly and efficiently recognized and addressed. To expedite the vaccine's dissemination, they incorporated a viral gene capable of rapid replication, allowing the vaccine to proliferate within the body to achieve immunization. Ultimately, employing DNA programming technology, they engineered the vaccine to invade cells only after reaching a certain proliferation threshold, thereby establishing a symbiotic relationship with the Bale people. This phenomenon bore a resemblance to the mitochondria within human cells, which are believed to have evolved from ancient microorganisms to become symbiotic entities. Initially, this vaccine proved remarkably successful, coexisting harmoniously with the Bale for centuries. However, this equilibrium was disrupted by the return of an unmanned spacecraft tasked with collecting extraterritorial microorganisms. This vessel, dispatched by the Bale, journeyed over 10 light-years beyond their star system to a region devoid of advanced life, yet inhabited by certain carbon-based microorganisms. Eager to explore these extraterrestrial life forms, the Bale sent the spacecraft to gather ample samples for scientific study. Regrettably, during a subsequent research endeavor involving the returned samples, an operational error resulted in the leakage of microbial specimens, ultimately infecting several researchers. Conventionally, the Bale, having been vaccinated with the versatile carbon-based microorganism resistance vaccine, should have felt secure against this carbon-based virus. However, the vaccine, crafted from the genes of known carbon-based life forms, proved inadequate against unanticipated alien entities. Although the incident did not culminate in severe repercussions, It illuminated the limitations of the vaccine, revealing it was not genuinely universal. Consequently, a second upgrade initiative for the vaccine was set in motion. This time, to enhance its efficacy, the biology reprogrammed the vaccine's DNA, enabling it to select and modify its own genes to attain superior capabilities. If confronted with a virus exhibiting heightened infectiousness, it would replicate the infectious capabilities of this virus and supplant its original transmission pathways. Likewise, should it encounter a virus with superior gene editing abilities, it would usurp the pertinent characteristics of that virus. With such capabilities, the versatile carbon-based microorganisms could perpetually evolve their resistance against vaccines, transforming into a true universal vaccine. However, it was precisely the modification of this universal carbon-based microbial resistance vaccine by the Bale civilization that culminated in a tragic denouement. As a Type 1 civilization, the Bale people could not limit their explorations to merely the adjacent star systems. Although they did not embark on expeditions themselves, they continuously explored other star systems surrounding their own. Consequently, they returned with a plethora of alien microorganisms, and the Bileans, emboldened by their universal carbon-based microbial resistance vaccine, became lax in their vigilance towards these extraterrestrial microbes. Thus, on a fateful day 4,000 years ago, the pinnacle of Bilean genetic engineering, the universal carbon-based microbial resistance vaccine, suddenly morphed into the most lethal of viruses. Over time, in its prolonged interaction with various microorganisms, the vaccine had already replaced a significant portion of its original genes, which, while augmenting its efficacy, inadvertently led to the substitution of the DNA gene fragments initially intended as constraints. Consequently, the mechanism that once halted proliferation upon reaching a certain threshold was lost, and the genetic instructions that prevented extensive damage to Bilean cells were likewise supplanted. What was originally a protective vaccine had tragically transformed into a life-taking virus. Boasting an extraordinarily high infection rate, rapid onset of symptoms, and remarkable survival capabilities, the virus swiftly infiltrated the entirety of the Bilean civilization and the entire ecological sphere to which they belonged, ultimately leading to their demise at the hands of their own genetically engineered creation. The Kunlun fleet, upon discovering the origins of this virus, found themselves at an impasse, as the expert team had attempted various gene programming methods to modify the virus's genetic makeup, all to no avail. The existence of the gene hammer meant that any externally inserted gene fragments would be recognized and eliminated by the virus itself, rendering genetic modification an impossible endeavor. Meanwhile, treatment efforts encountered significant setbacks. It was not that the virus was entirely untreatable. Many chemical agents, and even prolonged ultraviolet exposure, could effectively eradicate it. However, as the virus resided within the host cells and commenced rapid proliferation upon entry, treatment became exceedingly challenging. Given the swift replication time, it was imperative to deliver the antiviral agents into every infected cell within a mere minute. This posed the greatest obstacle to treating the virus, if not to treatment itself, then certainly to alleviating the symptoms of its onset. Just as geneticists and medical experts found themselves at a loss, the biologists proposed a new line of thought. Biological experts have posited that if it is not feasible to directly alter a virus or eradicate it with pharmaceuticals, why not engineer a virus specifically tailored to combat this one? Although humanity's genetic programming capabilities lag far behind those of the Bale civilization, the theoretical gap is not insurmountable. The genetic technology of the Bale civilization excels primarily in its myriad applications rather than in reaching an incomprehensible theoretical level. This holds true for viruses as well. While this particular virus is ingeniously designed from a human perspective, it has yet to reach a level beyond human comprehension. Therefore, if humanity can devise a targeted design against this virus, it may indeed be possible to create another virus capable of specifically annihilating it. Thus, a treatment strategy employing the principle of fighting fire with fire began to unfold. Chapter 172. Nanorobots. Given the formidable infectivity and gene editing capabilities of this virus, it is nearly impossible for any life form constructed from phospholipids or glycoproteins to contend with it on a microscopic level. Once in close proximity, the only inevitable outcome is that it will be recognized as another virus and subsequently dismantled into its fundamental amino acid units by its genetic hammer. At the current technological level of the Kunlun fleet, developing a virus that surpasses even one of the attributes of this virus is no simple endeavor, let alone one that exceeds its capabilities in both infectivity and gene editing prowess to effectively eliminate it. However, the Kunlun fleet is not akin to the Bale civilization, which is almost exclusively focused on biological research. Having encountered various extraterrestrial civilizations and accumulated centuries of technological advancement, the Kunlun fleet possesses an additional technology, nanorobotics. Nanorobots represent a branch of robotics in which the Kunlun fleet excels. initially designed based on molecular biological principles to create biomimetic devices capable of operating at the nanoscale. Today, nanorobots have evolved into a fully functional system that can be controlled, programmed, and communicate, while classified under the domain of engineering within the Kunlun fleet's scientific framework. The technology involved in the design and operation of nanorobots transcends mere engineering. In fact, it encompasses a complex interdisciplinary research field that integrates foundational theories from physics, chemistry, and mathematics, as well as applications in materials science, biology, and communications. For instance, the fabrication of nanorobots requires not only precision mechanical processing, which the Kunlun fleet has achieved at the picometer level, but also methods that are economically viable for industrial production. Thus, nanorobots often necessitate synthesis through physical and chemical principles, particularly when dealing with specialized chemical macromolecules or nanoscale materials with unique properties or functions. Moreover, these materials must exhibit capabilities such as advancement, retreat, and rotation in various environments. The realization of these functionalities heavily relies on knowledge from electromagnetism, bionics, and other scientific domains. Additionally, to operate within specific environments, such as human tissue fluids or cellular liquids, it is essential to adapt to the chemical, fluid, and electromagnetic fields present in these working environments. Furthermore, multiple nanorobots may need to engage in assembly, teamwork, collaboration, and communication, fulfilling various engineering application requirements. Therefore, it can be asserted that nanorobots are, in essence, a technology that necessitates an exceptionally high level of integrated scientific prowess. Thanks to the accumulation of technological advancements and the acquisition of extraterrestrial knowledge, the Kunlun fleet has made significant strides in this area. The only limitation to the development of nanometer-scale robots lies in the challenges associated with information communication among miniature components. Given that nanorobots typically range from tens to hundreds of nanometers in size, achieving complex communication within these minuscule entities poses considerable difficulties. However, insights provided by the viral entities of the Bayer civilization have offered the experts of the Kunlun fleet a novel perspective. It suggests that nanorobots could indeed utilize protein molecules as a means of communication for both receiving and transmitting information. By synthesizing proteins internally and subsequently releasing them, surrounding nanorobots would be able to extract vast amounts of information from these proteins. Proteins, primarily composed of carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, and nitrogen, represent biological macromolecules formed by polymers of 20 different amino acids, inherently capable of carrying substantial information. Thus, they can serve as effective information carriers for communication. In fact, certain creatures in nature, such as ants, utilize pheromones, another form of biosynthetic macromolecule, for information exchange. Artificial life forms can also be regarded as a form of nanorobotic technology. For instance, the versatile carbon-based microorganisms engineered by the Bayer civilization serve as organic nanorobots. These entities are constructed from organic materials, designed for specific environments and functionalities. However, to counteract the capabilities of their genetic hammer, the experts of the Kunlun fleet opted against the direction of organic nanorobots, choosing instead a more complex structural approach. They plan to employ carbon nanotube materials as the outer shell of the nanorobots, while programming their behavior internally with DNA. Consequently, nanorobots with inorganic compound shells would be impervious to viral invasions and genetic manipulation, as these viral capabilities are limited to targeting organic compounds and hold no effect on inorganic materials such as carbon nanotubes. With an inorganic shell in place, even if the internal DNA fragments were slightly more coarse and fragile than viruses, they would remain shielded from destruction under the protection of the inorganic exterior. When the experts determined to employ nanorobotic technology as a treatment against the virus, a mere 20 minutes had elapsed since the first symptomatic outbreak of the disease. The Kunlun fleet has once again demonstrated astonishing research capabilities. With the aid of numerous high-performance quantum computers, humanity has successfully completed the initial design of a nanoscale robot in just half an hour. This innovative robot features an exterior crafted from a novel carbon nanotube material, composed of a uniquely arranged combination of carbon atoms, allowing for the unidirectional passage of water molecules. This makes it an exceptionally ideal biological material. And due to the abundant presence of carbon in the human body, the raw materials can be readily sourced. Internally, the robot is equipped with various DNA fragments that govern its actions, encompassing modules for self-movement control, behavioral regulation, and energy acquisition mechanisms. When these nanoscale robots encounter viruses with specialized polymeric tentacles, the internal DNA directs the robot to utilize its semiconductor silicon exterior to initiate a series of complex chemical oxidation reactions. This process oxidizes organic compounds within the human body to generate energy, resulting in oxidative waste that is subsequently expelled into the bodily fluids. The ionization effects produced during this energy generation effectively annihilate the viruses in close proximity. As additional research departments joined the endeavor, the first batch of nanoscale robots was manufactured. The next step involves locating an entry point to introduce the robots into the 7th node chamber of the 160th keel compartment for a thorough examination of their efficacy. Chapter 173. No allowance for virus transmission. At this moment, Luo Song could barely stand, having created a ring of his own vomit around the external passage door. This repulsive barrier deterred many from approaching the door, even those who wished to breach it but feared viral contamination. He intentionally crafted this grotesque defense, perhaps surprising those who knew him with his meticulousness. His body was beginning to blister, and the friction from his clothing inflicted excruciating pain. Despite being in the throes of a high fever, contrary to what many might expect, Luo Song's mind remained remarkably clear, though his body was racked with pain, breathlessness, and weakness. Previously, he had attempted to damage the external passage door, but now, having driven away the crowd that had encircled him, their patience began to wane. Luo Song had occupied the area for nearly 20 minutes, instilling growing fear and agitation among them. Some individuals, disregarding the external passage door, began to assault the walls instead. However, those with even a modest understanding of the first-level keel compartment knew that when the nodes independently rotated to control gravity, only the external passage door remained relatively motionless in relation to the other node chambers. In reality, the chambers are not interconnected by shared walls. They are mutually isolated. Breaching the wall of any one chamber would yield consequences akin to creating a hole in the spacecraft itself. At this moment, many stood idly, encircling Luo Song. Their collective thoughts revolved around how to remove this feverish madman from their midst. Luo Song began to attempt to remove his protective suit. For the friction between the garment and the multitude of blisters on his body was unbearably painful. Gasping for breath, he endeavored to extricate his right hand from the sleeve of the suit. Once successful, he set about doing the same with his left hand. However, as he freed his left arm, he suddenly heard a tearing sound. A large cluster of blisters on his arm, either due to excessive friction or filled with bodily fluid, burst open, taking a sizable patch of skin with it. It hurts. In front of a crowd that encircled him, yet dared not approach. Luo Song did not feign strength, but instead emitted a genuine cry of weakness. At that moment, he lacked the strength to stand, sinking to the ground with his back against the door leading outside. The recent rupture of the blisters halted his attempts to further remove the protective suit, leaving it half-draped behind him. Luo Song felt as though he were on the brink of death, and soon realized it was not merely a sensation. He was indeed perilously close to demise. He was burning with fever. His blisters began to rupture, advancing into the stage of skin ulceration. He coughed incessantly, having nearly emptied the contents of his stomach, and found himself struggling to breathe. Though his mind felt dulled, his consciousness remained clear. From an outsider's perspective, Luo Song's condition was more dire than that of the first infected individual, Chu Zihan, or Liana, for they had nearly lost consciousness by this stage, while he remained awake. Yet, the thought that he could bestow his long-preserved first kiss upon the girl he cherished before his end brought a foolish smile to his face. This was one reason the onlookers hesitated to confront him. Previously, Luo Song had shattered another person's protective suit with his weapon, sending a clear message. He was a patient himself, unable to prevent them from breaking their suits. The crowd watched him, alternating between tears, cries of pain, and foolish laughter. This strange demeanor, coupled with his infectious disease and the capacity to damage others' protective gear, made even the most fearful reluctant to approach him. Thus, a stalemate persisted. 2 minutes passed, and the anxiety and restlessness within the crowd intensified. They were already rendered somewhat irrational by fear of the virus, originally intending to break down the door to escape and find salvation. Who would have thought a madman would suddenly appear, infected, and forbidding them from breaching the door? Some, unable to contain their tension and fear, began to shout, demanding that Luo Song leave. Yet, he merely leaned against the door, alternating between silly laughter, cries of pain, and tears. When their admonitions proved ineffective, the crowd resorted to cursing him. Their behavior gradually influenced the other members of the throng surrounding Luo Song, causing the crowd to become increasingly agitated. Soon, some individuals began to hurl the very tools they had initially intended to use to breach the door towards Rosong. This time, the dazed Rosong was struck by 3 or 4 implements on his abdomen and shoulder, causing the flesh on his already deteriorating body to splatter with blood. The agony jolted him back to consciousness, and he let out a wretched cry, glaring at the crowd, gritting his teeth against the pain. He summoned all his strength to throw the tools left behind by those who had attempted to destroy the door back at the crowd, simultaneously shouting, "No one is permitted to damage the door." Alas, his strength was insufficient. The objects only flew 2 to 3 meters, failing to trouble the assailants. Seeing that Rosong had nearly lost his capacity to resist, the crowd grew bolder, with more individuals wielding their tools to strike Rosong, who was already battered and bruised. He could only shield his head with his hands, neglecting the rest of his body. Nonetheless, he remained steadfast before the door, refusing to plead for mercy, instead repeatedly shouting, "No one is allowed to destroy the door. No one is to carry the virus outside." Suddenly, a large metal piece, sourced from an unknown origin, was hurled at him, the sharp protrusion striking his head through the gaps between his hands. The sound of a crack echoed, suggesting that his skull had been fractured. Rosong collapsed to the ground. In response, the assailants became even more frenzied, pelting him with whatever they could until the voice of the ship's AI interrupted. Beep. All individuals at the fifth external portal of Node 7 are to immediately cease their assault on Mr. Rosong, the guardian of the door. Depart your respective chambers at once. Failure to comply will result in autonomous robots being authorized to fire upon individuals deliberately jeopardizing the ship's safety, as per Emergency Management Regulation 173. With that proclamation, one of the doors of the chamber swung open, and hundreds of armed autonomous robots streamed in, their weapons aimed at the frenzied mob. One individual, undeterred, attempted to retrieve a metal piece from the ground to continue his assault on Rosong. Just as the metal was released from his grasp, a laser weapon from one robot and an electromagnetic weapon from another fired simultaneously. The electromagnetic weapon struck the thrown metal, producing a resounding clang as it deflected from its trajectory and fell aside. Meanwhile, the laser weapon instantly pierced the man's right forearm, creating a gaping hole that shattered both the ulna and radius, leaving only strips of flesh connecting the two ends. The man let out a wailing scream, clutching his arm as he collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. The crowd surrounding the external portal suddenly fell silent, their previous actions halted. Chapter 174. Rescue. Just 30 seconds after the autonomous robots forcibly expelled the group from the chamber housing the external passageway door, the door swung open. Beyond it lay a transformed connecting chamber, now an immaculate laboratory, equipped with ultraviolet lights purging viruses and bacteria, while several individuals sprayed various solutions. A cadre of astronauts surged through the open door, their primary objective being to locate the solitary hero who had bravely stood against the throng of over 100 people. Though it was evident that this multitude could never breach the external passageway door. To honor the one who courageously confronted them and attempted to thwart their advance as a hero was by no means an exaggeration. Before long, they lifted the battered Rosong onto a newly erected makeshift surgical table. Upon examination with medical instruments, it became apparent that he was not only experiencing severe internal bleeding, but also bore grievous external injuries. His body had sustained multiple fractures, approximately 17 broken bones and 12 hairline fractures, along with significant lacerations to his muscles and skin. Most alarmingly, however, was the injury to his head, inflicted by a sharp metal shard that had penetrated his skull, resulting in a fractured cranium and a severed intracranial artery. In the past, such wounds would have been fatal. Yet the Kunlun fleet possessed the capability to salvage his life. The most pressing threat to his survival stemmed from a virus, a mutation derived from the immune bodies created by the Bale civilization. After expelling the 100+ individuals from the connecting chamber, the ship's AI promptly secured the area. Those entering from other node chambers commenced the transformation of this space, initially clearing away the debris, including Rosong's vomit. Even the potted plants that adorned the chamber were removed, as it was evident that these carbon-based organisms were susceptible to the virus. The plants had withered, some showing signs of charring, a consequence of the virus siphoning off organic material to proliferate. Once potential viral contaminants were dealt with, a thorough disinfection process began, mirroring the measures taken in the opposite node chamber. Both physical and chemical disinfection methods were employed to rapidly reduce the viral load in the air. The reason everyone donned spacesuits was due to their built-in independent respiratory systems, which, in comparison to medical protective gear, offered superior durability and resistance to accidental damage. The medical personnel attending to Rosong first addressed his life-threatening injuries. Following a series of advanced surgical procedures, they successfully reconnected his cerebral artery and reinforced the fractured bones of his skull. Subsequently, they produced 5 capsules, each the size of a common medication, and administered them to Rosong. If one were to peer into his mouth, they would witness these capsules swiftly disintegrating, revealing a fine white powder within. Before long, this powder vanished from his oral cavity without the need for him to swallow it. These are the nanobots developed and manufactured by humanity at an astonishing speed. They are approximately 100 nanometers in size, encased in a novel inorganic shell composed of carbon atoms, utilizing internal DNA as a programming control module. These nanobots can aggressively infiltrate cells in a manner akin to viruses, replicating themselves. They have been specifically engineered as viral assassins targeting the Bale and vaccine viruses. Once introduced into the human body, they immediately commenced the extermination of the vaccine virus while simultaneously replicating. Meanwhile, medical personnel did not remain idle. Awaiting the nanobots to manifest their effects, they needed to provide life support for Rozon. Alongside his injuries, Rozon was grappling with the debilitating effects of the virus, necessitating blood transfusions, intravenous fluids, and the replenishment of various trace elements, sugars, and other essential bodily requirements. After attending to these needs, the medical team began to address Rozon's external wounds. Their first task was to remove the protective suit that Rozon had been unable to fully shed. It was now tattered and torn from the onslaught of the frenzied crowd, and large blisters had ruptured, causing the fabric to adhere to his skin. Although many healthcare workers had previously viewed the footage of the first patient's care, the scene before them was nonetheless horrifying and heart-wrenching. The horror stemmed from the visually distressing consequences of the virus, while the empathy arose from Rozon's earlier valor, which had been witnessed by everyone in the other compartments. After he had bravely repelled those who sought to breach the doors, he had caught the captain's attention. His gallant actions were showcased to the entire vessel, nay, the whole Kunlun fleet. Many were moved to tears as they recalled his solitary stand at the door, enduring pain as he shouted to prevent the opening of the doors and the release of the virus. They felt his anguish as he cried out in pain upon tearing his own skin. They were incensed and saddened by the final moment when his head was struck. It was that very moment that compelled the captain to order the initiation of action before the disinfection procedures were completed, for had they delayed even a second longer, this hero might have been fatally assaulted by the deranged mob. A nurse, aiding the doctor in repairing Rozon's fractured ribs and ensuring proper physical restoration, could not contain her tears. She was compelled to temporarily withdraw from the rescue team, as her weeping would cause her hands to tremble, potentially jeopardizing the surgery and treatment. Yet, she found it impossible to restrain herself. This courageous hero bore the marks of the madness inflicted upon him, suffering from the agony of the virus. He had endured such grievous injuries. What immense resolve and valor must he possess to act in such a manner? Soon, the medical personnel had addressed his skeletal injuries and external wounds and stepped back from the makeshift operating table. The paramount concern now was to observe the efficacy of the nanobots in purging the virus from his system. From the instruments nearby, it is distinctly observable that the hero, Luo Song, despite the ongoing exacerbation of his ailment, appears to be experiencing a notable deceleration in its progression. Previous analyses of multiple afflicted individuals indicate that the symptoms induced by this virus typically advance on a minute-by-minute basis. Yet, after a span of 10 minutes, Luo Song's condition has not deteriorated to the next stage, a testament to the efficacy of the nanobots at work. The ensuing focus will be on whether the vaccine virus developed by the Bale civilization possesses any unforeseen methods of neutralizing the nanobots. Chapter 175. Wait for me. The performance of the nanobots has been unexpectedly remarkable. Under the scrutiny of an electron microscope, scientists from the Kunlun fleet have not discovered any new mutations targeting the nanobots. Moreover, the DNA recognition code designed for the human immune system has successfully passed through Luo Song's own immune checkpoints. This DNA code allows the human immune system to remain unresponsive to the nanobots, thus preventing a scenario where allies inadvertently harm one another. In fact, current human theories suggest that no virus can evolve to evade the physical lethality of the nanobots. However, given the Bale civilization's advanced genetic technologies, humanity has opted for a more cautious approach, choosing to observe further to ascertain the nanobots' efficacy and safety. The virus affecting Luo Song is diminishing rapidly, a fact even discernible to the naked eye, as his symptoms lessen and his temperature begins to normalize. Yet, the extensive cellular death and tissue destruction caused by the virus cannot be repaired instantaneously. Nevertheless, these injuries pose no significant issue for the Kunlun fleet's personnel. Humanity has long mastered the art of inducing somatic cells to transform into stem cells, allowing them to clone organs to mend their wounded bodies. Everything seems to be progressing towards the most favorable outcome. People appear to be in a state of anticipation, eagerly awaiting Luo Song's awakening, curious to inquire what has emboldened him to confront the madness of hundreds. However, despite the gradual improvement in his physiological condition, Luo Song remains in a deep slumber. Medical personnel, observing the various indicators on the life monitoring devices returning to normal, breathe a sigh of relief as they too await the emergence of this hero. The scene unfolds across a vast, boundless grassland, where the grass rises to waist height, stretching infinitely. Not far off stands a towering tree, its thick canopy resembling a colossal umbrella anchored to the earth. In front of him, a girl's silhouette strolls slowly. Suddenly, she halts, seemingly waiting for him. Although her face remains obscured, Luo Song recognizes her from the faint glimpse of her profile. It is Liana. Anna, Luo Song calls out, smiling as he rushes towards her. Yet, Liana continues to move forward. As Liana accelerated, she transitioned from a walk to a brisk pace, ultimately breaking into a run. "Anna, wait for me," Rosong called out, trailing behind her for an extended distance, beginning to feel the strain of exhaustion. Nevertheless, Liana showed no signs of stopping. She continued to forge ahead. "Anna, I can hardly keep up," Rosong gasped, lagging about 100 meters behind her. Although fatigue was creeping in, he refused to succumb to the temptation of surrendering, as he often did. For reasons unknown to him, he felt an overwhelming urge to keep moving. Once he halted, he feared he would never catch up to Anna again. Breathing heavily, Rosong felt as if his lungs were on the verge of bursting. As a sedentary individual, even with the collective genetic enhancements undergone by the entire Kunlun fleet, his lack of physical training rendered his stamina woefully inadequate. In stark contrast, Liana seemed to fully embody the benefits of the Kunlun fleet's dual genetic optimizations. She glided effortlessly through the waist-high grass, exuding an air of vitality and tirelessness. The wind tousled her hair, which flowed behind her as she ran, swaying rhythmically with her movements. Rosong realized that despite exerting all his strength, he could not match Liana's pace. Years of ingrained habits failed to support him through this first encounter with physical limits. He gasped, finally coming to a halt. Hands on his hips, his upper body bent as he struggled to catch his breath. However, when he raised his head, he noticed that this time, Liana did not wait for him. She continued onward, her path leading directly toward a colossal tree that resembled a giant umbrella. Her figure appeared both graceful and resolute, igniting a sensation within Rosong that if he did not keep up, he would lose her forever. He wiped the sweat from his brow with his arm and brushed the perspiration from his face, which was threatening to drip into his eyes. Gazing at Liana's retreating silhouette, he straightened and shouted, "Anna, wait for me. I'm coming." With that, he resumed his heavy-footed pursuit. Rosong ran with all his might, feeling parched, his throat almost ablaze, and his lungs producing sounds reminiscent of an ancient bellows from a video game. Suddenly, he noticed the treetop of the great tree swaying gently, and the waist-high grass began to form waves that surged toward him. In an instant, he felt a refreshing breeze wash over him. This cool gust seemed to sweep away his exhaustion, and he sensed his strength rapidly returning. His once leaden feet began to feel light. All discomfort faded with the wind, and he felt as though his body had become buoyant. With renewed vigor, he picked up speed and gradually caught up to Liana. Upon reaching her side, he finally beheld her profile, not the stunning beauty often romanticized, but one radiating with youthful energy. She smiled faintly, her eyes curving like crescent moons. Sensing his presence, she gently turned her head and smiled at him. That smile was akin to sunlight piercing through dark clouds, reminiscent of the refreshing relief of sipping ice-cold water under the blazing sun. Luo Song reached out his hand, grasping hers. Her hand was soft and warm, and she reciprocated the gesture. As their hands intertwined tightly, they suddenly stepped into a cool shade beneath a grand tree. Liana, holding his hand, halted their sprint. The two exchanged a glance, words unspoken, yet conveying an entire world of understanding in that fleeting moment. In that instant, Luo Song felt an exhilarating lightness. The burdens of decades seemed to dissolve, as if he had transcended even the leaves, perhaps even the very air itself. Suddenly, he sensed himself lifting. With Liana by his side, their hands clasped as they soared higher and higher together. In astonishment, he glanced at Liana, who pointed towards the sky. Following her gaze, he beheld an expanse of azure, unmarred by clouds, with only a blazing sun overhead. The sun radiated brilliant light and warmth, illuminating everything beneath it. Chapter 176. The hero, upon witnessing the line representing brainwaves on the life monitor fluctuate violently before abruptly becoming a straight line, chaos erupted among the medical personnel present. No one had anticipated such a turn of events. How could a patient, whose condition had been improving, suddenly succumb to brain death? Several doctors immediately began re-examining Luo Song's body, while others attempted to stimulate his brain with faint electrical currents, hoping to reignite the functions that had ceased. Yet, all efforts appeared futile, as the straight line remained unwavering in its stillness. Luo Song had perished. Soon, the examining physicians discerned the cause of his demise. At the final moment, a virus had infiltrated his brain. Although nanobots could eradicate the virus, they were incapable of resurrecting cells that had succumbed to the viral onslaught. Nor could they repair the tissue damage inflicted by the virus. Prior to the nanobot's entry, the virus had invaded his brain through a nearly fatal assault. Upon examination, the doctors discovered numerous regions in Luo Song's brain exhibiting a spongy morphology, riddled with countless voids. These were the remnants of brain cells devastated by the virus's rampant proliferation. While it remains uncertain whether the nanobots possess side effects, one thing was clear: time was of the essence. Within the 7th node facility, an alarming number of infected individuals began to emerge. Given the scarcity of medical resources, it would take less than 40 minutes for those infected to succumb to the virus. Even with medical intervention and life-sustaining measures, a patient's survival would not exceed 1 hour. Moreover, the Kunlun fleet observed an individual devoid of medical resources. After succumbing to death, the body continued to decompose under the influence of the virus. Within a mere half hour, it transformed into a pool of yellow liquid, mingled with proteins and amino acids. At last, the mystery behind the brownish-yellow stains seen throughout the Bale civilization was unveiled. These were the remains of Bale people who had perished due to the virus. Confronted with such a virulent pathogen, the Kunlun fleet could not afford to delay. Consequently, the gates to all external passages were swiftly opened, and within an hour, over 5,000 medical personnel, clad in spacesuits, rushed into this virus-laden environment. What constitutes a hero? Some assert that a hero is one who either saves others or themselves. Such individuals embody heroism. Others believe that a hero is merely one who fortuitously makes the right choice amidst the rise and fall of power. Yet, still others argue that a hero is one who battles against the world's injustices and indifference, unmindful of pain, uncalculated in losses, and indifferent to fame. In this instance, the Kunlun fleet bore witness to the emergence of numerous heroes. Luo Song, data collector in the agricultural plant chamber of the Kunlun fleet, hull number 141. Despite displaying severe symptoms, he made a valiant effort to reach the connecting chamber at the external passage's last moment, single-handedly confronting a frenzied crowd of hundreds. Even when ambushed and gravely injured, he shouted, "Do not let the virus escape." This scene will undoubtedly be etched in the annals of the Kunlun fleet's history, as he will shine like a star, illuminating and warming the descendants of the Kunlun fleet with the last rays of his life. Lu Chonghui, chief physician of the 17th Medical Chamber in the 7th Unit of the Kunlun fleet, hull number 160. Upon confirming his own infection, he remained resolute in assisting others with life support treatments, even amid severe internal bleeding, refusing to rest until his final breath. When he collapsed, he could only utter, "I am so tired, I need a moment." Lin Rahai, professor at the Biological Research Institute, Research Department of the Kunlun Fleet, Solar System Vessel. Professor Lin, an expert in mammals, stepped forward during the outbreak, despite being a non-specialist in microbiology. Possessing relevant biological knowledge, he was far more equipped than the average individual. Tragically, this experienced professor became infected while researching the virus's impact on the human body. Before his departure, he continued to direct the AI in completing digital models, providing crucial data support for the rapid development of nanorobots. Su Hu, Zhao Yi, Zhangcan Li Si, Wang Matzi. Despite some individuals in the 7th node chamber succumbing to fear and engaging in violent behavior, it was these very souls who stood up one after another, shouldering their responsibilities in their own unique ways. Among them were data collectors engaged in the most fundamental tasks, esteemed professors, successful entrepreneurs who had ascended to mid-level management, mechanical engineers responsible for the maintenance of waste recycling machinery, first-generation fleet members with a physiological age exceeding 2 centuries, and the newly graduated youth of the next generation. It was these individuals, hailing from diverse professions and varying age groups, who stepped forward, not for the remarkable feats they accomplished in combating the virus, but for their courageous willingness to stand up during perilous times. They achieved what many aspired to do but felt incapable of, or what they wished others would undertake but dared not themselves. Regardless of the outcomes, society was eager to label them as heroes. Now, a group from various spacecraft had arrived, charging into the fray while many wished to flee, accompanied by soldiers maintaining order and armed autonomous robots. The fleet's AI urged everyone to remain calm and stay in place, assuring that the medical personnel of the entire fleet were en route, promising that everyone would receive treatment and assistance, reassuring all that humanity, the Kunlun fleet, would never abandon even a single member. Gradually, the once panicked, fearful, and anxious crowd began to settle. Nanobot capsules were distributed to each individual, and cheers erupted as symptoms were controlled. With the arrival of the fleet's aid, all matters found resolution. Except for those who had succumbed due to premature illness, the vast majority received timely medical assistance. With the current technological prowess of humanity, as long as the brain remained free from fatal injury, there was still hope for recovery. Having endured a millennium of arduous journeys, the Kunlun fleet had faced countless challenges and emerged resilient. This time would be no exception, as a vibrant civilization brimming with confidence. In the cosmos, humanity and the Kunlun fleet have never lacked for heroes. Chapter 177. Investigation. The outbreak in the 7th node of the 160th Keel Chamber ultimately subsided, albeit at the tragic cost of over 14,000 lives, a mortality rate exceeding 45% of the total population in that node. The entire Kunlun fleet bore the heavy toll of its negligence, resulting in the dismissal or charging of over 100 relevant officials for dereliction of duty. While numerous heroic tales emerged during the pandemic, so too did various unsightly faces. Some were sentenced to labor reform, while others faced the death penalty. In the annals of the Kunlun fleet's history since its arrival in this star system, such severe penalties had never been imposed, prompting a comprehensive discourse on the fleet's legal system. Ultimately, the death penalty bill passed with overwhelming support, as it represented the final boundary of human society. Without such a foundation, the existence of human civilization would be at stake. A civilization devoid of limits could not rightfully be called civilized and would inevitably face destruction due to its lack of boundaries. This pandemic served as a poignant reminder for the Kunlun fleet of its vulnerabilities. What might be the outcome if humanity were to engage in warfare with the apex of the bilious civilization? Humanity could potentially face complete annihilation due to a virus engineered by the opposing side, rendering any therapeutic interventions impossible to devise. However, through the experiences of the recent pandemic, humanity has acquired a novel technology, namely a universal carbon-based microbial resistance vaccine. Indeed, the nanobots crafted by humanity are fundamentally akin to the universal carbon-based microbial resistance vaccines produced by the bilious civilization. Both are artificial constructs designed to preserve the purity of their respective genetic heritage, serving the identical purpose of eradicating designated microorganisms that invade the body. The distinction lies in the fact that the bilious civilization employed pure biological technology, whereas humanity has amalgamated mechanical engineering with biotechnology. Thus, humanity has, in essence, developed the capacity to resist various carbon-based microorganisms. Nevertheless, while the scientists of the Kunlun fleet concurred on the necessity of providing nanobots to every citizen, they opted to keep them in a dormant state, thereby entering standby mode. This decision stemmed from the understanding that human genes have evolved through their struggles against viruses and other microorganisms. Should the nanobots be activated, the entire Kunlun fleet would forfeit any prospect of natural evolution. Although many scientists contend that as civilization advances, it should possess the ability to dictate its own evolutionary trajectory, humanity has yet to fully unravel the mysteries of genetic engineering. Thus, natural evolution remains an indispensable aspect of human progress. With the lessons learned from the recent pandemic, the Kunlun fleet has adopted a more cautious approach in exploring the remains of the bilious civilization. After years of excavation, the truth behind the extinction of the bilious civilization has gradually come to light. Much like previous discoveries in viral research, it has been confirmed that the bilious civilization succumbed to a virus resulting from their own vaccine transformation. Yet, the viral outbreak alone does not seem to account for the demise of all bilious individuals. What, then, could explain this phenomenon? The excavations have yielded no answers. However, scientists engaged in viral research have unearthed a clue. They discovered a timing mechanism embedded within the virus's DNA, suggesting that the bilious civilization had undoubtedly contemplated the concerns of humanity regarding the role of natural mutation in species evolution when designing their vaccine. Consequently, the vaccine remained inactive under normal circumstances and would only be activated under specific conditions. Naturally, with such functionality, there must exist a master switch. At some unforeseen moment, while assimilating superior genes from other viruses, the vaccine's constraints were rewritten to initiate at predetermined times. For an extended period, the bilious civilization remained oblivious to this issue until the fateful moment arrived. Almost simultaneously, all bilious individuals across planets and spacecraft fell ill, losing their capacity for movement within a mere 20 minutes, and thus the entire civilization succumbed to its inability to resist, leading to complete extinction. According to the discoveries made by the scientists of the Kunlun fleet, this virus can condense its shell into a spherical form when it is not parasitizing a biological host. In this dormant state, the virus can remain inactive for an extended period, awaiting contact with a new generation of hosts. However, one may wonder why humanity was initially unable to locate this virus throughout the galaxy. This leads us to the supernova explosion that occurred 4,000 years ago. It was the gamma-ray burst generated by this supernova that swept across the Betelgeuse star system, obliterating all viruses within it due to the intense energy and penetrating power of the rays, which are also known for their sterilizing properties. The underwater city that Rosong and others ventured to, however, preserved a few viable viruses, as the metal capsules used for storing vaccines were constructed from alloys with exceptional radiation resistance, safeguarding them from the devastation. Years later, humanity gradually emerged from the wounds inflicted by this pandemic, and life and work began to return to normalcy. The excavation of the Betelgeuse civilization's remnants yielded significant findings, allowing humanity to compile a comprehensive set of biological and electromagnetic theories based on the computer information unearthed. Following validation by the scientific department, these theories will be integrated into educational curricula at various stages, propelling humanity's overall technological advancement. Simultaneously, the direct cause of this incident was attributed to the long-neglected artificial gravity system, which had operated almost incessantly for millennia, leading to signs of wear and aging in some spacecraft manufactured in the Insect star system. Strangely, however, the solar system ship exhibited no significant issues, despite being part of the same batch of vessels. This discrepancy arises from the intricate relationship between mechanical design and materials. The modular ship design was initially optimized based on the material technology level of humanity at that time. Upon reaching the Insect star system, humanity, having acquired the technological remnants of the Balaji civilization, made substantial advancements in materials science, consequently customizing the solar system ship, a supercarrier, using their latest material technologies. Compared to the outdated modular design of the previous spacecraft, which was inherently more susceptible to wear, the solar system ship remained intact. This situation prompted the Kunlun fleet to resolve to reorganize their fleet. Chapter 178. The second 30-year plan in light of the impending retirement of numerous vintage spacecraft. The advancements and mastery of new technologies, as well as the long-term development strategy of a civilization. The Kunlun fleet conducted a month-long discussion to formulate the second 30-year development plan. This plan emphasizes the significant advancement of biology and gravitational studies as part of the overarching research agenda. On one hand, the biological knowledge acquired from the Balaji civilization has proven to be substantial, according to assessments from the scientific department. Fully understanding and integrating this knowledge into humanity's academic framework will require at least 20 years, conveniently aligning with the 30-year development plan timeline. The other party has made significant advancements in the development of the vacuum zero-point energy engine, particularly in the realm of gravitational sciences. In the past, gravity was solely influenced by mass, making it challenging to detect, control, or manufacture. However, with the advent of the vacuum zero-point energy engine, gravity has transformed into a fundamental force that can be manufactured and fundamentally controlled. This undoubtedly heralds a monumental shift in humanity's progress across various engineering disciplines. For instance, the propulsion systems of colossal spacecraft can now be realized through gravitational sources. Of course, traditional propulsion systems will continue to evolve, as humanity has yet to fully grasp the principles underlying the vacuum zero-point energy engine. Such a force, which remains beyond human control, should always be approached with caution. This power is bestowed upon us by others. If given, it can just as easily be revoked. Should humanity become reliant on this force, the advancement of our civilization could face dire consequences. Additionally, the challenges posed by artificial gravity systems have been considerable. Historically, human-made gravity could only be simulated through centrifugal force, which, while effective, necessitated massive rotating systems that were prone to wear and tear over prolonged operation. In engineering, an increase in moving parts correlates with a higher failure rate, complicating spacecraft maintenance. With the introduction of the vacuum zero-point energy engine, gravity aboard spacecraft can now be directly generated, significantly reducing the number of moving components and enhancing the reliability of spacecraft. Gravity, while essential due to human physiological needs, is not an absolute requirement. Following the acquisition of Bale's genetic technology, humanity can easily manage its genes to prevent mutations from the effects of weightlessness. Thus, even if we rely on the vacuum zero-point energy engine for gravity, it will not lead to a detrimental dependence on technology. Should humanity lose access to this energy source, the repercussions would not be irrevocably severe. After solidifying the scientific roadmap for the second 30-year development plan, the most pressing issue arises from the decommissioning of a substantial number of aging spacecraft, necessitating the service of new vessels. Given the successful operation of the solar system ship, which has undergone nearly a millennium of space travel to validate its reliability, the Kunlun fleet has decided to construct 4 additional vessels of equivalent scale and modernize the solar system ship. Modernization entails the integration of the latest technologies into the solar system ship. These enhancements will be implemented after the completion of the 4 new ships, ensuring that the flagship of the Kunlun fleet, the solar system ship, possesses the most advanced and formidable capabilities. There was also a proposal to convert a small asteroid or satellite with a diameter exceeding 1,000 kilometers into the flagship of the Kunlun fleet. Such a celestial body could provide immense resources and space, sufficient to support any civilization for millions of years of deep space exploration. Ultimately, this proposal was rejected, as humanity's current technological capabilities are insufficient to facilitate the free movement of such a massive celestial body. Should we attempt to convert such a body into the flagship of the Kunlun fleet, it would lead to a significant reliance on the vacuum zero-point energy engine, resulting in various serious consequences. Although this proposal was ultimately rejected, it has been earmarked for further research as a technological reserve for the future development of the Kunlun fleet. with the hope that humanity's own technological prowess may one day bring it to fruition. In addition, a substantial number of combat spacecraft will be incorporated into the construction plan, including upgraded Hammerhead-class destroyers and newly developed Weasel Shark-class corvettes. The upgraded Hammerhead-class destroyer will retain its original length while boasting enhanced combat capabilities. The new Weasel Shark-class corvette is set to replace the existing second- and third-tier corvettes, serving as the foundational manned combat unit of the entire Kunlun fleet. Measuring approximately 300 meters in length and 70 meters in diameter, the Weasel Shark-class corvette will have a full load weight of around 60,000 tons. Its armament will include 4 directed energy weapons, 3 next-generation electromagnetic kinetic cannons, as well as a greater number of medium and small-sized directed energy and electromagnetic kinetic weapon interception systems compared to the Hammerhead-class destroyer. Furthermore, the Weasel Shark-class corvette will be equipped with 300 combat drones, capable of operating at a range of up to 300,000 kilometers, and will support the command of 1,000 small, unmanned aerial vehicles within its operational radius. This vessel can be regarded as a scaled-down version of the Hammerhead-class destroyer, with a defensive focus, as its weaponry is primarily configured for defensive engagements. The Kunlun fleet plans to construct 300 Weasel Shark-class corvettes and 100 Hammerhead-class destroyers, along with their accompanying unmanned aerial vehicles. Over the next 30 years, such firepower would be sufficient to bombard the surface of an ordinary planetary system. Additionally, the Kunlun fleet has prepared a second population expansion plan. The previous population of nearly 30 million over the past 2 millennia has played a crucial role in the development of the Kunlun fleet, especially within the starring ring domain, which has benefited from the technological dividends of this population. This has led the Kunlun fleet to resolve to expand its population to 100 million. At that time, a total of 5 colossal spacecraft will be capable of sustaining a population of 150 million, and this population growth will further accelerate the technological advancement of the Kunlun fleet, preparing it for future encounters with other dangers in the cosmos. Lastly, attention is being directed towards the cultural and spiritual development of the fleet's populace. During the recent pandemic, while the Kunlun fleet demonstrated remarkable scientific research capabilities and a spirit of unity, numerous troubling situations also emerged. Some individuals, consumed by self-preservation, disregarded the potential risks posed to the entire fleet. Others hoarded medical resources, preventing access for others, and some even seized the opportunity to commit various malicious crimes. Notably, many of these individuals belong to the new generation of youth. This has instigated a sense of urgency among the higher echelons of the Kunlun fleet, recognizing that these young individuals have lived lives of relative ease, having only faced a singular encounter with other human civilizations, which they navigated with an overwhelming advantage. They have not endured the hardships previously encountered by the Kunlun fleet, lacking the psychological resilience required in times of crisis, which poses a significant threat. If the issues revealed by this pandemic are left unaddressed, they may lead the entire fleet into dire straits in the face of even greater challenges in the future. The Social Sciences Academy has established a series of educational activities and initiatives aimed at optimizing social values and moral perspectives, with the hope of circumventing such issues. Chapter 179. The unknown fleet. Within this spiral galaxy resides a brown dwarf system, the nearest star to which is a staggering 10 light-years away. This system comprises a solitary brown dwarf and several terrestrial planets. The nebula that birthed this galaxy lacked sufficient mass to form a luminous and thermally active star, resulting instead in the creation of this brown dwarf system. Among the 3 larger terrestrial planets, there appear to be 3 exceedingly dim planetary rings. Without the occasional flicker of an unknown light, one might overlook their existence entirely. Unlike any other known planetary rings, these 3 seem particularly slender, defying the conventional rules of ring formation. Moreover, the rings around the 3 planets are nearly identical in appearance and scarcely reflect any light. They are obsidian black, akin to coal, with only sporadic orange-red flashes serving as reminders of their presence. Upon closer inspection, one discovers that these are not planetary rings at all. Rather, they are 3 colossal, slender, ring-shaped spacecraft. Each vessel boasts an outer diameter of approximately 20,000 kilometers, yet its thickness and width measure less than 50 kilometers. Composed of segments of extraordinarily large ships forming a circular structure, they remain in a stable synchronous orbit around their respective planets, rotating in tandem with the planet's rotation. Additionally, thousands of finer appendages extend from the inner sides of these spacecraft toward the planets, resembling bicycle tires encircling the celestial bodies. As we draw nearer, we observe that these terrestrial planets are dotted with innumerable engineering machines, fervently sorting through rubble on the surface to extract unmistakably metallic ores. It is evident that this massive spacecraft is engaged in mineral extraction from the planet, with countless square transport vehicles lined up in an orderly yet bustling manner, diligently transporting these minerals. These ores are conveyed by vehicle-like transporters to the equator of the planet, where towering structures rise into the void of space, connecting to the enormous spacecraft. Beneath these structures lie grand edifices. After delivering the ores into these buildings, the vehicles emerge bearing refined metals, which are then transferred to the area beneath the structures linked to the spacecraft. These structures resemble space elevators, adorned with large capsule-shaped containers that continuously traverse up and down, facilitating the transport of the refined metals to the vessels. Occasionally, the enormous ring-shaped spacecraft will open some of their inner hatches, revealing a dazzling interior illuminated by a warm orange glow. This is the intense heat of the smelting chambers. Upon the opening of the hatch, an object was ejected from within, a colossal stone, seemingly formed from reconstituted molten slag. This slag stone appeared to possess a certain initial velocity, preventing it from becoming a satellite in orbit and instead causing it to plummet back to the planet. Shortly thereafter, the stone re-entered the atmosphere, becoming incandescent due to atmospheric friction, and with a resounding crash, it struck the ground, creating a vast crater in the once flat terrain. Subsequently, a multitude of engineering machines were brought to the enormous pit, commencing the retrieval of minerals scattered by the impact. From space, it was evident that the surface of one terrestrial-like planet had transformed into a pockmarked landscape, with massive craters resembling those of meteorite impacts, some plunging dozens of kilometers deep, continuously deepening under the onslaught of slag meteorites released from spacecraft. In addition to the three large terrestrial-like planets, the outer protoplanetary disk forming the Oort cloud surrounding this brown dwarf star system was teeming with countless small spacecraft engaged in collection activities. Numerous meteorites rich in minerals were selectively gathered and transported into nearby colossal ships, where they were refined into various metals and other useful elements such as pure carbon, silicon, and calcium. Even at the core of this star system, the modest brown dwarf was encircled by over 100 massive space stations in geostationary orbit, with conduits akin to space elevators connecting directly to its atmosphere, facilitating the harvesting of hydrogen. Simultaneously, from the large ships equipped with smelting capabilities, including 3 enormous ring-shaped vessels, new black spacecraft frequently emerged, seemingly entering operational status without the need for test flights, thereby enhancing the efficiency of mineral collection and smelting. This civilization spanned the entire brown dwarf star system, with colossal ships exceeding 3,000 meters in length numbering in the millions, ensuring that every celestial body greater than 30 kilometers in diameter housed at least one such vessel. It appeared that they had no intention of halting their activities within this star system, but rather aimed to exploit and transform all valuable materials within it into their fleet. Throughout the entire system, various frequencies of electromagnetic waves permeated the space, clearly serving as the communication method of this civilization. From one of the ringed ships encircling the terrestrial-like planets, a message was broadcast. Task number JY0236273JD001 has reached its preset timer. The delivery time for the transaction with the Byliki civilization has arrived. Establishing subtask JY0236273JD0010001. Assembling a fleet to proceed to the Byliki civilization star system to complete the transaction. Task objective: fulfill the agreement signed with the Byliki civilization. Transaction details: exchange of automated technological knowledge for Byliki civilization S artificial biological entities, carbon-based analogs. Acceptance criteria: AMP. Acceptance location: 28 light-years from this point, Byliki star system. As this broadcast gradually reached the outermost edge of the brown dwarf star system, this civilization swiftly organized a colossal fleet consisting of 20,000 ships. All these vessels were uniform in design, measuring approximately 32 kilometers in length, cloaked in a deep black exterior devoid of any identifiers, allowing them to seamlessly blend into the cosmic darkness. Prominently, several stout short barrels resembling weaponry could be discerned on their upper surfaces. This fleet quickly arranged itself into a cubic formation, subsequently reshaping into a spherical array, and ultimately interlinked to form a larger rectangular vessel. Suddenly, a violent flash erupted from its rear, reminiscent of an explosion. Before the first flash could dissipate, a second and third followed, propelling the entire ship forward with remarkable acceleration. It was evident that the propulsion method employed by this civilization was an interstellar pulse engine, with each pulse unleashing energy far exceeding that of the Kunlun fleet's engines. Thus, a formidable fleet dispatched by a mysterious civilization set forth toward the location of the Bale civilization. Chapter 180. The new ship after 25 years of development. The Kunlun fleet has successfully constructed 4 vessels of 100 million tons each, with the transformation of the Sun system now complete. Today, it has just concluded its trial voyage, rejoining the ranks as the flagship of the Kunlun fleet. The newly designed 100-million-ton vessels retain the same design as the Sun system but are equipped with more advanced technology, which explains why the flagship was not replaced with entirely new ships. After all, the Sun system carries with it a wealth of history. The former multi-stage modular ships have been melted down to become part of the new vessels. Only 2 keel compartments have been preserved. The first, a relic from the Sun system era, and the second, the 160th keel compartment, which was the site of over 10,000 fatalities, serving as a memorial for future generations. Moreover, the second and third-tier frigates, namely the legendary Wolf Club's Wolf Club and Iron Nail, have been retained. Additionally, 1 or 2 of the other compartments associated with the first-tier keel have also been preserved. These old ships will no longer serve as vessels for the survival and work of humanity within the Kunlun fleet. Instead, they will be permanently preserved as museums and historical monuments for future generations to understand the legacy of the Kunlun fleet. Presently, humanity's 5 mothership-class vessels can collectively support a population of 1.7 billion, if not for the limited 30-year development plan. It is believed that the Kunlun fleet could have constructed even more motherships. However, since the decision was made to become a wandering starship civilization, it is improbable that the Kunlun fleet would remain within a single star system for an extended period. Human nature tends to breed complacency. Once accustomed to the bountiful environment of a star system, thoughts of lethargy may arise. A civilization that chooses to cower within the cradle provided by its home planet, even absent the cosmic calamities faced by the Baal civilization, is destined to decline due to the finite resources of their home planet. A civilization that cannot transcend its origins cannot elevate its energy level. According to the theory of cosmic entropy, such a civilization is not only incapable of contributing to the universe's entropy increase, but the very entropy of its galaxy could easily lead to its annihilation. Humanity, now boasting a population of 80 million and having experienced its first population explosion, has managed to navigate the current surge without the frantic disarray seen in the past, even in the absence of the insectoid's assistance, successfully nurturing the new populace. In the remaining 5 years of development, the Kunlun fleet aims to expand its population to over 100 million, while simultaneously constructing a fleet of drones compatible with their destroyers and frigates. In terms of technological advancements, the Kunlun fleet has successfully integrated the biological knowledge of the Bailiki civilization into humanity's own scientific framework through continued exploration of Bailiki relics and the diligent research of scientists in the scientific department. Presently, the genetic engineering technology of the Kunlun fleet has significantly surpassed its previous capabilities, with even the nanobots having undergone a generational upgrade. Learning from the harrowing experiences of the Bailiki civilization, the new generation of nanobots does not rely solely on genetic methods to eradicate invading microorganisms within the human body, nor do they propagate through infection. They lack inherent reproductive capabilities and depend on human oral supplementation for their numbers. Compared to the first generation of nanobots designed to combat viruses, this new iteration has added the function of assisting cellular repair. Consequently, individuals in the Kunlun fleet can recover from injuries swiftly, provided they consume adequate nutritional resources. Naturally, this restorative capability has its limits. Severe injuries, such as the loss of limbs, still necessitate surgical intervention. Nevertheless, even in this regard, the physicality of humanity has become markedly more resilient. After undergoing 2 rounds of genetic optimization and symbiotic enhancement with nanobots, the inhabitants of the Kunlun fleet have transformed into beings far superior, both physically and intellectually, compared to their counterparts from the solar system era. Intriguingly, the new generation of nanobots can be instructed to induce cellular proliferation, allowing for subtle adjustments in appearance and height. They can also regulate the digestion and absorption of food within the body to prevent obesity or underweight conditions. With such capabilities, it can be said that every individual in the Kunlun fleet has the potential to transform into a paragon of beauty. Paradoxically, this very capability has led to a diminished concern for outward appearance, with few individuals opting for drastic alterations to their true selves. Humanity often exhibits this peculiar behavior. When cosmetic technology is rudimentary and challenging, many seek to undergo procedures to rectify perceived physical flaws. Yet, when technology advances to a point where one can attain their desired appearance without surgical intervention, the pursuit shifts towards authenticity and self-identity. In addition to monumental advancements in genetic technology, the most significant scientific achievement of humanity during this 30-year development plan has emerged from the vacuum zero-point energy engine. From ancient times, humanity has successfully unified 3 of the 4 fundamental forces, excluding gravity. This theoretical pinnacle was achieved during the era of Earth, yet millennia have passed, and humanity remains unable to incorporate gravity into this unification. In fact, a profound contradiction exists between gravity and the two preeminent physical theories of the time, quantum mechanics and relativity. This is primarily due to gravity's inherent weakness. It is so feeble that insufficient mass renders it difficult to exert a significant influence on matter. Moreover, its omnipresence complicates experimental endeavors under absolute conditions. However, with the advent of the vacuum zero-point energy engine, the Kunlun fleet no longer faces such challenges. This engine can even directly harness energy derived from gravity. Consequently, scientists within the Kunlun fleet can explore phenomena that were previously verifiable only on an astronomical scale or existed solely within the realm of imagination. The results of these experiments provide theoretical support for the Kunlun fleet's utilization of the vacuum zero-point energy engine. Today, after docking for spacecraft, the Kunlun fleet can effortlessly achieve speeds of 30 times the speed of light by exploiting the gravitational effects produced by the vacuum zero-point energy engine, specifically targeting their own vessels. Furthermore, the Kunlun fleet has the capability to create isolated regions devoid of gravitational effects, making it particularly suitable for conducting gravity-related experiments. Undoubtedly, the most practical application is that the fleet's spacecraft no longer need to rely on centrifugal force as a source of artificial gravity. The Kunlun fleet can now easily regulate localized gravity within designated areas, allowing the inhabitants of the 5 grand vessels to experience an environment identical to that of Earth. There will also be designated areas where gravity is temporarily unnecessary, such as certain laboratories or industrial sections. These challenges pose no issue, as the vacuum zero-point energy engine can effortlessly accommodate them. With the advancement of the Kunlun fleet's technological prowess, we have begun to enter a realm of futuristic science fiction. Within this far-flung narrative, it becomes increasingly difficult to establish the technological capabilities of the Kunlun fleet based on existing physical knowledge. Thus, the technological strength of the Kunlun fleet and that of advanced extraterrestrial civilizations will showcase many imaginative technologies that cannot be elucidated through current theories. Nevertheless, I shall strive to adhere to known physical principles and construct a logically coherent framework. At the very least, I can assure one thing. There will be no fantastical content featuring a single punch obliterating a spaceship or a mere hand penetrating a planet. Ha ha ha. Chapter 181. The New Solar System with the implementation of a second 30-year development plan. Individuals born before their arrival from the insect star system are referred to as the first generation. Those born between the insect star system and the Bale star system are designated as the second generation, while individuals born after reaching the Bale star system are known as the third generation. Much like the categorization of individuals on Earth into generations such as the 80s, 90s, and 00s. Each generation possesses its own unique characteristics, shaped by varying environments and experiences. The Kunlun fleet has embarked upon its third comprehensive genetic optimization, primarily focused on the implantation of nanorobots. Thanks to the genetic technologies acquired from Bayer and civilization, human lifespan has once again experienced a remarkable leap. Currently, calculations suggest that human longevity could theoretically reach the age of 1,000 years, transforming individuals into beings of extraordinary longevity, once only found in ancient myths. Kudonaika, a second-generation member of the Kunlun fleet, is currently 92 years old. However, for humans who theoretically could live for millennia, she could be regarded as merely a child. Kudonaika is part of the astronomical observation team, tasked primarily with the observation and analysis of gravitational waves. By detecting the gravitational waves surrounding the fleet, she is able to decipher cosmic events. Having encountered spatial wormholes and possessing a zero-point energy engine, humanity has gradually developed its own theoretical framework for gravitational detection and utilization, acquiring numerous technologies unique to humans that are not present in many other Type 1 civilizations. Perhaps the Kunlun fleet itself is unaware that it is rapidly evolving from a nascent, weak civilization at the threshold of Type 1 status into a promising emerging civilization that surpasses many of its contemporaries in certain aspects. Today marks the day Kudonaika returns to the solar system ship, as the entire solar system vessel underwent updates and upgrades. All residents and institutions from the original solar system ship were temporarily relocated to the newly constructed and trialed Jupiter ship. With the upgrades to the solar system ship now complete, all work units and residents will be relocated back. It is worth noting that the name of the original solar system ship has not changed. While the 4 newly constructed ships of the same class have been named in the order of their completion as Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune. The Jupiter ship, being the first to be completed, boasts the most comprehensive functionalities. Consequently, to facilitate the renovation of the solar system ship, all its institutions and residents were entirely transferred to the Jupiter ship, awaiting the completion of the renovations before returning. The relocation process does not require human intervention. A multitude of autonomous robots deployed by the Kunlun fleet can efficiently manage the task. These robots will preemptively transport relevant equipment back to the solar system ship and install it accordingly. As for the humans, they merely need to follow the arrangements and board the ship in batches. Kudo Naika is an exceptionally beautiful woman of Eastern descent. Despite several admirers, none have managed to capture her heart, and thus she remains without a life partner. Today marks her first day back at work on the solar system ship. She chose to depart from her room early, traversing the newly renovated park to reach her laboratory module. This route requires an additional hour of walking, but she opts for it nonetheless, as she holds a deep fondness for this newly constructed park. The laboratory module is vast, designed to resemble a wetland park, complete with an artificial lake teeming with various aquatic plants, including duckweed, water chestnuts, and lotus flowers. Along the shores of the lake, reeds and bulrushes flourish, while grassy meadows envelop the water's edge, interspersed with various trees planted every 10 or so meters, meticulously replicating the environment of the eastern wetlands of Earth. In contrast to parks characterized by wooded formations or those adorned with lawns and play facilities, Kudo now prefers this particular style, as it evokes a genuine sense of dwelling on Earth, despite her status as a second-generation member who has never set foot on the planet. The park is home to several cranes and egrets, waterfowl that, having grown up in an artificial environment, exhibit no fear of humans and readily approach for food. Such a wetland park, imbued with indigenous wildlife, could not have been constructed in the previous artificial gravity environment. It was not the planting of flora or the breeding of fauna that was unfeasible, but rather the potential mechanical failures that could arise under artificial gravity. Should the gravity fail, the entire park module would descend into chaos. Only the gravitational effects produced by the vacuum zero-point engine can so flawlessly replicate Earth's gravity. And this simulated natural environment inevitably fosters the proliferation of various microorganisms. Only with the universal microbial vaccine can humanity confidently replicate such an environment that closely resembles nature. The thought of contributing to research that enhances the quality of life for the entire fleet fills Kudo now with immense joy. Although she is but a small part of the gravitational research team, she feels a profound sense of pride. After feeding the breadcrumbs in her hand to the egrets that had approached her, she brushed off the crumbs and departed. Through the transparent entrance of the park module, she arrived at a small magnetic levitation train station. This compact train, accommodating only a little over 10 passengers, would transport her to her office area in a mere 5 minutes. Kudo now arrived punctually at her designated workspace, a chamber specifically allocated for the gravitational research team, along with several other adjacent chambers dedicated to their endeavors. Upon seeing the new office location, which had been almost entirely restored to resemble their original workspace, she entered her laboratory without any hindrance. Although the autonomous robots were capable of impeccably recreating a familiar environment, this replication somewhat diminished her excitement about moving. There was no change, no novelty, rendering it rather lackluster. In the laboratory, several of her colleagues had already arrived. After exchanging greetings, Kudo now commenced her day's work. The primary task for everyone in the lab that day was to calibrate the newly installed instruments, ensuring their proper functionality. As Kudo now and her colleagues chatted while testing the devices, she noted that the autonomous robots had their advantages. The instruments they relocated and reassembled rarely encountered issues, with most discrepancies easily resolved through data fitting. Before the day concluded, Kudo now received the final batch of gravitational wave observation data. Once this data was verified, she would be able to conclude her workday. She imported this batch of gravitational wave data into the laboratory's dedicated super quantum computer. This data was gathered by several gravitational wave detectors aboard the new solar system, capturing the gravitational waves from the entire universe within a radius of 10 light-years. The precision of these instruments allows them to detect gravitational waves caused by objects weighing 10 tons, even if they are located a light-year away. The computer will compare this data with that obtained from other already calibrated detectors on different spacecraft, recalibrating the fitting parameters of these instruments to correct for any detection biases caused by various instrumental factors. Starting today, her laboratory will engage in such calibration work for an entire week, aiming to optimize the operational efficiency of the new solar system's gravitational wave detectors. Given the immense volume of data, even with the super quantum computer, this calibration process will require approximately 1 hour. Kudo Namiya activated her personal digital terminal to explore the commercial entities along her route from work to her residence. She planned to indulge in some retail therapy after work, as new stores typically offer a variety of discount promotions. Naturally, she intended to take a leisurely stroll through Wetland Park afterward, for she adored the environment there. Meanwhile, within the inner region of the Oort cloud, approximately 40,000 astronomical units from the Biliki galaxy, a formidable fleet had traversed the Oort cloud of this galaxy, fully entering its interior. They maintained a velocity close to 30 of the speed of light, seemingly unconcerned about the need to decelerate. Their internal electromagnetic communication remained consistently active. Beep, entering the target galaxy's interior, expected to begin deceleration in 1,000 large time units. Deceleration efficiency at 20. Projected to reach the third cosmic velocity of this galaxy in 6,000 large time units, at which point the fleet formation will commence. Beep, detected frequent electromagnetic signals. Suspected traces of Byliki civilization activity. Beep, electromagnetic signal analysis failed. Probability analysis. 1. Encrypted signal, encryption method unknown, unable to decrypt. 2. Altered linguistic coding of Byliki civilization. Previous decoding algorithms rendered ineffective. Communicating through a micro-wormhole with the mothership. Authorization was granted to send a greeting and identity code compiled with the old decoding algorithm to the interior of the Byliki galaxy, notifying them of their arrival. The swiftly advancing fleet promptly dispatched a greeting bearing their identity code towards the interior of the Byliki galaxy, reminding the Byliki civilization that the time for trade had arrived. The calibration results for the final batch of data had been released, and Kudo Namiya needed to perform a final review of the calibration results and analysis before she could conclude her workday. As an exceptionally diligent second-generation member, Kudo Namiya was meticulous. Even though she had surpassed her expected departure time, she remained unperturbed, patiently scrutinizing the dataset. Her attentiveness and patience were among the very reasons she was selected for this laboratory, and she fully embraced her strengths without exhibiting a trace of impatience. After all, who needed a life partner? No one awaited her, thus there was no reason for haste. Suddenly, Kudo Nami discovered an anomaly within the data. Based on her extensive experience, she noted peculiar traces in this set of data. Across a span of 10 light-years of gravitational wave data, a relatively massive object had emerged between several stellar systems. This was exceedingly illogical. Typically, the void between stellar systems is the most desolate of spaces, where one might not detect even a few hydrogen atoms per cubic meter. How could such a barren expanse harbor a massive entity? Could it be that some asteroids or comets had been ejected from various stellar systems due to complex gravitational effects? Kudo Nami promptly scrutinized the data, quickly dismissing this hypothesis. She realized that the object seemed to originate from a more distant location, hurtling towards the Byliki galaxy in a nearly straight trajectory. Gravitational waves propagate at the speed of light. Thus, the movement of such a massive object was clearly depicted in the gravitational wave data spanning 10 light-years. Intrigued by this bizarre phenomenon, Kudo Nami prepared to conduct a thorough analysis of the data. She then accessed the gravitational wave detection data from several other spacecraft, and through her analysis, she confirmed that this anomalous data was not a result of equipment malfunction on the new solar system vessel. Kudo Nami reanalyzed the data, this time employing a different mathematical model, enabling her to calculate the mass of the object. After multiple calculations, she discovered that this entity possessed a staggering mass of 100 billion tons. Furthermore, it had already traversed to a position just 1 light-year from the Byliki galaxy. Following a series of verifications, Kudo Nami was nearly certain of the authenticity and accuracy of her discovery, and she even calculated the object's velocity, reaching an astounding 30 times the speed of light. This was almost impossible for a natural celestial body, unless it had been ejected from a close orbit around a black hole or neutron star. Yet, theoretically, such a scenario remained implausible, as very few entities could maintain such a massive weight near a supernova explosion. If it wasn't a natural phenomenon, then only one possibility remained. This was a spacecraft of an extraterrestrial civilization, potentially an enormous starship, or perhaps a modified asteroid, or even a conglomeration of smaller spacecraft. Those smaller must be taken with a grain of salt. A 100 billion-ton vessel would exceed the weight of the Kunlun fleet's ships by 100-fold. A civilization capable of constructing a spacecraft of such magnitude and traversing the cosmos at 30 times the speed of light was undoubtedly the most formidable civilization the Kunlun fleet had encountered. Aside from the new Nas civilization, this was a monumental event. Kudo Nami was taken aback by her own deductions, an unknown extraterrestrial civilization, with a collective mass surpassing that of the Kunlun fleet by 100-fold. She shivered, hastily compiling her findings into a report, which she marked with the highest urgency and sent to the esteemed head of the laboratory, her former professor, Professor Park Puching. Despite having dispatched the report, her unease lingered. After much contemplation, she decided to contact the professor directly through her personal digital terminal, conveying the astonishing discovery to him. Soon, all personnel at the gravitational laboratory received an urgent summons to return to their posts for overtime. Many had to abandon their half-eaten dinners or appease their complaining partners. Rushing back to the laboratory, on their way back, they noticed that it was not just them, scientists from other fields, along with high-ranking members of the fleet and military clerks, were also hurrying to their respective offices. It appeared that the entire Kunlun fleet was on the verge of encountering a significant event. Chapter 183. Contact Indeed. The Kunlun fleet was facing a momentous occurrence. A mysterious and formidable spacecraft or fleet was hurtling towards the Beileji star system. Almost all relevant departments within the fleet sprang into action, as millions of personnel were recalled to their duties during their break times. They needed to further verify the information sent by the gravitational wave detection team and analyze the data collated from various sources. Soon, this news was confirmed, as humanity had received an electromagnetic message from the Beileji civilization. This signal, characterized by an exceptionally long wavelength, ensured that its information would remain intact over vast distances, minimizing degradation into the cosmic background radiation. However, the amount of information it carried was quite limited. The translated message from the Beileji civilization consisted of a mere terse sentence. The trading time has arrived. Please prepare for handover. Identity verification code. This message caught the Kunlun fleet off guard. It appeared that this was a civilization known to the Beileji and was here to conduct business with them. The fleet's high command convened an urgent meeting to discuss matters relating to this civilization. Contact was inevitable, as the Kunlun fleet had chosen to be a nomadic civilization to engage with as many other civilizations as possible, learning from them to strengthen itself. The discussion centered on the methodology of contact and how best to approach it. Data analysis indicated that the entity was moving at a remarkable speed, having already entered the Oort cloud of the Beileji star system without showing any signs of deceleration. This indicated that their spacecraft possessed exceptional acceleration and deceleration capabilities. The entity had arranged a transaction with the Beileji civilization, suggesting that it was indeed a communicative civilization. Moreover, from the information transmitted, it appeared that they were unaware of the extinction of the Beileji civilization. This information was swiftly summarized by the fleet's general staff and submitted to the high-level meeting to outline the strategy for contact. Based on the speed and distance of the opposing force, reaching the Bail and star system would require no more than 3 years at best, and no longer than 5 at worst. However, with only 5 years remaining in the second 30-year development plan of the Kunlun fleet, it is imperative to expedite the plan to be completed within 2 years, taking into account the associated risks, to allow ample time for preparation to meet this extraterrestrial civilization. Regardless, the latter stages of the development plan involve the construction of numerous military vessels, necessitating an acceleration of the schedule. Beep, initiate deceleration to reach the designated distance. Came the command transmitted through electromagnetic waves. The colossal assembled fleet activated the propulsion engines stationed at the forefront, emitting a brilliant blue-white light. The immense thrust generated by this pulse engine rapidly decreased the fleet's velocity. Should the Kunlun fleet witness this, they would undoubtedly be astounded by such a drastic method of deceleration. The abruptness of the fleet's slowdown required a prolonged emergency deceleration to ensure they would not be ensnared by the gravitational pull of the stars upon entering the Bail and star system, a feat that would impose accelerations difficult for even biological entities to withstand. Beep, switch to formation deceleration mode. With this command, the entire fleet began to disperse from its assembled configuration, optimizing the engines of each individual vessel for deceleration while simultaneously reducing their collective mass, thus enabling a swifter reduction in speed to be captured by the gravitational influence of the stars. The once unified fleet began to separate like blocks of a disassembled structure, with each ship igniting its frontal engines, creating a visually stunning effect akin to celestial blossoms scattering in the air. The Kunlun fleet swiftly formulated a contact strategy. For the sake of their own safety, 5 colossal ships would conceal themselves near the gaseous planet Bail E within the Bail and star system. A massive unmanned fleet, composed of older mixed-class ships and unmanned combat clusters, would be commanded by AI through miniature wormhole communicators to initiate the first contact. During this process, humans would remain absent from initial interactions. Only upon confirming the absence of hostility would they make their presence known. This approach serves to maximize the concealment of their own capabilities while also safeguarding their security. After all, who can ascertain whether interactions between disparate civilizations might lead to conflict? What if a ship carrying humans were dispatched for direct contact, only to be annihilated or captured? Such an outcome could not only place them in a precarious position of hostage-taking, but also risk exposing the secrets of human genetics to their adversaries. In the realm of different species, the entity that possesses knowledge of the other's genetic makeup wields the potential power to eliminate them, as biological vulnerabilities can be readily gleaned from genetic information. The Kunlun fleet has now established its guidelines and commenced a methodical preparation process, while keenly observing the movements of the opposing force. Simultaneously, to avoid alarming the other party, the Kunlun fleet deliberated extensively before deciding against responding to their communications. For regardless of the manner of response, it inevitably raises suspicion. Imagine if one were to impersonate the Bale civilization in a reply. Given that the recipient is familiar with the Bale civilization, albeit uncertain of the depth of their mutual understanding, it would be exceedingly difficult to convincingly masquerade as such. Should this deception be uncovered, it could easily be interpreted as an act of hostility. Conversely, if one were to candidly reveal oneself as a foreign civilization, the other party would undoubtedly become wary, as there has been no prior interaction between them, rendering any trust relationship impossible to establish. Thus, rather than responding, it is perhaps wiser to remain silent until a face-to-face meeting can occur. Beep. This marks the 7,634th signal sent to the Bale civilization, with no response received. Beep. The target location has been detected, with a reduction of 9,456 in the amplitude of the electromagnetic signal. Preliminary analysis suggests that the other party has received our electromagnetic signals and has proactively lowered their communication frequency. Beep. Comprehensive analysis indicates that the conditions of the target star region align with Scenario 837, Section 78. The other party is not the Bale civilization. Beep. Route verification and examination of surrounding landmark stars confirm the accurate position of the target star region. Beep. Insufficient information prevents further situational analysis. Beep. The original plan remains unchanged, and all vessels are to maintain vigilance. It is evident that this enigmatic alien fleet has also recognized that something is amiss. Chapter 184. Dialogue. After a year and a half of accelerated development, the Kunlun fleet has finally achieved its predetermined growth objectives. At present, the Kunlun fleet boasts 5 mothership-class vessels, 100 multi-Hammerhead Shark-class destroyers, over 300 Weasel Shark-class frigates, and a staggering fleet of 1 million small drones. In terms of military capability, the current Kunlun fleet could easily dispatch 10 such vessels without issue. Furthermore, the fleet's population has surged to 80 million. Had it not been for the interruption of the original 30-year development plan by the emergence of an unfamiliar civilization's fleet, this figure would have increased by at least another 20 million. Today, all senior fleet officials convened once more in the command conference room aboard the 5 motherships, engaging in discussions via a comprehensive system projection. The purpose of today's meeting was to address the Kunlun fleet's reception of the latest electromagnetic signals from the alien fleet. This particular set of signals is entirely distinct from the thousands of repetitive signals previously encountered, comprising various linguistic messages that include the language of the Bale civilization. Beep. Foreign civilization, please identify yourselves. This is the Ropot civilization, seeking dialogue with the Bale civilization. Upon reviewing this message, the high-ranking officials of the Kunlun fleet realized that they could no longer feign ignorance. Clearly, the other party had recognized the anomaly, albeit after nearly 2 years, an indication of their considerable dullness. Did it truly take them sending thousands of messages without a response to discern the issue? Many minds were preoccupied with this query. However, the pressing concern now is how to respond to this communication. All eyes turned toward the diplomatic department, where the legendary leader of the human exploration team, Tang Sheng, sat poised. As the most seasoned Captain Tang Sheng, experienced in dealings with extraterrestrial civilizations, was secretly engaged in private messaging with Su Xiaoxiao, he suddenly noticed a profound silence enveloping the entire venue. Upon lifting his gaze, he found himself the focal point of thousands of eager eyes. Unfazed, the seasoned Tang Sheng naturally deactivated his personal digital terminal, sending a farewell emoji to Su Xiaoxiao. Clearing his throat, he remarked, "Well, I believe we should simply convey the truth to them. What benefits could that possibly confer upon us?" inquired Fleet Admiral Zhang Yu. "Isn't it preferable to be candid during our inaugural communication with an unfamiliar civilization rather than resorting to falsehoods? We have no justifiable reason to deceive them." Tang Sheng shrugged and gestured. "We merely need not elaborate excessively." At this juncture, another high-ranking official from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs interjected. "Indeed. Based on our previous experiences with alien civilizations, the most effective approach for initial communication is a question-and-answer format, which minimizes the risk of divulging excessive information while facilitating the exchange of pertinent data." Following a thorough discussion, a response was dispatched from the unmanned fleet stationed at the periphery of the Beileji star system. "Greetings, Ropot civilization. The Beileji civilization has now perished. You are communicating with humanity." Days later, the Kunlun fleet received a reply. "Beep, human civilization. Has the Beileji civilization been annihilated by your kind?" The bluntness of this inquiry left everyone somewhat disconcerted. Given that humanity had never genuinely interacted with the Beileji civilization, all textual information was derived from computational analysis. Thus, many speculated that the inquiry stemmed from a translation error. Consequently, an explanatory message was sent. "Ropot civilization, by the time we arrived, the Beileji civilization had already perished." A few days later, the response came. "Beep, Surrender MNT-1, or the Ropot civilization shall regard you as adversaries. What? This reply left all attending fleet leaders utterly bewildered. Why would they perceive us as enemies? What is MNT-1? What on earth is MNT-1? Every individual was left with a question mark hovering over their heads. To ascertain the other party's intentions, the Kunlun fleet felt compelled to resend a message attempting clarification. Ropot civilization, we do not possess MNT-1. The Balaji civilization was not destroyed by us. After several days of waiting, the response arrived. Beep. The Ropot civilization does not trust the assertions of human civilization. Verification through inspection by the Ropot civilization is mandatory for credibility. The audacious nature of this reply ignited the ire of many. Oh dear, my temper is flaring. We must retaliate. Tang Sheng was the first to bang his fist on the table in outrage. Accompanying him was a throng of second-generation members, many of whom had grown up hearing tales of the Wolf Fong Brigade and were ardent fans of the group. Silence. The analysis from the general staff has yet to conclude. Please await the completion of their evaluation before engaging in discussion. Now, although Chief of Staff Moon, who is over 240 years old, is one of the oldest members of the Kunlun fleet, he appears surprisingly youthful, a testament to the significant increase in human lifespan. His once somewhat aged visage now resembles that of a middle-aged man, and he retains his signature bushy mustache, which adds to his stern demeanor. He rapped the table and continued speaking. The response from the other party exhibited a notably assertive stance. According to prior intelligence, if the translation is accurate, they were originally set to negotiate a trade for something called MNT-1 with the Bale civilization. Various intelligence analyses indicate that this MNT-1 is likely something the Ropot civilization desperately needs. Chief of Staff Moon surveyed the conference room, noting that everyone had ceased their chatter and was attentively listening to his analytical report. Satisfied, he nodded and continued. According to the trajectory data of the other party, the Ropot civilization can reach speeds of 30 times the speed of light, demonstrating maneuverability that closely resembles our own. Furthermore, they only began to decelerate urgently when nearing their destination, suggesting they are a race with formidable physical capabilities, likely possessing significant advantages in resisting acceleration. Given the scale of their fleet, it is probable they have a vast population and considerable resources, indicating they may be an established I-class civilization that has developed over many years. Additionally, their willingness to engage in trade with the Bale civilization suggests their strength is comparable, as it is challenging for two vastly different civilizations to reach a trading agreement otherwise. Finally, considering the technological expertise of the Bale civilization, it is highly likely that their traded goods pertain to biotechnology. Moreover, based on the statements from the Ropot civilization, they appear to believe we have already acquired the item known as MNT-1. After Chief of Staff Moon concluded, he nodded to everyone and took his seat. Fleet Commander Zhang Yu resumed the meeting, stating, having heard the analysis from the staff, we can continue our discussion on how to proceed with the Ropot civilization. Just as Zhang Yu had not yet settled into his chair, Tang Sheng slammed the table and exclaimed, this wretched civilization clearly does not trust us. We cannot agree to their search. Without a foundation of trust, negotiation is futile. We might as well resort to battle. If we win, they must compensate us with technology and resources. If we lose, let them conduct their inspection. Zhang Yu, having barely seated himself, rested his forehead with his hand. This Tang Sheng, despite his age, he remains so reckless. Chapter 185. The assertive civilization. Although there are many hardliners like Tang Sheng within the Kunlun fleet, ultimately, the fleet voted in favor of a relatively gentler diplomatic approach. Given the formidable strength exhibited by the other party, at least in terms of ship tonnage, the Kunlun fleet decided to adhere to a strategy of diplomacy prior to conflict and engage with this civilization. Though throughout their subsequent communications, the civilization that referred to itself as Ropot demanded with unwavering authority the inspection of the human fleet, the Kunlun fleet resolutely conveyed its refusal. Thus, the two sides engaged in a verbal sparring match as they drew closer to one another. In terms of perseverance, it was evident that the Ropot civilization held the upper hand, resembling an incessant recording that tirelessly reiterated its demands. However, regarding linguistic dexterity, the Kunlun fleet maintained the advantage, employing entirely distinct phrases and responses with each rejection. As the Ropot civilization approached the core of the Bale system, the Kunlun fleet had meticulously prepared for the encounter. 5 mothership-class vessels, accompanied by hundreds of combat ships, concealed themselves behind the gas giant Bale E, utilizing vacuum zero-point energy engines to eliminate any gravitational wave signatures of their presence, while remaining in a state of electromagnetic silence. All communications were conducted solely through WeChat wormhole communicators and an internal wired network, originally intended to be dismantled and repurposed into new vessels. A number of outdated modular ships that had not yet been deconstructed were gathered and stationed in orbit around Bale F, disguised as the primary human fleet. Considering that some older ships had already been dismantled, the Kunlun fleet even constructed over 10,000 new second- and third-class frigates to bolster their masquerade, thereby enhancing the fleet's apparent size and firepower. However, when the fleet of the Rupat civilization came within the detection range of their sensors, the Kunlun fleet realized that the additional second-class frigates were entirely superfluous. The number of Rupat ships was relatively modest, totaling merely 20,000, and even the disguised fleet outnumbered them significantly. Yet, the adversary's vessels were uniformly colossal, each comparable in size to a first-class keel compartment. As the two sides entered a standoff, the imposing presence of the disguised fleet paled in comparison. Beep. Human civilization. This is the 185th Squadron of the 2343rd Fleet of the Rupat civilization. Warning, cease resistance and submit to the inspection of the Rupat civilization. Upon confirming that you do not harbor any goods related to the Bale civilization, the Rupat civilization is willing to accept your previous explanations and engage in dialogue. Rupat civilization. This is the Kunlun fleet of human civilization. To ensure our own security, we refuse your unlawful demands. We do not wish to engage in conflict and hope for peaceful communication. Beep. No inspection, no communication. Refusal to comply will result in the use of force to conduct the inspection. Rupat civilization, we do not possess the MNT-1 you mentioned, and we are even unaware of what MNT-1 is. Should you be willing to provide information, we would be glad to assist you in locating this item within the Bale system. Beep. No inspection, no trust. This pertains to the highest secrets of the Rupat civilization. We will not engage in dialogue with a civilization lacking an identification code. Final warning, cease resistance and submit to the inspection of the Rupat civilization. At that moment, a diplomat responsible for parsing and organizing responses wiped the sweat from his brow, a product of his mounting anxiety, and addressed the commander-in-chief, Zhang Yu. Within the conference room, I regret to inform you that, at present, it appears that due to the other party's lack of trust in us, war with the Rupat civilization has become inevitable. Zhang Yu furrowed his brow and turned to Chief of Staff Miao En, inquiring, "What is the opinion of the General Staff?" Chief of Staff Miao En rose and saluted, responding, "The General Staff believes that the possibility of peaceful communication with the Rupat civilization has dissipated. Indeed, previously, when both sides were oblivious to each other's strengths, unable to directly observe them, it was possible to engage in rhetoric. However, now that both parties have entered each other's detection range, the size of the opposing fleet is unmistakable, and their technological level can be assessed simply by the appearance of their vessels. Upon reaching the Byler and Star system, the Rupat civilization's fleet must have evaluated the comprehensive strengths of both sides and subsequently issued an ultimatum, an action unprecedented in the past. As I have stated before, the issue of trust is challenging to establish between two unfamiliar civilizations. Ultimately, a conflict seems unavoidable. Engaging in trust building typically occurs only when there is a significant technological disparity between the parties, remarked Tang Sheng, with a dismissive shrug. Zhang Yu then turned to the Minister of Science, Cai Yongfan, who was seated closely with the military representative, and asked, "What is the assessment of the Rupat civilization's technological level from the science and military departments? What are our chances of victory in this war?" The opposing ships exhibit a highly unified design, indicating that they are a highly social civilization. Based on the detection results from the Byler and Civilization's satellite replicas previously concealed in the Kuiper Belt, their ship materials appear to be conventional alloys primarily composed of iron, placing them on par with our own capabilities. Their communication systems, propulsion technology, and engineering design do not exceed our reach. This reflects the Science Department's evaluation of their technological strength, stated Minister Cai Yongfan. From the perspective of the Kunlun fleet's own capabilities, having preliminarily mastered zero-point energy in a vacuum, we can essentially achieve the energy levels of a Type 2 civilization. However, to avoid over-reliance on zero-point energy engines, we have constrained their regular use. Should a state of war arise, we can authorize the military to utilize zero-point energy engines. And whether in retreat or in the annihilation of the enemy, the military is confident. The military representative also stood to salute, expressing their assurance. As the Kunlun fleet has indeed developed a new type of weapon that even the most formidable Type 1 civilization would find insurmountable. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu began to ponder. While strategies could typically be determined through voting, today as urgent circumstances required him to adapt swiftly as the commander-in-chief. "Commander, what should our response be?" The diplomatic officer gently reminded Zhang Yu, who had been deep in thought for quite some time. "Let us reply that we do not desire war, yet we are not afraid of it," Zhang Yu ultimately decided after much contemplation. Once this message is dispatched, it signifies the cessation of any potential for harmonious coexistence between humanity and the Rupat civilization. Although the Kunlun fleet harbors such intentions, Many within this self-proclaimed civilization of interference and communication felt disheartened by their encounter with an unfamiliar civilization. For a civilization eager to engage with others, confronting an insurmountable issue, namely, the matter of trust, during their inaugural interaction with a civilization of equal standing is indeed disheartening. As was the case with the Ropote civilization, a lack of trust compels both parties to remain vigilant of one another, which undoubtedly complicates communication. The issue of trust must be addressed, otherwise, the core values of a civilization predicated on interference and communication will struggle to manifest. The Kunlun fleet might as well only seek interactions with civilizations of lesser technological advancement. Engaging with civilizations that are inferior offers little opportunity for technological advancement, while conversing with those that are superior could perilously jeopardize their own civilization. Alas, this dilemma must await resolution in the future. Presently, humanity must grapple with the issue of warfare against the Ropote civilization. Chapter 186. An unexpectedly formidable adversary. The war commenced without surprise. Upon dispatching the message, "We do not seek war, but we do not fear it," the keel compartment that sent this reply was struck by a laser weapon. The crimson beam pierced the entire hull, directly impacting the fusion chamber at the ship's core and resulting in an explosion. Although space lacks air to carry sound or shockwaves, the spectacle of the massive keel compartment being torn apart by the internal explosion and subsequently disintegrating into fragments was nonetheless breathtaking. Humanity's counterattack was equally swift. They rapidly deployed laser weaponry and activated the plasma defense shield. In an instant, the Ropote civilization's lasers were deflected haphazardly, while human vessels sustained no damage. This was one of the pinnacle technologies of the Beileji civilization, and perhaps its demonstration would further substantiate humanity's acquisition of Beileji heritage. However, such considerations were rendered moot in the heat of battle, as many pondered. Despite the apparent absence of plasma defense on the opposing side, the lasers, while inflicting damage, seemed not to cause fatal harm. Those ships, riddled with gaping holes, continued to retaliate, as if oblivious to their own injuries. It was akin to an exceptionally resilient individual enduring your strikes without flinching. Despite suffering wounds, they felt no pain, which proved quite disconcerting. Soon, both parties realized that laser weaponry was ineffective against one another, leading them to switch to alternative armaments. It is well known that light-speed weapons, due to their rapidity, are the preferred choice in cosmic warfare against civilizations that have yet to transcend the speed of light. Thus, both sides almost synchronously opted for gamma-ray cannons. Gamma rays, characterized by their extremely short wavelengths, possess formidable penetrating power and can inflict devastating harm upon biological entities. Numerous civilizations have chosen to wield it as a weapon, with the gamma-ray cannon being a prime example. This formidable armament generates a powerful stream of gamma rays, striking adversaries at the speed of light. Much like neutron weapons, its assault is exclusively aimed at biological entities, leaving vehicles unscathed while obliterating their occupants. Due to the inherent properties of gamma rays, the majority of spacecraft materials are unable to withstand such attacks, unless one considers vessels with armor akin to that of asteroids, which might possess the necessary thickness to resist a gamma-ray cannon's onslaught. It is evident that, although the Ropote civilization's vessels are larger, they too cannot endure the gamma-ray cannon's fire. Then, a most peculiar scene unfolded on the battlefield. Both sides appeared to disregard the gamma-ray cannon's attacks, behaving as if impervious to its effects. This situation seemed decidedly amiss. As the battle progressed, all observers monitoring the screen began to sense something was wrong. Tang Sheng, intently watching the footage of both factions exchanging blows with the gamma-ray cannon, murmured to himself. He was well aware that his unmanned fleet, devoid of biological life and equipped with a plasma shield capable of withstanding electromagnetic weaponry, had no reason to fear gamma rays. However, what perplexed him was how the opposing force seemed equally unfazed by the gamma rays, despite clearly being struck. It defied logic. Despite the apparent fervor of the combat, there was an unmistakable oddity permeating the clash of these two fleets. Report. After thorough data analysis, the command staff, military department, and scientific division unanimously conclude that the opposing force comprises unmanned spacecraft. An officer from the military stood to deliver the report. At this juncture, the war had commenced, and command of the Kunlun fleet had shifted to the military. Thus, all tactical maneuvers were now orchestrated by them. Nevertheless, the military bore the responsibility of keeping the fleet's high command apprised of the evolving situation, as these details would dictate the strategic actions of the Kunlun fleet moving forward. Based on the enemy's performance during the engagement, we harbor grave suspicions that this fleet consists of unmanned vessels, the officer continued. Laser weaponry can inflict damage upon the enemy's ships. However, from the footage we have collected, it appears their vessels lack life support systems, and astonishingly, there seems to be no air within them at all. The officer projected a holographic analysis, revealing that this was indeed a standard ship of the Ropote civilization. A laser weapon struck its exterior, creating a significant breach. Yet, unlike human vessels, there were no indications of air leakage or internal combustion following the puncture. The absence of signs of combustion is understandable, as it is possible that the air they breathe is not oxygen, thus precluding any violent oxidative reactions. However, the complete lack of air leakage is perplexing, suggesting that the interior of their ship is devoid of air altogether. Moreover, the fact that the gamma-ray cannon's irradiation elicited no reaction further corroborates the hypothesis that these are unmanned vessels. Disrupt their communication environment, commanded an officer, swiftly issuing orders based on the latest intelligence. Generally speaking, drone swarms require communication to coordinate their operations. For instance, the human fleets utilize miniature wormhole communication devices within their primary and secondary chambers for command purposes. The tertiary chambers, however, lack the energy supply necessary for such devices and instead employ electromagnetic wave communication systems. Given that human AI technology has reached a remarkable level of sophistication, nearly every spacecraft is capable of autonomous operation. Even when the battlefield communication environment is compromised, the drones of tertiary classification and smaller, which cannot be controlled via electromagnetic waves, are directed by AI to launch independent attacks. Consequently, several ships released specialized EMP missiles, which were swiftly detonated. EMP missiles, known as electromagnetic pulse missiles, are equipped with a type of nuclear warhead that primarily converts a significant portion of its energy into a broad spectrum of electromagnetic pulse radiation. Since electromagnetic waves do not require a medium for propagation, this weapon can effectively encompass an extensive spatial range, swiftly saturating the entire battlefield with careful distribution. The EMP generated by the explosion can effortlessly incapacitate various electronic components, drastically altering the electromagnetic environment within that space. Any communication method reliant on electromagnetic waves, such as microwave or laser communication, would suffer immense disruption, particularly detrimental for drone swarms that rely on coordinated control, potentially rendering them entirely incapacitated. However, the effectiveness of the EMP seemed less impactful than anticipated. While the enemy failed to organize a more coordinated attack in the